Lu Shancheng nodded in satisfaction. Zhuang Yinqing continued, however, the Lu family claims that Lu Ruomei is a victim. Even if she is not the main wife, she should still be welcomed with proper respect. They also want to hold a big feast in the village, and all expenses will be covered by the Lu family. I was hoping to ask for your advice on this matter. This was also a headache for Zhuang Yinqing. He was still just a scholar, and taking a concubine without being married would harm his reputation, even if he was being schemed against. A big feast. Lu Shancheng pondered. The Lu family seemed to be related to Jiang Ning, and he had once thought about using the Lu family during the carriage incident. Suddenly, Lu Shancheng had a bright idea. He remembered that whenever there were feasts in the capital, there were often some schemes involving the inner households. He naturally looked down on such matters, but no family would be without women, and women knew best how to deal with other women. So he nodded and suggested, the conditions proposed by the Lu family are reasonable, but since they can make demands, you can also use them. Let them deal with Jiang Ning. If they succeed, you agree to their conditions. If not, then it's off the table. After hearing this, Zhuang Yinqing thought it was a great idea. After all, the Lu family didn't seem to care much about Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning was not overly cautious. He just needed to make a request. Master is right. The Lu family is related to Jiang Ning, so setting this up will be easy and won't raise any suspicion. Let them fight among themselves. Zhuang Yinqing thought with a cold smile. Jiang Ning had been practicing his inner strength at home for 2 days and was in high spirits. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruomei sent an invitation saying she is getting married soon and that her family will host a banquet tomorrow, inviting Jiang Ning to attend. She needs to give a clear answer right away. Jiang Ning noticed that the invitation clearly mentioned only her name, with no mention of Lu Huayan, which left her feeling conflicted. Lu Huayan, who was listening to the report from old Madame Zhou, glanced at her when he saw her silent. If you want to go, then go.
You don't need to worry about me.
She nodded and told old Madame Zhou, go back and tell her that I will attend tomorrow. It was strange to make such a big deal about becoming a concubine. Understood. Old Madame Zhou replied, and left. Do you think they genuinely invited me, or is there something else going on? Jiang Ning felt something was off. After all, the Lu family had clearly forbidden her from visiting, and they usually didn't even let her into the inner courtyard. Now, they suddenly invited her to a feast, which made her suspicious. If she hadn't wanted to investigate Lu Yunyang's background, she wouldn't have considered going at all. It's hard to believe that the original owner's memories included nothing about anyone except Lu Ruomei and Lu Chunqing. This meant she had never met anyone else, including her grandmother, which was truly baffling. Regardless, she wanted to take this opportunity to uncover the truth about the original owner's mother. Lu Huayan shook his head. He wasn't familiar with the Lu family and didn't understand their motives. Whether it's sincere or not, I'll prepare some protective items for you. I won't let them deceive you. If they try anything, just send them to meet the king of. Lu Huayan said this lightly, but Jiang Ning felt a chill. She realized that since he could dispel poisons, he probably knew a lot about toxicology. Hearing such harsh words from him, while he still looked harmless, was quite frightening. She was glad he wasn't her enemy. While saying this, Lu Huayan was also observing Jiang Ning's reaction. He hoped she would understand his true self, not just his appearance. So, he occasionally said tough things to show her he wasn't someone to be easily provoked. But he didn't want her to fear him, so everything was gradual. All right, we'll face whatever comes. Who's afraid of whom? If something happens, hiding at home isn't safe either. It's better to confront challenges head-on, right? Jiang Ning thought she shouldn't assume the worst about people. Maybe nothing was wrong at all. She just needed to be prepared. So, she planned to go back to her room and continue her training. Unexpectedly, a loud sneeze from a man came from the neighboring yard. Achu, what was that? They had been living there for several days and hadn't realized how poor the soundproofing was. After all, it was such a large place with high walls. Jiang Ning looked in the direction of the sound but saw nothing. Lu Huayan shook his head. He had already heard someone by the wall next door, and it was an old acquaintance. Thinking that having them nearby would provide extra safety for both of them, he welcomed this new neighbor. In the corner of the neighboring yard, separated by a wall, stood two people. "Young master, why did you buy this yard? It only has 2 sections, and we can't even fit all our guards here." Chongqing looked troubled. He was trying hard to convince his master not to move. They had previously lived in a large 3-section courtyard, where at least the main and back rooms could accommodate 30 guards. But in the past few days, they had discovered many traces of the Shui family in the county town. On the surface, it seemed they were in contact with Liu Shuiying, but in reality, they had been secretly targeting Liu Huayan, including the incident with his broken leg, which was likely caused by Shui Qingling. From all these actions, it seemed that Shui Qingling didn't have a personal grudge against Liu Huayan. She just wanted to make his life difficult.
But why?
Why would the daughter of the richest family in the capital come to a small county to trouble a poor scholar? And how did they even know each other? This situation piqued his master's curiosity, leading him to give up the original large mansion and buy this smaller 2-section yard at a high price. He claimed it was to observe closely and report back to his half-brother later. With his master's extensive experience from reading countless stories, he believed there must be some kind of secret affair involved. What frustrated him was that when Shuiwei learned they had moved, he returned to the capital immediately. Now, what was there to see? Come on, stop complaining and find out what's going on next door. Why does it smell so strong of medicine? Shun Yanzhou sniffed. He had always hated taking medicine. Since they moved in today, he had been smelling it nonstop. Who brews medicine for so long? It must be burning dry by now. Young master, their brewing medicine has nothing to do with us. What good would asking do? They still have to brew it. Chongqing held back the urge to roll his eyes. He had to show respect to his master. They can't be brewing medicine every day, can they? Shun Yanzhou was a bit frantic. He came for gossip, not to suffer. Liu Huayan slightly pursed his lips upon hearing this. It was indeed inconvenient to brew medicine and raise insects in the county house. However, there was no better option at the moment. Jiang Ning, hearing only sneezes and some strange noises from next door, decided to return to her room. "I'll head back to my room now. You can continue writing your story. Don't forget, I'm looking forward to reading it," she said. Liu Huayan nodded, and they each went to their rooms. The next day, to avoid drawing attention, Jiang Ning dressed simply for the banquet. Liu Huayan quickly stopped her and handed her 3 small bottles. He explained that the white bottle contained antidote pills. While they couldn't cure all poisons, they could handle most. Even for highly toxic substances, if they couldn't completely neutralize the poison, they could still save her life until he arrived to help. One of the other 2 bottles contained a laxative that would cause severe reactions for 3 days, with no remedy. The last bottle held a sleeping gas that would instantly knock someone out, and if mixed with water, it would have an even stronger effect. If these 2 drugs were combined, they would create a deadly poison that could kill with just a tiny amount, and there was currently no antidote. Listening to his description, Jiang Ning was once again shocked by the seemingly harmless Liu Huayan and his deadly words. "Do you remember?" Liu Huayan asked. Jiang Ning couldn't help but swallow hard. "Yes, I remember." Forgive her, a modern person who had never even seen sleeping pills, for feeling uneasy in front of this collection of poisons. "Are you scared?" "No, not at all." "Really?"
Uh-huh.
Jiang Ning nodded quickly. How could she have thought he was easy to bully? It turned out that even beautiful things could be dangerous, just like people. However, considering how much he cared for her, she felt grateful and promised not to touch any food at the banquet. She obediently filled up at home before heading out. Based on his past experiences with poisons, Liu Huayan believed that avoiding food was just as important as avoiding poison. As long as she didn't eat anything, she could at least protect her life. At that moment, Liu Tinia's rented carriage arrived at the door. In this era, renting a carriage was similar to modern car rentals. Jiang Ning nimbly jumped onto the carriage and waved goodbye to Liu Huayan as they set off. After days of diligent training, her body had become lighter and more agile. Becoming a martial arts master was just around the corner, and Jiang Ning dreamed of that day arriving soon. Lu's residence today is Lu Ruomei's coming-out banquet, but it doesn't feel very festive since she is only becoming a concubine. Therefore, the family has only invited a few relatives, and the banquet seems simple. The seating is arranged with one table for male elders, one for female elders, and separate tables for young men and women. Jiang Ning arrived quite late and did not meet any other guests at the entrance. When Lu Ruomei heard she had arrived, she personally came out to greet her, which was the first time Jiang Ning saw her so quickly. "Cousin, you finally made it. I was just about to send someone to fetch you," Lu Ruomei said. Jiang Ning smiled. "Since I promised to come, I naturally would. I just don't have any gifts for you." "Gifts don't matter. Your presence is the best gift. Come on, the girls have been waiting eagerly to meet you," Lu Ruomei said, leading Jiang Ning through the corridor to a garden in the backyard. Since she wasn't allowed into the main hall, was their invitation really just for a meal with Lu Ruomei? Jiang Ning felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped to at least see her legendary grandmother. It was evening, and a gentle breeze brought a coolness. In a pavilion by the water, several young ladies sat around a round table, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. When they saw Jiang Ning, they only glanced at her, and no one seemed eager to get to know her. A tall girl looked Jiang Ning up and down and asked, "Ruomei, is this your cousin Jiang Ning? Come sit with us." Lu Ruomei replied with a smile, "Yes, she is. She is now married to Scholar Liu, so please don't treat her lightly." Lu Ruomei pulled Jiang Ning to sit beside her and began introducing the others present. There were two cousins from Lu Ruomei's maternal family, Fong Jing and Fong Ting. Additionally, there were two cousins from her second aunt's family, Fong Siyu and Fong Siki. Fong Siyu, sitting next to Jiang Ning, took her hand and said with a smile, "I see you're still dressed like a young lady, but you haven't settled down yet? I heard you were rejected by Scholar Zhuang and quickly married again, but the other party didn't want you?" Fong Siki did not hide her mockery. "That's obvious. I heard he was forced into it. Otherwise, why would a scholar marry her?" "Exactly. Scholar Liu is quite handsome. I caught a glimpse of him from afar. If he weren't so cold and distant, I would have wanted my father to take him as a son-in-law. How could such a noble person be interested in a village girl?" Fong Jing looked at her with jealousy and mockery. Lu Ruomei felt the same way. She was shocked to learn that Jiang Ning, after being rejected, had married Lu Xiaozai. What made her even angrier was that this woman had hidden her marriage from her and falsely claimed she wanted to win back Qing Gij. Otherwise, she wouldn't have drugged Qing Gij, losing her own honor in the process. Since Jiang Ning was unkind, she shouldn't blame her for being ungrateful. The young girls around them showed no shame in looking down on Jiang Ning, and she didn't bother to engage with them. She withdrew her hand and coldly said, "If you want to eat, then eat properly. If you keep talking about my business, don't blame me for being rude. I think none of you want to be humiliated like Lu Shuang, right?" As soon as Jiang Ning said this, those who wanted to continue mocking her immediately fell silent. After all, they didn't want to embarrass themselves. Moreover, there was an important event to unfold today, and they couldn't let the main character get upset and leave. Lu Ruomei quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Cousin Ning is here for the first time. Instead of treating her well, you all started gossiping. Please stop." "Oh, we were just curious. Don't mind us, Sister Ning," Fong Ting said with a bright smile. The others found it boring. They couldn't make fun of a village girl, and bringing up Lu Ruomei's situation wasn't interesting either. So, they ignored Jiang Ning and quietly chatted among themselves. Jiang Ning didn't mind being overlooked. She just lowered her head and remained silent. It seemed like today was a trap, and she was curious to see how they would play their roles. At that moment, the dishes were almost all served. Lu Ruomei had someone bring out a jar of daughter's red wine. "This was buried by my grandfather when I was born. It's rare for us cousins to gather, so let's enjoy it together." Since Jiang Ning discovered that she could drink without turning red or feeling nervous, she knew she had a good tolerance for alcohol. Unfortunately, she wouldn't get to taste this legendary wine. After the servants filled everyone's glasses, She watched as others raised their cups to drink and followed suit. However, she discreetly used her sleeve to shield her cup, pouring the wine into a large bowl she had prepared. Seeing Jiangning drink it all at once, Lu Ruomei and the others encouraged her to have more. Jiangning didn't mind and drank everything. When she felt it was enough, she held her head and said, "I can't drink anymore. I'll get drunk." Lu Ruomei quickly served her more food, saying, "All right, cousin, let's eat and try our chef's cooking." Jiangning ate slowly, bringing food to her mouth while discreetly storing it away in her space with the cover of her sleeve. Since the young women here ate with their mouths covered, no one would suspect her actions. So even though it looked like she was eating, she wasn't actually consuming much. However, the girls who wanted to laugh at her clumsy eating were secretly criticizing Jiangning. They thought she was just a country bumpkin trying to imitate the city girls' dining manners. No matter how she pretended, she was still just a simple villager. Throughout the meal, Jiangning barely touched her food. As the meal neared its end, the girls began chatting again. They seemed disappointed that Jiangning, who had drunk some wine, hadn't lost her composure. Lu Ruomei noticed this too. She picked up the wine bottle and filled Jiangning's glass again. "Cousin, I see you haven't eaten much or enjoyed your drink. Here, let me toast you with another glass." Jiangning raised her glass and smiled, saying, "Of course, I will drink what my cousin offers." She slightly turned to the side, using her sleeve to cover the glass, and tilted her head back, emptying the cup. The others were surprised. How could a village woman drink so well? Lu Ruomei poured more wine. Their original plan was to get Jiangning drunk and then take her to rest, but since she could hold her liquor, they had to change their strategy. This was something they had discussed beforehand. So, when Jiangning raised her glass again, Feng Xiu suddenly bumped into her, causing the wine to spill. Not only did the wine splash on Jiangning, but she also accidentally spilled some on Lu Ruomei. The idea was to share the mess. However, Lu Ruomei wasn't angry. She playfully said, "Oh no, be careful. Cousin, your clothes are wet. I'll have someone take you to change." "Cousin, don't worry. A little wine won't matter. It will dry quickly. Besides, your clothes are wet too, right?" Jiangning quickly declined. Lu Ruomei had originally planned for a maid to take Jiangning to her room, but seeing that Jiangning wouldn't go along with it and realizing her own clothes were wet, she stood up and said, "Then let's go change clothes together, and we'll come back later." Jiangning then said, "Thank you for your help, cousin." The two of them left the pavilion and walked toward a side courtyard, while Lu Ruomei sent a maid to fetch some clothes. As they walked, Jiangning glanced around, her brow slightly furrowed. As she entered the courtyard, Lu Ruomei opened one of the rooms and said to Jiangning, "Cousin Ning, you go inside and wait for a moment. The maid will bring the new clothes soon." "Okay," Jiangning replied with a cold smile. She quickly knocked Lu Ruomei unconscious and pushed her inside. Jiangning held her breath and closed the door. She could smell a faint fragrance coming from the room and certainly wouldn't foolishly obey and go in. If nothing was wrong, Lu Ruomei would just be unconscious for a while. If there was a problem, then Lu Ruomei could enjoy it herself. After closing the door, Jiangning didn't rush to leave, knowing someone would come soon. She hid in a corner at the entrance, determined to find out what the Liu family was planning. She believed she hadn't offended the Liu family. Two men hiding under the bed in the room heard the commotion and quickly crawled out. Seeing a woman lying at the door, they felt a surge of excitement. They were local troublemakers, hired to ruin a woman's reputation, and after completing the task, they would receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. After eating and drinking, they had been blindfolded and brought to this room, hiding under the bed and waiting. They hadn't expected the woman to be quite beautiful, which felt like a bonus. They wondered if they could take her with them afterward, as they wouldn't mind having her as a shared partner. The two unsightly men looked at Lu Ruomei with eager eyes, especially after inhaling the alluring fragrance for a while, making them feel restless. Together, they lifted Lu Ruomei onto the bed and eagerly tore at her clothes. The fragrance in the room grew stronger, and Lu Ruomei soon woke up. She screamed and tried to push the two men away, but when she touched them, she found herself pressed against them instead. Shameless. One of them cursed. The young women in the pavilion grew anxious when Liu Ruomei didn't return. Just then, a commotion approached, led by Feng Shi, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Liu family and Liu Ruomei's mother. With a smile, she said, "Meyer becoming a concubine is a temporary solution. Scholar Zhuang has agreed to welcome her as a proper wife. You all can rest assured." The Liu family had 2 branches, each with 2 sons, and she was the only one to have a daughter, so she was cherished. However, that Scholar Zhuang was ungrateful, wanting her daughter to be a concubine. Eventually, they managed to get him to agree to welcome Ruomei with the highest honors. The family was then happy to set up several tables for a celebration. "Aunt, why are you all here?" Fang Jing saw her aunt coming with a group of people and quickly went up to ask. "Mayor is about to get married, and everyone wants to see her. Where is she?" Fang Shi looked around but did not see her daughter. Fang Jing hurriedly replied, "Aunt, Mayor is helping that village girl change clothes. She has been gone for a while. Should we go check on her?" Fang Shi thought about the family's plans and nodded, saying, "All right, let's go see. We must not let Mayor be bullied by that village girl." Xiao Feng, the second daughter-in-law of the Liu family, also worriedly said, "Exactly. Mayor is no match for that village girl. Let's hurry." In the front hall, Lu Qinghu noticed the time was almost right and suggested taking a group of cousins to see the show. "What show?" someone asked. Lu Qinghu explained the situation, knowing they were all family and some were studying at the same academy, so he didn't hold back. Immediately, someone complained, "Why didn't we get to join in on this fun? It's unfair." They had all seen Jiang Ning's current appearance at the lakeside pavilion and knew she was the wife of the down-and-out scholar Liu Huan, so they didn't insult her, but felt it was a pity. "If you don't mind, you can join us later." Lu Qinghu laughed. "Ha ha ha, you really know how to have fun." The 2 groups quickly met at the corner, exchanged knowing glances, and boldly entered the side courtyard. Jiang Ning followed behind. As they got closer to the side courtyard, the sounds of laughter became clearer. The young men looked gleeful, waiting to see the spectacle. The young women blushed and hesitated to move forward. While everyone was in a daze, Xiao Feng shouted, "Who is causing trouble? Hurry! Go inside and check. It seems someone is being bullied." Lu Qinghu, being Xiao Feng's youngest son, naturally listened to his mother and kicked open the door. At that moment, a high-pitched scream came from inside. "Ah!" Then, there were some inappropriate words from a man. The people inside, seeing the door kicked open, were not flustered, as it was all part of the plan. After a short break, they were ready to continue their antics. Lu Qinghu didn't rush in after kicking the door. The scent of perfume still lingered, and he blocked the entrance to keep everyone out. However, Fang Shi's expression changed drastically because she recognized her daughter's voice. Hurrying forward to stop them, she said, "There are no bad people here. It's just someone slacking off. Let's not pay attention to it. Everyone, let's go back to the front hall." The sudden change of heart from Fang made everyone exchange glances. Xiao Feng thought her sister-in-law had softened, so she signaled Lu Qinghu to check what was happening. A group of young men, eager for a glimpse, rushed inside. They were stunned to see a woman frantically putting on her clothes. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell, and those who understood knew what had happened. This was not the beautiful village girl Jiang Ning. It was clearly their cousin Liu Ruomei. Her body and face were bruised, indicating she had been treated roughly. "Ah, you all get out of here." Liu Ruomei's voice was hoarse and strained. By now, the haze had mostly cleared, and a man was hurriedly putting on his clothes, cowering in the corner. Fang and the other women entered the room, and upon seeing their daughter, their eyes immediately filled with tears. Holding back her disgust, Fang stepped forward and asked, trembling, "Meyer, what happened? Where is that Jiang Ning?" "Mom, Jiang Ning harmed me. She knocked me out and pushed me into the room," Liu Ruomei cried, tears streaming down her face. Thinking about how she had been mistreated made Liu Ruomei sob even harder. It should have been Jiang Ning who was humiliated and caught, so why was it her instead? Fong was heartbroken and quickly tried to comfort her daughter, saying, "Don't worry, I will never let her get away with this." Where is she? First, they would deal with that Jiang Ning, then handle the man. Fortunately, everyone present was family, so they didn't fear that their daughter's shame would spread. "Oh, what are you going to do about it?" Jiang Ning pushed through the crowd, holding a fire poker, looking at Fong with a smirk. Seeing Jiang Ning unharmed made Fong furious, and she demanded, "Why are you so cruel? Meyer has treated you well. Why would you do this to her?" Others glared at Jiang Ning with anger. "I harmed her? TSK, you really know how to blame the wrong person. The man, the situation, everything was arranged by you. I didn't want to waste your good intentions, so I let Cousin Meyer enjoy herself. You should be grateful, yet you turn on me." "It's truly heartbreaking," Jiang Ning said, pretending to wipe away tears. Fong only cared that her daughter had been wronged, and she believed Jiang Ning was the one responsible. She pointed at Jiang Ning and coldly shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly grab this person and teach her a lesson."
Don't worry, Mother.
"We will make sure to stand up for our sister," said Lu Chenglong, the strong older brother of Lu Ruame. Seeing his sister humiliated, he rushed forward and kicked at Jiang Ning. Without dodging, Jiang Ning struck back with a stick, and there was a loud as his leg broke.
Ah!
Lu Chenglong cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Jiang Ning raised her hand and slapped him several times. Lu Qingtiger, who was a step behind, quickly stopped in his tracks. The sharp sound of slapping made everyone in the room go silent, staring at Jiang Ning as she made Lu Chenglong's face look battered. Seeing her eldest son injured and her daughter humiliated, Fong trembled with anger. She pointed at Jiang Ning and stammered, "Stop.
You
wicked girl." In the back, the timid Fong quickly signaled a maid to call for help, knowing that the young men present were no match for Jiang Ning. At that moment, they could only watch helplessly. Soon, hurried footsteps were heard outside, and an elderly woman with silver hair walked in, her face dark and filled with disdain. Someone shouted, "The old lady is here." The men and women in the room rushed out to greet the matriarch of the Liu family, Fong. Upon hearing that the legendary grandmother had arrived, Jiang Ning also stepped out of the room. "Oh, so you are my long-lost grandmother. How rare it is to finally meet you today," Jiang Ning said with a smirk. Seeing Jiang Ning's resemblance to a woman she remembered, Liu old lady felt a wave of panic. If she was recognized, she recalled that the group with her seemed to be armed. No, this girl couldn't be allowed to stay. After making up her mind, Liu old lady pointed at Jiang Ning and scolded, "You troublemaker. You come here and disturb our home. If it weren't for Mayor pleading for you, you would never step foot in the Liu family again. But how do you repay Mayor? You actually knocked her out and let others mistreat her. How can you be so ungrateful and cruel?" Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "So, what you're saying is that you set up this trap, and I should just obediently cooperate and not resist, right? No matter what, Ruame's kindness towards you is sincere. Now, she needs your help, and you should obediently listen to her. But instead, you hurt Ruame. Someone with such a cruel heart is worse than an animal," Mrs. Feng scolded. Others agreed, thinking that as a village girl, she should be submissive to them. So, the Liu family is just a bunch of scoundrels, expecting others to cooperate while doing bad things. "I won't listen to you. Do whatever you want." Jiang Ning was tired of arguing with these people who had twisted values. They had their own logic. They were always right, and others were always wrong, never putting themselves in a difficult position. Since no one could convince anyone else, why should she waste her breath? "I must teach you a lesson today, you ungrateful child." Someone, old lady Liu, glared at Jiang Ning, who completely disregarded her and ordered the servants behind her, "Drag this unfilial person out and beat her, and it doesn't matter if she dies." Jiang Ning couldn't help but curse. This family was rotten to the core. Every woman seemed to threaten to her down. Soon, about 10 servants rushed forward, and others quickly hid behind old lady Liu. Jiang Ning found herself surrounded by the servants, and seeing their weapons, she quickly took an antidote. She was joking. Even if she was strong, being attacked by so many could still hurt her. She had just become beautiful and didn't want to ruin her looks again.
Go.
The head servant shouted, and everyone rushed at Jiangning. She raised her hand, and a mixed poison of sleeping and laxatives spread through the air. Since they wanted to kill her, she had no intention of holding back. As for fighting back, she was sorry. Her limited martial arts skills could handle 1 or 2 ordinary people, but facing a group of armed servants was just asking for humiliation. And her newly learned internal energy was still too weak to rely on. Taking advantage of the moment when they surrounded her, she slipped into her space and reappeared 3 seconds later. By now, it was getting dark, and a few lanterns in the distance cast dim light. She wasn't worried about being discovered. Of course, if she was found, it didn't matter. They were already sworn enemies, so what was there to fear? When she flashed out from her space, the 10 or so servants had already fallen one by one, twitching a few times before they stopped breathing. Only Jiangning stood alone in the middle of the courtyard.
You
actually brought poison. Old Lady Liu gasped in anger. The people behind her looked shocked at the unharmed Jiangning. This woman is not human. Knowing this is a trap, would I dare to enter your den of wolves without preparation? Jiangning retorted. Now, it's my turn to explain why I came today. Jiangning said casually, Old Lady Liu, I've always been curious. Is my mother really your biological child? Why do you treat us so poorly? You are a curse. I regret not killing you both back then. That's why we have this trouble today. Old Lady Liu said angrily, losing her composure. Go call the old master to deal with this ungrateful child.
not going to speak, huh?
Jiangning stepped forward with a fire poker in hand. Jiangning, what do you want? Lu Qinghu stood in front of Old Lady Liu, asking with a fierce tone but trembling inside. Several brothers from the Liu family also stepped up. Even if they were scared, they couldn't let this woman bully their grandmother. What do I want? I'm just seeking the truth. Aren't you curious? Jiangning's gaze swept over everyone present. Indeed, they all looked confused. They only knew that their grandmother disliked their aunt and cousin, so they followed suit. Why ask so many questions when they weren't the ones being bullied? And just by looking, it was clear that the mother and daughter were not biological. They weren't curious at all, were they? Since taking the cleansing pill, Jiangning had become very perceptive. Even in dim light, she could see clearly. She was sure these people truly did not know the truth. If you want to know the truth, then kneel to me, Old Lady Liu said with a fierce expression. Jiangning silently vowed she would make them pay, make them all. At that moment, Lu Ruomei came out of the room, knelt before Jiangning, and pleaded, Cousin, I beg you, please agree. If you let us ruin your reputation and send you back, Qingge will accept me as his wife. Don't worry, if Scholar Lu looks down on you, I will give you a large sum of money so you can live comfortably. I won't let you suffer. If you want, we can even arrange a marriage for you with a housekeeper. It's better than being known as a scholar's wife. Who knows, one day Scholar Lu might abandon you. If you sacrifice a little now, we can all have a better life. What do you say? Since I've always treated you well, can you help me, please? Lu Ruomei spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful as everyone turned their hopeful gazes toward Jiangning. Jiangning felt disgusted by the shameless behavior of this family. She never expected that all of this was because of Zhuang Yunqing. For the first time, she had the thought of wanting someone to suffer greatly. Not wanting to waste any more words, she picked up a stick and pushed Lu Qinghui and Lu Qingqi aside. Then, she pulled Lu Qinghu out. What do you want to do? Lu Qinghu stammered. Xiao Fengshe nervously shouted, Qinghu is a student. If you hurt him, I will report you. I won't hurt him if you make the old lady tell the truth. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking one of his legs and then one of his arms, ending his path to the imperial examination. However, Lu Qinghu grew more frightened. Taking advantage of Jiangning's moment of distraction, he suddenly threw the powder in his hand at her face. Jiangning couldn't dodge in time and got hit. Seeing his sneak attack succeed, Lu Qinghu momentarily forgot his fear and laughed. Haha, you've been hit with the medicine. Let's see how long you can act tough. Jiang Ning didn't expect Lu Qinghu to fight back. She kicked his left leg. With a scream, his leg broke. He regretted only having the medicine on him. If only he had used poison instead. But he thought that as long as the effects of the medicine took hold on Jiang Ning, even losing a leg would be worth it. The others were still processing what had happened when they were once again frozen in fear. This woman was terrifying. Thinking that she had been affected by the medicine and wouldn't be tough for long, they all sighed in relief, waiting to see her beg for mercy. They imagined how they could torment her until she wished for death. Jiang Ning quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face and used her sleeve to cover herself while drinking a cup of spring water. At that moment, she just hoped that Lu Huayan's antidote would work. After doing all this, Jiang Ning angrily stepped on Lu Qinghu, who was trying to escape, and swung the stick at him. Old Lady Lu's eyes widened in anger. Lu Qinghu cried out in pain, while the others looked on in fear at the fierce woman before them. Why hadn't the effects of the medicine taken hold yet? Could it be fake? Stop! With an urgent shout, Lu Chunxing entered the courtyard. Seeing the scene before him, he closed his eyes in pain. Jiang Ning kicked Lu Qinghu, who was badly beaten, and said, "Tell me, is my mother really your biological daughter? I want to hear the truth." The distraught Feng Shi seemed to find hope and cried to Lu Chunxing, "Dad, please save Qinghu." Lu Qinghu was the hope for the Lu family's future, and she couldn't believe her father wouldn't care. "Quick, carry him inside to find a doctor." Lu Chunxing directed those who could still move. "Wait," Jiang Ning interrupted. "No one is allowed to leave until I know the truth." She couldn't let them escape easily, thinking they could just act like nothing happened after bullying her. Lu Chunxing was both angry and helpless. He glanced at Feng Shi and said, "Your mother is indeed not our biological daughter. Our daughter is gone." At that time, Feng Shi, overwhelmed with grief, found your mother abandoned and decided to adopt her as a substitute for our Yunu. But as Yun grew up, Feng Shi missed her own daughter more and more. To avoid further sadness, she decided not to see you anymore. Even so, we raised your mother, so while we may not have given her life, we did nurture her. Xiao Ning, you shouldn't treat our family this way. Where did you find my mother, and was there any token with her? Jiang Ning pressed on. She didn't want to hear their excuses. They sounded so grand, but perhaps they just wanted to replace her mother with their own daughter's identity. At that moment, Old Lady Lu sneered and mocked. "You and your mother were born as outcasts, abandoned in the woods of Qingshan Temple. What token could you possibly have? Do you really think you have a good background?" Back then, she had coveted the other party's status, wanting to give her daughter a better identity, so she painfully exchanged the child. However, she never expected to regret it countless times due to missing and worrying about her daughter. If she had raised her own child, it might not have been so bad. But at that time, seeing such a noble status and wanting her daughter to enjoy a better life, she foolishly made the swap. Once the child was exchanged, it led to a lifetime of separation, never to see her own child again. All of this was the fault of that woman. If it weren't for her and her daughter, she wouldn't have had such thoughts. Therefore, they should suffer endlessly. Looking at the arrogant Jiang Ning, Old Lady Lu thought she had been too kind. She shouldn't have let Lu Yun live. "Can we release Qinghu now?" Lu Chunxing asked. Jiang Ning always felt that they were not telling the truth, but she couldn't find any flaws. Before releasing Lu Qinghu, she used her mind to pour the sleeping drug into the large bowl of wine she had prepared earlier. She had to ensure that the Lu family had no energy to cause her trouble. Otherwise, as soon as she left, they might report her. Her actions today were enough to get her in serious trouble. Being unfilial was a grave offense, and with the added injury, she figured she might end up in prison. She didn't mind for herself, but she couldn't let Lu Huayan get involved. "Very well. Since we have no blood relation and you don't welcome me, we will have no further ties," Jiang Ning said as she walked out, slowly pouring the wine on the ground. This was her final gift to the Lu family. Soon, the air was filled with a strong scent of wine that was intoxicating. Jiang Ning stood outside the courtyard, watching the confused expressions on the faces of those inside as they fell one by one. Did the sleeping drug work so well in the wine? Could she do something now? Having finally entered the Liu family, she felt it would be a loss not to gain something. Although she was not familiar with the Liu family, it didn't matter because most of them were gathered in this old courtyard. She confidently walked toward the area that seemed most like a storage room. Before long, she found a place guarded by 4 servants. Jiang Ning hid not far away, took an unripe tomato from her space, made a small cut, put some of the sleeping drug inside, and threw it forcefully. One servant chopped the tomato, and the mixed scent of the drug and tomato spread. Soon, a few of them fainted. Jiang Ning forcefully opened the lock and entered the storage room, which was pitch dark. She took out a candle from her space, lit it, and looked up. Instantly, she was overjoyed. She was about to become rich overnight. Inside the storage room were rows of redwood boxes filled with jewelry, antiques, silks, and medicinal herbs. There was even a box of gold and silver ingots, and a complete set of pearwood furniture, including a bed, tables, and chairs. Clearly, these were the dowry prepared for Liu Ruomei. Jiang Ning accepted them without hesitation. The outer room of the storage was about 30 square meters, and besides the dowry, there were valuable ingredients like rice and abalone, which she collected into her space. She then entered a smaller room filled with precious gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiques. Jiang Ning took everything, leaving not a single item behind. No, she did leave 6 large red characters with her left hand. Dare to report, and your whole family will be killed. As the time was almost up, she left the storage room, cleaned up her traces, and went to the kitchen to put some laxative in the water tank and well. Then, she walked away without a care. Liu Chuanqing's 2 sons were still in the front yard with some male guests, but after waiting for a while, not only did the younger ones not return, but even the elders and ladies were missing. They couldn't see a single servant. They started to worry and hurried to the backyard. Soon, they arrived at the old courtyard where Jiang Ning was supposed to be. They found it quiet inside, with family members lying scattered on the ground, all startled. They rushed over to see what had happened, but before they could get close, they smelled a strong scent of alcohol. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. At this point, everyone in the Liu family, except for the doorman, had fainted. Jiang Ning walked out of the Liu residence with a bright smile and immediately spotted Liu Huayan and Li Tiniu waiting outside. She felt happy and approached them with a smile, asking, "Are you here to pick me up?" Liu Huayan glanced at her, frowning slightly. "Get in the car." Okay. So much had happened that night, and as soon as Jiang Ning sat in the carriage, the tension she felt relaxed. She leaned against Liu Huayan, feeling a bit dizzy, and whispered in his ear, "Do you know? My mother was found by old lady Liu at Qingshan Temple. Liu Chunsheng is really not my biological grandfather, so I have nothing to do with him anymore." Her warm breath brushed against Liu Huayan's neck, making his face turn as red as fire. This woman was truly bold, and his heart raced, his thoughts becoming a bit uncontrollable. Looking down at the woman who was unconsciously leaning against him, Liu Huayan took a deep breath and helplessly wrapped his arms around her to keep her still. He sniffed. It wasn't his medicine, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He lifted the small lantern to carefully examine her, confirming there were no other issues before he relaxed a little. Fortunately, it seemed she hadn't really swallowed the medicine, just inhaled a bit, so the effects hadn't fully taken hold. Jiang Ning didn't feel anything wrong, just a bit warm and lazily leaning against him. Seeing she had no other symptoms, Liu Huayan quietly asked, "Did you take the antidote?"
I did.
Jiang Ning paused, confused about why he asked that. Only then did Liu Huayan take out a small bottle from his sleeve, open the cap, and hold it under her nose. "Take a few deep breaths." Jiang Ning obediently followed his instructions, and after inhaling, she felt much more awake. Then, she awkwardly realized that she was hanging onto Liu Huayan and quickly let go, feeling a bit embarrassed as she stepped back. Hee hee, I thought the antidote would work, but I didn't expect to still be affected. The antidote only neutralizes part of the poison, Lu Huayan said, taking Jiangning's wrist to check her pulse. You're fine now, but you might have some strange dreams tonight. Strange dreams? Jiangning pulled her hand back and stepped back even further. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? Lu Huayan glanced at her. What did they do to you? They were so cruel, trying to ruin my reputation and use me to humiliate you. By the way, all of this was instigated by Zhuang Yunqing. We can't let that get away with it. If before it was just a guess, now she had heard it directly from Lu Ruomei, so it had to be true. Lu Huayan frowned. Zhuang Yunqing. Was he tired of living? The carriage soon arrived home. Lu Huayan asked Li Tinyu to step aside before getting off the carriage with Jiangning. Jiangning knew that she still smelled of the powder, as Lu Qinghu had sprinkled quite a bit. Why weren't you affected? This level of poison is ineffective against me. Then I'll head back to my room. With that, she hurried away. She wasn't bold enough to discuss dreams with a man. In stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere at the Liu family, in the study of the Liu residence, there were no servants present, and Liu Shanchong was sitting face to face with Zhuang Yunqing, playing chess. The only sound in the study was the clicking of the chess pieces. Beneath their seemingly relaxed expressions, both were hiding a hint of anxiety. After an unknown amount of time, a servant rushed in to report that the plan had failed. Jiang Ning had safely returned home. Liu Shanchong's face darkened as if ink could drip from it. How could this happen? The Liu family had so many people, yet they couldn't deal with a girl? He didn't believe the Liu family hadn't tried hard enough. After all, from his previous investigations, it seemed they had completely ignored Jiang Ning. He placed his chess piece down, stood up, and began pacing the study with his hands behind his back. At that moment, he truly became wary of Jiang Ning. Master, should we continue with the plan? Zhuang Yunqing asked, looking disappointed. Liu Shanchong sat back down, placed another piece, and said in a deep voice, since we've failed, let's activate the second plan. Take advantage of their relaxed guard and strike a fatal. I don't believe we can't handle a village girl. Master, didn't you say the county magistrate would investigate thoroughly? Zhuang Yunqing asked, puzzled. Isn't there the Liu family as a scapegoat? Liu Shanchong sneered. The Xue family is not to be trifled with, and a small family like the Lius can take the blame. It's their honor. After hearing this, Zhuang Yunqing's eyes showed a hint of understanding. As night deepened, a group of masked figures quietly gathered outside Jiang Ning's residence. The guards from the neighboring Shin family, hearing the noise, quickly hid in a high place, watching the unexpected guests with caution. Two of the masked figures easily jumped up and quickly reached the courtyard wall. However, as soon as they grabbed the top of the wall, before they could pull themselves up, an accident happened. With a muffled grunt, both of them cried out in pain and fell from the wall, taking the others down with them. Then, their bodies twitched a few times on the ground before going still. This scene shocked the other masked figures. They hurriedly picked up their two companions and fled the scene in a panic. The Shun family guards, witnessing all this, were frightened and quickly moved away from the wall between the 2 yards. What kind of poison was used? This is too terrifying. They died in just moments. The guard leader realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed to the main courtyard to report this shocking event to his master. At this moment, he had only one thought. No matter what, they must not cross the wall into the neighboring yard again. Liu Shanchong, upon learning that his men had lost 2 before even starting their mission, angrily swept the chess pieces off the table. Master, I told you Jiang Ning is very tricky. It won't be easy to deal with them. Seeing Liu Shanchong fail, Zhuang Yunqing suddenly felt less useless. After his anger subsided, Liu Shanchong gradually regained his composure. He rubbed his forehead, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and determination. After tonight's events, Liu Huayan and the others may have realized we are taking action, though we don't know what methods they have. For safety, you should return to the village tomorrow and have your family come to propose marriage. You and Inger should settle the engagement quickly, then go to the capital together until the autumn exams are over. The concubine can be taken to the village after you leave. Lu Shanchang's decision was simple: to avoid possible retaliation and to prevent his daughter from being bothered by the concubine. Zhuang Yinqing was overjoyed at his master's arrangement. He stood up excitedly, deeply bowed to Lu Shanchang, and solemnly promised, "Thank you, master, for your support. I promise to take good care of Inger for my whole life and will never let her down." "All right, it's late. You should go back now. I will arrange for 2 guards for you. Remember to take them along, and don't fall into their trap." "Yes, thank you, master." As Zhuang Yunqing left Lu's residence, he finally felt a sense of relief. After planning for so long, he was about to succeed at this moment. Night quietly passed, and the morning sunlight gradually filled the land. Lu Shanchang arrived early at his daughter's courtyard, and they sat together on a stone bench. After the maidservant served tea, she stepped back. Lu Shanchang shared what happened yesterday with Lu Shuiying. Hearing her father's account, Lu Shuiying was unwilling to let Jiangning off so easily. "Father, is Jiangning really that difficult to deal with? Are we just going to watch her grow?" Lu Shanchang, being cautious, interrupted her frustration. "She is still far from growing up. We are just avoiding her for now. If possible, he would want to eliminate Jiangning, but that would be a failure, wouldn't it? Being careful is never a mistake." He had survived many court attacks by being cautious. Although they were only starting a school, at least he was still alive. Lu Shuiying felt a bit confused. "Father, what should we do next? She just wanted a village girl gone. Why was it so difficult?" Lu Shanchang revealed his plan. "The Zhuang family will come to propose today. I want to arrange for you and Qinger to live in the city. It may not be safe here. Are they really going to settle this?" Thinking of the person she liked, Lu Shuiying felt a whirl of emotions. Then she remembered the dream. Perhaps going to the city with Zhuang Yunqing was indeed a better arrangement. "I will listen to you, father." Lu Shuiying suppressed her anxiety and continued, "By the way, father, Xue Qingling withdrew from Qingshui County because of Shen Yanzhou, so she shouldn't take action for a while." Lu Shanchang then understood why Xue Erming knew about Lu Huayan marrying someone else, but didn't act against Jiangning. "All right, once you're there, interact more with Xue. The Xue family has many useful people. Regardless of the outcome, you need to establish this connection. You all settle down in the city first. When the time for the imperial examination approaches, Jiangning and her group will surely come to the city, and we can figure out how to deal with them then." "I understand, father." The engagement between the Lu and Zhuang families went smoothly, and soon the date for the engagement was set. Lu Shanchang planned to hold a grand engagement banquet for his daughter. Time was tight, so he started sending out invitations early. At the Lu family home, after a night of unconsciousness, everyone gradually woke up. Lu Chunqing and the elderly Lu Matriarch fell ill with a fever due to the heavy dew at night. Those who woke up were all thirsty and ordered someone to quickly boil water. Lu Chenglong and Lu Qinghu were also in pain from their broken legs, and Fong and Xiaofeng were both angry at Jiangning while hastily sending for more doctors to treat them. Before the doctors arrived, a servant rushed in with alarming news. "Bad news, the storeroom has been robbed." Lu Yufu and Lu Yugui, who had fainted later, woke up to the commotion. When they hurried to the storeroom and saw it completely emptied, they almost fainted again. Upon learning that Jiangning was behind this, the 2 brothers were furious and wanted to report it to the county office, believing the county magistrate would take action. "No, no." The servant trembled under their intense gaze, pointing at the wall and saying, "If you report it, your whole family will be killed." The Lu family was thrown into chaos, with some supporting the idea of reporting it and others fearing real consequences. Lu Youfu, Lu Chunqing's eldest son, suggested, "Let's ask at the gatehouse if they heard anything last night. With so many items stolen, there must have been some noise." The gatekeeper quickly returned with an answer. "Last night, the young lady left the gate alone at the hour of the dog. I saw Scholar Lu waiting outside." A passing watchman also noticed. "Did you see anyone moving things in or out?" Lu Youfu asked again. "I didn't see anyone moving things in or out," the gatekeeper replied. The gatekeeper at the back door confirmed the same. The Liu family didn't believe the gatekeepers were in league with Jiang Ning. It only meant someone had taken advantage of their unconsciousness to commit the crime. But who could have stolen their belongings without being noticed? The Liu family was filled with deep suspicion. The accountant calculated the losses: 20,000 taels in banknotes, 1,000 taels in gold, 10,000 taels in silver, and over 10,000 taels in jewelry and other valuables. After hearing this, Fong fainted again. However, the situation was not over. After a night of unconsciousness, everyone woke up thirsty, and their first priority was to find water. After drinking, the Liu family plunged into a new round of chaos. The whole family, from the master to the servants, was in chaos, and the bathrooms were all in use. So some were using the bed, some were using their pockets, and some were outside in the yard. The yard was filled with a terrible smell, and it felt like they were losing their minds, with no time to worry about Jiang Ning's troubles. Doctors were called in one after another, but none could help. Rumors began to spread in the city that the Liu family was suffering divine punishment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning woke up after a night filled with strange dreams, and it was already late morning. She opened her eyes groggily, feeling dry and hot, and shook her head in embarrassment. She quickly got up to drink some spring water before heading to the bathroom for a shower. When she came out to eat, she nervously avoided Liu Huayan's gaze. Otherwise, she would remember the embarrassing image from her dream. This awkward feeling lasted until evening. Jiang Ning finally decided to treat herself. She took out some cumin seeds she had gotten earlier, planning to roast them and make a powder for dinner with grilled meat. She instructed Aunt Zhou to buy more ingredients like pork belly, ribs, chicken, and fish. While Jiang Ning was roasting the cumin in the kitchen, the aroma mixed with the smell of medicine from Liu, which made the neighbor, Shen Yanzhou, feel nauseous. Unable to bear it any longer, he brought a ladder and carefully climbed up, avoiding the wall. He had heard from the guards that there was poison up there, so he needed to be cautious. Curiously, he looked over the wall and saw a long piece of bamboo filled with broken pottery shards, which were clearly poisoned. The ladder was positioned right by the well where Liu was boiling medicine. Hearing the noise, he looked up and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing climbing over the wall?" When Shen Yanzhou saw Liu's appearance, he was taken aback. The man was tall and strong, covered in burn scars, giving off an intimidating vibe. What kind of people did Jiang Ning have in her house? He glanced at the large medicine pot by the well and frowned, asking, "What kind of medicine are you boiling every day? It's making people sick." Just then, Jiang Ning finished roasting the cumin and heard Liu's deep voice speaking to someone. She stepped out, stood beside him, and looked up at Shen Yanzhou. She wondered how he ended up next door. Seeing Jiang Ning, Shen Yanzhou immediately asked earnestly, "Hey, can you stop boiling medicine?" "No, I can't." Jiang Ning firmly refused, joking that these dishes were their family's lifeline. "But we're having cumin grilled meat later. Do you want to join us?" Shen Yanzhou felt a bit displeased at her refusal, but when he heard her invite to eat grilled meat, he couldn't say no. That day, he hadn't enjoyed his meal fully, because there were elders around. So, he quickly replied, "Yes, I'll come over right away." Seeing him get down from the wall, Jiang Ning went back to the kitchen to prepare cumin powder. At that moment, Granny Zhou returned with a basket full of vegetables. Liu started collecting the medicinal juice and helped Granny Zhou wash the vegetables and prepare the ingredients. After grinding the cumin, Jiang Ning stored it in a small jar. She then took a plate and prepared some cumin powder, salt, chili powder, and oil. These seasonings were essential for the grilled meat. None could be missing. Once Granny Zhou finished washing the vegetables, Jiang Ning asked them to chop the vegetables and meat, then thread them onto bamboo skewers. Thanks to Liu Huayan's poison-making skills, they had all sorts of supplies at home. She cut the chicken wings and thighs separately and used the rest of the chicken to make soup, as Granny Zhou had bought 2 chickens, perfect for stewing in a large pot. After preparing all the ingredients, Jiang Ning set up the charcoal stove and started teaching Granny Zhou and Liu how to grill the meat, applying the seasonings and oil. With a few tries, they quickly got the hang of it. The delicious aroma soon made them salivate. Once they were comfortable with grilling, Jiang Ning prepared 2 cold dishes, mainly because she invited the neighbors and was worried there wouldn't be enough food. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. Shen Yanzhou arrived, drawn by the smell, and Chongqing brought a large jar of wine, which Jiang Ning guessed weighed several pounds. The finished dishes were placed on the stone table in the yard, and after setting down the wine jar, Chongqing helped arrange the bowls and chopsticks. At that moment, Lu Huayan came out from the house. He had been busy writing recently and only showed up at mealtime. "Brother Lu, I am Shen Yanzhou. Sorry for the intrusion." Shen Yanzhou greeted Lu Huayan warmly. "Young Master Shen, nice to meet you." Lu Huayan returned the greeting. Both were students from the same academy. Although they hadn't officially met, they had heard of each other, so there was no need for excessive politeness. "Come and sit. It will taste bad if it gets cold," Jiang Ning called out. There were only 4 stools at the stone table, with 1 stool holding the wine jar. Chongqing, Granny Zhou, and Li Tinyu ate in the dining room. "You have quite a variety of grilled dishes, and they taste really good," Shen Yanzhou said, picking up a skewer of grilled fish and taking a bite. It was crispy and delicious. Of course, this was a last-minute decision, or I could have prepared more. Jiang Ning really enjoys barbecues even in modern times. She often earns money from live streaming during holidays and then treats herself to a big meal. "Since you're treating me to good food, let me share some news with you." "What news?" Jiang Ning asked curiously, and Lu Huayan also glanced at Shen Yanzhou. "Last night, a group of people in black came to your house, but 2 of them died before they could climb over the wall, and the others ran away." Lu Huayan's expression darkened. "Do you know who they were?" "I was asleep, and the guards didn't check," Shen Yanzhou shrugged. "Who else could it be?" "It's either the Liu family or the Shui family. The servants from the Liu family probably didn't have time to come out." Jiang Ning felt proud thinking about her own handiwork. "How did you get into a feud with the Shui family?" Shen Yanzhou asked casually. "If you want to know, go check for yourself. With so many people under your care, not being able to find out this much is pretty useless." Lu Huayan shot him a sideways glance. "All right, I'll dig up all your secrets then, and don't blame me for embarrassing you." "Come on, can't we just enjoy our meal in peace?" Jiang Ning said, feeling exasperated. After dinner, everyone was full, and Shen Yanzhou left with a satisfied burp. Jiang Ning stayed with Lu Huayan in the yard to digest. In the sunset, their shadows stretched long and narrow. "Do you have a plan for dealing with Zhuang Yunqing?" Jiang Ning was eager to confront him. Lu Huayan frowned. The people in black last night were probably from the Liu family. With Shen Yanzhou around, the Shui family won't make a move for now. Since Lu Shancheng knows we have poison, he might arrange for guards to protect Zhuang Yunqing. It will be difficult for us to act against him right now. Plus, if we do, we'll be the prime suspects, and that would complicate things with the county magistrate. Lu Huayan's analysis made Jiang Ning feel a bit discouraged, but she understood he was right. Scholars were not easy to deal with, and they couldn't risk their own safety. That would be counterproductive. But she wouldn't let him have too much freedom. "He keeps bothering me over and over. I can't stand it anymore." "Don't rush. There will always be a way." Lu Huayan hadn't expected her to be so impatient. "Do you know where Qingshan Temple is?" Jiang Ning remembered that old lady Lu said her mother was found in the woods near Qingshan Temple. The original owner's memories were limited to the village and the county. She didn't know about other places. "It's not far from the city. Once my leg is better, I'll go with you." Jiang Ning noticed that although he still used a cane, he walked steadily. Curiously, she asked, "Is your leg better? Do you need to see a doctor again?" "No need. It's almost healed," Lu Huayan replied, feeling very satisfied with his recovery. In less than a month, his leg was nearly back to normal. With a bit more rest, he could start practicing martial arts again. His skills were still too weak. At that moment, Granny Zhou handed her a note, saying that Miss Meng invited her to go shopping together the next day. Thinking that she had never really gone shopping before, Jiang Ning couldn't miss the opportunity and immediately agreed. The next morning, a large carriage from Meng Ke's family came to pick up Jiang Ning. As soon as she got on the carriage, she asked, "Xiaoro, Why do you want to go shopping today? Meng Keru pouted and replied angrily, It's because of that shameless girl. She's getting engaged tomorrow, and my mother said there are many talented young men at the academy, so I have to attend the engagement banquet. I have to buy her a gift. You mean Lu Shuiying is getting engaged to Zhuang Yinqing? Jiang Ning asked suspiciously. Yes, didn't you know? She probably didn't want to invite you all. Isn't it enough for one family to give a gift for a celebration? Why do you have to give her something extra? My mother said that girls should exchange gifts privately. Lushan Academy is the best in the county, so as the daughter of the county magistrate, I have to show some respect, Meng Keru explained dryly. Jiang Ning suddenly understood. So, what gift are you planning to give her? I don't get along with her, so I'll just buy some jewelry from the West Market, she said. She planned to buy some gold-plated items. Lu Shuiying didn't deserve a big gift from her. Humph. That works. If the jewelry at the West Market is cheap, I'll buy some too. Jiang Ning thought about how she had nothing since arriving in this world and felt a bit sad. Although she had taken quite a few things from the Liu family, she probably couldn't use them for now. Who knows if they have any marks or something on them? She mainly felt uneasy about it and planned to sell them when she had the chance. Meng Kara glanced at Jiang Ning, who looked beautiful even without makeup. She complimented, You look great without jewelry. Haha, wearing some would definitely make me look as good as you. As soon as the carriage arrived at the West Market, they got off and started walking around. They occasionally bought some snacks to eat while strolling. Along the way, they heard plenty of gossip, like how the Liu family's grain shop had suddenly stopped doing business for some reason. There were also rumors about the Liu family facing misfortune and falling ill, and that they had called all the doctors in town, etc. Hearing this made Jiang Ning feel even better. After dealing with the Liu family, she noticed that a kitchen had appeared next to the bamboo house in the space. It was powered by gas, looking similar to modern natural gas, but she hadn't used it yet. She planned to buy some bowls and chopsticks to put in there later. Jiang Ning followed Meng Keru as she led the way, wandering through several streets without realizing it. Both of them had bought quite a few things. Jiang Ning purchased bowls, sauces, snacks, tea sets, shoes, and socks, among other items. Luckily, Miss Meng had brought a maid and 2 young helpers to carry the items. Since the purchases were too scattered, it was inconvenient to have the shopkeepers deliver them, so they loaded what they couldn't carry onto the cart first. Otherwise, Jiang Ning wouldn't have dared to buy so much. Just as she was about to turn a corner, Jiang Ning nearly bumped into someone rushing towards her. Watch out! Meng Kara quickly pulled her aside. Jiang Ning was surprised by Meng Kara's quick reaction. She clearly had some inner strength. After they moved aside, the person collided directly with Manager Zhou, who was seeing off a customer. At that moment, Jiang Ning realized they had walked to the entrance of Zhou's fabric shop. Li War, how can you run around in the street? Manager Zhou scolded a pale, thin girl about 11 or 12 years old. 2 pieces of fabric fell from the small basket on the girl's back, spilling out and revealing blue and gray fine cotton cloth, but the fabric looked quite flawed. Li War hurriedly picked up the fabric from the ground, dusted it off, and handed it to Manager Zhou, saying, Aunt Zhou, I came to deliver this fabric. Please take a look. Manager Zhou frowned and did not take it. She had already seen that the fabric was badly woven, with chaotic patterns. What happened to this fabric? How could your mother weave something like this? It looks terrible. Li War lowered her head, twisting her fingers, and stammered, My mother is very ill, so I wove it myself. Seeing that Manager Zhou wouldn't accept the fabric, she suddenly knelt down and pleaded, Aunt Zhou, please, take this fabric. Otherwise, my mother won't have money for her treatment. Manager Zhou sighed. Although she felt sympathy, she was also helpless. Sigh, this fabric is too damaged. I can't sell it if I take it. My small business can't afford to be so generous. Here, I have 50 coins. You can use it to get a doctor for your mother. Manager Zhou was also in a difficult position. 2 pieces of fabric would cost at least 500 or 600 coins. She only earned 1 or 2 silver coins a month and had to support her family, so she truly didn't have extra money to help. A month to weave only 2 pieces of cloth is too little, Jiang Ning thought to herself. Zhou, the shopkeeper, disagreed, saying, Miss, you don't understand. Weaving a piece of cotton cloth in half a month is already fast. Some people can only make 1 piece in a month. Of course, linen is quicker to weave. Jiang Ning didn't expect to let her thoughts slip out. However, she recalled the history of weaving machines she had learned about before. Early weaving machines indeed had a low output compared to modern ones. Perhaps she could modify the current weaving machine to advance the evolution of weaving technology. This would improve people's lives and also be a way to make money. She could give the improved designs to Anton. He might be interested. Li Huar saw that Zhou did not buy the cloth, so she put it away and turned to leave, looking disappointed. Jiang Ning felt a bit sorry and called out to her, How much for this cloth? Li Huar's eyes lit up as she turned to Jiang Ning, 501. Okay, I'll buy it, Jiang Ning replied, taking out 5 coins and handing them to her. After Li Huar accepted the money, she happily gave the cloth to Jiang Ning and thanked her repeatedly before running off. Zhou, the shopkeeper, watched this scene and sighed, Miss, you are a good person. It's not easy for Li Qionyang, raising her child alone. I'm not losing out. This cloth is still cheaper than linen, Jiang Ning thought, considering that it would be more comfortable for making undergarments for Granny Zhou and the others. Zhou smiled, that's true. After waiting for a while, Meng Keru finally couldn't hold back and said, Good person, we should go now. Jiang Ning laughed at her, Haha, let's go. After saying goodbye to Zhou, the two finally arrived at a larger silver shop in the West Market. Although Jiang Ning wasn't dressed well, Meng Keru was elegantly dressed in fine silk. As soon as they entered the store, the shop assistant rushed over, not daring to be slow. After all, big customers rarely came to this side of the market. The assistant initially wanted to take them upstairs, where the jewelry was better, but Meng Keru declined. They were then led to a private room next to the main hall on the first floor. The assistant quickly brought over a catalog and, after confirming the jewelry they wanted, went to prepare the items. Soon, another assistant brought tea and snacks. Wow, the treatment of a young lady is really different, Jiang Ning remarked while sipping her tea. After shopping for a while, it was nice to take a break here. Meng Keru was indeed very experienced at shopping. This is all thanks to my mother. Otherwise, with my father's salary, I wouldn't be able to enjoy this treatment. Meng Keru was tired and leaned back against the chair, sitting in a rather casual manner. Okay, you sit here. I'm going to check out the display, Jiang Ning said, as she stood up. Meng Keru nodded. She didn't want to move. This was Jiang Ning's first time visiting a silver shop in ancient times, and everything seemed new to her. The gold and silver jewelry displayed in the hall caught Jiang Ning's eye. These would be materials for her future creations. Seeing Jiang Ning out alone, another attendant followed her with a tray to assist. As she walked, she picked out several items: earrings, hairpins, hair sticks, and bracelets, choosing some in gold and silver. Soon, the tray was piled high with her selections. The prices for the jewelry on this floor were reasonable, so she decided to buy more. Although she had gathered a lot from the Liu family, she hadn't organized it yet, making it inconvenient to use at the moment. It's better to keep wealth discreet and low-key. Thinking about her purchases, she decided to pick something for Liu Huayan as well. So, she instructed the attendant, Please help me calculate how much this will cost. I want to choose a hairpin for a man. Sure, just a moment, the attendant replied with a bright smile. He pointed Jiang Ning to the hairpin counter and took the tray to calculate the total. As Jiang Ning reached the hairpin counter, dazzled by the options, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ning, what are you doing here? The voice was very piercing, drawing the attention of several customers. Meng Keru also stepped out from the private room. She wouldn't let anyone bully her people. Jiang Ning's expression darkened as she turned to see a flamboyantly dressed young woman glaring at her. It was none other than Zhang Xiao. Why can't I be here? Yang Ning scoffed. Look at you, so shabby. Can you even afford anything? Don't embarrass yourself by not being able to pay, Zhang Xiao shouted loudly, wanting everyone to see Jiang Ning's humiliation. Jiang Ning slowly took out a 100-tael silver note from her sleeve, smiling happily as she said, "Isn't this your money for sale? How could I not afford it?" She even shook the silver note intentionally, making a rustling sound. The insult was strong, but the damage was minimal. This scene deeply hurt Jiang Xiao, reminding her that she was just a scapegoat for this lowly person. Furious, Jiang Xiao wanted to rush over and the silver note back, but she didn't dare. Money for sale? What was going on? The onlookers were all curious, straining to hear more. Jiang Xiao walked over with a sneer. She had just seen a beautiful girl in plain clothes picking out jewelry from a distance and felt extremely jealous. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Jiang Ning, and she couldn't believe how pretty she had become. It must be because of some evil spirit. You definitely have a problem. You were never like this before. I knew you were possessed by a ghost. You are not my original sister at all. My original Jiang Ning was pale and thin, with a face full of blemishes. How could someone change so much? Just as Jiang Ning wanted to stop her nonsense, Meng Kero asked, "Is it true that you were pale and thin?" She looked Jiang Ning up and down, unable to imagine her as Jiang Xiao described. Jiang Ning didn't hide it. "Yes, I was treated poorly in the Jiang family and was malnourished. I finally managed to get better." Meng Kero nodded in understanding. "I see." After Jiang Ning explained, before Jiang Xiao could say more, she grabbed her hair. With a swift motion, she slapped her twice and dragged her toward the door by her hair. It was easier to handle things outside, as she was worried about breaking something inside and didn't want to pay for it. The crowd watching shivered. This was too fierce. They quickly moved away from her. "You dare hit me? I am the favorite concubine of the county magistrate. He won't let you get away with this. You must be possessed by a ghost. My sister wouldn't have such strength. Someone, grab her and burn her." Jiang Xiao shouted, trying to convince everyone that Jiang Ning was possessed. Having spent some time in the county magistrate's residence, she felt she could take a hit better now. The onlookers curiously looked at Jiang Ning's face, but apart from being pretty, they didn't see anything ghostly about her. So everyone agreed that this was just jealousy between women. "It seems the county magistrate hasn't trained you well, letting you act like a mad dog out here," Jiang Ning said with a cold laugh, stepping on her. "If I were really a ghost, would I let you jump around in front of me? I wouldn't need to work so hard to deal with you." Meng Kero looked at Jiang Ning with newfound respect. Indeed, women should be bold like this. She curiously asked, "Is she the magistrate's concubine?" "Yes," Jiang Ning nodded. "And not a very smart one at that. Otherwise, why would she keep coming back for a beating?" "That's easy." Meng Kero waved her hand. "Someone, take this woman back to the county magistrate's residence and tell the magistrate's wife that she has disrespected me, the magistrate's daughter, and she should properly discipline the concubines in her household." Soon, 2 men in plain clothes stepped forward to carry out the order, quickly putting Jiang Xiao into a carriage and taking her away. Jiang Xiao's maid, frightened, hurriedly followed after them. Jiang Ning gave Meng Kero a thumbs up, impressed. "I didn't expect you to bring bodyguards." It turned out that the legendary secret guards were just like this, hidden among the crowd, and not very noticeable. "Of course. My life is very valuable. My mother always said that young ladies must protect themselves and not fall into danger," Meng Kero replied proudly. Jiang Ning laughed. "Yes, your mother is right." Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, everyone dispersed. They dared not provoke the county magistrate's daughter, who was shopping in the West Market. At the Jiang residence, and he hurried into the depths of the courtyard to the Buddhist hall and gently called out, "Madam, there's trouble." Madame Fong, dressed in plain clothes and with her eyes half closed, was kneeling in the Buddhist hall reciting scriptures. Hearing the voice outside, she paused her prayer beads. "What is it?" And he stepped forward and explained everything about Jiang Xiao. Madame Fong slowly set down her beads and ordered, "Since she has offended the county magistrate's daughter, let her be punished according to the rules." "Yes," and he replied happily and quickly left. And he was a maid who accompanied Madame Jiang when she married and was the oldest concubine in the household. Because of her plain appearance, The county magistrate rarely visited her room. As the lady of the house, she helped manage the household affairs, which allowed her to stay. Since the county magistrate could not have children and had peculiar habits, Madame Jiang had grown tired of attending to him. She spent most of her time in the Buddhist hall, leaving the household matters to Aunt He. However, Jiang Xiao, an average-looking girl, seemed to have won the master's favor shortly after entering the house, often bringing bodyguards when she visited her family. Recently, she even received permission from the master to go out freely, and it seemed she was gaining more influence than Aunt He. Aunt He had thought that the more favored one would soon fall out of favor, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao was doing well. This made Aunt He unhappy. She had long wanted to teach Jiang Xiao a lesson, and today presented a perfect opportunity. However, she still wanted to consult Madame Jiang first, just in case the master blamed her. She could say it was the madam's approval. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." As soon as she saw the county magistrate, even though her hands were tied behind her back, her legs could still move, and seeing that no one was stopping her, she rushed towards him, crying, "Sir, you must help me." The county magistrate saw her tear-streaked face, swollen cheeks, and disheveled hair, looking very pitiful. He grabbed her hair and dragged her to a nearby guest room. Usually, he would hold back from hitting her face, but since it was already swollen, he thought it wouldn't matter if he hit her a few more times. Jiang Xiao had not had the chance to use any medicine this time and took the beating directly, feeling extremely angry. All the humiliation she suffered was caused by Jiang Ning, and she would not let her off the hook. As for the Jiang family, in a few days, she would make sure to repay them for all the pain she endured. After the ordeal, Jiang Xiao had a bruised face, looking very unfortunate. The county magistrate rewarded her with a few items and promised she could return to her family in a few days. As for the punishment, Jiang Xiao knew it was pointless to bring it up again and decided to accept the situation. When she came out of the room, she saw Heisher looking at her with a smirk. "So, have you thought about how to deal with me?" "I'm waiting." Jiang Xiao was furious and shouted at her maid, "What are you doing? Go get some water to clean me up. Can't you see what needs to be done?" On Jiang Ning's side, she spent less than 50 taels on many pieces of jewelry, while just one hairpin for Liu Huayan cost 50 taels. It seemed that whether in ancient or modern times, men's items were always more expensive. Meng Kero picked out several sets of headpieces, mostly gilded, and they were stylish. The two of them shopped until dark and returned home after a satisfying meal. When they saw the servant bringing back a pile of items, Granny Zhou was stunned. "That's quite a lot of shopping." Liu Huayan felt a lot of pressure. He was still relying on his wife. With her spending so much, he needed to work harder. Jiang Ning didn't notice her family's surprised expressions as she handed the hairpin to Liu Huayan. She also gave Granny Zhou 2 pieces of cotton fabric she had bought earlier, asking her to make clothes for herself and Li Tiniu when she had time. Granny Zhou was pleasantly surprised that the young lady had bought them something. Even if the fabric had some flaws, it was still cotton, and she happily accepted it. After sending Jiang Ning off, Meng Kero returned home. Suddenly, her carriage nearly collided with another carriage coming from the opposite direction. The coachman had to pull the reins sharply to stop the carriage. Inside the carriage, Meng Kero and her maid Hongyu almost collided, but Meng Kero quickly dodged just in time. Hongyu lifted the curtain and scolded the coachman what happened. "How are you driving?" A young servant sitting nearby explained for the coachman, "The other carriage was going too fast and almost hit us." The people in the other carriage were also startled by the sudden stop, and Shun Yanzhou climbed out. His face was filled with anger, his handsome features twisted in rage. "What's going on?" The coachman didn't dare to speak. Chongqing peeked out from behind Shin Yanzhou and muttered, "It must be because we were going too fast. I told you not to drive so quickly, and now look what happened." Shun Yanzhou, annoyed, gave him a light smack on the head. He had just bumped his head and was furious. He didn't care if it was his speed. He glared at the other carriage, noticing the flag that seemed to belong to the county magistrate's family. "It's fine, let's just go," Meng Kero said as she stepped out of the carriage. Seeing the young lady, Shen Yanzhou frowned. You again? Tell me, are you following me because you have a crush on me? Shen Yanzhou was surprised by her boldness. He had just moved here, and she had already found him. Meng Kara looked at the foolish man in front of her, realizing he was the coward from the lakeside pavilion. What a coincidence. What are you staring at? Even if you look longingly, I'm still someone you can't have, Shen Yanzhou said, tossing his head back defiantly. Meng Kara rolled her eyes. Are you sick? If you are, go get treated. Don't block my way.
You.
How dare you insult me? Shen Yanzhou was so angry he almost jumped down from the carriage to confront her. But Meng Kara simply entered the carriage and ordered the coachman to return home. The coachman obeyed, and the carriage slowly started moving away without hesitation.
Stop.
You think you can just leave? You still owe me an apology. Shen Yanzhou shouted in frustration, wishing the coachman would turn around and chase after her. Chongqing helplessly advised, Young master, we're home now. Aren't you hungry? Don't think I don't know who she is. I'll go tell her father tomorrow. Shen Yanzhou declared angrily as he sat back in the carriage. Tomorrow, Lu Shanchong was hosting an engagement banquet at home and would surely invite the county magistrate's family. He intended to make sure her father taught her a lesson. Jiang Ning was unaware of what was happening at her doorstep. She brought the kitchen items she bought today back to her room and stored them away. The kitchen in her space was about 10 square meters, equipped with cabinets, a refrigerator, pots, and everything else she needed. Jiang Ning took out the dishes to wash them and arrange the oil, salt, and sauces. The water in the sink was regular water, so she went to fetch a pot of spring water to boil. She had forgotten to sell the dried honeysuckle she had prepared, so she decided to keep it for herself. With summer here, drinking it occasionally could help cool her down. With the kitchen set up, her space felt more like home. After preparing some tea, she began to paint, inspired by the jewelry she had seen that day. She needed to finish her design drafts for the month quickly. The next morning, Jiang Ning woke up and looked at her spiritual field, which was already filled with clusters of green grapes and tomatoes. She estimated they would be ready to eat in a few days and swallowed hard at the thought. However, there weren't many. It would be great if she could transplant some outside. The ginseng nearby was also growing well. She had planted ginseng in half of the newly upgraded medicinal field since she didn't know much about other herbs, but she believed ginseng was valuable. These past few days, she had been practicing her internal energy while sleeping. Despite the help from the spring water, her progress was still slow. She needed to reach the first level of internal energy to start practicing sword techniques. So, nothing could be achieved overnight. She had to take her time. After practicing some military-style exercises, she went to wash up. After some rest, Lu Huayan's leg had improved a lot. Occasionally, when he got tired from writing, he would take a slow walk in the yard. When Jiang Ning came out of her room, she saw Lu Huayan standing under the osmanthus tree, dressed in a blue robe, tall and slender like bamboo. On the stone table was a stack of open papers, and the aroma of tea filled the air. She walked over, glanced at one paper, then put it back and asked, "Are you almost done?" Lu Huayan slowly walked to the stone table and sat down, pouring her a cup of tea. "Yes, are you not going out today?" Jiang Ning shook her head and noticed the jade hairpin she had given him in his hair, which looked great with the blue robe. "Today is Zhuang Yunqing's engagement day, and they didn't invite us. What a pity. It was unfortunate that she couldn't add to their celebration. There will always be opportunities. Don't rush," Lu Huayan said. He was already preparing, but raising the insects would take some time. "Well, my good cousin doesn't understand why she would pay such a high price for a worthless man." Lu Huayan remained silent. He never understood women's thoughts in his life. At that moment, Granny Zhou came over to ask where breakfast should be set. Jiang Ning noticed there was no space left on the stone table, so she stood up and went to the dining hall, with Lu Huayan following her. After breakfast, Jiang Ning noticed that the water jar for the spiritual spring was almost empty again, so she added some more. This was a new jar she bought after moving here, and she usually only let Granny Zhou use it for cooking and boiling water. The water for washing was still in the original jar. After some time of using the spiritual spring water, her family's health had improved, and they hardly ever got sick. Liu Huayan's writing had entered its final stage, and after finishing his meal, he returned to the yard to continue writing. Once Jiangning finished her tasks outside, she went back to her room and entered her space. In the space, she brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea and added a bit of honey, which she had bought yesterday. It tasted good. Now, besides designing clothing styles, she also wanted to quickly think of ideas for a double-sided embroidery book. If she didn't actively make money, there was something wrong with her. Back in modern times, she rushed to earn more money through live streaming. Here, if she hadn't been chased out of the village, she would have wanted to buy some land to plant grapes and tomatoes. The vineyard was her favorite place from her past life. Endless grapevines hung with grapes, plus a winery, a raisin factory, and a canned grape factory. What a spectacular sight. If she could have such a vineyard, along with a wine cellar to enjoy fine wine, surrounded by lovely servants, it would truly be a great joy in life. She shouldn't think about it. She was almost drooling. The engagement banquet at the Liu residence was quite lively. On the auspicious day, guests arrived one after another, giving Liu Shanchong plenty of face. Since there was no lady of the house, Liu Shanchong invited the county magistrate's wife to help host the female guests. Xia Jiha also invited a few older ladies to assist, and the place was filled with guests, creating a festive atmosphere. The only downside was that there was no betrothal gift ceremony, but everyone understood that the Zhuang scholars' family, being farmers, couldn't offer anything substantial. This gave some jealous young ladies a reason to secretly mock. After the engagement ceremony, the young ladies were sent to the backyard garden to have fun. The garden was already prepared with tea, and Meng Keru and Jiang Fengfei sat together chatting. Today is Liu Shuiying's happy day. Meng Keru was ordered by her mother not to cause trouble for her, feeling quite bored. "Miss Meng, what other gift did you give Liu Shuiying?" Jiang Fengfei asked. "I just gave her a set of headwear." "What about you?" "I also gave headwear. My brother is studying at the academy, so I couldn't give something too simple." Meng Keru nodded. As long as the thought is there, that's what matters. Couples eventually come together. "I wonder when we will meet someone good," Jiang Fengfei sighed. The other girls agreed with her, and someone replied, "Isn't that true? My mother is worried sick. Scholar Zhuang is quite good, but unfortunately, he comes from a farming family, so Miss Liu is settling. For us, with our higher status, it's hard to find someone." Meng Keru scoffed at this. A man who abandons his fiancée can't be a good person. However, Jiang Fengfei remembered the man she met at the lakeside pavilion and wondered which family he belonged to. He had an extraordinary presence, so he must not be from an ordinary family. Suddenly, she spotted a figure in the distance. Could it be that nobleman? Jiang Fengfei widened her eyes, thinking she might be imagining things due to missing him too much. But she wasn't mistaken. The garden was divided by a silk ribbon, making it easy to see who was on the other side. This was also why Madame Xia insisted Meng Keru attend the banquet. She had come to check the venue in advance. The more one sees, the more likely they are to find someone appealing. Sure enough, as more young talents arrived, the whispers among the girls grew louder. When Jiang Fengfei saw her brother talking to that nobleman, her heart raced. So, her brother knows him? Does that mean she has a chance? Noticing the man looking her way, Jiang Fengfei eagerly responded with her gaze, feeling incredibly excited. Could he possibly be interested in her too? At this moment, Meng Keru also noticed Jiang Fengfei's unusual behavior. Following her gaze, she saw that persistent guy glaring at her angrily. Meng Keru silently mouthed, "Coward." Shen Yanzhou was furious because he understood. That annoying woman dared to call him a coward again. He wanted to turn away and ignore her, but he felt that would only confirm he was backing down. So, he widened his eyes and stared at Meng Keru, silently cursing. Meng Keru couldn't help but laugh at his childish behavior. Jiang Fengfei then realized that the young man was looking at Meng Keru, and her expression turned a bit unfriendly. Seeing the two of them exchanging glances in front of her, she asked with a hint of annoyance, "Miss Meng, What are you doing? Nothing much.
Why?
Do you know that young man? I don't know him.
Do you?
Meng Kara finally looked at Jiang Fangfei. Should we ask my brother? They seem to be together. Forget it, I'm not interested. Then I'll go ask. Seeing Meng Kara nod, Jiang Fangfei immediately stood up and walked toward the red line, intentionally blocking their view. Shen Yanzhou had no choice but to look away and started chatting with the people around him. Hung Yu poured tea for Meng Kara and curiously asked, Miss, we've run into that person several times. Is he following us on purpose? So, it turns out that being overly sentimental can be contagious. Meng Kara laughed at Hung Yu. Did you forget what my father said last time? He's probably the governor's son, Shen Yanzhou, who came from the capital. Didn't my father invite him to our home? Oh, right. How could I forget that? Hung Yu slapped her forehead and asked, So, what do you think of him? Not much. I think he's quite handsome, but he has a bit of a temper and gets angry easily. Still, he comes from a good family. You can't judge someone by their background. Didn't my mother say that character is what matters most?
True.
Hung Yu nodded. The lady was always right. At that moment, Li Zhubu's granddaughter, Li Rue, came over. Karu, let's sit at the same table for the meal later.
Sure.
Why did you come so late today? There was a bit of trouble at home, so I left late. In the garden, the young ladies were gathered in groups, chatting and playing games, and before they knew it, it was time for the meal. As soon as it was the hour of the rooster, everyone headed to the dining table. Halfway through the meal, Meng Kara suddenly noticed that Jiang Fangfei had been gone for a long time to change clothes and hadn't returned. Could something have happened? She thought to herself and turned to Li Rue. Should we go look for Fangfei? You go ahead. I just changed and don't want to go again. Seeing this, Meng Kara took Hung Yu with her to check the changing area, also to tidy herself up. The sun had just set, and it was still bright, but lanterns were already lit everywhere. The red lanterns looked very festive. Meng Kara walked to the women's changing area and, while passing a section separated by a rockery, caught sight of a familiar figure sneaking in the shadows. She was puzzled and wanted to investigate, but the figure quickly disappeared. Hung Yu also noticed and asked, Miss, did someone just go toward the men's side? Yes, go check it out, but don't get too close. If there's trouble, shout for help. Understood, Mississippi. After a while, Hung Yu returned. Miss, I saw Miss Jiang enter a room on the side. Could it be? She recalled the scene with Lu Ruame at the lakeside pavilion. Meng Kara didn't want to get involved. Some people just didn't know how to take care of themselves. What good would a reputation ruined in such a way bring to their future? She turned to leave but heard Hung Yu say, What if that room has young Master Shin? If something happens to him, will our master be in trouble? Meng Kara paused. If that coward got taken advantage of. Just as she hesitated about intervening, a loud shout came from inside the room. Get out. Then there was a sound of stumbling and crashing. Reluctantly, Meng Kara walked over, and before she reached the door, a drunken man stumbled out. Upon seeing Meng Kara, he rushed forward, hugged her tightly, and cried, I almost lost myself. That disgusting thing tried to ruin me. You have to help me. Jiang Fangfei hurriedly followed behind, furious. She had worked hard to get her brother drunk and had even sent away his servant. Finally, she had this opportunity. There was no way she would let him escape. After all, he was the son of the governor. Even if she couldn't be the main wife, she would be happy to be a concubine. Hadn't Lu Ruame been willing to take a poor scholar as a concubine? And young Master Shin was not only the governor's son but also a scholar and handsome. If she missed this chance, there would be no second opportunity. She didn't want anyone to see what was happening, so she hadn't arranged for an audience. She didn't want to be publicly humiliated like that foolish Lu Ruame. She just thought that once things progressed, her brother would come, and it would be done. But as she rushed out, she saw young Master Shin crying in Meng Kara's arms, calling her a disgusting thing. Jiang Fangfei clenched her fists tightly, barely suppressing her anger. She questioned fiercely, What are you doing here? And what are you doing here? Do you want to learn how to forcefully pursue Lu Ruame? Meng Kara asked in response. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you to leave quickly. Young Master Shun is mine, and I must have him today, Jiang Fengfei said with determination. Shun Yanzhou shivered and held on tighter. You can't abandon me. I won't let that awful woman get away with this. Meng Keru felt suffocated by his grip and sighed, wondering how she got into this situation. However, she still tried to persuade Jiang Fengfei, you need to let go of this obsession. The governor has many ways to make a person, or even a whole family, disappear quietly. Do you really think he can be threatened by you? Your innocence isn't that important to them. These words were what her mother had told her. A woman must love herself to earn respect from others. Hearing this, Shun Yanzhou nodded. That's right. My bodyguard is outside. Tell her to leave, or I will make her whole family pay. His innocence was meant for his future wife. He couldn't let anyone take advantage of him. He didn't want to be like his father, who favored a concubine over his wife. In this life, he only wanted to marry a woman he truly loved. Jiang Fengfei gritted her teeth. She hadn't considered this aspect. She had been too eager today. Upon hearing he was the governor's son, she got carried away. She hadn't thought the gap in their status was so vast that it wouldn't be easy for her to resolve. If you want me to leave, you must promise not to go after us, she said. Meng Keru didn't expect her to come to this conclusion so quickly and nodded. I promise for him. You can go. Out of respect for their past friendship, she helped this time and would pretend not to know her in the future. Shun Yanzhou remained silent. Although he didn't intend to let the Jiang family off easily, he was willing to give Meng Keru face. However, while he could spare her life, he couldn't let Jiang Fengju get away with plotting against him. He had to teach him a lesson. Jiang Fengfei clenched her fists. The governor's status was something she could never reach, and now she had to give up. Seeing her leave, Meng Keru patted Shun Yanzhou, who was still tightly holding onto her, putting all his weight on her. All right, stand still. I'll help you out. Why don't you hold me? Shun Yanzhou insisted. His mind was still clear, but his legs felt weak like cotton, and he couldn't stand properly. The alcohol must have been strong. You, a grown man, want me to hold you? Aren't you ashamed? Meng Keru was speechless. Where did this overly needy man come from? Hong Yu's mouth was agape in surprise. After a while, she finally closed her mouth and stepped forward to help, but was waved away by Shun Yanzhou. But Jiang Ning is hugging Lu Huan on the street. I don't care, I want you to hug me too. Just don't regret it. Meng Keru sighed and bent down to pick up Shun Yanzhou. She wondered what methods Jiang Fengju had used. It was surprising that no one had come over for so long. She thought that if she didn't hold him, he might just lie down and throw a tantrum. Considering their parents were around, it was better not to attract their attention. Once in her arms, Shun Yanzhou wrapped his arms around Meng Keru's neck, which made Hong Yu glare at him disapprovingly. He realized that being held by a woman felt like this. He had been curious about it when he followed Jiang Ning. Today, he finally experienced it himself and found it quite nice. Can you contact your people? Meng Keru asked as she carried him along the corridor to the outer courtyard. At that moment, the banquet was still ongoing, and there were hardly any people in the corridor. Yes, at the second gate in the front yard. My guard is waiting there, Shun Yanzhou said, rubbing his face against her neck, enjoying the pleasant scent. Meng Keru decided not to argue with a drunk and took him to his guard before returning to the banquet table. The guard leader, Shin Qi, was surprised to see his master being carried by a woman and seemed quite pleased, which was quite embarrassing. He sent 2 subordinates to find Chongqing, who had gone missing. Finally, they found the unconscious Chongqing in a gap in the bushes. At that point, they didn't care about manners anymore. After finding him, they headed back home. Shun Yanzhou vowed never to attend such banquets again. It was too unsafe. He regretted being careless, thinking no one would dare to scheme against him here. If he were in the capital, he would have brought Shinqi along. Jiang Fengfei did not return to the banquet, but wandered aimlessly into the garden. In a moment of impulse, she had not only angered young Master Shin but also lost a friend in Meng Keru. If her father found out, he might marry her off without a second thought, possibly to some old man as a second wife. After all, with many children, he had done such things before. Thinking of this made her feel a chill run from her feet to her heart. Jiang Fengfei squatted down, unable to hold back her sadness, and began to quietly sob. This scene was witnessed by Chen Zihong, who was taking a breath in another part of the garden. Not knowing what had happened, he returned to the banquet to inform Jiang Fengju. Jiang Fengju hurried over, crossing the red silk ribbon to reach Jiang Fengfei. He asked with concern what happened. Did things go wrong? They were siblings, so there was no need for formality between them. Brother, I'm afraid I offended those two families. If father finds out, he will surely be furious with me, Jiang Fengfei said, tears in her eyes as she saw her older brother. Calm down and tell me what happened, he replied. Jiang Fengfei stood up and explained everything in detail. After hearing her story, Jiang Fengju said angrily, Meng Caro has ruined my plans. If his sister could have been close to the governor's family, he would have had a strong backing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. He thought Lu Shuiying would give up on Zhuang Yunqing, but instead, they got engaged. Everything was going wrong. What should we do now? Young Master Shen promised not to retaliate against us, but what if? Jiang Fengfei said seriously. Jiang Fengju gently patted her head and reassured her, don't worry. He just likes to play around and is easy to talk to. We can handle him. Jiang Fengfei sighed in relief and asked curiously, how did you know I was here? Chen Zihong told me. One of the three who graduated with Zhuang Yunqing from the same school? How is he? Well, he got engaged to the granddaughter of Master Su, so we can't interfere with him. But if my sister likes him, it's not impossible. Didn't Zhuang Yunqing break off his engagement and get engaged again? He's even planning to take a concubine soon. I don't believe Chen Zihong won't be tempted. Jiang Fengju thought for a moment. Since they couldn't connect with the governor's family, finding a talented but poor scholar would be good enough. His sister couldn't marry someone too lowly. But Lu Shuiying is the daughter of the headmaster, and her grandfather is an official. The benefits are significant. Jiang Ning has no backing, so breaking off an engagement would be easy. Why would Qin Xiaocai break off his engagement for me? Jiang Fengfei said doubtfully. Then let's ruin his engagement. If he really doesn't care, then so be it. But what if he does care? You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. Jiang Fengfei realized she didn't have many good options now, so she agreed. Although Chen Zihong was not as accomplished as Zhuang Yunqing, he seemed pleasant and scholarly, which was a good choice for her. As long as she didn't have to marry an old man, she was fine with any option. What do you plan to do? She asked. To thank him for his earlier advice, I plan to send a lovely maid to serve him. Whether he finds her useful is up to him. Jiang Fengfei's eyes sparkled, and she didn't say anything more. After sending his sister off, Jiang Fengju returned to the banquet area. He had offended Shen Yanzhou, so he needed to make sure to stay on good terms with Zhuang Yunqing. Zhuang Yunqing was the center of attention at the banquet today, feeling quite proud. He accompanied Lu Shanchong to see off the guests and noticed that his friends Jiang Fengju and Chen Zihong were still present. He ordered another table to be set up and invited them to join him. From this day on, Zhuang Yunqing would be the future son-in-law of the Liu family, and the servants treated him with great respect. Soon, everything was ready for the feast. Dressed in red, Zhuang Yunqing felt spirited. It was his first time experiencing the feeling of being lifted high. In the past, although people in the village praised him, he only felt it was superficial. Today, after meeting the influential and wealthy people in the county through Lu Shanchong, he truly understood the significant difference that status brings and what it feels like to be in a high position. Chen Zihong raised his glass to toast. Congratulations, Brother Yunqing, on your engagement. I toast to you. The others also raised their glasses to offer their congratulations. Zhuang Yunqing smiled broadly. Thank you all. After today, I fear we may only meet again at the county exam. Please enjoy yourselves. Feng Qing asked in surprise. What do you mean, Brother Zhuang? He was Lu Ruomei's cousin, and since Zhuang Yunqing was to marry Lu Ruomei, they would be related. It was common for men to have multiple wives, and with Lu Shuiying's background, it was only right for her to be the main wife. He didn't think his cousin being a concubine was unfair. Moreover, he knew about his cousin's schemes against Zhuang Yunqing, and recalling that day when she was almost taken by thieves made him feel uneasy. I will be heading to the capital tomorrow and won't return until after the county exam, Zhuang Yunqing said, no longer worried about offending the Fong family. They would need to curry favor with him in the future. Jiang Fengju looked a bit anxious. Brother Zhuang, are you leaving so soon? I was hoping you could mediate for me. I accidentally offended young Master Shin today. Thinking of how Shin Yanzhou had repeatedly disrupted their plans and how he had taken Xue Qingling away, Zhuang Yunqing had no good feelings toward this young Master Shin. He smiled at Jiang Fengju and said, actually, the eldest son of the governor is the most favored. As long as we win his favor, the second son won't be a concern. The others perked up at Zhuang Yunqing's words, as the secrets of the capital were far from their reach. Jiang Fengju looked puzzled. But he is also the governor's legitimate son, right? That's the key point. Why do you think he isn't studying at the academy but was sent here instead? Also, Zhuang Yunqing leaned closer and whispered, the conflict between legitimate and illegitimate sons. Jiang Fengju instantly understood. When it came to inheritance, the relationship between these two brothers would be one of fierce rivalry. But he was still worried. How can we get close to the young master? Feng Qing interjected, Jiang brother, you don't need to worry too much. Brother Zhuang will be going to the capital soon. With him helping, you'll have a chance. Zhuang Yunqing took a sip of wine and said, yes, let's discuss this further when we reach the capital. Jiang Fengju cupped his fists and said, all right, I will wait for good news from Brother Zhuang. After the banquet, in the carriage, Hongyu kept staring at her young lady, confused about why she allowed that Shin young master to act as he pleased today. What's wrong? Just say it directly. Don't hesitate. Meng Kara glared at her. Miss, do you like Shin young master? What kind of joke is that? I would never like that coward. Hongyu muttered. Then why were you holding him? And let him touch you. Actually, she thought they seemed quite compatible. Although Shin young master lacked a bit of masculinity, her lady also lacked some femininity. Wasn't that a perfect match? Don't forget, today my mother helped organize the banquet. I didn't want to cause her trouble. Understand?
Oh, all right.
However, Lu Shuiying is going to the capital with Zhuang Yunqing tomorrow. Should we tell Jiangning about this? Meng Keru hesitated. I think since they are both married now, it's better not to get involved too much. Meng Keru thought for a moment, but still decided to inform Jiangning. No matter if it was useful or not, friends should share news. When Jiangning heard the news, he didn't expect Zhuang Yunqing to be so cowardly. He hadn't even bothered him yet, and he had already run away. At the Liu family, the news of Lu Shuiying's engagement swept through the Liu family like a storm. At this moment, the Liu family was shrouded in gloom. The head of the family, Liu Chunsheng, and the elder Liu were both lying in bed, weak after suffering from high fever and diarrhea. They needed someone to take care of them for everything, looking as if they were on the brink of death. Liu Chenglong and Liu Qinghu, the brothers with broken legs, could hardly move. Liu Ruame lay in bed, her eyes vacant and silent. She had endured hellish torment over the past 3 days, first being insulted by thugs, and to avoid pregnancy, she had to drink a lot of herbal medicine. Then she fell into a cycle of constant diarrhea. Just when her health was finally improving, her husband was happily getting engaged to another woman. And her dowry had been completely looted. Seeing her daughter in such a miserable state, Feng sure felt her heart was being torn apart. She wiped away her tears and comforted Lu Ruame, saying, Mayor, don't worry. Mother is preparing your dowry again. Once you feel better, I will arrange for you to marry into the Zhuang family. It's all because of that wicked Jiang Ning. Not only did she hurt your 2 brothers, but she also caused our family to lose most of our wealth. Mother wanted to report her to the authorities and have her imprisoned. Once she's in jail, she won't be able to claim innocence. Then we could use some money to make her life miserable in there. But your grandfather and the others disagreed. They said family matters should not be made public. If word gets out about your situation, The Zhuang family would have a reason to break off the engagement, and everything we have done would be for nothing. Your reputation would be ruined. It's frustrating that those two troublemakers escaped while everyone was in chaos, and they haven't been found since. Feng Shui even suspects that the recent theft in the house might have been caused by those troublemakers, but she doesn't dare to tell Lu Ruomei, fearing it might upset her even more. Mother, we can't let anyone know. Lu Ruomei suddenly turned and grabbed Feng Shui's hand. If anyone finds out, it would be the end for her. Okay, I understand. Just take care of your health and don't think too much. Be careful not to hurt yourself, Feng Shui reassured her before leaving. She was busy with family matters, especially now that she had to worry about her daughter's dowry, and she felt overwhelmed. Lu Ruomei fell silent. All she felt was sadness and anger. She hated Jiang Ning intensely, and she also hated Lu Shuiying, the one who took away her love. Both of them deserved punishment. In the dead of night, several sneaky figures lifted a person and quickly climbed over the Jiang family's wall, prying open the door to enter the master bedroom. They took out a glowing pearl to confirm the identity of the person on the bed. Once they were sure, one of them rubbed their hands together, reached out, and pulled back the blanket. A thick wooden stick struck the person's leg directly. A scream barely escaped before a cloth was pressed over their mouth, causing them to faint. You scoundrel, daring to plot against my young master and me, you must be tired of living. After breaking both legs of the person on the bed, Chongqing still felt unsatisfied and hit him a few more times to ensure he would be out of commission for a long time. Seeing the blood seeping from the person's legs, Shunqi shook his head and quickly stopped Chongqing. All right, let's go. He's getting off easy. Chongqing had to relent, not understanding why his young master only wanted to break 2 legs. The group hurriedly left. After a while, the secret room behind the bed opened and lights came on. 2 people walked out, one after the other, Zhang Fengju and his servant, Tonger. Young master, you are really smart. Tonger admired his master's cleverness. I am just putting myself in others' shoes. If someone plotted against me, I would definitely seek revenge. Shen Yanzhou is no exception. Zhang Fengju said proudly, while waving his fan. Fortunately, he was clever enough to find lookalikes to keep at home and have them well educated. His original goal was simple, to have someone ready to take his place in the imperial examination one day, just in case he succeeded. Even if it wasn't for the exam, it could help protect him from family threats. But today, it was just to block Shen Yanzhou's attack. It was a pity that the one on the bed looked the most like him. Please call a doctor to treat him well. Tomorrow, take a leave from the academy and say I am injured. We need to act convincingly. As for Shen Yanzhou, Zhang Fengju snorted lightly. Someone will take care of him.
Understood, Tonger replied.
The next day, after waking up from a drunken night, Shen Yanzhou recalled what happened yesterday. He felt he must have been scared to hold on to Meng Keru. But she didn't reject him, which meant she had feelings for him. Women always act tough. She clearly likes him but pretends otherwise. He asked Chongqing to prepare a gift, planning to visit Magistrate Meng. Previously, the magistrate had insisted on inviting him for dinner. However, he didn't expect to arrive in high spirits only to leave disappointed at the Liu family home, under the osmanthus tree. Lu Huayan looked at Shen Yanzhou, who was taking up space in the yard, with disdain. He didn't know what was wrong with him lately, bringing different wines every day. If he didn't still find him somewhat useful, he would have kicked him out long ago. Shen Yanzhou was completely unaware of the disdain directed at him. He sat by the stone table, with several pots of wine and cups in front of him. He kept drinking cup after cup, and perhaps because he had drunk too much, his eyes were slightly glazed, and his face, more beautiful than a woman's, was stunning. He glanced at Lu Huayan and asked quietly, "Why aren't you drinking? We're not close." "What do you mean we're not close? Besides, you know what they say, first-time strangers, second-time friends. Just have a few drinks with me." He was feeling quite down lately, visiting the magistrate's house every day. But that stubborn girl refused to see him, even though she was the one who liked him first and started the flirtation. Because she helped him, he was willing to give her a chance, but why was she still playing hard to get? So many women had tried this trick on him before. He was already too familiar with it. He was really annoyed. Why were women so hard to please? Why are you drinking during the day? Liu Huan asked, feeling speechless. These are my treasured wines. Don't you want to try some? Do you want to keep being this way? Then teach me how you won over Jiang Ning. They were both embraced by women, so why could Liu Huan be with Jiang Ning while he could not? Liu Huan was taken aback. Teach? What could he teach? Their engagement was arranged by the village. They were forced together from the start. Liu Huan changed the subject. How did you suddenly become interested in the county magistrate's daughter? He had never heard of him liking Miss Meng in his past life. He had remained a bachelor until his death. Shenyanzhou, as if you weren't. Hey, let me tell you. So Liu Huan was forced to listen to him talk about how he was saved by a brave woman. So, you fell deeply in love. Aren't you the same? Don't think I haven't noticed. Whenever Jiang Ning is around, your eyes are glued to her. Isn't it because she carried you home that time? Liu Huan was caught off guard, not expecting him to have seen that moment. Thinking back, his ears felt a bit warm. All right, you should go back now, Liu Huan urged. No, you haven't taught me the secret move yet, Shen Yanzhou insisted stubbornly. These past few days, every time he closed his eyes, he saw Meng Kara's beautiful face, even dreaming of her protecting him. Everyone's situation is different. You should understand the other person better first. That's true. I don't know anything about her, not even a little. I need to learn about her right away. With that, Shen Yanzhou hurriedly walked out. Beside him, Chongqing could only helplessly clean up the wine cups and take them away. That day, he had been tricked and fainted by the maid and servant of the Jiang family, and he still felt a bit weak. Although he had gone that night to take revenge on Jiang Fengju, he was still quite unhappy. What puzzled him even more was that his young master seemed to be enchanted, visiting the county magistrate's house every day. He would go to the magistrate's house, trying to get close, and if he hadn't heard about what happened that day, he wouldn't have known that his young master almost lost his way. In the end, it was Miss Meng who saved him, which was why he suddenly became so infatuated with her. Finally understanding the reason, Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Ning came out of the room after seeing Liu Huan finally persuade the annoying Shen Yanzhou to leave. She had had enough of the man's whining and preferred to avoid him. I'm going out to buy groceries. Do you need anything? Jiang Ning asked Liu Huan, who was sitting under the osmanthus tree. Get another set of ink and brushes, and 2 stacks of paper, Liu Huan replied, as the writing materials were a bit worn out. Okay. Do you want to take Aunt Zhou with you? Liu Huan asked. No, I just want to browse around. After working hard for several days, Jiang Ning finally finished this month's design drafts ahead of schedule. She planned to go out and relax. On the main street of the West Market, the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Chun Zihong happily strolled through the market with his newly acquired beautiful maid, Xiang'er. These days had been the most comfortable for him. He never expected that just helping Jiang Fengju a little would earn him a maid as a gift. This gave him the chance to experience what it was like to be served. Having a beautiful maid attending to him greatly satisfied his vanity. He had always been careful in his dealings with others, but in front of Xiang'er, he felt a sense of pride. Due to the debt of gratitude he owed the Su family, he always found it hard to get close to Su Wei. He felt that she viewed him with a sense of charity. Although he didn't show it, he felt uncomfortable. As they strolled down the street, feeling the attention of those around them, his mood inexplicably lifted. He now had a servant. At that moment, he finally understood why Zhuang Yunqing would disregard her reputation to break off her engagement. Since he started dating Lu Shuiying, people had begun to view him more favorably. Even Jiang Fengju was trying to win his favor. Chun Zihong felt he was just as good as Zhuang Yunqing. However, while he envied Zhuang Yunqing, he never considered breaking off his engagement. He couldn't betray those who had helped him. Young master. Xiang'er suddenly called out to the pleased Chun Zihong, pointing at his slightly wrinkled clothing and said, "Let me help you tidy up." Before he could agree, Xiang'er gracefully approached, gently smoothing his shirt. At 1.7 meters tall, Chen Zihong looked down at the petite beauty who couldn't reach his chin, and he felt a sense of manly pride. However, coincidentally, this scene of Xiang'e adjusting Chen Zihong's clothing in public caught the attention of the Su siblings passing by. Su Wei went to the city today to deliver goods, accompanied by her older brother Su Beisheng, who also planned to buy some household supplies for Wang Xiuji. Then they witnessed a shocking scene.
How can you stand this?
How dare you, Chen Zihong, disrespect my sister? Su Beisheng was furious and rushed forward, punching Chen Zihong in the face. Despite carrying a heavy load, he didn't hold back. Chen Zihong let out a grunt. His face contorted in pain, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, it was serious. Seeing this, Xiang'e immediately rushed forward, standing in front of Chen Zihong with a determined look, loudly questioning, "What do you want to do?" Su Wei, on the other hand, was in shock, anger, and disappointment. A mix of complicated emotions overwhelmed her. She never expected her brother would treat her this way. Feeling both angry and hurt, Su Wei couldn't hold back her tears and quickly ran away. Xiao Wei, Su Beisheng was worried about his sister in the crowded market, which was very dangerous. "You wait for me." After saying this, he hurried after her. "Young master, are you okay?" Xiang'e worriedly covered Chen Zihong's injured mouth with a handkerchief. Chen Zihong was stunned by and was just starting to regain his senses. The pain hit him all at once. "Young master, let's go to the clinic for some medicine," Xiang'e said, her beautiful face full of concern. But Chen Zihong stood there with a grim expression, not moving. If it weren't for the kindness he received from her family, Su Beisheng wouldn't dare to hit him, a scholar, in public without understanding the situation. He was given no respect at all. Looking around, he noticed a crowd had gathered to watch. He couldn't leave now. He needed to clear up the misunderstanding on the spot, or it would harm his reputation. Jiangning had been shopping for most of the day with her basket and was preparing to head home when she suddenly saw a familiar figure run past her. She reached out and grabbed the person, Xiao Wei. Jiangning called out to her. Thinking about how hurriedly she had left the village without saying goodbye to Su Wei, she was surprised to run into her here. It seemed they were quite fated. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Wei stopped and turned to see the girl who had grabbed her. Jiangning smiled at her, a warm smile like spring flowers, exceptionally beautiful. Su Wei had never seen such a lovely girl before. Even in a simple dress, her elegance shone through. After recognizing her for a moment, Su Wei uncertainly asked, "Are you Sister Ning?" "Yes, it's me." "What happened to you?" "Sister Ning, you really are Sister Ning." Su Wei's voice trembled with emotion, clearly very excited. "But how did you become so beautiful? I hardly recognize you." However, upon closer inspection, one can still see traces of Jiangning's past, as her features have not changed much. Su Beisheng, who followed behind, also noticed. If it weren't for his sister recognizing her, he would have thought she was a young lady from the county, stunningly beautiful. "What happened to you?" Jiangning asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Su Wei began to cry sadly again. Su Beisheng had no choice but to explain what he saw on the street, and Jiangning was shocked to learn how shameless Chen Zihong was. He couldn't even support himself, but dared to take another woman out shopping. This reminded her of the hypocrite Zhuang Yunqing, and she became furious. She grabbed Su Wei and said, "Let's go find him and ask him directly." The three of them turned back to confront Chen Zihong. Su Beisheng felt a bit calmer when he saw Chen Zihong waiting obediently. As soon as Xiang'e saw them, she trembled and stood in front of Chen Zihong, shouting, "You can't bully my young master." Jiangning was infuriated by Xiang'e's behavior. She stepped forward and pushed the girl aside. She slapped Chen Zihong and scolded, "You heartless person.
Can't you see?"
Chen Zihong, do you want to be another ungrateful person like Zhuang Yunqing? Who are you? Chen Zihong, having just been slapped, gritted his teeth in anger. "What, pretending not to know me?" When Chen Zihong recognized that the stunning woman in front of him was Jiangning, he could hardly believe it. Her presence made Xiang'e seem dull in comparison. But he felt a bit intimidated, as he had witnessed Jiang Ning teach Liu Shuang a lesson before. She had slapped and kicked the coachman. He had even gone to inform Zhuang Yunqing to save her. This woman was not someone he could provoke. Chen Zihong concluded in his heart, took a deep breath, and explained, "She's just a maid." "Really?" Xiang'er stepped forward, trying to use her innocent act, but Jiang Ning kicked her aside. "A maid? I didn't know that a poor scholar like you, still relying on the Su family, could afford such a beautiful maid." As soon as Jiang Ning said this, the onlookers immediately started pointing at Chen Zihong. His face turned ugly, but Jiang Ning didn't care what he thought. She just wanted to confirm if this man was indeed dirty. So she pressed on, "Tell me, did you take her as your concubine?" "I didn't." "Stop making baseless accusations. This is the truth." No matter how much Chen Zihong likes Xiang'er, he doesn't want to take her in right now, as he still has to consider his reputation.
"No."
"You're not even married yet, and you're using money from the Yu family to support a woman? You really have some skill." "Iang ning mokget. She was given to me by someone else. Don't make wild guesses." Chen Zihong tried to seek help from Su Wei with his eyes, hoping she would stop Jiang Ning's unreasonable behavior. However, Su Wei turned away and ignored him. Sister Ning was standing up for herself, and she couldn't let Sister Ning feel disappointed. Su Beisheng, who was almost half a head taller than Chen Zihong, looked at him through his nostrils. "Given to you by someone else? Who? Tell me, what makes you worthy of others flattering you?" The onlookers laughed at this. Exactly. How could a poor scholar relying on others' support have the ability to be flattered? Chen Zihong's face turned red with anger. Do you want to use a maid to annoy your fiancé, or do you want to use a maid to provoke her into breaking off the engagement?" Jiang Ning suggested possibilities. Su Wei turned pale upon hearing this. Seeing that the situation couldn't be easily resolved, Chen Zihong knelt directly in front of Su Beisheng and his sister, speaking earnestly. "This matter is complicated. Can you give me a chance to explain? I told Xiaowei before that as long as you don't regret it, I will never go back on my promise. Yes, I accepted your support, but does that mean I don't even have the right to defend myself? A scholar kneeling in public is a serious matter." Su Beisheng quickly stepped aside and grabbed Chen Zihong's arm, pulling him up. The onlookers felt Jiang Ning was being a bit too aggressive. At the very least, they should give the scholar a chance to explain. Jiang Ning didn't expect Chen Zihong to be so bold. Seeing him kneel, she softened. She suggested, "There's a tea house ahead. Let's go there to clarify things." With that, Jiang Ning pulled Su Wei toward the tea house, and the other three followed behind. As soon as they entered the tea house, a waiter greeted them warmly. "We'd like a private room," Jiang Ning said. "Sure, please follow me upstairs." The waiter led them to a private room on the second floor. Jiang Ning placed her backpack against the wall, chose a seat by the window, and ordered a pot of tea and some snacks. Su Wei and Jiang Ning sat together, while Su Beisheng also set down his backpack and sat next to Su Wei. Chen Zihong sat across from Jiang Ning, and Xiang'er stood behind him, looking a bit wronged. "It seems inappropriate to bring a servant who looks better than your fiancé before even getting married, doesn't it?" Although Su Wei is quite pretty for someone from the countryside, she doesn't dress up. The servant, on the other hand, is beautifully made up, wearing a thin dress that highlights her curves, making Su Wei look less attractive in comparison. Seeing this made Jiang Ning uncomfortable, so he sent her to stand by the door. This is Su Wei's first time in a tea house, and she feels both curious and a bit shy. Chen Zihong was surprised that Jiang Ning, who used to be timid, has changed so much after breaking off the engagement. Not only has her appearance improved, but her personality has also become bold and confident. Su Beisheng, on the other hand, remained expressionless. He just wanted to find out what was going on with his sister. This servant cannot stay. Having such a beautiful servant around her future brother-in-law will only make his sister feel uncomfortable. However, he found it hard to express his thoughts clearly. Jiang Ning cheerfully poured tea for everyone and asked, "So, who was kind enough to send you this beautiful servant?" "At Zhuang Yunqing's engagement banquet, I saw Miss Jiang crying, so I called her brother Jiang Fengju for her." The servant was a gift from him as a thank you, Chen Zihong explained simply. Jiang Ning, sipping her tea, couldn't believe it and asked, Chen, do you really think there's such a thing as a free lunch? Just because of your small favor, do you think they would send you a servant? How do you know she isn't here for a specific purpose? After finishing his explanation, even Chen Zihong felt speechless. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. He believed Jiang Fangju was simply thanking him. After all, wealthy young men often exchange favors. I don't have anything they would want. As you said, I'm just a poor scholar, Chen Zihong replied calmly. Then why not think about what they might want from you? Or, do you actually know what they are after but are pretending not to? Jiang Ning had already heard from Xin Yanzhou about Jiang Fengfei's schemes against her. Xin Yanzhou had been coming to drink every day, revealing all sorts of secrets. But she wanted to see what kind of person Chen Zihong really was. Chen Zihong asked, are you saying? He remembered that Jiang Fengju sent the servant because he helped his sister. Sending a beautiful servant only makes Xiaowei uncomfortable. Who else would it affect? Or, do you want to follow Zhuang Yunqing's example and have multiple wives? Upon hearing this, Su Wei's eyes immediately turned red. She knew that after Zhuang Yunqing's engagement, his family brought in a concubine. Now, the concubine lives in the village.
Su Bei Shenge Lat An Gili.
No, Chen Zihong tried to explain. Chen, if you have doubts, you can call off the engagement now to avoid future resentment, Jiang Ning said. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wei looked at Chen Zihong with tearful eyes. Chen Zihong immediately felt flustered and assured Su Wei, I was wrong, Weier. I will end this and promise to be devoted to you. What else could he do but make promises? All his other thoughts vanished in that moment. Seeing his assurance, Jiang Ning decided to reveal the truth. If it weren't for you being Xiao Wei's fiancé, I wouldn't bother with you. Do you really think Jiang Fengfei is interested in you? She only turned to you because she couldn't get to Shen Yanzhou and offended him, so she settled for you instead. Knowing you have a fiancé, she still tried to set a trap for you. Be more careful. Chen Zihong's heart sank. Now he understood. So, Jiang Fengfei was crying that day because of this? Seeing that he had some conscience, Jiang Ning softened her tone. After all, Xiao Wei must care about him. Just send that maid back now, and let's consider this matter settled. Okay. At that moment, Chen Zihong no longer felt carefree. If they truly had ulterior motives, it could be very dangerous. Seeing that the matter was clarified, Su Beishing stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed. Brother Zihong, I apologize for being a bit harsh earlier. Brother is right. I was in the wrong. Chen Zihong accepted his apology. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, why don't we go to my house for a meal? I just bought a lot of food, Jiang Ning suggested. Sounds good. Su Wei smiled through her tears. She was simple-minded and felt relieved seeing her fiancé send the maid away. The tea and snacks cost 120 coins, and Su Beisheng paid the bill first. After they left, Chen Zihong sent Xiang'er back to the Jiang family. Xiang'er knelt down, tears streaming down her face, pleading, Young master, please don't send me away. They will beat me when I return. Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. Did she give you her contract? Chen Zihong shook his head. Jiang Ning angrily replied, Did you hear that? She didn't even give her contract. How can Jiang Fengju be so insincere? Hurry up and leave. Chen Zihong felt embarrassed and flushed. He hadn't even thought about the contract. Xiang'er trembled in fear but remained kneeling. She kept bowing her head and crying, looking very pitiful. Chen Zihong saw that her head was bleeding and, feeling sorry for her, said to Su Wei, I'll take her back to the Jiang family myself to explain things and avoid hurting anyone innocent. Jiang Ning would definitely disagree with this. However, this matter should be decided by the Su family. Since it involved a life, Su Wei ultimately let Chen Zihong take the maid away. Watching the two of them leave, Jiang Ning sighed. If Chen Zihong were truly determined, he wouldn't be swayed by a maid. Jiang Fengju probably wouldn't let him go easily, but she didn't want her good friend to worry anymore. So she smiled and pulled Su Wei along, saying, Let's go. They're far away now. Thank you so much, sister-in-law, Su Beisheng said gratefully. If it weren't for Jiang Ning's eloquence, he might have seriously hurt Chen Zihong, making things even worse. Resolving it this way was already very good. I've been wronged before, so I don't want to be submissive anymore. Women should be strong when they need to be. Otherwise, they will just be bullied. Sister Ning, I wish I could be like you, Su Wei said, linking arms with Jiang Ning enviously. She had just been crying, which was really embarrassing. I'm naturally strong and not afraid of fighting, but you shouldn't try to be like me. Otherwise, you'll just end up getting hurt, Jiang Ning teased her. How rude. Su Wei playfully hit Jiang Ning. By the way, how come I never knew you were so strong? The last incident with the honeysuckle was her first time witnessing Sister Ning's strength. My mother didn't want me to say anything. Actually, my mother is also very strong. I inherited it from her. Jiang Ning planned to share her strength without making it a big deal. I remember my mother told me that one winter, I was dressed warmly, but fell into the water and sank. Your mother not only saved me but also carried a big basin of wet clothes with one hand while holding me with the other. When my mother tried to take me, she almost dropped me. It was your mother who brought me back to my bed. My mother was surprised for a long time. Su Wei recalled a story her mother had told her. Jiang Ning nodded. Yes, my mother said it's not good for women to be too strong, so she didn't want me to show it. After I was rejected, it didn't matter anymore. Being called a monster was just the Liu family trying to scare her mother into submission. No one called the naturally strong Xiangyu a monster, so why should women be treated differently? The group chatted as they walked toward the Jiang family on Academy Street, and by the time they got home, it was already late afternoon. Zhou Posey opened the door and took Jiang Ning's basket. As Su Wei entered and turned past the screen, she saw the spacious courtyard of the brick house and quietly exclaimed, Wow, Ning Jia, you live in such a nice place. The rent must be quite expensive. Su Beisheng was also surprised that after Liu Huayan and his wife were driven out of the village, they could still afford such a nice house, and even had a servant. Well, it's not bad. Liu Huayan has been making money by copying books, so he can manage, Jiang Ning replied, as the original owner didn't know embroidery, so she couldn't say it was her own earnings. Of course, she couldn't mention it was Jiang Xiu's money from selling herself. Brother, why does Hangge still need our family's support? Su Wei asked, genuinely curious, without any intention of criticizing her fiancé. Su Beisheng rolled his eyes at her. He was just a simple man and didn't understand these things. But he remembered that Liu Huayan didn't seem wealthy before. Could it be money left by Uncle Liu? But didn't their family sell all the land? Sigh, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Worried they would guess wrongly, Jiang Ning quickly called out, Liu Huayan, come out and see who's here. Before long, Liu Huayan walked out from the house. Seeing the Su siblings, he was slightly surprised and greeted them with a bow. Beisheng, Xiaowei, long time no see.
Come in.
Lu Ge, long time no see. Su Beisheng walked over, placed the basket at the entrance, and followed Liu Huayan into the main room. Su Wei followed behind and called out, brother-in-law. And Liu Huayan seemed pleased with the title, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Zhou Posey served tea, and then went to wash vegetables. Li Tiniu was mostly outside helping Liu Huayan, so he was rarely home. Lu Ge, I heard you got into some trouble. Is that true? Has it been resolved? Su Beisheng asked, having only heard about it later due to his busy work at the construction site. The promise to help them build a house had also fallen through. Liu Huayan was a year older than him, and they had studied together in the village school, so they had a decent relationship. However, after Liu Huayan's family faced difficulties, they gradually lost touch. That day, when he heard they were leaving the village, he even brought his sister to the county to look for them, but unfortunately, they couldn't find them. It's not resolved yet, but it's not a big deal. You don't need to worry, Liu Huayan said casually. Well, once it's sorted out, you should hurry back to the village. Living in the county is too expensive. Su Beisheng thought that the furniture in this house was complete and of good quality. With a bit of luck, the rent for a month could build several straw houses in the village. Su Wei agreed with her brother. nodding continuously. Jiang Ning found the siblings quite charming. They were both straightforward people. Seeing that Su Beisheng had Lu Huayan with him, Jiang Ning decided to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Su Wei followed her out. The two walked into the kitchen hand in hand. "Sister Ning, let me tell you about the Jiang family." "Oh, what's going on with them?" Jiang Ning asked curiously. She hadn't heard news about that family in a long time and wondered if Widow Wang could handle them. "Well, let me tell you, they are in a terrible situation now." As Jiang Ning prepared the ingredients, she listened to the gossip about the Jiang family. It turned out that after they left Baisha village, Jiang Xiu had gone to deal with the Jiang family. Everyone in the Jiang family had been beaten and was in bad shape. The management of the household had fallen into Widow Wang's hands, and she didn't allow the Jiang family to rest. She forced them to work nonstop every day, and if they didn't do well or refused to work, they would be punished or go hungry. So, even now, the Jiang family still bore the marks of the whip on their faces and bodies. Old wounds were quickly replaced by new ones. Jiang De no longer attended school and spent his days copying books to earn money. Widow Wang's two sons had entered the village school, while the Jiang family's grandsons had been expelled. They had to spend their days gathering pigweed and feeding pigs, chickens, and ducks. It was just like how the original owner had lived as a child, constantly working, often beaten and scolded, not given enough food, and not allowed to sleep well. Jiang Ning listened, feeling delighted. Indeed, evil people would face their own kind of retribution. Destroying Jiang De meant destroying the hopes of the Jiang family. Her plan had not been in vain. Once the dishes were ready, Jiang Ning poured a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Su Wei to soothe her throat and then started cooking on the stove. She prepared braised fish, twice-cooked pork, mincemeat with tofu, and egg soup, along with 2 stir-fried vegetables. The kitchen was filled with a tempting aroma, and Su Wei was drawn in, drooling. "It smells so good." "Sister Ning, you're amazing at cooking." "Just okay." Jiang Ning thought her cooking skills were average, mainly because the flavors and methods of this era were quite simple, making her dishes seem especially delicious. When all the dishes were laid out on the table, the Su siblings looked on with shining eyes. It was a feast. It felt like a celebration. Everyone was familiar with each other, and a few people started eating without hesitation. Su Beisheng picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and praised, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing." "Brother Liu, you're so lucky." His wife was not only beautiful but also a great cook, which made everyone envious. Lu Huayan ate slowly, happy to hear compliments about his wife. Su Wei kept eating, trying every dish, and said, "Sister Ning, please teach me when you have time. This is so delicious." "Sure." Jiang Ning replied readily. She was currently teaching Aunt Zhou, and it wasn't difficult. "Sister Ning, not only do you cook well, but you also speak so well." "I wish I could talk like you," Su Wei said, genuinely envious. Su Beisheng nodded in agreement. When they had almost finished eating, Lu Huayan suddenly spoke up. Chen Zihong's maid might not be able to stay. Clearly, Su Beisheng had already told Lu Huayan about their encounter on the street. The Su siblings were shocked. Su Wei anxiously looked at Jiang Ning for help and said, "That can't be true. Brother Heng promised." Jiang Ning remained silent. Lu Huayan continued, "Little Wei might even be in danger. The Jiang family was not good. They had harmed others before. In his past life, Su Wei had married Chen Zihong but died shortly after due to complications in childbirth. So he wanted to break them apart. This time, he hoped to change the fates of some people. Perhaps his own life could be completely different." Su Beisheng was now worried too. "Brother Liu, please explain clearly. How could Wei be in danger?" Lu Huayan took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Miss Jiang failed to scheme against the governor's son and then sent a maid to Chen Zihong. Clearly, she has her eyes on Chen Zihong's knowledge and wants him to be her husband. And the obstacle is Wei. Jiang Fengju is using this roundabout way to scheme against Chen Zihong. They probably don't want to offend old Master Su directly or ruin Chen Zihong's reputation. Their goal is likely to force you to break off the engagement to make room for his sister." Old Master Su had trained many excellent students and was well respected in the county. Even the county magistrate would give him some face. The Jiang family might have some concerns, but just a little. He won't get away with it. Su Beisheng stood up angrily, slamming the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Our family has supported Qin Zihong for 5 whole years, providing him with all the best resources. If he dares to be ungrateful, I will not let him off the hook. Not just him. Even his sister, grandfather, and parents would probably not accept it. Su Wei's eyes turned red, and she couldn't help but shed tears. She thought today's issue had been resolved. Could there really be a change? Sister Ning, do you think so too? Jiang Ning nodded. You know how cruel County Magistrate Jiang is. Jiang Fengju is his son, even if he was adopted. Xiao Wei, Qin Zihong wouldn't let that maid die. Su Beisheng sat down in despair. That family was ruthless and had done many bad things. He had heard some stories while working outside. How could anyone targeted by them possibly escape? Of course, this is just my guess. You can wait and see, Lu Huayan said, offering them rare comfort. All right, let's see if Qin Zihong will dismiss the maid. Su Beisheng clenched his fists. At first, he didn't know who Jiang Fengju was, so he didn't think much of it, but now that he knew he was from the Jiang family, he felt a chill. However, you should still tell Old Master, Lu Huayan reminded him. I understand. Thank you for your hospitality today. We will head home now. Su Beisheng stood up to say goodbye. Okay, come visit again when you can. Jiang Ning, knowing they were feeling down, didn't insist on keeping them and accompanied Lu Huayan to the door. After they left, she closed the gate. The sun had not yet set, so the two took a walk in the yard to digest their food. Do you think there's a way to help them? Jiang Ning asked, feeling sorry for Su Wei. Unless Qin Zihong is resolute, there's no solution, Lu Huayan stated firmly. Marriage is not enmity. The Jiang family wouldn't be foolish enough to force a scholar like Qin Zihong to comply. There aren't many people as foolish as the Jiang family. That's tough, Jiang Ning sighed. That maid only knelt down, and Qin Zihong softened. With such an attitude, it would be too easy for the Jiang family to control him. Lu Huayan didn't want Jiang Ning to worry about others' problems, so he changed the subject, saying, and Xiwen will probably come over in a few days. Has so much time passed? Jiang Ning was surprised. It felt like they hadn't done much, yet time flew by. Then, why haven't I heard about my portrait? Jiang Ning was curious about which family her original maternal grandparents belonged to. It takes about 10 days to travel back and forth from the capital. Is it that far? This area is considered close. Some places take months for a round trip. That's true. Although she didn't know what the map of the Great Zhou dynasty looked like, the current capital should be around Xi'an, which isn't too far away. Are you really confident about Xiwen's illness? Don't worry. Lu Huayan suddenly felt that this topic was not good. He shouldn't remind her of other men. At this moment, Jiang Ning remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something very important, the weaving machine. She needed to draw the design before Xiwen arrived. Xiwen, who was on Jiang Ning's mind, was currently resting in a quiet courtyard of the inn residence in the capital. In the courtyard, under the shade of the trees, the elegant aroma of tea spread with the breeze, making one feel refreshed. Young master, the old servant has not fulfilled his duty. A middle-aged man in his 40s hurriedly entered from outside. Upon seeing Xiwen sitting under the tree with his eyes closed, he did not hide his excitement. Xiwen opened his eyes, his deep black gaze fixed on the disheveled middle-aged man before him. He looked at the man's earnest, worried, and weathered face, unable to understand why he would betray him for a woman. This was someone he had once trusted the most, someone closer than family. If he had never been to Qingshui County, he might have always thought this person was the most loyal to him. Uncle Chiu, do you want to hear me say you've worked hard? Xiwen's cold voice broke the silence. Chiu was taken aback, then respectfully replied, serving the young master is my duty. It is not hard. Xiwen's strong fingers tapped firmly on the armrest of the chair. It seems Uncle Chiu has gained a lot from this trip. Chiu presented a wooden box with both hands and replied, as you wished, I have obtained a 300-year-old blood ginseng. He then leaned forward and placed the box on the small table beside the chair. With this blood ginseng, the young master could buy some more time. He needed to go out and find more good medicinal materials. The courtyard was quiet. Only the fragrance of tea lingered. And Xiao did not understand why the young master did not express gratitude this time, invite him to sit and have tea, or reward him with something to give to Qiner. He hadn't seen her for a long time and missed her a lot. Uncle Xiao, over the years, I have not only consumed all the good medicinal materials stored at home, but have also spent a lot of resources searching for more. How many medicinal materials do you think are left in this world for me to use up like this? And Xuan asked. And Xiao came back to his senses, straightened up, and replied seriously, Young master, even if I have to turn the world upside down, I will find all the supplements for you. You will be fine. Is that so? It's rare for you to care about me so much, Uncle Xiao. But if something happened to both me and Lin Qin, who would you save first? And Xiao's heart tightened. What does the young master mean by this? Does he not trust him anymore? He considered himself loyal. Young master, how can you compare me to a woman? I am naturally loyal to you. Is your loyalty about putting a curse on me? I wonder if you have cursed Lin Qin as well. Young master, how do you know? Uncle Xiao, you think I will never find out, right? Since I won't live long anyway, why don't you clear my doubts so I can understand what's happening? And Xiwen's smile gradually faded. When he wasn't smiling, his face turned cold. He thought that without Jiang Ning, he wouldn't have met Lu Huayan, and without Lu Huayan, he might never know who had harmed him. At that moment, he wanted to get rid of the ungrateful person in front of him. He never imagined Xiao would betray him, especially since he had practically raised him. And Xiao had always taken care of him, managing his needs since childhood. It was only after he was cursed that Xiao had to search for medicine for him. Feeling guilty for Xiao's efforts, he now realized it was all a joke. Facing Xiwen's icy gaze, Xiao knew the truth had been revealed. Young master, Xiao knelt down, his face pale as a sheet. I never intended to harm you. The other party said this curse won't be fatal. As long as you keep taking the medicine, you will be fine. I will work hard to find more good herbs. You are wealthy. You can live a long life. Xiao tried to explain, but his voice grew weaker. Xiwen interrupted him, asking, Who is behind this? Xiao lowered his eyes and resolutely said, I cannot say. Young master, just kill me. If he spoke, Qiner would die. Her life was still in the other person's hands. Young master, this curse really isn't fatal. Look, you're still alive and well, aren't you? Does Uncle Xiao think that as long as I can breathe, I'm alive? Xiao kept his head down and remained silent. If he could, he wouldn't want to see the child he raised suffer day by day. But he also couldn't bear to see Qiner tormented by poison. Xiwen coldly stared at Xiao, who was ready to face death. It seemed he wouldn't shed tears until he faced the grave. Bring the person here. When Lin Qin was roughly dragged over, her face was filled with terror as she struggled desperately. Unfortunately, the guard was too strong, and she couldn't break free. A piece of rag was stuffed in her mouth, preventing her from calling out, and tears flowed continuously down her cheeks. Lin Qin had a small face, about the size of a palm. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she had a unique charm. Her fair skin had a rosy hue, and her messy hair added to her fragile beauty. She looked at Xiao with despair. Xiao's heart ached as he watched the woman he loved being treated this way. Qiner, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with Xiwen. Young master, please let Qiner go. She is innocent. Xiwen couldn't help but laugh in anger. She is indeed innocent, but you did everything for her. For a woman, you dare to harm me, your master. Xiao, you truly are loyal. Xiao felt a mix of guilt and fear. Old servant asks, Can you spare Qiner? He inquired. I didn't expect you to have real feelings. As long as you speak the truth, I might spare her life, Xiwen replied coldly. Lin Qin felt a mix of emotions upon realizing that Xiao was willing to betray his master for her. But she didn't want to die, After years of struggling, she finally had a semblance of a life and wanted to continue living. The situation was simple. 6 years ago, Anxiu fell in love with Lin Qin, a maid of the second mistress, and sought help from master and heir. The bloodworm was given to him by Anxiuan's uncle, Anzishuan, to be placed in Anxiuan's food. If he refused, there was a threat to take Lin Qin as a concubine, ensuring Anxiu would never have her. He was also told that the worm wouldn't be fatal, only making a person weak. As long as he provided medicine regularly, she could live like a normal person. For Lin Qin's sake, Anxiu agreed. Later, he hesitated, but Anzishuan poisoned Lin Qin, making it impossible for him to watch her die. Left with no choice, he had to place the worm inside her. At that time, Anxiuan was only 18, at the peak of his youth. It took several years for the worm to mature inside him. Anxiuan's health deteriorated over time, and he could no longer practice martial arts. After explaining everything, Anxiuan ordered someone to give Anxiu poison. This poison was used to control him, requiring an antidote every 3 months. Have you placed the worm in anyone else? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Lin Qin was so scared that her legs went weak, and she quickly pleaded, "Young master, please spare my life. I have more information about the second master. I'm willing to share it with you to make up for my mistakes. Please let me go." And Anxiuan looked at her with curiosity. "Oh, tell me what you know. Is it worth saving your life?" The second master. He has connections with the people from Wuyue Pavilion, and he has already sided with the second prince. Lin Qin glanced at the shiny knife near her mouth and quickly revealed what she knew. "My good uncle is quite capable, huh? Wuyue Pavilion? I didn't expect there to still be remnants after all these years. Can you let me go? I can spare you, but you must go back and continue to gather information for me." "Yes, I am willing." Lin Qin looked at Anxiu and replied. She had no other choice. Give her the medicine." "Yes." "Take her away." Anxiuan waved his hand. The effect of the medicine was about to wear off, and he needed to plan a trip to Qingshui County. After days and nights of hard writing, Lu Huaiyan's story was finally complete. He sat in his room, staring blankly, the sunset outside casting a complicated glow on his handsome face. His gaze occasionally fell on the completed manuscript on the table. He had been hesitating whether to show it to Jiang Ning. Ever since he learned she could make poison, she had not been as close to him as before. This was an outcome he could not accept. So he wanted to explain through the manuscript, but at this moment, he felt nervous. He wondered if she would be even less accepting of him. Thinking about how Shen Yanzhou didn't even get a chance to confess, he suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. He quickly stood up, grabbed the manuscript, and left the room, crossing the hall and heading straight to the bedroom on the west side. Arriving at Jiang Ning's door, he waited for a moment but didn't hear any breathing inside. Lu Huaiyan knew she had been in her room and hadn't gone out. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, he heard breathing from inside. Sure enough, she was there, but it felt like she wasn't fully present. This made him even more worried. Would he not be able to find her in the future? Jiang Ning stepped out from her space and opened the door, seeing Lu Huaiyan standing there. "What's wrong?" she asked. Lu Huaiyan handed her the manuscript. "You said you wanted to be the first to read it." Jiang Ning happily took it. "You finished it?" "Yes." "Great. I will read it carefully." After putting the book away, Jiang Ning glanced at the time and thought it was time to make dinner. So she asked him, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine." Lu Huaiyan replied, feeling a bit insincere. He added, "Everything you make is delicious. I like it all." Saying this, he awkwardly walked away. Jiang Ning pouted and went outside to tell Granny Zhou to prepare the dishes. Tonight, they would have braised pork ribs, steamed eggs with minced meat, and stir-fried vegetables. Dinner was set on the stone table in the yard. Lu Huaiyan moved the tea tray aside. When Jiang Ning came to sit down, he said, "I plan to talk to Principal Liu in the next few days about transferring schools." "Will he make things difficult for you?" Jiang Ning asked, biting into a piece of rib. It was quite flavorful. No, logically, he should feel sorry for me. After all, my injury was because of his daughter. After saying this, Liu Huayan picked up a rib as well. Which school are you planning to transfer to? Guanshan Academy, Liu Huayan replied. Before Principal Liu came, Guanshan Academy was the best in Qingshui County, founded by 3 scholars together, and it has a good academic atmosphere. That's nice, Jiang Ning thought, as she didn't really understand these things. Jiang Ning was eager to read her book, so after dinner, she went straight back to her room. The space was always bright, so there was no need for oil lamps at night. When she went to sleep, she closed the doors and windows, and the room became dark. She didn't expect Liu Huayan's story to be so captivating. She was drawn in after just a few pages and couldn't stop reading. But why did the plot feel so familiar? And why did the male lead end up in such a tragic situation? The rich man's daughter was too cruel, ruining an innocent person's life for her own selfish desires. In the end, although he deserved his fate, the male lead paid a heavy price for revenge, like injuring himself while studying medicine. He almost poisoned himself while learning about toxins. Eventually, he became a shadow of his former self, with dark eye sockets and fingers. Such a handsome young man was lost. Although he got his revenge, he was ultimately killed, making it a tragic story. Why did Liu Huayan's tale seem so much like real events?
Could it be that he,
thinking of the woman in the book who was rejected by a scholar and died after hitting a wall, wasn't that just like the original owner? So, was this story meant to tell her that she was reborn? Jiang Ning was startled and sat up in bed. No wonder he was so skilled in medicine and poison. It turned out he learned it in his past life. She had never thought of that before. But such a story definitely shouldn't be published. If she could see the clues, others would too. She quickly got out of bed, took a few sips of refreshing water to wake herself up, and quickly got ready before leaving her space. Wow, it was already late in the morning. She had stayed up all night reading a book. What a surprise. As Jiang Ning complained, she hurried to Liu Huayan's room. His door was slightly ajar, so she pushed it open and walked in. Even though he knew she would come looking for him, Liu Huayan's heart raced as he stood up and asked without thinking, "Did you finish reading?" Was she here to question him? "Yes, you can't publish this book," Jiang Ning said, placing the finished book on the table. Liu Huayan was taken aback. Didn't she realize? Why was she talking about publishing? He awkwardly pointed to another book on the desk. The one meant for publication is that one. The ending is different. So you wrote this one just for me to read? Jiang Ning was surprised.
Yes.
Why do you want me to know this? I want you to understand me, and I know you are not the original Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was shocked and asked, "How do you know I'm not like you? Someone who has been reborn?" After all, apart from the accident where he saved her, Liu Huayan and the original person had almost no connection. And that time, the original person's crazy actions should not be too different from her current self. You're different from her. Even though I don't know the original Jiang Ning well, I've heard some things. Of course, it was because Jiang Ning had never pretended in front of him that he noticed the issue right away. When did you figure it out? Did you forget I'm a doctor? Your medicine has different effects. The problem lies in the water used for brewing it. Also, Liu Huayan spoke carefully, afraid of revealing her secret and making her angry. What else? Jiang Ning wanted to know how much she had exposed. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of anger, Liu Huayan continued, "That special water is with you. Every time you return to your room, you're actually not there. I suspect you have your own hidden space." Jiang Ning was almost dizzy. He had known her secret all along. No wonder he never questioned her actions, no matter how unreasonable they seemed. It was as if anything I did was normal.
So you know all my secrets.
That's why you wrote this book, to share your secrets with me, as a kind of exchange? Yes, I wanted you to know more about me, and I wanted to know more about you. I want us to be together for a long time. Liu Huayan said, a bit flustered. What if I am some kind of monster? Aren't you afraid? I'm already reborn, so why should I be afraid of you? I was just curious about your true identity, Liu Huayan thought to himself. Jiang Ning was taken aback. They were quite similar, so there wasn't really anything to be afraid of. She pointed to another book and asked, "What does that one say?" "A fairy liked me and helped me take revenge. Later, I became a top scholar and an official. The two of us lived happily together and had a lovely child," Liu Huayan said, lowering his gaze, feeling warmth in his ears. How shameless. Jiang Ning didn't expect him, usually so quiet, to have such thoughts about fairies and children. It was quite surprising. "Don't you like it? What does it have to do with me?" "Of course it matters. You are that fairy." "Who said I am a fairy?" Jiang Ning's face turned as red as fire. She was about to turn and run, but Liu Huayan held her back. "No matter what you are, Ning, you said I belong to you. You can't take that back." Jiang Ning was caught off guard by her own bold words. It was all because of his charming looks. She hadn't realized he was a dangerous temptation. Seeing her avoid his gaze, Liu Huayan wondered if she was afraid of him. It was too late for that. He placed both hands on her shoulders, forcing her to look at him, and gazed deeply into her eyes, saying, "Ning, I have feelings for you. Please don't leave me. Can you wait until I finish high school to marry me?" After saying this, he looked at her intently, waiting for her response. Suddenly, Jiang Ning felt flustered by the confession. Before her journey to this world, she had been too busy with life and studies to think about love. She had never loved anyone and didn't fully understand love, but she knew she liked him. From the moment he caught her, he had been the closest person to her in this world, always protecting her. Although she had joked about him being hers, now that it had come to this, she felt a bit panicked. But she wasn't one to shy away. If she liked him, she would accept it. She quietly looked into Liu Huayan's eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes, from the moment you brought me home, I knew you were the one. Ning, I have never liked anyone before. Only you. I want to be with you for a lifetime. No, for all eternity." Jiang Ning looked at him, feeling his sincerity, and her eyes slightly glistened with warmth. "Okay, I promise you. If you ever have doubts." Jiang Ning's delicate fingers glided slowly from his heart to his abdomen, drawing an X. "I'll make sure you can't do that." Liu Huayan's heart raced with her movements, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Before she could finish, he excitedly hugged her, interrupting, "I only want you, Ning. I will never give you a chance to do that to me." He thought he would live alone for the rest of his life, just like in his past life, but unexpectedly, he met her. Because of her, he wanted to live well, to be with her, to create a family, a complete family. In this life, having her is enough. Jiang Ning felt the strong emotions Liu Huayan was conveying. If at first it was just attraction, from this moment on, she truly felt that perhaps it was heaven's mercy that brought these two lonely souls together. "I'm not a fairy. I'm just an ordinary person from another time and space." Jiang Ning decided to be honest about her background. Since he had revealed everything, hiding her own story seemed pointless. The key was that he had guessed everything, which made her feel a bit uneasy. As she spoke more, Liu Huayan held her tighter, afraid she might disappear. He also felt pain for her because of the unfair treatment from her parents. Jiang Ning finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed him away. Seeing him nervous and helpless, she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed his lips, standing on her toes. "What are you so nervous about?" "I died over there. I can't go back." After being kissed, Liu Huayan could hardly hear what she was saying. His mind buzzed, his heart raced, and his thoughts became a bit uncontrollable, with his ears turning as red as could be. This woman always teased him first. Could he also? Liu Huayan looked at her luscious red lips and finally couldn't resist gently touching her cheek. It was a brief contact. Seeing that she wasn't angry, he felt a bit regretful for not kissing her where he truly wanted to. Jiang Ning was taken aback, her lips curling into a smile. "Coward, I really don't know how you learned to handle poison." Remembering what he wrote about raising poisonous insects, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly grabbed his hand to check. "If you make poison, will you end up looking like a monster?" She couldn't accept that. She would rather think of other ways to seek revenge. Lu Huayan held her hand firmly in his, wrapping it in his larger hand. Don't worry, I've already learned all that, and I won't need to learn it again. In his past life, he accidentally found a book called The Manual of Poisonous Insects among his master's texts, and he secretly memorized it. He studied it slowly on his own, but while raising insects and testing poisons, toxins gradually seeped into his body, causing his eye sockets and fingers to darken. This was when his master discovered what he was doing. However, at that time, he was too eager for revenge to listen to his master and stop learning about poisons. In a fit of anger, his master expelled him from the school, and later, he even left the village in frustration. In this life, with the experience from his past, he didn't need to go through the process of testing poisons again. He was worried that Aining might dislike him otherwise. In this life, he wanted to be a good husband to Aining. That's good. Just remember, never joke about your health. If you become unattractive, I understand Aining. Afraid she might say something unpleasant, Lu Huayan quickly pulled her into his embrace. Feeling his warmth, Jiang Ning wrapped her arms around his waist, but before she could hear his heartbeat, they were interrupted by the loud voice of Granny Zhou outside. Miss, a guest of Lord has arrived. Jiang Ning let go and, out of habit, straightened their slightly wrinkled clothes. She noticed a fleeting look of annoyance on Lu Huayan's face and joked, "All right, let's hurry out. It must be for a consultation." They both went outside to greet the guests. As they reached the courtyard, they saw that the threshold had been removed, and 2 carriages had parked beside the shadow wall, one of which was the same carriage that had brought them back before. At that moment, the guard and Yi jumped down from the carriage first, followed closely by Shiwen, who needed a little help getting out. Besides the 2 of them, there were many guards who quickly spread out and took up defensive positions as soon as they disembarked. Jiang Ning thought to herself, wealthy people really value their lives. And Shiwen still looked pale, and his white attire couldn't hide his frail frame, as if he might fall over with a gust of wind. "Lord N," Jiang Ning called out. Seeing Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan come out to greet him, and Shiwen smiled and said, "Miss Ning, young Master Lu, sorry for the disturbance. Please, young Master N." Lu Huayan gestured for him to enter. "Aunt Zhou, prepare some tea." "Yes, miss." Once inside the main room, and Shiwen got straight to the point and said, "Young Master Lu, I have come today to seek medical help." After 10 days without the disturbance of the insect, he could no longer bear the feeling of weakness and pain in his chest. He clearly sensed that the insect in his heart was waking up, which is why he hurried over. Lu Huayan glanced at him and calmly said, "The blood insect in your body has absorbed a lot of precious materials and most of your vitality. Even if we remove it now, your body won't return to its previous health. If it weren't for Shiwen possibly helping Aining find his family, he wouldn't have shared this. He would have simply removed the insect and absorbed the energy himself, greatly improving his own condition. But since he could help Aining, he couldn't do that. That won't work." And Yi, standing behind Shiwen, said anxiously. His master needed to travel often for business, and if he remained so weak, even if he recovered, he wouldn't be able to handle long-term strain. And Shiwen raised his hand to stop Yi's outburst and asked, "Brother Lu, do you have any other methods?" Lu Huayan nodded. "I have 2 ways to deal with the insect. The first method is to remove the insect immediately. It has been lodged in your heart for a long time. If we cut off its supply, it will start to harm your heart right away, so we can't delay. This method costs 5,000 taels. The second method is that I provide a set of cultivation techniques. After you learn it, you will need to absorb the energy from the blood insect within 6 months. How much you can absorb depends on your own ability. During these 6 months, I will use a special technique to keep the blood insect dormant in your body. This method costs 50,000 taels." Jiang Ning was stunned. Starting with thousands and tens of thousands of taels, he truly was a master of toxicology in his past life. Before Lu Huayan could finish, Shiwen directly said, "Let's go with the second method." Over the years, he had spent countless silver on precious materials. 50,000 taels, or even 500,000, was nothing to him. Hearing his master say this, and he quickly took out a wallet and counted out 50,000 taels to hand to Liu Huan. He had brought 100,000 taels on this trip, and it turned out that only 50,000 were needed. Young Master Liu was truly a good person, only asking for money and not favors. Jiang Ning was amazed. This was the power of wealth, carrying tens of thousands of taels with him. This was not like having a few $1,000s in modern times. He reflected on how he had been so pleased over just 100 taels earlier, feeling a bit ashamed of his lack of experience. Liu Huan received the banknote and immediately handed it to Jiang Ning. He finally didn't have to rely on others anymore. Jiang Ning smiled as she took it. They were now a legal couple. What belonged to her husband was naturally hers. They were getting rich, haha. Although there was already a good amount of money in their space, who would complain about having more? And Shuing noticed the sparkle in Jiang Ning's eyes and chuckled to himself. Little money lover. By the way, I want to transfer the poison to that trader in 6 months. Do you have a way, young Master Liu? I do, but I need some medicinal ingredients. I'll give you a list later. Just prepare them, and if you hand this person over to me, I won't charge you for the consultation. Getting a test subject for free and being able to nurture the blood poison again was an opportunity Liu Huan wouldn't miss. Sure. Even if Liu Huan didn't say anything, Shuing probably knew that testing medicine was necessary, and Enchio wouldn't have an easy time. It's noon. Why don't we wait until after lunch to start? Jiang Ning suggested. She remembered that both she and Liu Huan hadn't eaten since morning, so it was better to fill up first. That's a good idea. I've already sent for food, so please don't mind, Shuing said, feeling hungry after traveling all morning. Besides, he had brought quite a few people and didn't want to trouble Jiang Ning, so he took the initiative to arrange for food. Liu Huan was very pleased with Shuing's thoughtfulness. Although Jiang Ning cooked well, it was better if she didn't have to work. He didn't want her to be tired. Soon, the largest restaurant in the county delivered the meals, and they moved to the dining hall to eat. After lunch, the three chatted for a while, and then Liu Huan took Shuing to his room for acupuncture and to learn some techniques. Jiang Ning returned to her room to rest in the space. She had stayed up late last night and was very sleepy now. She ended up sleeping for over an hour. Thinking about the guests at home, she quickly freshened up and left her room. Seeing Liu Huan sitting alone in the living room, she walked over and asked, "Where's Shuing?" Liu Huan replied, "Still inside practicing?" Jiang Ning nodded and asked, "By the way, I've finished the drawings for the spinning wheel and loom. Do you want to take a look?" Sure. Although Liu Huan didn't understand much, he was willing to be involved in anything related to Jiang Ning. Okay, just a moment. Jiang Ning went back to her room and took the drawings from the space. She handed the drawings to Liu Huan and said, "Open it and take a look." Liu Huan opened the drawings and was surprised to find that every detail was drawn very carefully, with annotations included. The key point is that he saw a three-dimensional color drawing nearby, created by the machine, which looked very lifelike. He never knew her painting skills were so impressive, especially her realistic style, which was completely different from his expressive approach. I changed the spinning machine to have 8 spindles. This type of spinning wheel can produce multiple threads at once, increasing output by several times compared to before, Jiang Ning explained while pointing at the spinning machine. I also modified the loom from a vertical to a horizontal design, allowing the weaver to sit while working and use foot pedals to control the warp threads, greatly improving efficiency. A piece of fabric could be completed in just 2 or 3 days. Liu Huan was truly surprised by Jiang Ning's bold innovations. He thought about the snow disaster this winter. If the machines designed by Jiang Ning could quickly produce fabric, the survival chances of border soldiers and civilians would greatly increase. Such beneficial inventions for the country and its people could only be widely promoted with higher authorities' support, allowing these machines to have a greater impact. Liu Huan believed that Jiang Ning's original intention in creating this was to help more people. Are you planning to give the drawings to Shuing? Yang Ning noted. Do you think I should build the machine first or give the drawings directly to the In family? I'm worried that if the drawings don't match the actual machine, it could be a problem. She was torn, as she had only drawn from memory without any verification. Just hand them over. They have specialists to make the machines, and even if there are issues with your drawings, they can make adjustments, so it shouldn't be a big deal, Liu Huayan suggested. He guessed that Shiwen would present the drawings to the emperor, and then the Ministry of Works would be responsible for manufacturing. If any problems arose, the ministry would also make corrections. This way, sharing the credit would benefit everyone. Okay, I'll give the drawings to Shiwen when he comes out. Liu Huayan reminded her. Besides Shiwen, don't let anyone else see these drawings for now. You know the saying about having a precious item can bring trouble. Such a significant achievement, if known, would surely lead to competition. He rolled up the drawings and handed them to Jiang Ning. All right, I understand. At that moment, there was a knock at the door from outside the courtyard. Old Lady Zhou came to report, Miss, a shopkeeper named Zhao is looking for you. Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan stepped out of the main room to find two people in the courtyard. One was shopkeeper Zhao, who was catching his breath. Next to him stood a tall young man in a black robe with a strong build, tan skin, and a handsome face that bore some resemblance to Shiwen, especially with those identical phoenix eyes, making it hard to ignore the family connection. Jiang Ning smiled and greeted, Zhao shopkeeper, what brings you here? Who is this? She glanced at the young man beside him. Ning girl, sorry to bother you. This is my cousin Fu Sheng. He hurried over to find his master. Zhao Qian replied, finally catching his breath. He had really suffered because of this demanding person being rushed the whole way. Fu Sheng had received a letter and portrait from Shiwen recently. He wanted to tell his grandfather but worried about the accuracy of the information, so he only informed his father. After all, they had been searching for over 30 years. His father asked him to verify the information first before telling their elder. He first went to Anfu in the capital to find his cousin Shiwen. However, he learned from a servant that Shiwen had left early that morning to seek medical help in Qingshui County. Without delay, he hurried to Qingshui County, found Zhao Qian, and came to Jiang Ning's home with him. At that moment, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Ning, whose beauty was striking. Even in simple clothing, her charm was undeniable. However, what shocked him was not just her looks, but Fu Sheng couldn't help but step forward and exclaimed, Aunt, are you really my aunt? He couldn't believe he had actually found her. What aunt? I'm still young. Jiang Ning couldn't help but tease, noticing he looked older than her. Really, look at the portrait. Fu Sheng seemed to ignore her comment and took out a scroll from his bag. He carefully unfolded it. The image was a bit yellowed, but it clearly showed a beautiful woman who resembled Jiang Ning. While not an exact match, the similarities were striking. But I'm younger than you. I get it now. You must be my aunt's daughter, right? Where is my aunt? And my grandmother? He looked around eagerly. Jiang Ning thought he seemed a bit slow. Please come inside and we can talk more, Liu Huayan said. He was also surprised by the portrait. If it were the old Jiang Ning, it would have been hard to tell. But the current Jiang Ning looked exactly like the woman in the painting, making it unmistakable. The four of them entered the main hall, took their seats, and the housekeeper quickly served tea to everyone before stepping out. She never expected the family would have such distinguished guests. The guests' demeanor and appearance seemed even more impressive than the county magistrates. So, she was fully alert, having prepared the tea early to avoid embarrassing the family. Besides the portrait, do you have any other proof? Fu Sheng was taken aback. Usually, it's the relatives who are afraid of making mistakes when recognizing each other, but how could the one being recognized also be worried about it? Moreover, their background was clearly impressive. According to his grandfather, this little cousin seemed to have good character. There is a way to tell. All descendants of my grandmother have a crescent-shaped birthmark on their chest, passed down to females only. Did you notice the moon in the painting? That's the shape. My grandfather drew it himself. Liu Huayan felt a jolt in his heart as he remembered the crescent mark on his own chest, which looked the same. Could they be related to Wei Yuejian? Jiang Ning nodded, confirming it. I do have the same birthmark, so you really are my cousin? Cousin, I finally have a sister. Fu Sheng exclaimed, about to hug Jiang Ning, but was stopped by Zhao Qian beside him. The Fu family was a family of military generals, and their numbers were few. In his grandfather Fu Yuanhuai's generation, he was the only surviving descendant, nearly perishing due to a defeat in battle. Fortunately, his grandmother Wu Siyuan saved him, allowing him to survive. They fell in love and had a son and a daughter. Unfortunately, 34 years ago, shortly after giving birth to their youngest daughter, Wu Siyuan disappeared with the baby. Fu Sheng's father, Fu Minghui, only had 2 sons, Fu Su and Fu Sheng, after marrying. Now that there was another girl in the family, Fu Sheng was naturally very excited. Keep it down. Young master and is still in the room. Jiang Ning pointed to Liu Huayan's room. Fu Sheng grew nervous. How is he? He's doing well, practicing his techniques. Let's not disturb him for now, Liu Huayan replied calmly. Did you save my cousin? Fu Sheng then turned to Liu Huayan. His cousin had mentioned finding someone who could help him with the poison, and it seemed that this quiet, handsome man was the one. When he learned from the letter that Zaiwen's was poisoned by Xiao, he was furious and wanted to beat Xiao up. If it weren't for Zhao Qian saying that Zaiwen's needed to be kept alive to feed the poison, he would have wanted to get rid of that ungrateful person. His cousin had treated him so well and saved him multiple times, yet he could still resort to poison. How could he be so cruel? Liu Huayan replied, that's right. Jiang Ning then introduced, cousin, this is Liu Huayan, my fiancé. Fu Sheng was surprised to learn that his newly recognized cousin was already engaged. Still, he gratefully bowed to Liu Huayan, saying, young Master Liu, I will never forget your kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. I will help as much as I can. Fortunately, this person was able to cure my cousin's illness, but whether he can handle being my brother-in-law remains to be seen. However, that does not stop them from expressing their gratitude. These are 2 different matters. Liu Huayan looked at the sincere Fu Sheng and said, young master and has already paid the consultation fee. This means they are even and do not owe any favors. Fu Sheng wanted to say that a life-saving grace cannot be measured with money, but then Shiwen and Yi walked out of the room. Seeing Shiwen come out, Fu Sheng quickly stepped forward to ask, cousin, how are you feeling now? Very good. I feel more relaxed than ever and much more energetic than before, and Shiwen replied with a smile. He had absorbed a lot of vital energy, and his complexion looked much better now. That's great. I thought your illness was incurable. My mother was really worried and kept talking about you at home. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. You rushed over here, so have you confirmed it? Fu Sheng was full of joy. Yes, cousin. Jiang Ning is indeed my cousin. Her birthmark looks exactly like our grandmother's. Although he hadn't seen the birthmark with his own eyes, he could tell by her appearance. And Shiwen was also happy for him. Ninger will be our sister from now on. Jiang Ning was speechless at how quickly Shiwen changed his address. Wasn't there any need to question it? Yes, cousin An is our brother and my mother is his aunt. Fu Sheng quickly turned to explain to Jiang Ning. Cousin, Jiang Ning also called out to Shiwen. Having more family is always good, especially when they are handsome and wealthy. Good, Ninger and Shiwen said, pleased to have another sister. Cousin, where is my aunt? And grandmother? After seeing that Shiwen was fine, Fu Sheng asked about the important matters. His grandfather had been searching for over 30 years, and he was really afraid of failing at the last moment. He didn't know how to explain it to the elder when he returned. Can you tell me what happened? Why did we lose track of grandmother and my mother? Jiang Ning, still confused, wanted to know the reason. And Shiwen found a seat and said, this story starts with your grandmother, Lady Wu. Many years ago, over 40 years ago, the saintess of Wu Yu Pavilion, Wu Siyuan, had a prophetic dream. In the dream, the deity warned her to leave Wu Yu Pavilion because the pavilion master would drain her energy and she needed to stay away from him. So, she asked her most trusted subordinate Wu Qing to help her plan a cliff accident. She took the opportunity to escape, while Wu Qing was injured and rescued by people from the sect. At that time, the young general Fu Yuanhui was unfortunately defeated in a great battle against the Western Yan. During his escape, he was severely injured and fell unconscious, only to be saved by the passing witch Si Yan. Afterward, the two returned to the northwest military camp together. With Si Yan's help, Fu Yuanhui won many battles, rising from a young general to a great general. He ultimately achieved a great victory over the Yan kingdom and, upon returning home, was granted the title of Marquis of Jinshi. After returning to the capital, they married smoothly and had a son named Fu Minghui. 10 years later, war broke out again at the border. Fu Yuanhui led the army into battle, with his wife accompanying him, leaving their 10-year-old son Fu Minghui in the capital to study. However, not long after, Si Yan became pregnant again and gave birth to a daughter named Fu Xini the following year. For some unknown reason, when their daughter was still less than a month old, Si Yan mysteriously disappeared with the child, leaving only a letter asking them not to search for her. Through this letter, Fu Yuanhui learned Si Yan's true identity and why she had saved him in the first place. But how could Fu Yuanhui not search for her? He worried that they might be in danger and could only have a trusted person secretly look for her with a portrait. This search lasted for decades, but unfortunately, there was still no news. If it weren't for Jiang Ning finding the Jingxiugo and being received by An Shiwen, who had seen the portrait from Fu Sheng, they might never have recognized each other in this lifetime. It was truly like a fog, Jiang Ning sighed. She thought Si Yan's departure with her daughter might be related to the energy she possessed, and whether that energy was connected to the birthmark on her own body. If there was a connection, she couldn't be discovered by the people of the Moon Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Jiang Ning felt that old lady Liu might know the last whereabouts of Si Yan, so she shared the information she had previously learned from the Liu family with An Shiwen and the others, including the news about her mother's passing. I can't believe my aunt passed away so young. The Jiang family is truly despicable. I will never let them get away with this, Fu Xing said through gritted teeth. And the Liu family. They took in my aunt but treated her poorly and even tormented her. This is outrageous. I will go find her and demand to know where my grandmother is. Ah, Sheng. Don't be impulsive, and Shiwen quickly stopped him. After all, the Liu family had raised Fu Xini, Liu Yunyang. If handled improperly, they might use their kindness against them. And such a family did not deserve their gratitude. I have a kind of medicine that, when taken, will make a person feel as if their insides are being torn apart by countless insects, but it won't be fatal. Do you need it? Liu Huan spoke up at this moment. The three people who recognized their relationship turned to the man they had completely overlooked. Sister-in-law, do you want to use this medicine on old lady Liu? And Shiwen asked. Now that they had acknowledged their relationship, and Liu Huan was his lifesaver, he naturally changed how he addressed him. After all, he had thoroughly investigated Liu Huan, and they had already signed the marriage contract, making it hard not to recognize him. However, he still hadn't found out where Liu Huan learned his poison skills. At such a young age, he was truly a rare talent. Hearing An Shiwen call him brother-in-law, Liu Huan smiled slightly and nodded, yes, the medicine lasts for 12 hours and does not require an antidote. I'll give you this one. He hadn't planned to give it away for free. But since they had so readily acknowledged him, he felt it was reasonable to show some appreciation.
Great.
Fu Sheng accepted it without hesitation. I'll visit the Liu family tonight. I won't believe I can't find out the truth. Jiang Ning did not object. Last time, they only used her grandson as a threat, and since the pain wasn't experienced by old lady Liu herself, they couldn't be sure if she was telling the truth. This time, using the poison on old lady Liu would let her experience the pain firsthand, which might yield different results. She was also very curious about what the truth really was. In fact, she didn't have much feeling about this acknowledgement of family. After all, she wasn't the original owner, and these relatives hadn't been by her side since childhood, so it was hard to develop deep feelings. She was more curious about the truth, just as she had begun to doubt when she first met Liu Chunqing. Once everything was settled, Jiang Ning thought of her spinning wheel and loom, so she took out the blueprints. She handed them directly to An Shiwen, saying, "Cousin, take a look." An Shiwen thought this was a new clothing catalog from Jiang Ning, but the scroll seemed quite large. When he opened it, he was shocked. He managed the brocade pavilion and understood the principles of spinning and weaving well, so he could immediately see the feasibility of these blueprints. Suddenly, he rolled up the scroll, stood up, and bowed to Jiang Ning. "Ninger, I thank you on behalf of the people of Daizhou." His serious demeanor startled Jiang Ning and the others. Fu Sheng curiously asked, "Cousin, what good thing is this?" "Let me see." He jumped up to grab the scroll. And Shiwen swatted his hand away. This was a treasure. How could he let a rough man touch it? The current emperor has worked hard for decades for the country and its people, improving the lives of the citizens more than any previous emperor. However, many still struggle to eat and stay warm. The emperor is now old, the court is facing a transition, and the borders are beginning to stir. For over 10 years, the world has been at peace, but now it seems war is about to break out, causing the emperor great worry. Jiang Ning's plans, once implemented, will significantly lower the price of fabrics and boost the cotton and silk industries. This is truly a matter that benefits the country and its people, so it's no wonder Shiwen is so excited. "Oh, as long as it's useful, that's good. I just wanted to help those weavers," Jiang Ning said, scratching her head. She initially felt sorry for Li Huar and thought she could make some money. But within Shiwen's enthusiasm, she felt shy about bringing up money. Oh well, it doesn't matter. She isn't short on money right now anyway. Luckily, it was mealtime, and the restaurant brought out the dishes, allowing everyone to shift their focus to the dining room. Jiang Ning sighed again, thinking that wealthy people can enjoy comfort anywhere. After dinner, Lu Huan poured some tea and took a sip. He asked, "What are your plans next, cousins?" Jiang Ning looked at them as well. "We'd like to stay for a couple of days, if that's all right." And Shiwen said, "If a Sheng finds out any news tonight, we can discuss what to do next." Fu Sheng didn't think much about it. His cousin's decision was his decision. "That's fine, but our guest room has no bedding or mosquito nets," Jiang Ning said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She hadn't thought about having guests at home. And Shiwen smiled. "No worries, we'll arrange everything." Since they rarely see their cousin, they didn't want to leave right away. After all, relationships are built through time spent together. It's always nice to have the chance to stay a little longer. Indeed, Zhao Qian heard this and went back early to make arrangements. "I remember that my parents-in-law were not buried in the family grave, right?" Lu Huan casually brought this up. The Lu family lived at the foot of the back mountain, so they knew a bit about it. Jiang Dahu and his wife couldn't be buried in the Jiang family grave because they did not die of natural causes. At that time, Zhuang Dalong paid a little money, and the Jiang family just found a random piece of land to bury them. Upon hearing this, and Shiwen and Fu Sheng were alarmed. Fu Sheng said, "Cousin, we should move Aunt's grave." "Yes, let's go visit Aunt tomorrow, and then we can tell the Duke about it and let him decide," and Shiwen suggested. Fu Sheng nodded. This matter indeed needed their grandfather's decision. Jiang Ning remembered the story she had, and since Shiwen was here, she could let him take a look. "If you have time, Brother Wen, why not read the story that Huayan wrote?" "Oh, so it's a story written by my brother-in-law? I would love to read it," and Shiwen replied graciously. "Well, I'm going to take a nap. I haven't had a good rest these past few days." Fu Sheng was indeed tired after riding all the way from the capital. When Lu Huan handed the book to Shiwen, the servants from the Yin family also brought bedding and luggage. They even brought several boxes of clothes and jewelry for Jiang Ning and Lu Huan, all produced by the brocade pavilion. According to Shiwen, since they had already recognized each other as family, they should maintain a certain status and not dress poorly anymore. Jiang Ning and Lu Huan had no objections, especially since they didn't have to spend their own money. Why not enjoy the comfort of silk and satin? After the room was tidied up, and Shiwen and Fu Sheng went back to their room to rest. In the main hall, Jiang Ning sighed. "I never expected to be a cousin of the Duke's family, but too bad the original owner is no longer here." "Will you dislike me?" Lu Huan asked seriously, holding her hand. "As long as you don't become ugly, I won't dislike you," Jiang Ning replied with a smile, pinching his face before heading back to her room. There's no way around it. It's hard for a designer not to be concerned about looks. Liu Huan shook his head helplessly. He decided he should work hard to become a top scholar. After all, a young lady from the duke's family should be matched with a top scholar. Liu Huan set a goal for himself. At night, with the crescent moon hanging high and a gentle breeze blowing, Jiang Ning, Liu Huan, and Inshuan gathered in the brightly lit hall, waiting for news from Fu Sheng. He had been gone for over an hour, so if all went well, he should be back soon. "Cousin, have you read the book?" Jiang Ning asked, trying to make conversation out of boredom. And Shuan smiled. "I have, but is the reference too obvious? It's clearly about the Xue family in the capital, and portraying Xue Qingling as such a promiscuous and malicious character. Is that really okay?" Having investigated Liu Huan before, and Shuan knew about the conflict with Xue Qingling. Although Xue Wei had been discreet, there were still traces to follow. But if the brother-in-law wrote about Ninger as a fairy, could that be too much? However, the story of a down-and-out scholar finding success with his beautiful wife and taking revenge has a strong market appeal. After all, it's a dream for many scholars. But that's the truth, right? Such a malicious woman should be exposed for everyone to see her true colors. Huan's leg is still not healed. Iyonk Ningsai Dongrili. And Shuan glanced at Liu Huan's injured leg. As his brother-in-law, he was determined to avenge him. Since that was the case, he would give his cousin some face. No matter what, if the Xue family dares to bully their own, they will have to pay the price. The Xue family alone is not to be feared, but who is really behind them? A deeper investigation is necessary. He won't engage in a reckless confrontation that would only harm himself. If he acts, it must be a decisive victory.
Don't worry, Ninger.
I will ask the bookstore to rush the publication. Is a 50-50 split acceptable? And Shuan thought that since the money would go to his cousin, it didn't matter if the bookstore didn't make a profit. "Thank you, cousin," Liu Huan said gratefully. Jiang Ning was also happy. It felt great to have someone powerful to rely on. At that moment, Fu Sheng returned with an angry expression and sat down without saying a word. And Yi followed him, and Inshuan was worried he might act impulsively, so he asked Yi to stay close. After Jiang Ning poured tea for both of them, she waited for the truth to unfold. Seeing that Fu Sheng didn't want to talk, Yi shared what had happened. That old woman was incredibly tough. The second master broke one of her arms, and she didn't say a word. He broke her other arm, and she still stayed silent. In a fit of anger, he broke both her legs, and she still refused to tell the truth. Later, after being given poison, she was in so much pain and feared for her life, thinking there might be an antidote, that she finally spoke up. And Yi shuddered at the thought of her suffering so much that she wished for death. The poison from the master-in-law was truly deadly. It turned out that 34 years ago, Lady Lu's biological daughter was just a month old when she was startled. She wanted to take her daughter to Qingshan Temple to seek help from a master. On the way, she heard people from Wu Pavilion looking for a saintess and mentioning that the saintess had just given birth to a little saintess. This caught the master's attention, sensing something nearby. She saw those people dressed elegantly, exuding an air of nobility, and felt envious. Later, while in the woods, she heard a baby crying and discovered a beautiful woman who was injured and had passed away. Beside her was a lovely baby girl. An idea struck her. Why not swap her daughter with this baby? This way, her daughter could live a life of luxury. Determined, she took off the baby girl's clothes and dressed her own daughter in them. Noticing a crescent-shaped birthmark on the baby, she used a firebrand to burn a similar mark onto her own daughter's skin. This way, if anyone suspected anything, they would think the child's mother had intentionally removed the birthmark to prevent them from finding her. To be safe, after doing all this, she had a maid take the baby girl far away while she hid in the shadows, waiting. The child cried loudly after being burned, and soon, a group of people came to find the source of the sound. After checking, they took the woman and her daughter away. Once she confirmed everything was fine, she initially thought about abandoning the baby. However, being near the temple made her feel guilty and afraid of bad karma. She also realized that since she had brought her daughter out, It would be difficult to explain if her daughter went missing, so she reluctantly decided to keep the baby. As time passed, looking at the child made her miss her own daughter more and more, leading her to take out her frustration on the baby, blaming her for the separation. She grew to dislike the baby even more, treating her harshly and forcing her to do the lowest tasks. In winter, she allowed the servants to pour cold water on her and subjected her to other forms of abuse. When she discovered the child had natural abilities, she worried that her own daughter might be found out and suffer, so she tortured the child even more, deceiving her into thinking her powers were a curse that could lead to her being harmed if discovered. Later, fearing exposure, she married the child off to the unkind eldest son of the Jiang family in the countryside, allowing them to continue mistreating her. After hearing An Yi's account, Fu Sheng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "They are worse than animals. If An Yi hadn't stopped me, I would have wanted to wipe out that entire family." Jiang Ning was also shocked. The old woman was truly vicious, coveting someone else's identity while having the audacity to blame others. It was infuriating to think she had previously insulted her own mother for being of low status. "What kind of organization is the Wu sect?" Lu Huayan asked at that moment. In his past life, he had been killed by the Wu sword, so it was clear that the Wu sect was his enemy. He needed to understand it better. And Shiwen replied, "The Wu sect has existed for many years, and it seems that every dynasty has heard of this organization. It is involved in politics, business, and the military, stirring trouble everywhere." After the emperor ascended the throne, he faced obstacles from the Wu sect and ordered its destruction at all costs. Now, over 20 years later, many people have forgotten this once powerful organization. Although the old lady is a saint in the sect, she has taken a vow of silence and cannot reveal anything about the sect to the outside world. Therefore, we don't know much. However, I must thank my brother-in-law this time. If he hadn't asked me to deal with the traitors, I wouldn't have known that the Wu sect wasn't destroyed and might still be hiding in various places in the country. My cousin might be able to find clues from the Shui family, Lu Huayan thought, recalling that he had been killed after the Shui family was destroyed, suggesting a connection between the two families. The Shui family in the capital? And Shiwen pondered, "I will have someone keep an eye on them." If the identity of the Liu family child is discovered, will the Wu Pavilion send people to continue searching for the little saintess? Lu Huayan asked. Fu Sheng, hearing this, expressed his concern. "Yes, cousin. If they find out that our aunt has been replaced and now she has a cousin who looks a lot like our grandmother, wouldn't that put her in danger? I will slowly disguise my appearance." Jiang Ning thought about whether she could use makeup techniques to adjust her looks. "It's quite troublesome. It would be great if there were something like a disguise potion." Lu Huayan said, "If we can find fish skin, I can make a disguise mask." "All right, I will arrange for someone to look for fish skin as soon as possible," and Shiwen said, as his business is spread across the country, making it easier to find things. Lu Huayan nodded, deep in thought. He recalled the extraordinary skills of the person who killed him in his past life, seemingly unfazed by thousands of troops. How could the Wu Pavilion have disappeared for decades so easily? Were they hiding on purpose, or did something unexpected happen? Moreover, if that leader could sense his mother-in-law's presence during the birth of the old Lady Wu, then Jiang Ning's birth would not have gone unnoticed. But why has no one come looking for them until now? Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Fu Sheng stubbornly asked, "Cousin, aren't we going to take revenge for aunt and grandmother?" "Brother-in-law, what do you think?" And Shiwen asked Lu Huayan for his opinion. Lu Huayan replied, "If we wipe out their entire family, our actions will be too obvious. The Liu family has many relatives, and it might involve them. We can first drive them away, then create an incident on the road where bandits attack them, so it won't be connected to us." "What if they don't leave?" Fu Sheng asked again, "Who would move their whole family for no reason?" "I think that's unlikely. When they realize they have offended someone they shouldn't have, they will naturally leave," Lu Huayan said confidently. And Shiwen agreed, "Since brother-in-law has a plan, I will leave it to you. I will have Zhao Qian assist you. How does that sound?" "Don't worry, cousin. I won't let them live for long," Lu Huayan promised. Fu Sheng clapped his hands and said, "Good. Brother-in-law, you must be ruthless and make them wish they were dead." Of course, Liu Huan nodded in agreement. After talking for a while, Fu Sheng felt much better. Then he thought about Liu Huan's powerful poison and leaned closer to ask, "Brother-in-law, do you still have that medicine? I can pay for it." That's quite harsh. The old woman was not afraid of losing her hands and feet, but she was tortured by poison and only wished for a quick death. He wanted to buy something to deal with bad people. "There are only 10 pieces, for 1,000 taels." Liu Huan took out the medicine bottle. It was not easy to make this medicine, and he did not plan to make it again in the future. Fu Sheng quickly paid 1,000 taels. Jiang Ning happily accepted the banknote. Seeing that she seemed to really like the money, Fu Sheng took out another 10,000 taels for her, saying, "This 10,000 taels is pocket money for my mother for you. Buy whatever you want, and let me know if it's not enough." "Thank you, Aunt." Jiang Ning was overjoyed. This feeling of being recognized was wonderful, especially with a wealthy relative. Seeing Jiang Ning happy, the other men also felt pleased. As it was getting late, and Shiwen said, "All right, everyone should rest early. We need to visit the graves tomorrow." Early the next morning, after breakfast, they set off for Baisha village with a large group. This was Jiang Ning's first time witnessing the grandeur of the wealthy. For carriages and 6 horses attracted the attention of the villagers even before they entered the village, and even the farmers in the fields curiously came to see what was happening. Some quick-footed children ran excitedly toward the village. When outsiders entered the village, it was natural to inform the village chief, especially with such luxurious carriages indicating their high status. Who were they looking for? This scene was much more impressive than the 2 old carriages that Jiang Xiu occasionally brought back to the village. The caravan was surrounded by villagers, blocking the entrance and preventing them from moving forward. The guards came out to protect the carriages, not allowing anyone to get close. "What's going on?" Fu Sheng asked curiously, looking at Jiang Ning and Liu Huan, who were sitting still across from him. "We need to wait for the village chief to come and clear the villagers," Liu Huan replied calmly. Jiang Ning had never seen such a scene before, but she could understand that they were probably being watched like a spectacle. "Aren't you from the village? You could just go out and say something." "Hee. We were actually driven out of the village." Jiang Ning awkwardly touched her nose, thinking that going out might cause more trouble. "How dare they?" Fu Sheng shouted angrily, wanting to rush out and confront them. He couldn't tolerate these villagers bullying his sister. Jiang Ning quickly stopped him, saying, "Well, we can't blame them. It's a long story." "Then make it short. I'll handle it," Fu Sheng said impatiently, as he was also a person of quick temper. Jiang Ning summarized the situation, and the more Fu Sheng listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. "So, the daughter of the richest family, the Shui family, wants to compete with you for a man? Does she even deserve it?" He looked at Liu Huan, who had an innocent expression. This brother-in-law was tall and handsome, seemingly even more attractive than his cousin. No wonder he caught people's attention. But since he was already with his cousin, no one could take him away. Jiang Ning was speechless. After all she had said, he summarized it in one sentence, really good at picking the main point. "Yes, my husband's leg was broken by Shui Qingling, and our house was burned down. The villagers were afraid of being implicated, and we didn't want to harm them, so we left the village." Jiang Ning applied the eye medicine. "If you can use strength to your advantage, why not? Cousin, you need to think of a way. The Shui family actually dared to bully my cousin. You can't let them get away with it." Fu Sheng realized he couldn't vent his anger on the villagers, so he turned his focus to the Shui family. "Okay, let's have someone trip up the Shui family later. Ninger's grievances cannot go unaddressed," and Shiwen nodded. "That's more like it." With his cousin taking action, Fu Sheng felt reassured and was no longer anxious. "However, we need to first resolve Ninger's current grievances." And Shiwen said, glancing at Liu Huan, who seemed to have too many schemes. He had intentionally brought this up yesterday, clearly to prompt them to help Ninger. But they really should do more for her. He sent someone to the front carriage to bring Zhao Qian over and gave him clear instructions. Just then, the village head, Zhuang Fugue, hurriedly arrived, and the villagers quickly made way for him. When Zhao Qian saw Zhuang Fugue approach, he stepped forward and said, "You're the village head of Baisha village, right? I am Zhao Qian, the manager of Jinxiu Pavilion. We have come to recognize our relatives for the purpose of visiting our aunt's grave. May I ask how to get to the cemetery in the back mountain?" Zhuang Fugue responded very politely, "So you are Manager Zhao. Nice to meet you. May I ask who your aunt is? We can arrange someone to guide you." Zhuang Fugue often traveled to the county and had heard that the owner of Jinxiu Pavilion was from a wealthy family in the capital. He just didn't know why this wealthy family had come to their village to recognize relatives. The villagers, upon hearing this, began to look around, wondering whose ancestral grave was causing such a stir. Zhao Qian sighed and said loudly, "Zhang Dehai's wife, Liu, is our master's aunt, who was mistakenly replaced by the villainous Liu Feng. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and our master found the young lady, but unfortunately, she had a short life. What a twist of fate, truly pitiful." He even wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Jinxiu Pavilion was in Shiwen's private property, and only a few people knew he was one of the actual owners. However, for the villagers with little experience, the identity of the owner of the Jinxiu Pavilion was enough to create a stir. Zhang Dehai and Liu Shi, aren't they Jiang Ning's parents? The villagers were stunned. Could it be true? Has Jiang Ning become a noble lady? They recalled the scene when the family was driven out of the village. They weren't back for revenge like Jiang Xiao, were they? Everyone trembled and unconsciously stepped back, not caring if they stepped on someone else's feet. But there were some who weren't afraid, like Wang Dia, who whispered, "Is Jiang Ning just putting on a show? How could noble relatives suddenly appear?" She had always liked Zhuang Yinqing and thought being a concubine would be acceptable if she couldn't be the main wife. Encouraged by others, she became the first to speak out. "How dare you?" the guards shouted, drawing their swords. The sharp sound of metal clashing stunned the villagers, making them kneel and beg for mercy. Wang Dia was so shocked that her legs went weak, trembling all over, nearly losing control. She was pulled to the ground by the villagers, her lips quivering, unable to speak. Zhuang Yuning beside her also knelt down, as she had just encouraged Wang Dia's doubts and couldn't be discovered. Her brother was engaged to the daughter of the mountain chief and had taken a wealthy concubine, so her family was considered well off in the village. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning returned and overshadowed them all. It was simply infuriating. Zhuang Fugue was also shocked, swallowing hard as the gleaming swords hurt his eyes. He was relieved that he had been cautious and hadn't treated Jiang Ning and her family too harshly. Now he felt a bit at ease and bowed to plead, "Noble one, please spare us. They are just foolish villagers. I hope you won't hold it against them. Considering the village head's position, I will let this go this time. But next time, be careful. Swords show no mercy," Zhao Qian said with authority. Only then did the guards sheath their swords. The sound of swords returning to their scabbards further intimidated the kneeling villagers, and no one dared to question anymore. Yes, I will manage them," Zhuang Fugue said, shooting a glare at Zhuang Yuning. He then turned to Zhao Qian with a flattering smile. "Since they are relatives of the Liu family, is Ning back as well?" Before Zhao Qian could respond, the carriage door was pushed open by Fu Sheng, who was strikingly handsome, wearing a golden crown and a satin robe only the wealthy could afford. He was a military general, experienced in battle, and exuded a commanding presence. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd like a blade. The villagers were intimidated by his aura, lowering their heads and daring not to look directly at him. Zhuang Yunin was stunned and wide-eyed, but luckily she was small and far away, so no one noticed her. She always thought her brother was the most handsome man in the world, but he couldn't compare to the grace of the young man in front of her. Is this the kind of elegance that only true noble families can cultivate? Is she really a relative of Jiang Ning? The tall Fu Xing stood on the carriage and coldly asked Zhuang Fugue below, "I heard my cousin was driven out of the village by you?" "Not at all. Scholar Liu offended someone and left on his own to avoid trouble for the villagers." We didn't chase them away, Zhuang Fugui said, wiping his cold sweat and forcing a smile. The young man looked youthful, but had sharp eyes that made him seem intimidating. Is that so? He asked Jiang Ning in the carriage. Cousin, we really left on our own. The richest family in the capital, the Xue family, pressured my husband. We didn't want the villagers to be affected. It's not their fault. Jiang Ning's voice came from the carriage. Upon hearing this, the villagers sighed in relief. As long as they weren't blamed, they felt safe from retaliation, and they relaxed. They were truly convinced that the Jiang family's ancestors were indeed causing trouble. However, they were there to pay respects and hadn't planned to visit the Jiang family, especially considering their current situation. If Jiang Ning said a word, perhaps they wouldn't have to endure bullying from Jiang Xiao and Widow Wang anymore. They just didn't know if Jiang Ning would help the Jiang family. A mere Xue family dares to pressure my brother-in-law? They really don't want to live, Fu Sheng said angrily. I will make sure to avenge you, cousin. Zhuang Fugui quickly understood that Fu Sheng was here to support Jiang Ning and replied, Young master, please don't blame the villagers for being timid. The Xue family is nothing to you, but we common folks have a hard life. As long as the Xue family doesn't retaliate, we will always welcome Ning Girl and Scholar Liu back to the village. I will arrange for someone to clean up the house that was burned down right away. You can rebuild whenever you want. Zhuang Fugui thought to himself that this was a great opportunity. He had to make sure to stay connected. He wondered if old man Jiang regretted missing this chance to ally with someone powerful. He didn't believe Ning Girl would support the Jiang family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here to pay respects but would have gone directly to the Jiang family. The villagers nodded in agreement, saying they could help with that. Seeing that Zhuang Fugui understood the situation, Fu Sheng decided not to press them further and said, In that case, can we go pay our respects now? Yes, of course. Zhuang Fugui quickly nodded. I see you have quite a few horses and carriages. Why not park them at Scholar Liu's house? It's not far from the entrance of the back mountain. Zhuang Fugui's thoughts were simple. Looking at the burned house, he thought maybe this wealthy young man would feel sorry and build a new one for Ning. Otherwise, with Scholar Liu's cold demeanor, it would be hard to say. Fu Sheng thought it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. Zhuang Fugui felt secretly pleased and excitedly offered to lead them, while the villagers willingly cleared the way. Fu Sheng returned to the carriage, and the convoy slowly started moving. Nearby, Mrs. Ma, having received the news, turned pale and felt anxious. What should I do? How did that girl suddenly become a person of high status? Remembering the scene when they called off the engagement, she wondered if she would seek revenge on their family. Mrs. Ma thought such a grand scene would only happen when Liu Shuiying married her son.
But now,
if they hadn't called off the engagement, Qing'er could have returned to the village in such style today. Indeed, some villagers quickly spread the news that Jiang Ning had transformed from a mountain chicken into a phoenix, hoping to see Mrs. Ma regret her decision. They had forced the engagement to be called off, and now that status likely surpassed that of several daughters from the mountains. Sister-in-law Chen comforted her. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Our Qing'er is now in the city and engaged to Ing'er. The future will be bright. Besides, they're just here to pay respects today. We called off the engagement properly, and even if it seems a bit improper, she was the one who broke the rules first. What reason does she have to blame us? Also, isn't Qing'er's concubine Jiang Ning's cousin? Mother, don't mention it. Lu Shi should be the one worried about revenge, said Chen's son, Zhuang Yunqiang, who had just watched everything unfold. Especially since the first thing the other party said was that the Liu family had swapped the nobleman's daughter. How could the nobleman tolerate that? Revenge on the Liu family was only a matter of time. When Chen and the others heard Zhuang Yunqiang's words, they were furious. The Liu family truly was a source of misfortune, shamelessly clinging to Qing'er, and now they might bring unexpected disaster. What should we do now? Mrs. Ma asked. Chen replied, let's wait and see. If that girl comes looking for us, we will push Liu Yinyang out. If she doesn't come, we will proceed with our original plan. They initially wanted to deal with Liu Ruame, but the maidservants and helpers she brought were not easy to handle. Plus, she had money, so they decided to first empty Lu Ruame's dowry before anything else. For now, everything is calm on both sides. Lu Ruame learned from her maid, Xinger, that Jiang Ning had returned to the village. She had just moved into the new courtyard built by the family. After her plan to deal with Jiang Ning failed, Lu Ruame not only missed out on the grand wedding she wanted, but also lost her reputation. She didn't dare to speak out and spent a few days recovering her health before quietly taking the sedan chair sent by the family to enter their home. When she was carried inside, she found out that Zhuang Yunqing had gotten engaged to Lu Shuiying and had secretly gone to the city. She was furious. Lu Ruame had originally planned to go to the city too, but the matriarch threatened her, saying she would be disowned if she left the village. Lu Ruame couldn't stand living in the family's thatched house, so she used her dowry money to buy 5 acres of land and built several large courtyards according to city standards. One courtyard was for her in-laws, another for the Chen family, and she built a separate courtyard for herself and Zhuang Yunqing at the back. The matriarch and others didn't say much, as it would eventually belong to their family anyway. To finish the houses quickly, she built mud brick homes with tiled roofs. She laid wooden floors in her living area, while others had stone tiles, and all the walls were painted white, making the houses look quite impressive from the outside. Lu Ruame had already lost part of her dowry due to a theft, reducing it from 18 to 8 loads, and she only had 1,000 taels left. The value of the 2 shops and 1 house was also around 1,000 taels, totaling about 3,000 taels, which was more than half less than before. Now, upon entering, she faced significant expenses and felt frustrated. "Miss, what should we do? Will she retaliate against us?" Xinger asked anxiously, as she had witnessed Jiang Ning's frightening nature. "What can we do? Isn't it enough that she harmed our entire family?" Lu Ruame thought of the terrible situation her family faced on the day of the banquet and wished she could punish Jiang Ning severely. She had planned to deal with that woman later, but unexpectedly, she had become someone they couldn't afford to offend. Her family was in business, and even her grandfather was wary of the Jinxiuge, so it was clear that the person behind it was not simple. "Should we tell the master and mistress?"
Xinger asked.
"That might be good. Wait until they leave, then quietly go back," Lu Ruame replied. Zhuang Fugue soon arrived at Lu Huayan's doorstep with a convoy, and over 20 guards spread out to create a large area, preventing any villagers from getting close. A few people got off the carriage. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were asked by Fu Sheng to wear silk clothes and dress up nicely today. The reason was to show Jiang Ning's parents that they would have a good life in the future, so they wouldn't need to worry. Jiang Ning wore makeup that changed her appearance quite a bit, but she still looked beautiful. As they got out of the car, the villagers who were following them were amazed. Although the guards kept them at a distance, everyone was still very impressed. If they hadn't known it was Jiang Ning, they wouldn't have recognized her at all. Besides her figure, which faintly resembled her past self, there was no trace of her former village girl look. The group stood there like a beautiful painting, looking like celestial beings. They had originally come to help Lu Xiaozai clear the land, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. Jiang Ning was once a phoenix in distress, but Lu Huayan was just as impressive as a nobleman from the capital. Together, dressed in fine silk, they truly looked like a perfect couple. And Shiwing and Fu Sheng looked at the ruins before them, their eyes narrowing in disbelief. They never imagined their cousin had been treated so poorly, forced to the point of having nowhere to stay. The Xue family deserved to be punished. At that moment, both brothers felt a surge of anger that was surprisingly in sync. "Zhao Qian," and Shiwen called out. Zhao Qian quickly stepped forward. "What can I do for you, sir?" "Find someone to clean this place up and buy all the vacant land nearby. We'll build a new house and hire some servants." It didn't matter if they could live there right away, but they couldn't let their cousin lose face. Jiang Ning knew her cousin was helping her, and she didn't refuse. She looked at a nearby hill next to the Liu family and thought about the grapes in her space, wondering if her dream of having a vineyard was about to come true. "Cousin, let's buy that hill too." "I have plans for it," Jiang Ning said excitedly. "Okay," and Shiwen nodded affectionately. Zhuang Fugui felt overjoyed, realizing his thoughts were correct. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "How much land do you want? I can have it measured right away." "Uncle Zhuang, I just want that hill. You can discuss the rest with Manager Zhao. We need to head into the mountains now." Their family was going to pay respects at the graves, so Manager Zhao didn't need to follow them. "All right, you all come over to help," Zhuang Fugui said, pointing to a few villagers who had come along. The villagers saw Jiang Ning and the others heading up the mountain, and some bold ones started to whisper, "Whoever says Liu Xiaocai is a disaster again, I'll fight them." Exactly. Didn't you see how much better Ning girl looks after getting married? She not only became more beautiful but also found her family. She's like a lucky star. Looking at Liu Xiaocai, I would believe it if someone said he comes from a noble background. Do you think Liu Xiaocai might be a lost child from a wealthy family? At that moment, someone asked, "How did the rumor that he was a disaster start?" It seems it started after he became a scholar. His popularity was even greater than Zhuang Xiaocai's at that time, so that's when the rumors began. As for who spread it, the villagers couldn't remember. Zhuang Yunying hid behind, listening to the villagers' discussions, her eyes downcast. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Jiang Ning had become more attractive. Lu Huayan was even more handsome than her brother. Standing next to the other two young gentlemen, he didn't fall short at all. If she hadn't called off the engagement, her brother would be standing next to those young gentlemen now. Then she would have had a chance to be close to them. She clenched her fists, feeling regret for the first time about calling off the engagement. But sadly, it was too late. In the distance, Widow Wang quietly left after watching everything. She needed to go back and give the Jiang family a piece of her mind. They shouldn't think Jiang Ning would help them. After all, the Jiang family was living the same life that girl used to have. Wang Suihua didn't believe Jiang Ning would speak up for them. The Jiang family's current situation was their own fault. They had no compassion, and the two daughters they married off hated them. She might not be able to get close to Ning girl, but she didn't want to offend her. The village's cemetery was located on the west side of the mountain, and the path was difficult to walk. A few guards with swords led the way. Lu Huayan had just recovered, and with a cane and his skills, he managed to climb fairly easily. After a long walk, they finally reached the graves of Lu Yunong and her husband. Jiang Ning took the incense, candles, and paper money needed for the offerings from the guards. Using the original owner's memories, she lit the incense. Lu Huayan and Shiwen and Fusheng helped arrange the various offerings and lit the incense. The guards helped clear the weeds around the graves. The four of them knelt in front of the graves, bowing and lighting incense. "Dad, Mom, I brought your nephew and son-in-law to see you. Although I am not your daughter, I hope I have found true family for you. I wish for you three to be reunited in the afterlife. In the next life, may you be born into a good family and live a life of comfort and wealth. As for those who wronged you, I will not let any of them go unpunished. They will pay for their sins." Jiang Ning felt sympathy for this family, who had never lived a good life, especially for Lu Yunya. She had a good background but was robbed of her identity by wicked people. She endured much suffering, and her own child met a tragic end. It would be a disgrace not to ensure that the Lu family does not suffer such a fate. After the memorial, Fusheng said quietly, "I will persuade my grandfather to move my aunt's grave soon. She did not have a good life, and she shouldn't rest in such a place. This small mound of dirt is not a proper resting place. Your grandfather will agree, but don't upset him too much," and Shiwen reminded. "I know. Over the years, grandfather has missed grandmother and aunt, and he has aged more than his peers and is not in good health. He would not dare to act rashly. He will first discuss it with his father." "When will you return to the capital?" Fu Sheng replied, "I have to go back tomorrow." He currently holds a position as a 6th-rank officer in the capital, and his father only granted him 10 days of leave. So, he cannot stay here long and must hurry back. "Ninger, you should return to the capital with Ah Sheng," and Shiwen said to the quiet Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was taken aback. She wasn't prepared to face this family. Seeing her hesitation, Fusheng asked gently, "Cousin, are you unwilling?" Grandfather would be very happy to see you, and father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, and your nephew would all like you. We have so few girls in our family. You are precious to us. I am not ready yet. Jiangning admitted her feelings. And Shiwen was her boss, and she felt a connection with him upon their first meeting. They were close in age, so it was easy to accept him. The duke's household consists of elders, and there are many rules in the capital. She was genuinely afraid of being restricted. Mainly, she felt guilty. She was not the original owner, but wanted to enjoy what belonged to her. It felt undeserved. At the very least, she wanted to wait until she had avenged the original owner's grievances before making any decisions. And Shiwen did not want to pressure Jiang Ning. He turned to Liu Huayan. What do you think? Returning to the capital would only bring benefits to them, and he believed Liu Huayan understood this. However, Liu Huayan did not consider things as he had hoped, because he knew that both the duke's residence and the Dingxi Marquisate were staunch supporters of the crown prince. And Zaiwen's sister was the crown princess, and his aunt was the wife of General Fu, making their connections unavoidable. In his past life, both families faced tragic failures, and the second prince ultimately rose to power. If they were to return to the capital and acknowledge their ties now, they would surely become targets for the second prince's faction. And Zaiwen's fate had not completely changed. Even if the traitor was caught this time, Liu Huayan did not believe that Zaiwen's was out of danger. There was also the hidden threat of Wuyue Pavilion. The person who had seen him once had killed him, and Jiang Ning, as a small saintess fleeing from Wuyue Pavilion, was certainly being sought after. Therefore, he could not let his guard down. This was not the right time for them to be exposed. He also had to change Shenyanzhou's fate. However, he did not yet know how to express all this. He only wanted Jiang Ning to know about his rebirth. If Ning doesn't want to go back for now, we can wait until after my imperial examination to head to the capital together, Liu Huayan said. The examination required returning to one's hometown, and going back and forth would waste time. Liu Huayan hinted, and now is not a good time for exposure. Fu Xing's face fell in disappointment. They were from the duke's residence, and could not leave the capital without permission. Fortunately, he was young and held a low position so he could take a break. His older brother, a fourth-rank general, could not leave so easily. So, he thought bringing his cousin back to the capital would be the best choice, but unfortunately, she was unwilling. However, he did not want to pressure her, so he asked Liu Huayan, brother-in-law, when do you plan to take action against the Liu family? Tomorrow, Liu Huayan replied. Great, straightforward. What about that ungrateful person who broke off the engagement? Mentioning Zhuang Yunqing, Liu Huayan snorted coldly. Of course, I want him to have his dreams shattered and suffer until he dies. By the way, what about the Jiang family? Fu Sheng asked again. Liu Huayan replied, the Jiang family is Ning's blood relatives. We cannot act against them. However, I will find a way to ensure they meet their end at someone else's hands. After all, they were bound to die anyway. He had mentioned that once his leg healed, he would deal with them one by one, and now the time had come. Fu Sheng was satisfied. It seemed that this brother-in-law was quite capable. Unfortunately, he could not stay to participate in such good affairs. How frustrating! He looked at the calm Zaiwen's beside him, and for the first time envied his cousin's freedom to roam around. He told Shiwen, cousin, since you are here, you need to take care of my sister and make sure no one bullies her again. Don't worry, and Shiwen replied with a smile, surprised to see his usually carefree cousin showing concern. Brother-in-law, you also need to work hard and aim to pass the exam this time, or you might embarrass your wife, Fu Xing added. The most important thing was passing the exam, so they could go to the capital sooner. Liu Huayan glanced at Jiang Ning and promised, cousin, don't worry. I will not let Ning down. Jiang Ning was indifferent. If he didn't pass this time, he could try again next time. She heard the imperial exams were quite difficult. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Liu Huayan. He had a tough life in his past, and she just hoped he would be healthy and happy in this life. Cousin, please don't put too much pressure on my husband. TSK, you are already defending him. It seems a girl can't be kept at home. Fu Xing scoffed. After chatting for a while, Lu Huayan took Jiangning to pay respects to Lu's parents. Once they finished, when they returned to the Lu family estate, Zhao Qian had already purchased the land and handed the deed to Jiangning. Jiangning was a bit surprised. Isn't this a bit too fast? This is normal. Our trip takes less than half an hour. The total land is 300 acres of hilly land and 300 acres of wasteland, making 600 acres in total. Jiangning looked at their newly fenced land, which seemed vast and endless. She felt a thrill. She was becoming a landowner. Very good, and Shiwen nodded. Since the land is bought, let's first build the outer wall. You can find someone to plan the house, and once you have the blueprints, show them to Ninger for approval, keeping her preferences in mind. Yes, I understand. Zhao Qian replied. Manager Zhao, can we hire people from our village for the work? Everyone can help with building walls, Zhuang Fugui suggested to Zhao Qian. With such a large piece of land, there was plenty of work, and they didn't want to hire outsiders for it. They could start with the wall building. Slowly, they could also take on the work of building houses inside. The villagers, who were stopped outside by the guards, nodded in agreement. Building walls wasn't hard. They could all do it. That's fine, but the Jiang family, Yunqing's family, and Wang Dai's family, along with their friends, are not allowed to be hired. The rest will be arranged by Uncle Zhuang. Jiang Ning agreed, not wanting to embarrass the village head. After all, it was those few families who had caused trouble, and she knew that in a village of over 2,000 people, not everyone would like you. There are a few people who are blind to the situation. Just ignore them. As for the feud between the Jiang family and the Zhuang family, we will deal with them when we return to the village. To be honest, although Zhuang Fugui has some ulterior motives, he is generally a good person. He often fights for the village's interests. Yes, I will find the best mason in the village for you. He will make sure the wall is perfectly straight, Zhuang Fugui said cheerfully. Okay, if Su Wei's older brother is free, let him come too. Jiang Ning thought of the Su siblings she had seen a few days ago. Sure, I'll remember that. Jiang Ning and her group were riding back in a carriage, and it was already past noon. Everyone was hungry. The snacks prepared in the carriage had all been shared and eaten. However, before they could enter the city, a hurried guard stopped them. He rode up to the carriage and urgently reported inside, Young master, Lin Qin has died suddenly on the road. And Shiwen opened the window and asked coldly what happened. Explain clearly. The guard replied, My men were bringing Lin Qin back to the capital, and we did not encounter any danger along the way. However, shortly after we set off, Lin Qin suddenly felt severe chest pain and stopped breathing soon after. We could only bring the body back. Since we heard you were in Qingshui County, we brought her directly here to avoid any delays. She is now in the back courtyard of Jinxiu Pavilion. And Shiwen's expression darkened. He turned to Lu Huayan and said, Brother-in-law, please come with us to take a look. Lu Huayan nodded. Return to Jinxiu Pavilion, and Shiwen ordered.
Yes.
The convoy continued on, and Shiwen closed the window, remaining silent. In the back courtyard of Jinxiu Pavilion, Lin Qin was placed on a wooden frame, covered with a white cloth. Jiang Ning did not approach. She was not interested in the dead. Lu Huayan walked over, lifted the cloth, and saw Lin Qin's face was twisted and pale, her lips a dark purple, with no external injuries. He took out a long needle and inserted it into her throat, stomach, and heart. Only the silver needle in her heart changed color. Lu Huayan continued to needle different spots in her heart, and after checking, he said, She must have been cursed with a heart-devouring insect, which had been lurking near her heart. Later, she ingested another poison, which activated the heart-devouring insect. The insect, awakened violently, began to release toxins and eat away at her heart. At this moment, the insect should still be alive inside her. Hearing this explanation, everyone stepped back in fear. And Shiwen did not expect that his poison had caused Lin Qin's death. It was truly a waste of A. Does the person who placed the curse know about this? Lu Huayan nodded and replied, The mother poison should have sensed it by now. And Shiwen raised an eyebrow. So, my dear second uncle should know he has been exposed. After all, Lin Qin had been away from the capital for a long time. It wouldn't take much to find out. That should be the case, Lu Huayan said as he took out a vial of potion, dipped a long needle into it, and then pulled it out. A dark green glow appeared at the tip of the needle. Then, he forcefully plunged the silver needle into Lin Qin's heart. The potion looked very toxic, and with his action, everyone's hearts tightened. Lu Huayan did not pull out the needle but instead put away the potion and instructed, have someone take the body away and burn it thoroughly. The ashes should be buried properly. Zhao Qian immediately ordered his servants to carry Lin Qin's body and the wooden frame away. He also asked for water to help Lu Huayan clean his hands. This future son-in-law was quite frightening. It was wise to be careful. And Xuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. Since they had already startled the snake, they could not give the enemy a chance to retaliate. He needed to return and prepare. Even if Lin Qin hadn't died, he would need to go back to the capital to address matters regarding Wuyu Pavilion and the loom. He needed to report in person. I need to return to the capital now, and Xuan said, then instructed Jiang Ning in the distance. Ninger, you all should hide for now and do nothing. Don't let Wuyu Pavilion discover you. Remember to keep a low profile. The atmosphere seemed to grow tense. Jiang Ning approached and replied seriously, I understand, cousin. Please stay safe. At that moment, she deeply felt the danger nearby. Witnessing death firsthand was much more frightening than their previous minor skirmishes. And Xuan thought for a moment and then said, "And give the money box to the young lady."
Yes.
And took out the money box and handed it to Jiang Ning. She hesitated to accept it, as she already had enough. And Xuan would not allow her to refuse. Ninger, take it. This is the remaining 50,000 taels. Spend it as you wish. Thank you, cousin. Jiang Ning had no choice but to accept it. Zhao Qian, send someone to secretly protect the young lady. Remember, nothing is more important than her safety, and Xuan instructed.
Yes.
Fu Sheng waited until Xuan had made arrangements before speaking. Cousin, I will go back to the capital with you. Leaving early would be better. He was worried his cousin might encounter danger on the way. His cousin was not the same as before. He was quite vulnerable now. With his people along with his cousins, they would be safer on the journey.
All right.
And Xuan nodded in agreement and said to Lu Huayan, brother-in-law, take good care of Ninger. I've arranged for your book to be published. You also need to be prepared for what might happen. Once the book is sold, Xue Qingling will surely guess who wrote it. At that point, it's uncertain what methods she might use for revenge. However, thinking about Lu Huayan's recent abilities, he felt he shouldn't worry too much. Fu Sheng patted Lu Huayan on the shoulder to show his concern. Thank you, cousin, but please wait for my notice before the release. Lu Huayan took out 2 bottles of medicine from his pocket and handed them to Fu Sheng and Xuan. Keep these antidote pills with you. They might be useful. Thank you. They accepted the bottles. Jiang Ning went to the backyard and filled 2 water bags with spiritual spring water to give to them, reminding them to drink on the way. Although she didn't understand why her cousin gave them 2 bags of water, and Xuan and Fu Sheng accepted them carefully, knowing that whatever their cousin gave them was important. This showed how much they valued her. Cousin, take care of yourself. Fu Sheng waved to Jiang Ning as he got into the carriage. After saying goodbye, and Xuan and Fu Sheng hurriedly left with their group. Will something happen to my cousin? Jiang Ning asked worriedly, not wanting any trouble to arise so soon after they had just become family.
Don't worry, miss.
He has faced many challenges and will be fine, Zhao Qian reassured Jiang Ning. Lu Huayan also believed that Xuan at least knew about the enemy's existence earlier than in his past life, and the poison was under control, so he should be okay. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Qian asked, Miss, would you like to eat here? Jiang Ning shook her head, remembering that there had just been a body lying there. Let's go back to eat. Yes, I'll arrange for a carriage to take you back right away. In the Liu family's backyard, old lady Liu had been in agony since last night, feeling as if her insides were being gnawed by countless poisonous insects, rolling on the ground in pain. The key was that her hands and feet were bound, preventing her from scratching, making it even more unbearable. After the two masked individuals asked her for information, they didn't give her any antidote, and old lady Liu realized she had been tricked. She had been screaming like a pig being slaughtered throughout the night, and now, after 10 hours, she was gradually losing strength, making faint sounds, her face pale as paper. Her body was soaked with sweat, her limbs were restrained, and she trembled violently, her teeth biting into her lips, leaving them torn and bloody, with tears streaming down her face, looking extremely pitiful. The Liu family members were confused about what was happening to old lady Liu. When they asked her, she wouldn't say anything. The doctors were all at a loss. Old lady Liu weakly said to the doctor, "Useless. A bunch of useless people." Old lady Liu didn't tell her family about changing her daughter, and everyone thought Liu Yun'er was no longer alive. Therefore, she didn't dare to say that someone had come to seek revenge and poisoned her. Liu Chunsheng suspected something was off about Liu Yun's situation, but seeing Feng's miserable state, he felt some pity and didn't press her for answers. In the evening, Xing'er arrived at the Liu family to see Madame Fong. Due to the recent troubles in the family, Fong was overwhelmed. Thinking of her precious daughter, she found time to meet Xing'er. When she learned about Jiang Ning's identity, she was shocked and jumped up from her chair. "Is this true?" Xing'er replied, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Jiang Ning was brought back to the village in a carriage, personally escorted by Manager Zhao from Jinxiu Pavilion. Manager Zhao said that our old lady had switched identities, and most of the villagers heard it. There was also a very noble young man accompanying them, and the guards were armed. I have never seen such a powerful display. When did this happen? Liu Yufu, the elder son of the Liu family, happened to come by to see Fong and was also taken aback by Xing'er's words. This morning, at the entrance of Baisha village, Xing'er replied softly. Seeing her husband rarely come to find her, Fong gently asked, "What should we do now? We just offended Jiang Ning, and now we learn about her identity. Do you think the old lady might be?" She wondered if they were being retaliated against, but as a daughter-in-law, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Liu Youfu had no idea what to do. He just wanted to find his father. "I will go find father." Fong had no choice but to send Xing'er away and hurried to old lady Liu's room to wait for news. She guessed that her father-in-law would surely come to ask about the matters from the past. At this moment, old lady Liu felt her pain gradually easing. With no threat to her life, she sighed in relief while her second daughter-in-law, Feng, was feeding her ginseng soup. Liu Chunsheng angrily brought his two sons to old lady Liu's room, clearly ready to demand answers. Fong and Feng were so frightened they hid in the corner. Facing the family's life and death situation, Liu Chunsheng didn't think about sparing Feng's feelings. Everyone in the family needed to know. He ordered the servants out. He approached old lady Liu's bed and asked, "What really happened with our daughter all those years ago? Did you know that Jiang Ning has recognized her relatives? She is the cousin of the owner of Jinxiuj." Liu Chunsheng now only hopes that his daughter is truly dead and that Feng Shi really found Liu Yunyang. This way, their family can still be grateful for her upbringing. Old lady Liu knows that the truth cannot be hidden any longer. She closes her eyes and weakly says, "Yun'er is not dead. I switched her. However, I clearly heard back then that Yun'er was meant to become a saintess and had nothing to do with Jinxiuj. Those people were from Liu Yunyang's mother's side, much more powerful than Jinxiuj." Although old lady Liu does not know the full extent of Jinxiuj's background, she knows that those people were not associated with Jinxiuj and were related to the deceased woman. Have you thought about what kind of danger Yun'er's identity being exposed could bring? Liu Chunsheng can hardly believe that Feng Shi is so naive. How could it be exposed? "I burned the birthmark. They will never find out." Old lady Liu firmly believes she did nothing wrong. She is convinced her daughter is blessed. The reason she made the switch was the words of Master Liao Yin from Qingshan Temple. Master Liao Yin said our daughter is destined for greatness and will turn misfortune into fortune. She witnessed how those people treated that woman with respect, even after her death. They were excited to say they had finally found the little saintess. Thus, She is sure her daughter is a fortunate person who deserves to be cherished by all. Lu Chunxing is furious with this foolish woman. If he could, he would divorce her right now. I don't care about any predictions. Just tell me what we should do now. Don't tell me the suffering you're facing isn't their revenge? And since you knew Yunyang came from a noble background, why didn't you treat her well when you brought her back? If you had treated her properly, we could have benefited from her, and we wouldn't be worried now. A great opportunity was wasted because of this foolish woman. Now you blame me, but you didn't care at all. Besides, it's been decades, and no one has come looking for us. If it weren't for that Jiang Ning suddenly changing her looks, do you think they would have found anyone? Old Lady Lu wanted to kill Jiang Ning when she first noticed the change, but unfortunately, she escaped and has now returned to seek revenge. It drives her mad. She didn't care about gratitude. She only felt that Jiang Ning and her daughter were a threat to her own daughter, so she wished they would disappear soon.
Dad, Mom, stop arguing.
The key now is what to do. If people from Jinxiu Pavilion seek revenge on us, how should we respond? Lu Yufu was very worried. He never expected that Lu Yunyang, who had bullied him since childhood, was actually swapped with his own mother. He thought Lu Yunyang was just taking his sister's place. Their mother didn't like her, and neither did the two brothers. They also looked down on Jiang Ning. Especially after the incident at the engagement banquet, it was impossible to win her over now. Lu Chunxing pondered for a moment. For now, we can only move away. Lu Yugui was shocked. Dad, do you mean we should relocate the whole family? What will happen to our businesses? The Lu family's wealth had been built over generations in this county. It couldn't just be abandoned. Dad, can't we ask Ning girl for help? We haven't done anything bad to her, and she doesn't know about her mother's situation. Xiao Feng also disagreed. She didn't want to move far from her family. That's why she married her aunt's youngest son. With her aunt's support, she had never faced hardship, and her husband wouldn't dare take a concubine. Look at how her elder brother had taken several concubines, and her sister-in-law had no other way but to prevent them from having children. Old Lady Lu lay in bed with her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face. After living comfortably for decades, was she really going to end her life in exile? Lu Chunxing glanced at Xiao Feng. Then you go and ask. Xiao Feng fell silent. At that moment, she and Feng were both glaring at old Lady Lu, blaming her for ruining their once peaceful life with her greed. Do you want money or your life? Lu Chunxing glared at his second son. Eldest, have someone secretly sell off our assets. Leave 2,000 dan of grain in the granaries and arrange for a convoy to transport it. It's best to have someone take the rest without making too much noise, so no one notices. Lu Yugui immediately dared not speak again. If it were possible, Lu Chunxing wouldn't choose to relocate, but if they didn't leave now, looking at the old lady's miserable state, the consequences might be more than they could bear. Leaving while the others were still unsure how to deal with them would allow them to preserve most of their wealth and start anew elsewhere. Yes, Dad. But where should we move to? Lu Yufu was also anxious. Lu Chunxing thought for a moment. Heading east meant going to the capital, which would be walking into a trap. Going south was too far and unfamiliar. Only heading northwest is the best option, especially since there is no war now. Let's go to the territory of the Northern King. That's not a place where the Brocade Pavilion can interfere. All right, I'll take care of it. What about the travel permits and household registration? Lu Yufu asked again. As merchants, they have the seal to travel, but their family does not have such documents. Since they are moving, they also need to consider the registration process, so handling the travel permits and transferring the household registration is necessary. I'll find a way for those. You just focus on managing the business. If you really can't take it all, leave some for Mayor. She will be alone here, and having some money will help her live better. Are we not taking Mayor with us? Feng asked quietly at that moment. She was very reluctant to let her only daughter become a concubine, especially since her son-in-law clearly did not care for her. Even if we wanted to take her, do you think Mayor would agree? Lu Chunxing felt helpless about his foolish granddaughter, who was as stubborn as an old woman and refused to be flexible. If she had made different choices earlier, she wouldn't be stuck in the village now, unable to even see the scholar. Fong immediately fell silent. She knew her daughter's stubbornness all too well. I just hope that Ning will be kind to Mayor, since she has always treated her well. After the family discussed everything, they each went to their tasks, packing what they needed and selling what they could. No one cared about Liu old lady's well-being anymore. At this moment, Jiang Ning was unaware that the Liu family was truly preparing to flee out of fear of retaliation. When she and Liu Huayan returned home, Grandma Zhou was surprised to see only the two of them, but didn't ask many questions. Jiang Ning was very hungry. Once inside, she went straight to the kitchen, glanced at the ingredients, and asked Grandma Zhou to wash the vegetables and pork belly. She tied on an apron, took out some flour, and began to knead the dough to make noodles. Since it was neither too late nor too early, she wanted to make stir-fried noodles, hoping to have enough for dinner. After the dough was ready, she set it aside to rest. She heated the pan to make egg crepes, while Liu Huayan had already started the fire. They worked together, and soon the stir-fried meat was ready, and the noodles were cooked in another pot. They placed everything in a large bowl: green vegetables, yellow egg strips, and meat, drizzled with red oil, looking very appetizing. Smells so good. Li Tiniu walked into the kitchen, exhausted, and couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Tiniu, you're back.
Jiang Ning was quite happy to see him, as he had been away for a long time. I just got back. I need to wash up. He smells really bad. Zhou Posey noticed his dry lips and quickly handed him a bowl of warm water. He gulped it down and returned the bowl to her. Jiang Ning said with concern, "You've worked hard. Go wash up and take a break. I'll prepare another pot for you." "Okay, thank you, miss." Jiang Ning was about to take out the dough for Li Tiniu to cut into noodles when Zhou Posey quickly said, "Miss, sir, you should eat first, or the noodles will clump together. I'll handle the rest." She had already eaten lunch, and her two masters shouldn't go hungry. "All right, thank you, Andy." After adjusting the fire, Liu Huayan washed his hands and took the noodles to the dining room next door. Jiang Ning washed her hands and followed him. The smell of the noodles was irresistible. Oh, when you're hungry, everything looks delicious. They sat down and ate without talking, enjoying the warm meal that filled them with happiness. How do you plan to deal with the Liu family? Jiang Ning thought about how to make their lives difficult, ensuring they wouldn't have it too easy. They should also feel the pain her mother endured, especially old Lady Liu. I plan to make them a kind of poison. A little anger will make them cough up blood, and with each cough, the poison will seep into their bones, causing them pain all over until they die from it. Jiang Ning shivered at his words. Oh dear, it's really dangerous to provoke someone who knows about poison. Didn't you say you would wait until they moved before letting the bandits deal with them? Jiang Ning asked. Yes, but what if they escape? Let them suffer from pain for an extra 6 months before they die. Liu Huayan shrugged, explaining that this poison would only prolong their suffering for that long. Okay, let's poison them together then. By the way, can you fly? Jiang Ning realized she couldn't enter the Liu family's house alone. The houses in this county are different from those in the village. The walls are 2 or 3 meters high. Plus, there are guards, so she couldn't climb in with a ladder. I can. Jiang Ning looked up at Liu Huayan with bright eyes. Really? Then take me with you. Liu Huayan felt his ears heat up under her gaze and said with a smile, Sure. This would be the first time they would do something together, not bad things but good things. He would make sure not to disappoint her. After lunch, Liu Huayan was called away by Li Tiniu. Jiang Ning returned to her room to rest. While washing up in her space, she glanced at her torn dress, which she couldn't repair and had to throw away. Fortunately, she wasn't worried about having clothes to wear. Lying in bed, she began to practice her skills. She mostly practiced while sleeping, as internal strength takes time to develop, and sleeping was the best time to avoid disturbances. Before she knew it, it was time for dinner. That evening, everyone poured the leftover sauce from lunch over the noodles and finished every bit. After the meal, Liu Huayan called out to Jiang Ning, Come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. The room was dimly lit, and seeing his serious expression, Jiang Ning nervously asked, What's wrong? What had happened today was beyond her previous understanding, and she was afraid there might be danger nearby. Noticing her unease, Lu Huan took her hand and gently reassured her, "Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that I have a crescent-shaped mark on my chest, just like yours." "Really?" Jiangning was shocked. They had just confirmed their relationship. She hoped it wouldn't turn into some cliché sibling story. Seeing her eyes darting around, Lu Huan quickly stopped her from overthinking and continued, "In my story, I was stabbed to death by a sword called the Wiyue sword, and then I was reborn. Could your mark be connected to my birthmark?" Jiangning recalled how her birthmark suddenly felt warm and painful when she first met him. Then he woke up. Could it be that his crescent mark and her birthmark triggered some kind of response that brought him back to life? "What does that mean?" Lu Huan asked, confused. Jiangning inquired, "Did you reborn when I first visited you at the clinic?" Lu Huan nodded, saying he saw her carefully observing him the first moment he woke up. "In my past life, I woke up 3 days later." Jiangning thought to herself, so it was true. She shared the unusual experience with her birthmark, and both were puzzled, speculating it might be related to that energy. After all, Wu Xiyan had fled out of fear that the energy would be taken by the master. "Did you see what the person who killed you looked like?" Jiangning asked next. Lu Huan shook his head, explaining that he couldn't see the person clearly for some reason. "As soon as that person saw me, they killed me without giving me a chance to react. Even if they had, I wouldn't have been their match." After a pause, he added, "I think they might know me or recognize my face." Jiangning then became serious. "So, does that mean Wiyue Pavilion has a grudge against us?" "Well, neither your face nor mine can be recognized by the people of the Witch Moon Pavilion." But they didn't even know where the Witch Moon Pavilion was, which made Lu Huan worried. "Have you looked into your background?" Lu Huan shook his head. "No, I have no identification, just a piece of ordinary cloth wrapped around me, so there's no way to investigate." Jiangning asked again, "Is it possible that someone stole your identification?" After all, anything could happen to a baby in swaddling. Lu Huan replied, "Even if that's the case, there's no way to find out. Do we need to wear masks when we go out?" Jiangning felt a bit of a headache. After finally gaining financial freedom, why did it seem like there were more dangers? It was fine for her to put on makeup, but could Lu Huan really disguise himself with makeup? Summer was coming, and sweating would make makeup impractical. "We don't need to in the county, but if we go to the capital, we can't show our real faces. I hope my cousin can find the fish skin before the autumn exams." Jiangning asked, "Will your cousin run into the Witch Moon Pavilion people when he returns to the capital?" Lu Huan shook his head, "Not for now. Actually, I have another doubt. If that person is from the Witch Moon Pavilion with his abilities, there probably isn't anyone who can match him. I suspect he possesses an unmatched power. So, the Witch Moon Pavilion might be defeated by the current emperor. It's possible that this person is either not in the country or is in seclusion. When he appears, he might face extreme retaliation. At that point, it could be a disaster." Jiangning felt anxious. If they were up against such a powerful enemy, wouldn't they ordinary people just be cannon fodder?
She didn't want that.
Jiangning thought about her space and the Witch Moon sword technique. Oh my, how had she never considered that this sword technique might be linked to the Witch Moon Pavilion? Perhaps if they learned it, they could have a better chance. "Wait for me a moment." Although her space had already been exposed, Jiangning unconsciously walked to her room, took out the sword manual from her space, and then returned to Lu Huan's room. She handed him the manual. "I accidentally got a sword technique. See if it's suitable for you to learn." Lu Huan took the book and paused when he saw the words Witch Moon. He placed the book on his forehead as instructed, and soon images began to appear in his mind. Breathing, pulse, and the flow of internal energy. However, after a moment, the images that had entered his mind all faded away. He frowned, adjusted his mindset, and tried again with focus, but still failed. Jiangning saw his pained expression and nervously asked, "How is it? Still not working?" The image came in, but then it faded away. "I'm afraid I'm not suited for this. Isn't this meant for those with special abilities?" Liu Huan returned the book to Jiang Ning. You mean the image appeared and then disappeared? Logically, if someone truly isn't suited, wouldn't there be no image at all? Jiang Ning, skeptical, called for Li Tiniu to give it a try. Sure enough, when Li Tiniu placed the book on his forehead, there was no reaction at all. He wondered why the girl was putting a book on his forehead. That's not how you read. If reading were that easy, he wouldn't just be farming. His family had invested years hoping he would succeed in school. Liu Huan didn't explain, just handed him some lists and money to buy medicine. Seeing that Li Tiniu couldn't sense anything from the book, Liu Huan was curious about what special abilities were. Could it be that Jiang Ning wasn't actually human and didn't know it? He couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Ning, who felt puzzled by his gaze. At that moment, she thought of the cleansing pills. Perhaps it was because she had changed her abilities with them that she could learn. Now, with only 2 pills left, maybe she should give one to Liu Huan. Though she had started learning, she didn't know how much she could learn or when she would finish. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Liu Huan had internal energy and would likely learn faster than her. It would be better to have him guide her than to figure it out alone. Working together would be stronger than going solo. With that in mind, she took a cleansing pill from her sleeve and handed it to Liu Huan, saying, "Try this." "What is this?" Liu Huan asked, looking at the glowing pill in his hand. "A cleansing pill." Jiang Ning spoke frankly, trusting Liu Huan's character. Someone who could resist the temptations of power and money must be good-hearted. Hearing those 3 words, Liu Huan paused, his fingers trembling slightly as he held the pill. A treasure said to exist only in legends, and she had one? This is too precious. It's fine. If you learn the sword technique, you can protect me and teach me. We can improve together. Jiang Ning felt they were more like partners than lovers at that moment. Thinking of the hidden enemies, Liu Huan no longer hesitated and placed the pill in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. "I asked Aunt Jo to boil some water for you. You'll need it later." Before Jiang Ning could finish, Liu Huan frowned and hurriedly ran to the bathroom, holding his stomach. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh behind him. The effect of the detox pill was immediate. After a thorough cleanse, Liu Huan found that his legs felt completely healed, and he felt incredibly comfortable all over. After bathing, Liu Huan noticed a faint glow on his skin, which seemed whiter and smoother. He touched his face and thought he should sunbathe more when the weather was nice, or else it would be too. He picked up the sword manual from the table and placed it on his forehead, successfully receiving all the images. He unconsciously began practicing the techniques shown in the book. He practiced all night. When dawn broke, Liu Huan stepped out of his room and caught Jiang Ning's teasing gaze from a distance. He cleared his throat awkwardly. He remembered how Jiang Ning suddenly looked more beautiful that day. Could it be the effect of the detox pill? Jiang Ning truly didn't expect Liu Huan to look so refined and flawless. Noticing Jiang Ning still staring at him, making him feel like a pretty boy, he quickly spoke to shift her attention. "I learned some sword techniques. Would you like to see?"
Sure.
Jiang Ning eagerly replied, clearly distracted. They walked to the courtyard, and just as Liu Huan was about to break a branch to use as a sword, Jiang Ning stopped him. "Wait a moment." She went back to her room and searched through the family's belongings, soon finding a sword embedded with gems. She handed the sword to Liu Huan. "Use this one." Liu Huan took the sword and opened it, revealing a blade that shimmered with silver light, sharp and dazzling with gems on the hilt. It was a beautiful sword, perfect for the moment. Liu Huan began to practice a few sword moves. Soon, the sword energy flowed smoothly, and the tip of the sword moved like a swift wind, making it hard to defend against. Each move connected seamlessly, like flowing water, executed in one breath. Jiang Ning watched in awe, captivated by the dazzling swordplay. Although the moves were in her mind, executing them perfectly wouldn't be easy for her. It was clear that having a martial arts foundation made a difference. Liu Huan's athletic posture was also incredibly charming, and at that moment, Jiang Ning could see nothing else. All that mattered was him and his sword. After finishing a set of sword techniques, Lu Huan noticed Jiang Ning gazing at him with bright eyes, lost in thought. He sheathed the sword and walked up to her. With his hands behind his back and a cool demeanor, he asked softly, "Do I look good?" "You look good, and your sword skills are impressive too," Jiang Ning said with a smile. Lu Huan looked down, momentarily dazzled by her smile, and unconsciously replied, "You look good too." "Really? How good do I look?" Seeing Jiang Ning being a bit too forward, Lu Huan shifted his gaze elsewhere, ignoring her. Jiang Ning glanced at his awkwardness and chuckled softly. "You don't seem very confident." The sword technique looked flashy, but its power seemed limited. Lu Huan knew she didn't understand, so he explained, "I didn't use my inner strength. I only showed the moves. I could handle a dozen ordinary fighters without a problem." This sword technique would become more powerful as his inner strength increased. "Then show me when you use your inner strength," Jiang Ning thought enviously. Having inner strength was impressive. It meant he could practice anytime, unlike her, who couldn't learn the sword moves yet. Lu Huan cleared his throat, a slight smile on his lips. "If I use my inner strength, this courtyard would be destroyed." Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. "That's amazing."
Yeah.
"When our village's houses are built, you can show me then. With such a large space in the village, it should be fine to practice."
Sure.
Lu Huan replied gently, looking into her smiling eyes, his fingers twitching slightly as he felt like pinching her soft cheek. "By the way, what level is your inner strength?" "Second level." "That high? I haven't even reached the first level yet." She felt a bit discouraged, still far from the first level. "I started practicing martial arts at 6, and it's been 13 years now." Lu Huan had only learned basic inner strength before. If he had practiced the Wuya sword technique from the start, he believed he could have reached at least the 5th level by now. Jiang Ning felt even more disheartened. "Wow, 13 years for just the second level? It will take me forever to get started." "Don't rush. Impatience is the enemy of martial arts. After using the cleansing pill, your training speed will increase," Lu Huan quickly reassured her, worried she might lose confidence. "I know," Jiang Ning replied, still feeling down. "Let's eat. I'm hungry." "Okay." Lu Huan intended to return the sword to Jiang Ning, but she told him to keep it since she couldn't use it for now. As they walked to the kitchen, Li Tinio asked, "Young master, is your leg better?" Lu Huan nodded. Li Tinio had returned to his routine of making medicine and pills. He had just seen Lu Huan practicing swordsmanship and was greatly impressed. His young master was talented, good-looking, excelled in studies, knowledgeable in medicine and poisons, and skilled in swordsmanship, truly capable of anything. He glanced at Jiang Ning beside him. Well, the girl and the young man together looked good. They matched well. He had already learned from Aunt Zhou that the girl's background was special, or one could say she was both talented and beautiful. For breakfast, Aunt Zhou made rice porridge, eggs, and steamed meat buns. After they finished their meal, Lu Huan began to work on a poison. Jiang Ning went to her space to paint. She planned to create a book on double-sided embroidery techniques, with illustrations and descriptions. She needed to produce many step-by-step embroidery diagrams, from easy to difficult, to make it understandable for ordinary people. At night, they changed into dark clothes and expressed their gratitude to the Jingxiuan for their generosity. They had received outfits of all colors, most of which were matching sets. Neither of them had seen the other in dark clothing before. Their fair faces glowed in the dim light against the pure black outfits, and they both found each other stunning. "Let's go," Jiang Ning said, her eyes shining. Now was not the time to be vain. They could do something daring, and she was excited.
Okay.
Lu Huan took out 2 masks and tied them on. Once Jiang Ning was ready, Lu Huan pulled her close, gathered his energy, and with a push from his toes, they soared into the air. Though it was dark and hard to see, Jiang Ning was thrilled. "Wow, your skills are amazing." Lu Huan glanced down at the person in his arms, resting her face against his neck. He replied softly, "Thanks to the techniques and the cleansing pills you gave me, I wasn't this strong before." He found it incredible how much his skills had improved. "I wish I could be that strong one day," Jiang Ning said, enviously. You will be. Lu Huayan flew swiftly, his figure like a shooting star. When they landed, Jiang Ning realized they had arrived at the back courtyard of the Liu residence. How about you poison the place while I check the storeroom? Jiang Ning suggested. To be honest, without her, Lu Huayan would have it easier. He had to find several members of the Liu family while avoiding the guards, which was a bit troublesome. Most importantly, she wanted to search the storeroom again. She wondered how many treasures the Liu family had acquired in the past few days. Lu Huayan looked at her and thought of her Qingquan bag and agreed. Be careful. He handed her some colorless and tasteless sleeping powder.
Got it.
After they made their plans, Lu Huayan swiftly flew up from in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning felt envious again. Being able to fly allowed her to see the layout of the house from above, making it easy to go anywhere she wanted. She couldn't fly, so she walked toward the storeroom based on her last memory. This time, there were still 4 guards outside. Jiang Ning threw a cloth wrapped around some stones with the sleeping powder, and the guards became alert. They didn't use their knives to break the stones this time. However, the powder still spread from the cloth, and soon the 4 of them fell to the ground. When she opened the storeroom door, the gold and jewels dazzled Jiang Ning's eyes once again. Is the Liu family really this wealthy? It hasn't been long, and they already have so many treasures. Jiang Ning didn't know that the Liu family had liquidated all their assets to move. She just thought they were rich. She quickly started moving the items into her space, and soon, both storerooms were empty. All the available space in her storage was filled with the Liu family's belongings, and she wondered when her space would expand. She felt quite worried. On the other hand, Lu Huayan had a smoother time. Wherever he went, he used his inner strength to spread the sleeping smoke, and no one was left standing. Even those who were busy inside stopped what they were doing. He suddenly felt that parting ways with Jiang Ning was the right decision. It would have been too unfortunate for her to see such unpleasant sights. To avoid tainting his eyes, Lu Huayan directly used a poisoned silver needle, entering the tent until he heard the sound of the needle piercing flesh before leaving. However, before he left, he searched the room for valuable gold, silver, and banknotes. Ning would definitely like this. When Jiang Ning came out of the storeroom, she walked forward and unknowingly reached the study in the front yard. Then she heard inappropriate sounds, and just as she hesitated to approach, someone covered her ears. Don't listen. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded awkwardly. I wonder who is inside? Lu Huayan flew a bit farther with her before letting go. Here, take this. He handed her the valuables he had collected, and Jiang Ning's attention quickly shifted. She smiled as she accepted the small cloth bag, which had quite a lot of items inside. Well done. We could be a couple of thieves. Lu Huayan was speechless. Wait here, I'll go put the last 2 people to sleep. Isn't that a bit unethical?
No.
He easily tossed in a pill, and soon there was no more movement inside. Lu Huayan followed the same method to drug the last 2 and gathered more gold and silver from the hidden room before they quickly left. The next morning, all the masters and servants in the Liu family's backyard woke up. Master. It's terrible. Everything in the storeroom is gone. Madam, all the gold, silver, and jewelry have disappeared. The entire Liu family was in chaos. When Liu Youfu discovered that the hidden room's contents had been stolen, he spat out a mouthful of blood in panic. Other members of the Liu family also began to cough up blood one after another. The servants were terrified and quickly went to fetch a doctor. When the doctor arrived, he removed the silver needles from them, found no issues, and prescribed heart-protecting pills. After taking them, they finally stopped bleeding. Master, all the valuable items are gone. Every courtyard is the same. The steward whispered to Lu Chunqing, who hurried into the storeroom and found it empty. How could this happen? Their family's wealth, built over generations, was gone. Over 10,000 taels just vanished. Everything was gone. It was as if they had cleared out all their possessions just to make it easier for thieves to steal. Lu Chunqing, overwhelmed with anger, coughed up blood again and fainted. Seeing the master faint, the steward instructed someone to call the doctor while trying to revive him. Lu Chunsheng was quickly brought back to consciousness and instructed the steward, have someone gather all the valuables we can collect, and we need to act fast. He was certain this was retaliation from the Jinxiu Pavilion. If they could silently take everything from his family, they could also silently take their lives. They needed to leave quickly. In the end, they managed to gather a few thousand taels and left Qingshui County in a grand manner. Such a large commotion quickly spread throughout the county that the Liu family was moving away. When Liu Ruomei learned that her family was leaving, she felt intense hatred for Jiangning because of that girl. She had lost her family. Just as the Liu family left, Liu Huayan sent Liu Tiniu to Jinxiu Pavilion. Jiangning had gained a large amount of wealth this time, even finding 2 never-before-seen luminous pearls, which made her extremely happy. What surprised her even more was that she discovered a new warehouse behind the bamboo house, about 200 square meters. With just a thought, she moved the items from the yard into the warehouse, filling half of its space. But having a warehouse was enough. She was very content. When she stepped out of the space and left the room, she saw a cart in the yard, with Li Tiniu grooming the horse. At that moment, Liu Huayan also came out of the house, and Jiangning asked curiously, "Did you not go to the academy today?" It was already noon. "Do you want to see a good show?" Liu Huayan asked.
What show?
Of course. It's about the Liu family. You mean? Jiangning understood immediately. Of course, we want it. After having lunch, the 2 of them got into a carriage and slowly left the city. Jiangning and her companions were much faster than the Liu family's convoy. In less than 2 hours, they spotted the team in the distance. Jiangning lifted the curtain and asked, "Will this harm innocent people? After all, there are many escorts." "It won't. The Qingfeng Agency is a partnership between the Feng family and others, so there are no innocents involved. Besides, they always pay tribute to the bandits before leaving. As long as they don't resist, the bandits will only rob them of money," Liu Huayan explained. However, once they returned, they would need to keep an eye on the Feng and Fong families to prevent any retaliation. Although those families probably wouldn't have the courage, it's better to be safe than sorry. That's good. Jiangning sighed in relief. As a modern person, she still wasn't used to unnecessary violence against innocents. Before dark, the Liu family's convoy found a stable place to camp. Lu Chunsheng cautiously ordered the head, "We're approaching a narrow path. Check if there are any ambushes nearby." "Master Liu, our scouts have checked, and there are no ambushes around," the head replied. "Did you check the mountain?" Lu Chunsheng pressed. "Yes, there are no ambushes." Lu Chunsheng nodded. Their family was currently in a state of high alert and had to be careful. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, a henchman ran to the bandit leader and knelt down to report.
"Boss."
"They're here. The convoy is coming. So many carts."
"Great."
Zhao Lu's information turned out to be true. "Get the brothers ready. We'll catch them off guard." The bandit leader took charge personally, showing how much he valued these goods. It was said that the wealthy Liu family was moving all their possessions, so it was no wonder they were interested. In the middle of the night, a sudden rumble echoed as 2 large trees fell, blocking the path. Then a whoosh pierced the air as countless arrows flew toward them. "Not good. There are bandits. Quickly, take cover," the head shouted, swinging his sword fiercely to deflect many arrows. Fortunately, there weren't many arrows following, but large rocks and trees kept rolling down. At the same time, another group of bandits sneaked into the camp, heading straight for the Liu family's resting carriage. The Liu family had already been awakened and was terrified. They offered no resistance and were quickly by the bandits. Gagged and kneeling, each had a large knife held to their necks. They wanted to plead for mercy, but couldn't make a sound. The masked leader threatened Lu Chunsheng, "Tell them to stop, or I'll wipe out your entire family." Lu Chunsheng was terrified and cried, quickly nodding his head. After the cloth was removed from his mouth, he had to shout, "Everyone stop fighting.
"Please."
The head and the guards exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. The leader of the bandits shouted at the guards, "You all get lost now, and we won't chase you. If you dare to resist, Be ready to lose your lives. The head looked at Liu Chunsheng and asked for his opinion, Mr. Liu, is that what you want too? Liu Chunsheng glanced at the knife near his neck and nodded with his eyes closed. Seeing this, the head waved his hand, and they really began to retreat. The guards visibly relaxed. They all had families and didn't have the courage to fight recklessly. They were just following the boss's orders. Another group of bandits went to check the supply carts and found mostly food, with no gold or jewels in sight. A bandit reported, "Boss, there's nothing valuable here." The bandit leader slapped Liu Chunsheng's face with his knife. "Hand over the money, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Liu Chunsheng trembled and cried, "Please spare us. We really have no money. The people from the Jingxiagong stole everything from us. Why else would we be relocating?" The bandit leader sneered and kicked him down. "Jingxiagong is much richer than you. Why would they steal from you? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" The other bandits began to beat the other members of the Liu family. They screamed in pain, but their cries were muffled, only able to produce soft whimpers. "Look at you. You won't cry until you see the coffin." A bandit stabbed Liu's elderly mother in the chest. She was too weak to fight back, and it was better for her to die quickly. The Liu family was shocked by the brutality before them. They realized the bandits were serious about killing. After seeing Liu's mother struggle briefly before collapsing, leaving a pool of blood, Liu Chunsheng desperately bowed his head. "It's true. There are rumors in the county that we were robbed twice, and we've lost everything. You can send someone to check." Liu Chunsheng was filled with despair. The Liu family was completely finished. Others followed suit, bowing their heads in silence, their eyes pleading. "Whether you have anything or not, search them," ordered the bandit leader. Soon, the bandits searched the entire family and collected about 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver notes. Unable to find anything more, the bandit leader, angry and embarrassed, slashed Liu Chunsheng's throat. He ordered, "Kill anyone who can't move, and take the ones who can up the mountain as laborers. The women are yours to enjoy." The henchmen were overjoyed. It had been a long time since they had experienced the company of women. "Thank you, boss." The bandit leader, realizing he had been used, kicked Liu Chunsheng's body in frustration. This is using my knife to kill. You, Zhao Liu." The Liu family was finished. Those who survived would only live for about 6 more months. Jiang Ning, hiding with Liu Huayan in a high place, silently vowed, "Mother, I have avenged you." As the show came to an end, Li Tinia drove the cart back to the city with Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan, arriving just in time for the city gates to open. Seeing the lively faces in the city, Li Tinia finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had he witnessed tonight? The bandits beheaded people, and it turned out to be a trap set by the master. For the first time, he felt that silent creatures were more lovable. From a distance, he could smell the stench of blood. He never wanted to see such bloody scenes again. After returning home, the group had a simple breakfast and then went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. At dinner, Jiang Ning handed Liu Huayan the Liu family's land deeds, house deeds, and servant contracts she found in the space. "Can you see if any of these can be sold?" Liu Huayan took them, flipped through them, and pulled out 2 documents. "This is the deed for a house on the side street of the West Market. Based on the date, it seems it hasn't been transferred yet, so it can be sold or directly registered in your name. The others are already registered and not useful. As for the servant contracts, these have been registered at the government office. Any contract registered there can be reissued even if lost, so they are useless to anyone else." Ulrich Young Ning noted. Since they were free, she wasn't disappointed. "I'll go check out that house tomorrow. If it's useful, I'll keep it. If not, I'll sell it." "Okay." After dinner, Jiang Ning returned to the space to continue organizing the warehouse. Her current assets included 111,000 taels of silver brought by her 2 cousins, along with 78,000 taels of silver, 7,000 taels of gold, 20,000 taels of silver, and countless pieces of jewelry from the Liu family. Looking at all this wealth, Jiang Ning felt that if she didn't have any enemies, she could just relax and enjoy life. The next day, Liu Huayan was going out to handle the transfer to the academy. Jiang Ning gave him 200 taels of silver, worried he might need money later. She now had a large amount of silver and banknotes in her hands and didn't know how to spend it. After Liu Huan left, she went into her space to continue painting. In the evening, Jiang Ning prepared to make dinner. In the morning, Granny Zhou mentioned she had bought a leg of lamb, so she planned to stew the leg bones early and cut some meat for lamb skewers. Grilled meat was still her favorite. Although the whole leg could be roasted, it would be a bit more troublesome to eat. Granny Zhou was washing vegetables by the well, and Li Tiniu, hearing there would be grilled meat for dinner, was even more motivated to make medicine. After blanching the meat, Jiang Ning stir-fried it with hot oil, garlic, and pepper before tossing it into a large pot to stew. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a rich aroma of lamb. As it got darker, Liu Huan returned with someone. As soon as the person entered the yard, he exclaimed, "Brother Liu, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Without waiting for Liu Huan to respond, he looked around the yard and praised, "Brother Liu, this place is really nice, even better than where I live in the village." Jiang Ning heard the voice and came out of the kitchen. She saw the tall newcomer and felt he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember who he was. She looked at Liu Huan with a questioning gaze. "Who is he?" The newcomer stared at the now more beautiful Jiang Ning for a moment, doubting his eyes. But it had to be Jiang Ning. Perhaps being near such a handsome man like Liu Huan made her look better. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and cheerfully said to Jiang Ning, "Sister-in-law, I'm Zhuang Yunshu, the son of the village chief. Brother Liu is transferring to our academy today, so I came to check it out." Jiang Ning then remembered he was the village chief's younger son, which explained his height, probably inherited. She heard he was only 16 and was just a bit shorter than Liu Huan, estimating he was at least 180 centimeters tall and quite handsome. Since he was an acquaintance, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Welcome. Since you're here, stay and have dinner with us." "Sure, thank you, sister-in-law," Zhuang Yunshu said without hesitation. Liu Huan shook his head helplessly. Today, when he went to the Guanshan Academy, the headmaster Qiu Shan was so enthusiastic that he could hardly handle it. It was no wonder, over the years, many good students had been taken by the Lishan Academy, making it hard for other academies to shine. Therefore, he, who was about to participate in the imperial examination, suddenly transferring to their academy made him quite popular. The headmaster, afraid of neglecting him, even brought along Zhuang Yunshu from the same village to keep him company. Zhuang Yunshu was quite friendly and insisted on coming to their home to get acquainted, saying that such a great connection deserved to be nurtured. What could he do? He had no choice but to lead him inside. Jiang Ning noticed that Liu Huan looked a bit displeased, probably feeling overwhelmed by the attention. She found it amusing and said, "Huan, you can have Yunshu sit in the yard while I finish preparing the food." "Okay, don't overwork yourself," Liu Huan replied, thinking they really needed a cook at home. Jiang Ning shouldn't have to do all the heavy work. Zhuang Yunshu quickly agreed, "Yes, sister-in-law, just make something simple. I can eat anything." He thought he was being considerate. Liu Huan had no idea how to deal with this oblivious person, so he took him to the main room for a tour. Jiang Ning smiled as she went back to the kitchen to grill the lamb skewers. However, it wasn't long before Xin Yanzhou from next door was drawn over by the smell. He brought some drinks and started chatting. "Liu Huan, I heard you transferred to the academy. Why didn't you invite me?" "It doesn't matter if you transfer. You don't even attend classes," Liu Huan bluntly replied. Shan Yanzhou awkwardly touched his nose and looked at Zhuang Yunshu, who was staring at him. He quickly changed the subject. "Brother Liu, who is this?" Zhuang Yunshu, noticing he was being asked about, quickly bowed and introduced himself. "I am Zhuang Yunshu from Guanshan Academy. May I ask who you are?" Wow, everyone around Liu Huan was so good-looking. He thought he should spend more time with Liu Huan. Maybe he would become good-looking too. Shun Yanzhou returned the greeting. "I am Shun Yanzhou from Lishan Academy." "Ah, so you are Brother Shun. Nice to meet you. If you want to transfer, our headmaster will definitely welcome you," Zhuang Yunshu encouraged. "Let's talk about it later." Shan Yenzhou thought transferring was too much trouble since he had just moved from the prefectural school, and he didn't want to be laughed at. Once the food was ready, Aunt Zhou and Li Tinio helped set the table, while Jiang Ning went to tidy up and change her clothes. It was already summer, and she was quite dirty from the smoke and sweat in the kitchen. After cleaning up, she saw the three still chatting in the main room and called out, "You all go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." On the large dining table, there was a big pot of lamb soup, grilled meat skewers, and several plates of cold dishes to balance the meal. As they sat down, Jiang Ning cheerfully said, "Let's eat." "Thank you, sister-in-law. You've worked hard. Let me help serve the soup." Zhuang Yinshu stood up without hesitation and served soup to everyone. His father often taught him to be observant when out and about and not to be too reserved. So he was always lively. Shen Yenzhou also got up to pour wine for everyone, leaving Jiang Ning and Lu Huan feeling a bit lost. Whose house is this? It felt like they were the guests. But soon they stopped worrying about it, mainly because the food smelled so good. With delicious dishes in front of them, they didn't care about anything else. Everyone had a hearty meal, and Zhuang Yunshu rubbed his belly and burped, saying, "Sister-in-law, I've never had such delicious food before. I feel so lucky today. Come over often for good food. The academy isn't far." Jiang Ning replied with a smile. "Sure. Thank you, sister-in-law." Shan Yenzhou, his face flushed from drinking, didn't forget to look out for himself, saying, "I want to come over often too." Lu Huan's expression darkened. He hadn't spent much time with a Ning yet, and these people were quite annoying. Jiang Ning had no idea that Lu Huan was feeling quite jealous inside. After sending off the guests, Jiang Ning walked with Lu Huan and noticed his bad mood. She asked what's wrong. Lu Huan took Jiang Ning's hand and said, "I'll be going to the academy every day from now on. Will you miss me?" This caught Jiang Ning off guard. They usually did their own things at home, so she shouldn't miss him too much, right? But looking into his hopeful, deep eyes, she felt she could tease him a bit, so she replied, "Of course I will." "Will you miss me?" Hearing her say she would miss him, Lu Huan's expression brightened, and all his earlier unhappiness vanished.
Of course I will.
"I wish I could be with you all the time." He shyly turned his head away. Look at him, now he's saying sweet things, Jiang Ning thought, amused. "Then let's be together forever." "Okay." Lu Huan held Jiang Ning's hand tightly, feeling a sweetness he had never experienced before, wanting to bask in this lovely atmosphere. They walked hand in hand, swaying gently until it got dark and they reluctantly returned to their rooms. This is what love feels like, Jiang Ning thought, and it's quite nice. The next day, as the first light appeared in the sky, a refreshed Lu Huan practiced martial arts in the yard, moving gracefully, like a dragon in water. Li Tinyu followed him, and whenever his movements were off, Lu Huan would correct him. He is tall and practices martial arts, which makes him more agile. He often goes hiking so he can protect himself in case of an accident. Last night, he saw his young master skillfully wielding a sword, and today he joined the group practicing boxing. Old Lady Zhou is in the kitchen making breakfast. Her cooking has improved a lot, mainly because she is generous with the ingredients. When there are enough ingredients, the food naturally tastes good. Jiang Ning had a good night's sleep. When she opened the door, she saw a lively scene. Lu Huan noticed Jiang Ning coming out, stopped practicing, and turned around. "Why don't you sleep a bit longer?" he asked with a gentle voice. Jiang Ning smiled. "It's your first day of school today, and I wanted to see you off." In reality, she was just hungry, but saying something nice was easy. "All right," Lu Huan said, his lips curling into a smile. He clearly felt happy. Seeing his silly expression, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. "Go wash up and have breakfast." Li Tinyu quickly brought in the hot water for Lu Huan's room. After Jiang Ning pretended to wash up, she headed to the dining room. Breakfast was freshly made meat buns and lean meat porridge, which tasted great. Jiang Ning thought that it wouldn't be long before old Lady Zhou could start her own business. After breakfast, Jiang Ning saw Lu Huan off. After they waved goodbye, she returned to continue her painting. Now that she had money, She no longer had to worry about living poorly. However, if the double-sided embroidery technique could be promoted, it would be good to help many women earn some income. In life, when you have the ability, you should do something for society. Jiang Ning painted all day, and in the evening, when Liu Huan returned from school, Zhao Qian also brought over the blueprints. Jiang Ning had already heard from old lady Zhou and changed into her visiting clothes before stepping out. In the main room, Liu Huan was engrossed in looking at the village house blueprints. He only looked up when he heard Jiang Ning's footsteps. She wore a new light blue narrow-sleeve dress that highlighted her curves beautifully, and the hem flowed gently as she moved. Usually, she wore plain dresses, so seeing her in such a bright color caught his attention. Jiang Ning was pleased to see the surprise in Liu Huan's eyes and walked closer to him proudly. When Zhao Qian saw Jiang Ning approaching, he stepped forward and greeted her, "Miss, come take a look at the blueprints." Jiang Ning looked at the blueprints in Liu Huan's hand. The drawing depicted a 5-courtyard house with a garden, covering about 5 acres. It faced south from the north side. Each house has 5 main sections, plus 2 side rooms. Entering through the large door on the east side, there is a row of backward-facing rooms next to the outer wall. On the right side, there is a stable and a place to park carriages. The second entrance leads through a decorative door into a courtyard, where there is a large banquet hall in the center. To the right is the kitchen and dining area, while the left side has a study and guest rooms. The third section is the main courtyard, and the fourth is the traditional inner courtyard, which can also serve as a guest area. The fifth section consists of a row of back rooms. Exiting through the back door leads to a large garden, and beyond that are sand dunes. Jiang Ning has a strong attachment to the house, as her time travel was triggered by her brother's house purchase. Now that she has her own home, she is determined to put in her utmost effort. She made some changes to the original design, reducing the fifth section to 3 sections and adding a 2-section guest area on the right side. This way, the host and guests won't disturb each other. She also added a water tank to supply clean water to the house, using bamboo pipes to create a water pumping system that can bring water into the rooms. Liu Huan watched her excited expression and couldn't help but smile, feeling that she might have had plans for the house all along. Once Jiang Ning finished her requests, Liu Huan asked to build a 2-section area on the other side to serve as a study and pharmacy. It didn't need to be fancy, just sturdy. "Okay. I'll remember that and have the plans revised when I get back." Zhao Qian noted down their requested changes and added, "The village head suggested that Su Xian from your village is skilled at building houses. What do you think?" Jiang Ning wasn't familiar with the villagers, though she seemed to have met Su Wei's uncle once. She glanced at Liu Huan, who nodded. Jiang Ning replied, "That's fine. If there's someone useful in the village, let's use them." Excluding Zhuang Yinqing and the Jiang family, as well as anyone close to them, Jiang Ning hadn't forgotten that those 2 families were the ones spreading rumors before. As for others, it would cost money anyway, so helping out some villagers would make living in the village more comfortable in the future. "All right, then we'll assign the construction to Su Xian. For carved wooden furniture, I'll hire someone else to customize it." "Sure, but it doesn't need to be too complicated. Keeping it simple is better, as we might not stay there long." Jiang Ning thought about living in the village and decided against anything too extravagant.
Got it.
The village head has already found 50 skilled workers, and they are currently clearing the site. They just need the bricks and tiles to start working. After finalizing the plans, Zhao Qian went back. As the manager of the beautiful pavilion here, he already had a lot on his plate. Jiang Ning only asked him to let the village matters be handled by the village head, and she would find time to check in herself, allowing him to focus on his own tasks. With the house situation settled, Jiang Ning turned her attention to the several hundred acres of mountainous land. The mountain currently had some crooked trees and large patches of wild grass. She needed to take some time to visit the site and figure out how to plan a beautiful estate. She also used a few acres for building houses, but there was still a lot of land left that needed proper planning. First, she definitely wanted to set up a training ground. She didn't have any other ideas for now. The barren land couldn't be used for farming, but perhaps planting fruit trees could work. Especially grapes, since Li Yuan was Lu Huayan's master in his past life. Although Lu Huayan didn't say anything, Jiang Ning felt he seemed quite guilty. She was thinking about how to find a way to repay this kindness. There were many things to worry about, but she could take her time. Another day passed, and Jiang Ning decided to go for a big shopping trip and check on the house on West Street. In her storage, she had plenty of food and clothing, but she was running low on makeup. Since she needed to wear heavy makeup every day, she first went to the East Market to buy a large supply of long-lasting makeup. After shopping, Jiang Ning headed towards a house on the side street of the West Market. When she found the address, she was surprised to discover that the house was right next to the Zhou family's fabric shop. The house had two entrances, facing both the main street and the side street. One entrance was at each end of the main street, while the other was on the side street, meaning it could attract foot traffic from both directions. Jiang Ning was thrilled that such a well-located house was so affordable. However, the house looked a bit old and seemed to have been a bookstore before. Both entrances were locked, so she couldn't tell how big it was inside. The main entrance was on the west side and was also locked. With a bit of effort, she managed to unlock it. Once inside, she saw a wall with the character Fu carved into it, and to the right was a stable, likely meant for parking carriages. Around the wall was a small courtyard with two unknown trees. In front were three main rooms, with two side rooms on the east and a wall from the neighboring house on the west. Jiang Ning guessed that was where the Zhou family's residence was. The back area had 4 rooms. Inside, there were many shelves, probably for storing books and ink, and she could smell the ink. The rooms on either side of the main house had 2 bunk beds, but there wasn't much other furniture. Jiang Ning finished her inspection and returned to the storefront. She entered through the yard, which was unlocked, and found it completely empty. The space was about 50 square meters, and it was clear that this house was a compact 5-meter-wide unit. Jiang Ning thought that since there was a fabric shop next door, she could also open a fabric shop here. Connecting the two might make the area busier. However, she needed to ask Lu Huayan if she could open a shop and whether it would affect his imperial examination. There are many rules in ancient times, and asking for clarification could help avoid a lot of trouble. After leaving, Jiang Ning locked the door properly, appreciating the advantage of her strength. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to buy some fish for dinner and headed toward the market to get some fresh fish and meat to celebrate. Now fit and healthy, she quickly reached the market. She took out her basket from a corner and walked around, buying plenty of vegetables. On her way back, she passed an alley and saw Li Huar stumbling forward, being chased by a large, burly man. "Stop, you little brat!" the man shouted. Li Huar turned pale with fear, a noticeable bump on her forehead making her look worse. Jiang Ning recalled the original owner of her body, who had also suffered when she first arrived in this time. Life was tough for girls in ancient times. Li Huar, with her short legs, couldn't outrun the man. Just as she was about to be caught, she threw herself forward, rolling and scrambling out of the alley, landing at Jiang Ning's feet. The man, who intended to catch Li Huar, was suddenly captivated by Jiang Ning's beauty when he saw her. "What a beauty!" The man leered as he lunged toward Jiang Ning. The crowd watching in the alley held their breath, worried for Jiang Ning. What was she doing standing there? Was she looking for trouble? However, Jiang Ning easily sidestepped the man's attack and kicked him in the chest. He stumbled backward into the alley, causing the onlookers to quickly move aside. Wow, this girl is fierce. She almost knocked into them. Since the man had started the trouble, Jiang Ning decided to intervene. The man fell to the ground and struggled to get up. In a fit of anger, he spat, "You'll pay for this," and crawled deeper into the alley to escape. What a pity. He must be going back to deal with Li Qionyang. The family of Li Qionyang is truly heartless, selling a widow and her child like this. I'm not sure if Li Qionyang will survive after this illness. I heard that Zhang the butcher and his son are terrible people, always hitting and scolding their wives. Li was finally catching her breath. Upon hearing the crowd's discussion, her face turned pale, and she tried to rush home. Jiang Ning quickly grabbed the back of her collar, leaving Li Huar's legs swinging in the air.
Ha ha ha.
The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Liwar realized she was suspended and was about to cry in panic. Jiangning set her down, and Liwar recognized her as the kind sister who had bought fabric from her family. Seeing Jiangning's strength, she knelt down and pleaded, "Sister, please save my mother. I will work for you." Before Jiangning could respond, the big man returned, followed by a burly old man, clearly the butcher everyone was talking about. He was dragging a woman towards them. The woman's pale face was marked with red bruises, showing she had been slapped several times. "Mother," Liwar cried out and tried to rush forward. "War, don't come over." Li Qianyang's words were cut short as Zhang Daluang slapped her twice. "What can you do by going over there now, except get yourself killed?" Yang Ning sighed helplessly. Perhaps because she had never truly experienced the warmth of family, she remained rational. She thought she would never understand the feeling of sacrificing for a loved one. Seeing Jiangning still there, Zhang Daluang's face twisted into a lewd grin as he leered at her, saying, "You filthy woman, come with me willingly, or I'll kill this old lady. My father has already bought her. She's part of our family now. Whether she lives or dies is up to us. If you come with me, I'll make sure you eat, well, every night." The neighbors stepped back, afraid to speak, only watching them with sympathetic eyes. Jiangning grabbed a handful of coins and threw them at Zhang Daluang's face, some even flying into his mouth, causing him to cry out in pain as he bit down on them. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen someone use coins as a weapon. She was dressed in simple clothes, not like a wealthy person, and if they weren't afraid for their lives, they would have rushed to grab the coins. The people living around the market were poor, and seeing coins on the ground made their eyes light up with greed. Jiangning regretted not having some small stones in her space, but she had sprinkled the coins with a powder that would take effect once they entered the man's mouth. There are many messy poisons in her space, but this softening powder is harmless. Soon, Zhang Daluang collapsed to the ground due to the effects of the medicine. He looked shocked and asked Jiangning, "What did you give me?" "Of course, it's poison. Let the person go, or you can wait to die," Jiangning said coldly, staring at the butcher holding Li Qianyang. "Daluang, don't be afraid. She definitely gave you softening powder. You'll be fine once it wears off," the butcher reassured him, having encountered this kind of medicine with many women before. Jiangning thought that next time she should ask Lu Huayan to get some softening powder that causes pain, so others would believe someone was poisoned. "You old man, you know quite a lot. It seems you've done many bad things," Jiangning said as she walked towards Zhang Daluang. "Stop. If you don't, I'll hurt this woman right now." The butcher tightened his grip on Li Qianyang's neck with his other hand. Jiangning grabbed a handful of coins and threw them hard at the butcher's face. He was too tall to block with the small Li Qianyang, so he had to quickly close his mouth and eyes, enduring the pain of the coins hitting his face. His grip on Li Qianyang's neck tightened as she struggled desperately, but to no avail. The strength of a butcher is quite impressive. At that moment, Jiangning dashed in front of Zhang Daluang, pressing a dagger against his neck and drawing blood. "Go ahead and squeeze. Let's see if my knife is faster than your hand," Jiangning said coldly. Zhang Daluang was terrified and shouted for help. Dad, help." This was the first time the butcher had been at a disadvantage against a woman, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "Do you know who I am? If you hurt my son, I will make you pay with your life. I don't care who you are. Let him go, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Jiangning tightened her grip, and the wound on Zhang Daluang's neck deepened, blood flowing more fiercely. The intense pain made Zhang Daluang scream, but he could only helplessly endure her threat. The cries echoed through the alley. Everyone was stunned. It just got serious. Why is it so frightening? However, Liwar looked at Jiangning with bright eyes, thinking her sister was amazing. With no choice, the butcher had to release Li Qianyang, who immediately ran to Liwar's side upon gaining her freedom. "Let my son go." The butcher saw his son sweating in pain and felt heartbroken. He only had this one son and couldn't let anything happen to him. What about the contract? Jiangning had been sold once, so she was very familiar with this process. Here you go. Zhang the butcher pulled out the contract and tossed it to Jiang Ning. She caught it and, after checking it carefully, put it away. Jiang Ning wiped the blood from the dagger onto Zhang Darlang and stepped back, kicking him toward Zhang the butcher while shouting, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." Zhang the butcher wanted to retaliate, but he was so angry he could barely breathe. He really wanted to get rid of this troublesome woman right then. After holding back his anger, he picked up his son and left. As Zhang the butcher walked out of the alley, he turned back defiantly and said, "You just wait." The two guards from the Jinxiuge were in disbelief, wondering if their young lady was really that fierce. Li Huar quickly picked up the coins from the ground after seeing Zhang the butcher leave. The onlookers were envious, but they dared not make a move with Jiang Ning holding a dagger. After all, this woman looked delicate, but she was capable of violence. Once Li Huar gathered the coins, she presented them to Jiang Ning with both hands, saying, "Sister, I've picked them all up." Jiang Ning put away the dagger, patted her head, and then collected the coins from a distance. These coins had been treated with medicine and couldn't be used. "Remember to wash your hands well when you get home."
Okay, Li Huar replied.
At that moment, Li Qianyang stepped forward and knelt down with Li Huar, saying, "Thank you for saving us, young lady. We will repay your kindness with our hard work." Since this young lady had their contract, they were now under her care. Jiang Ning didn't respond directly, but asked, "Where do you live?" Up ahead, Li Qianyang pointed deeper into the alley. "Let's go, show me," Jiang Ning said. She wasn't looking for them to repay her. She just didn't want the people she saved to fall back into danger. She needed to understand their situation first. The three of them walked toward Li Qianyang's home together. The door was open, and inside the shabby house, there was a stove by the window on the left, next to a water tank. On the right, there was a broken table, two rickety chairs, and a collapsed loom on the floor, tangled with threads. A makeshift curtain made of rags separated a space for sleeping. Seeing all this, Jiang Ning suddenly understood the meaning behind Enshiyuan's bow. The well-being of the people truly mattered to the nation, and Enshiyuan was running around in his worn-out state for the country's better development. The people have food to eat, clothes to wear, houses to live in, and schools to attend, just like those under the 5-star red flag. Since she has received so much money, perhaps she can do some good with it. If the money came easily, it should be used where it is needed. Jiang Ning thought to herself. As soon as Li Hua entered the room, she walked to the basin and carefully washed her hands. Li Qianyang invited Jiang Ning to sit down and then went to fetch a bowl of water from the tank, handing it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the bowl and placed it on the table, then said to Li Qianyang, "You should sit down too, and tell me what happened in detail." Only then did Li Qianyang sit down in the chair opposite Jiang Ning and said, "My name is Li Qianyang. My husband's family name is Chen. I am the daughter-in-law of the third son of the village chief of Chen family village. My father used to run a restaurant in town and business was good. My husband was my father's apprentice. My father noticed his talent and, knowing he didn't have much time left, married me to him, teaching him all his culinary skills. After my father passed away, my husband naturally took over the restaurant, and we were living well. Unfortunately, my husband's two older brothers, along with their wives and children, would often come to take advantage of us, eating for free and demanding to work in the restaurant. They didn't do any work, but insisted on getting paid more than others. When we didn't comply with their demands, they caused trouble in the restaurant, and we had no way to deal with them. Gradually, the restaurant fell into debt, and my husband became ill from stress, eventually leading to the sale of the shop, and he died filled with regret. I thought we would finally have peace, but unexpectedly, my husband's mourning period wasn't over when his family started arranging my marriage to the butcher Zhang in town as his second wife. They also wanted to sell my daughter to him as a child bride. Terrified, I fled with my daughter overnight. We escaped to the county and fortunately met the kind-hearted manager Zhou, who helped us rent a place and arranged for a loom so I could make a living weaving. That year was relatively peaceful, but I didn't expect that our whereabouts would still be discovered by my in-laws. This time, they sold us, sending the butcher with a contract to capture us. The butcher had lost 2 wives, and his son had also died. I resisted, and they tried to force me. My daughter took the chance to run out when they weren't paying attention, and met a girl. If it weren't for her help, my daughter and I might not have survived much longer. Jiang Ning felt speechless at the presence of such terrible men everywhere. Li Qianyang was already in tears as she continued, but the butcher is the father-in-law of the town's official, which could bring trouble to the girl. What is an official? Jiang Ning was hearing about this official position for the first time. It's responsible for maintaining order in the town. The officer is very lecherous, so you girls need to be careful.
You don't need to worry about that.
But if you want to follow me, you must cut ties with those troublesome relatives. If they come crying to you, don't let your heart soften. If you betray me later, it will be worse than being sold to the butcher. Think it over. Jiang Ning didn't want any wishy-washy, overly sweet people who would harm themselves and others. Of course, if you don't want to follow me, that's fine too. I'll return your contracts. She hadn't spent any money. She was just being kind. Don't worry, since we've been sold by our family, we have nothing to do with them anymore. Li Qianyang had also realized that her family would not let them go, so it was better to serve Jiang Ning for peace. At least they wouldn't be bothered by them. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. She didn't need servants at the Academy Street for now. She decided to settle the mother and daughter in her newly acquired house, letting them clean it up while she figured out their work arrangements. By the way, how is your illness? Jiang Ning asked. It's much better. Thank you for your concern. Mother, the money for the treatment also came from the young lady. She's the good person who bought our cloth. Li Wer added. So it's the young lady. She is truly our great benefactor. Li Qianyang said as she stood up to kneel again. Jiang Ning quickly stopped her and handed her a bottle of ointment. All right, no need to kneel all the time. Here's some medicine for your wounds. Take care of your face first, then pack your things and come with me. She was thinking that once the village houses were repaired, she might set up a textile factory to help those women with nowhere to go. If Li Qianyang was needed, she could be in charge. Okay, I'll go tell the landlord. Butcher Zhang hurried away with his son to find a doctor. Zhang Daling shouted on his back. Dad, where are we going? What about the mule cart? I'll take you to the doctor first, then come back for the cart. All right, Dad, I want that woman. You need to bring her to me. Zhang Daling had never seen such a beautiful woman. Thinking of her fierce nature, he imagined how satisfying it would be to win her over. Just the thought made his blood boil. You stay at the clinic. I'll follow them to see where they're staying. Butcher Zhang was plotting. He wouldn't let his anger go to waste today. That's true. You're smart, Dad. Zhang Daling agreed. Zhang the butcher quickly found the clinic and handed over Zhang Dalong to the doctor. After that, he returned to wait at the entrance of Li Qianyang's alley in the vegetable market. Seeing Jiang Ning walking east with some people, he followed slowly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Once he learned where they were staying, he went back to tell the village chief's son-in-law. He was curious to see how the son-in-law would deal with them. Humph. Zhao Lu watched Zhang the butcher sneakily following the young lady and sneered. I was going to let them go, but I didn't expect him to come looking for trouble. Xiao Ba, take him into that alley. Got it, Lu Ge. Xiao Ba replied, seizing the opportunity to bump into Zhang the butcher from the side, pressing a dagger against his waist and smiling as he threatened, walk that way, or I'll stab you. Zhang the butcher was terrified. How could someone rob him in broad daylight? He wanted to call for help but was too scared. Cold sweat poured down as he walked into the empty alley, begging, Sir, I'll give you money. Please don't kill me. As soon as they entered the alley, Zhao Ba said, Hand over the money. Zhang the butcher tremblingly took out his money pouch and handed it over. Zhao Ba caught the pouch with one hand, tucked it into his clothes, and then punched Zhang the butcher in the stomach, causing him to crouch down in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Ba took off Zhang the butcher's dirty shoes and stuffed them in his mouth, then tore off his belt and wrapped it tightly around his mouth several times. Then he started punching and kicking Zhang the butcher. Zhang the butcher wanted to scream for help, but his voice was blocked in his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. He ended up with a bruised face, completely unable to move, lying still in the alley like a lifeless pig. Only then did Zhao Ba leave him to chase after Zhao Lu. Unfortunately, the commotion from Zhang the butcher's struggle was too loud, and they feared it would involve the young lady. Otherwise, they would have just dealt with him directly. Zhao Lu and Zhao Ba were assigned by Zhao Qian to protect Jiang Ning, and they usually kept their presence hidden to avoid making her uncomfortable. Therefore, she was completely unaware of what they had done today. Of course, if she had known, Jiang Ning would likely have praised them. Well done. When Zhang the butcher finally woke up, he stumbled back to the clinic, startling Zhang Dalong.
Dad, what happened to you?
Did that nasty woman find out? Zhang Dalong had no doubt about that woman's ability to fight. Zhang the butcher was now injured and penniless, but thankfully Zhang Dalong had already covered his medical expenses, and there was still some money left for basic treatment at the clinic. All he wanted now was to go back and take revenge on Chen Ergui's family. Compared to the misery of Zhang the butcher, Chen Ergui's family was quite lively. It wasn't even mealtime yet, but the dining table was already set with dishes, all meaty. As the head of the family, Chen Ergui sat at the head of the table, frowning and silent. Old Mrs. Chen sarcastically remarked, "Old man, if you're not happy, then don't eat." This feast was bought with the money from selling that mother and daughter. That girl doesn't even share a surname, so she doesn't count as family. She'd rather die than give us the recipe, so why do you care about her lineage? Old Mrs. Chen had thought her third son would pass on his cooking skills to the eldest and second sons, but he stubbornly refused to share anything, claiming he had sworn an oath in front of his father-in-law. This infuriated old Mrs. Chen. She couldn't understand how she ended up with such a traitorous son. Her eldest son, Qin Yuzhen, advised, "Dad, let's eat quickly. I've been working all day, and I'm very tired." Ever since he helped at a restaurant in town for a few years, he could no longer stand the hard work of farming. "Do you think the sisters-in-law ran away again?" asked the second daughter-in-law, Jiang Honghua, quietly. They had found the Li mother and daughter thanks to her brother, Jiang Dai, who accidentally encountered them while shopping in the West Market and followed them to their home. She secretly threatened them to pay her 200 won a month as hush money, or she would tell her mother-in-law. This month, since Li was ill, Jiang Honghua feared she wouldn't get the money and worried that if Li died, she wouldn't be able to sell her. So, she revealed Li's whereabouts to her mother-in-law, hoping to win her favor. Sure enough, after hearing the news, her mother-in-law sold the mother and daughter and even gave her 100 won for fabric. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Jiang Honghua didn't mind.
How could they?
They don't know we already know where they are, so they won't run away like last time, old Mrs. Chen confidently said. She had quietly confirmed their location before selling them, fearing they would escape. "Dad, Ah Chung is also at the age to marry. Don't blame Mom. Take care of your health," Qin Yuzhen said as he served Chen Ergui a bowl of bone soup. The bones for the soup were given by Zhang the butcher, otherwise his mother wouldn't have spent money on them. The second son, Qin Youfu, added, "Yes, Dad, your health is most important. Zhang the butcher's family is well off, and if Li marries into their family, she can eat meat every day, which is better than living outside." His son was 12, and he also wanted to send him to study at the Su family school in Baisha village. Look at that Chen Zihong, he's already a scholar now. Not only does he have the support of his mother-in-law for his studies, but he also has wealthy friends who send him beautiful maidservants, and that maid brought a lot of money with her. I heard their family is planning to build a new house. This has made the villagers very envious. Chen Ergong sighed. "I hope Li can understand our good intentions." He then turned to Grandma Chen and said, "You should visit Zhang the butcher's house again tomorrow and kindly persuade Li. After all, we are family. Let's not make things too ugly." After saying this, he picked up the soup in front of him and started to drink. He set the tone, and only then did the others begin to eat. Meanwhile, when shopkeeper Zhou learned that Li Qianyang and her daughter were being bullied, he closed the shop and hurried out. He hadn't walked far when he ran into Jiang Ning and her companions coming toward him. Li Qianyang, walking behind, had a bruised face. She quickly approached them, anxiously asking what happened. "I heard someone was bullying you. Who did this? Li Qianyang shook her head. It's nothing. It's all in the past now. Even though she had applied medicine, the marks from the beating were still visible on her face. Seeing her mother didn't want to say much, Li Huiru spoke up. Aunt Zhou, my grandmother sold us, but this young lady saved us. Shopkeeper Zhou was taken aback and then looked at the beautiful young woman beside them. Oh, you're the kind young lady who bought fabric last time. I didn't catch your name.
Yim Yang Nink.
Ah, so it's Miss Zhang.
I'm Zhou Kaiksha.
Please come into my shop for some tea. Shopkeeper Zhou smiled and invited them in. Jiang Ning knew they recognized each other and thought it would be nice to visit since her house was next door, so they all moved into Zhou's fabric shop. Zhou Caixia brought over 3 cups of tea and handed them to Jiang Ning and the others. It's not the best tea. Just think of it as water to quench your thirst. Jiang Ning accepted it. Thank you. She sipped the tea and looked around the shop. It hadn't changed much since her last visit, still quiet and lacking customers. Li Qianyang just held her cup, lost in thought and silent. Li Huiru chattered away, recounting the events that had happened earlier, especially highlighting Jiang Ning's bravery in fighting back. Shopkeeper Zhou listened in surprise, wondering if it was true. This Miss Jiang looked delicate but could kick a man away. She could hardly believe it. When Li Huiru finished, Shopkeeper Zhou asked, "How did your grandmother find you?" "It was my second aunt. 6 months ago, she came to us and demanded 200 coins every month, or she would tell Grandma where we were. Now that my mother is sick and can't give her money, she must have reported us," Li Huar said angrily. Zhou Caixia was shocked and said with frustration, "Qianyang, how could you be so careless? Why didn't you move away back then? No wonder you haven't saved a single coin. It turns out you've been giving it all to others. Zhang's brother is studying at the academy. He has been watching us and even threatened to cause trouble for you. I thought paying her off would help, but I didn't expect she would sell us out for a little money and lead Zhang the butcher right to our door," Li Qianyang said with a worried expression. Zhou Caixia hadn't realized there were these issues. Qianyang must have been afraid of causing trouble for herself, which is why she endured it. She sighed. Jiang Honghua is truly heartless. Jiang Honghua, why does that name sound so familiar? Jiang Ning frowned. Could it be a coincidence? She couldn't help but interrupt. The Jiang Honghua you're talking about, is she the one who married into Qin family village? Yes. Is her brother named Jiang Dai? Everyone nodded. Wow, this world is really small. Just a casual mention, and it's someone familiar. Do you know her? Asked Zhou Zhonggui. Jiang Ning scoffed. Not just know her. I'm quite familiar with her. She's my aunt.
Ah, so you.
They wondered if she was on the same side. Jiang Ning noticed their concern and quickly said, "Don't worry, she and I are not on the same side. But since she has been secretly asking you for money for over half a year, she must have hidden this from her in-laws. If Zhang the butcher doesn't find anyone, he will surely go back to the Qin family to settle the score, and your in-laws might come looking for you. We need to expose this matter and let them turn against each other. The Jiang family really can't stay out of trouble anywhere." She needed to create some conflict for them. The 3 of them felt relieved hearing her plan, clearly not on good terms with the Jiang family. Zhou Caixia agreed. "Jiang girl's idea is good. I'll take care of this. I'll go to Tongluo Alley and tell all the neighbors, making sure no one misses it." Jiang Ning nodded. "Thank you, Zhou Zhonggui. Also, add that Jiang Dai has married a widow and is no longer studying at the academy." "Well, we can say that ourselves," Li Qianyang said, feeling a bit shy. Zhou Zhonggui was also busy and always helped them. It's just a small matter, just a bit of talking," Zhou Caixia said, wanting to change the subject. "So, what are your plans next?" Li Qianyang replied, "Now we are working for the young lady, so we will just do our jobs well." Zhou Caixia nodded. Although being a servant was not ideal, at least they had someone to protect them, which was better than being in a dangerous situation. That's good. Young Lady Jiang is kind, so being with her is better than being sold again. She then turned to Jiang Ning and asked, "Young Lady Jiang, where are you going now?" Jiang Ning pointed to the house next door. "Next door? Did the young lady buy that house?" Zhou Caixia was shocked.
Yes.
That place used to run a bookstore and was doing well. I don't know why it started to struggle in the past few months and ended up selling the house. I didn't expect it to be in the young lady's hands now. Zhou Saixia sighed, noting that the lack of business next door made things harder for her as well. Jiang Ning thought it might have been affected by the Liu family. A good shop in such a prime location wouldn't suddenly fail. What does the young lady plan to do for a living? Zhou Saixia asked curiously. Jiang Ning shook her head. I haven't decided yet. I plan to settle Qianyang and Huiru here first, and I might open a fabric shop like you. Actually, if she opened a spinning and weaving workshop, having a fabric shop here for direct sales would be the best option. She wanted to check with Zhou about her business ideas. That sounds great. My shop is small and lacks customers. If you open yours, it might help bring more business to me, Zhou Saixia said in support. Yes, that's what I think too, but I need to get the spinning and weaving workshop set up first, so there's no rush for now. Zhou Saixia was surprised. You want to open a workshop yourself? Yes, otherwise it would be troublesome to source supplies. How do you manage your stock here? Zhou Saixia explained, in my small shop, some supplies come directly from weavers, and some are collected by my husband. I know that big fabric stores usually have their own workshops or long-term partnerships, which is different from my situation. Don't underestimate yourself, shopkeeper Zhou. If it weren't for your shop, my daughter and I would be struggling, Li Qianyang said gratefully. Without shopkeeper Zhou, they didn't know where they would have ended up. These days, everyone has a hard time. It's also because of your good fabric, Qianyang. Yours sells the fastest. But I wonder why Huiru hasn't learned your skills at all. Zhou Saixia teased Li Huiru. Li Huiru made a face. She had been trying her best, but she just couldn't weave well. What could she do? The group chatted for most of the day. Jiang Ning noticed it was getting late, so she took Li Qianyang and her daughter to the next door and settled them in. She left them some food and 10 taels of silver to buy things like locks and cleaning tools. She told them to find her on Shuyuan Street if they needed anything before heading home. As soon as Jiang Ning entered her house, old lady Zhou quickly took her basket and went to wash it in the kitchen. Liu Huiyan had already returned from school and was studying in the yard. When he saw her come back, he smiled and said, "You're back." "Yes, I'm exhausted after a whole day," Jiang Ning replied as she sat down across from him and took a big sip of the tea he offered. It feels great to have a beautiful person waiting at home. Have you completed the transfer? Liu Huiyan asked as he refilled her cup.
Not yet.
Today, I took in a mother and daughter and arranged for them to clean over there. Do you think I can open a shop? Will it affect your studies? Jiang Ning asked. Those shops owned by official ladies are managed by their servants. Just follow their example and don't get involved yourself, and you'll be fine. What kind of shop do you plan to open? Liu Huiyan asked curiously. I'm thinking of opening a fabric shop, but I haven't heard anything about my weaving machine yet, so I don't have any stock. I need products to start a shop, right? Jiang Ning admitted she wasn't very knowledgeable about business. She just suddenly wanted to try running a shop. Of course, her main goal was to do good deeds, so losing money wouldn't matter. She wasn't short on cash. How bold. Seeing her troubled, Liu Huiyan comforted her. If you're not sure yet, just wait. If it comes to it, you can hire someone knowledgeable to manage it. You're right. We're having fish for dinner tonight. I'll go prepare, Jiang Ning said, noticing that old lady Zhou had already cleaned the vegetables and she stopped worrying, heading to the kitchen. Today, she bought 2 large grass carp. Old lady Zhou had already removed the scales and innards, so Jiang Ning took a knife to cut off the heads and tails, wash them, and slice the fish thinly, marinating it with salt and wine to remove the fishy smell. Next, she heated oil in a pot, added and scallions to sauté, then added sauce and stirred a bit before pouring in water and bringing it to a boil. Once boiling, she added tofu and vegetables. When the vegetables were almost cooked, she added the marinated fish slices, letting them cook until they changed color. Finally, she seasoned it with salt and cilantro, and it was ready. Li Tiniu had followed the delicious smell and came over, washing his hands to help serve the bowls and dishes. In the dining room, Liu Huiyan picked up a piece of fish and tasted it, saying, "So fragrant." This fish seems to have no fishy smell at all. The broth was rich, and the fish was delicious. It was his first time having such a tasty dish. Tasty, right? Actually, it's even better in winter. It's a bit warm now. Jiangning also picked up a piece of fish to taste. Have you ever thought about opening a restaurant? Liu Huan asked, thinking about hiring a chef and teaching them what a Ning knows, which seemed like a good idea. Jiangning shook her head. No, it's too troublesome. Mainly, there are no chefs. I can't just learn on the spot, right?
Lu Huai'an.
That was exactly what he was thinking. Thankfully, he didn't say it out loud. By the way, are you getting used to your academy? Jiangning felt that if she had to transfer schools right before the college entrance exam, she would definitely go crazy. It's okay. Everyone is talking about the Buddha bathing festival. Liu Huan felt that he was always alone no matter where he was, so it didn't bother him much. Why are you all discussing Buddhism? I thought you were atheists. Jiang De often says not to speak of strange forces. Liu Huan glanced at her. If there were truly no gods, how would we explain you and me? That's true. Jiang Ning felt awkward. Liu Huan explained, the students are mostly looking for an excuse to go out and have fun, and many families pray for blessings. They don't actually go to worship Buddha. If they did, it would be secretly, afraid of being laughed at by their classmates. Jiang Ning asked, are you going? I'll see you when the time comes. I haven't decided where to go yet. When do you think it will be? I want to go too. Since I got here, I haven't traveled far. Liu Huan replied, sure, let's go together then. The idea of exploring the mountains and rivers with her seemed quite exciting. While Jiang Ning enjoyed her warm meal, Butcher Zhang was angrily driving his donkey cart back to town with his son. Ignoring his pain, he called his brothers at the butcher shop and rushed towards Chen family village. When they arrived at Chen Ergui's house, the family had just finished eating. The eldest daughter-in-law was clearing the dishes, while Grandma Chen was choosing hairpins for her two granddaughters, Chen Jiao and Chen Yu. Jiang Honghua praised, with Jiao, and you dress like this, they'll definitely marry into a wealthy family. Grandma Chen nodded in agreement. Our two girls, I think they are destined to be the wives of rich families. Mom, I heard that Chen Xiuzai's family is building a new house. How did they get so much money? Jiang Honghua asked curiously. Xiao Heng is lucky. He has the favor of a noble person who not only sent him a maid but also gave him a lot of money. They're planning to build a new house to marry a wife, Grandma Chen said, her face showing envy and jealousy. Why didn't her family have such fortunate children? Jiang Honghua asked, is he still marrying a girl from the Su family? Of course, the Su family spent a lot of silver to support him in becoming a scholar. Would he dare to be ungrateful? I think Xiao Heng is truly lucky. Originally, when his father, Chen Yukong, was injured and unable to walk, the clan held a meeting to decide whether to support him. Most clan members disagreed, but Master Su surprisingly arranged for him to marry his granddaughter and even supported him in his studies. If he passes the exam this year, it would be a great achievement for the whole family. Unfortunately, Chen Zihong's glory might not be enjoyed by his relatives for long. His uncle, the clan leader, now deeply regrets his decisions. As they were talking, suddenly, their yard door was kicked open. Butcher Zhang Dalong stormed in with a group of men, looking very angry. Chen Ergong and the others were startled by the noise and quickly came out to see what was happening. Seeing Butcher Zhang and his men, they felt a mix of anger and forced smiles. Oh, it's you, Zhang. What brings you here with so many people? They asked. Butcher Zhang suppressed his disgust and sneered. What's going on? I said you were selling your daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Why did you send us to catch her? Turns out she was already taken. Look at the injuries we suffered. You not only tricked us into a marriage, but also let us get beaten up. Today, you need to return the 10 taels of betrothal money and pay us 20 taels for our injuries, or I won't hold back. Butcher Zhang had thought it through. That woman clearly had connections and was not someone to mess with. He couldn't let this loss go without compensation from Chen Ergong's family. This was Chen family village. They would start with courtesy and then get tough if needed. That's impossible. We checked secretly, and the Li mother and daughter are living in that rundown alley. How could they belong to someone else? Did you offend someone and want to blame us? No way. Chun Loud-Eye shouted, her voice so loud that it drew curious heads from outside the yard. Villagers who had followed Butcher Zhang to see what was happening perked up their ears, eager for gossip.
Bah.
I don't need to blame you. The whole county knows we were attacked. Chen Ergong, are you going to pay or not? It's 30 taels in total. If it weren't for the clan leader, I would have acted already instead of standing here arguing. Butcher Zhang said angrily. What were they talking about? Chen Ergong felt dizzy. This woman sold someone, and now had to pay money instead. It wasn't just him. The whole family was in trouble. Especially Jiang Honghua. She really wants to find a place to hide now. If she hadn't exposed Li's actions and encouraged her mother-in-law to sell people, how could she have gotten into such trouble? She is very afraid her mother-in-law will remember her. Chen Jiao, Chen Yu, and a few younger ones were all scared, hugging their heads and trembling in the corner. Old Lady Chen was crying loudly. If the silver was given away, her eldest grandson's wedding money would be gone. Son, hurry and get the money, Chen Ergui said, his face turning pale with anger. Old Lady Chen was anxious, stamping her feet. But we don't have that much money. Chen Ergui urged, take whatever you have, hurry up. If it came to a fight, it would be a disaster. Old Lady Chen, with red eyes, hesitated for a long time before finally bringing out 12 taels of silver. Chen Ergui smiled. Zhang, look, this is all we have. Zhang the butcher snatched the money bag, weighing it in his hand. Is this a joke? Do you think I'm a fool?
What do you mean by that?
Offering 2 taels more is already generous. You should be grateful. Who knows if Li and her daughter were harmed by you? Old Lady Chen felt heartbroken. That was her money, and now it was gone before she could even warm it, and she had to pay more. Since you refuse to cooperate, I won't hold back. Brothers, take action. We need 18 more taels. Zhang Daluang and his men opened fire, without hesitation. He couldn't defeat the county's officials, but he didn't care about these villagers. A group of people vented their anger, grabbing anything they could find. Those in the backyard caught chickens, those with pigs tied them up, and anyone who tried to stop them was hit. The Chen family was in chaos, with cries filling the air.
You
are robbing us. These are all my family's things. Chen Ergui was so anxious he jumped up, sending his grandson to call for help. But anyone who dared to go out would be caught and beaten. They couldn't leave at all. In fact, some villagers had already gone to the clan leader's house, but clan leader Chen didn't come. No one dared to offend Zhang the butcher, as he was the father-in-law of the town chief. Especially since the fault lay with Chen Ergui, clan leader Chen planned to wait until Zhang left before addressing the issue. Of course, on the surface, clan leader Chen appeared eager to go, but he was stopped by his wife and son. The show had to go on. The Zhang family acted like bandits, taking whatever they could grab and smashing what they couldn't. The Chen family tried to stop them but ended up getting beaten again, and this time even old Lady Chen was not spared. The Zhang family barged into her house and took away her long-saved money. Chen Ergui trembled and shouted, "Is there no law? I want to report this to the authorities." Butcher Zhang spat at Chen Ergui's face and said, "Go ahead and report it. I want to see how the officials will judge this. Will they first punish you for selling your daughter-in-law and granddaughter, or will they punish your family for deception in marriage? My son and I were hurt because of you, and since your family won't pay for our medical bills, we had to take something in return. Do you think you can fool me? Do you not know that I, Butcher Zhang, am not someone to mess with?" After taking the items, Butcher Zhang left with his group, like a gust of wind. At that moment, the Chen family was in despair. Chen Yuzhen crouched on the ground, holding his head in pain, while Chen Yufu sat in the corner with his brother, crying with a sad face. They were in severe pain from the beating they received from Butcher Zhang's group, feeling like their bones were about to break. Old Lady Chen sat on the ground, crying out, "I can't live like this anymore. I can't go on. Oh heavens! Please strike down that wicked man." Chen Ergui looked at the messy yard, thinking about the things Butcher Zhang had taken, feeling a wave of frustration. He angrily scolded Sun, "Be quiet." But Sun, feeling wronged, couldn't stop herself. Chen Ergue had no choice but to storm into the house, shut the door, and lie on the bed, fuming. After Butcher Zhang and his group left, the clan leader finally arrived, followed by a crowd of villagers who had come to see what was happening. They had just gone to inform the clan leader and hadn't seen the whole situation clearly. Many villagers followed along, asking the first arrivals what had happened. Everyone was shocked to see the Chen family members with swollen faces and torn clothes. When old lady Chen and her two sons saw the clan leader, they began to cry out together, "Clan leader, please help us. The Zhang family is being too cruel. Look at what they've done to us." Before the clan leader could speak, his wife chimed in, "Oh please, if you hadn't tried to sell the widow and orphan, would this have happened? Butcher Zhang has connections. Can we afford to provoke him? Don't let the whole village suffer because of you." Villagers who knew the situation echoed her words, "Yes, have some shame." They all knew that Chen Yoning had been living well until this family dragged him down, causing his early death. Now, this family wanted to sell Yoning's wife and daughter, and they were dealing with a violent butcher. They couldn't feel sympathy for such people. Although the clan leader Chen thought his brother's wife was not a good match and often caused trouble, as the elder brother and clan leader, he felt he had to manage the situation. He advised, "All right, you were at fault first. I heard that Zhang the butcher and his group were indeed beaten badly, so let's consider it even. Don't provoke them again." "Where is Ergue?" "Dad is lying in the house. He got hurt too," Chen Yu Zhen replied. "I'll go check on him." Just as the clan leader finished speaking, he heard Chen Ergue's voice from inside. "Big brother, you don't need to come in. The excitement is over. Just take your people and leave quickly." The clan leader understood that Ergue was upset and didn't want to see him. If he didn't want to see him, then so be it. He was tired of dealing with such nonsense every day. He didn't want to confront him either. After he had his wife hand over the food they brought to Chen Yogen's wife, Ji, he urged the villagers to leave. "Mom, what should we do now?"
Chen Yuzhen asked.
"Let's go to the county tomorrow and find out what really happened. I don't believe that Li and her daughter could have done that to Zhang the butcher," old lady Chen said angrily. Jiang Honghua, fearing her secret about wanting money would be exposed, quickly suggested, "Mom, why don't I go tomorrow? I know the county well, and it will be easier for me to gather information." Old lady Chen glared at her. It was this Jiang who caused their family to be beaten and lose all their belongings. If it weren't for her having a younger brother who was a student, she would have slapped her already. "No need, I will go with you, Jen. You and Ji should return to your family tomorrow to borrow some money and food. Otherwise, how will we survive?" "Yes," Jiang Honghua replied reluctantly, feeling anxious. "Why haven't you brought your husband inside to treat his wounds? Look at him. He's been beaten badly and you don't even care," old lady Chen scolded. "And Ji, you should help Yu Zhen with his wounds too." "Yes, Mom." Ji was surprised to see her mother-in-law yell at Jiang and couldn't help but look a little longer. The next morning, Jiang Ning first went to the government office to handle the property transfer, then set off back to the village. She planned to find Su Wei first to see if she had time to accompany her to survey the mountain land. Otherwise, it would be quite boring to go alone. When Jiang Ning's carriage arrived at the Su family's place, she saw Su Wei and her mother getting ready to go out, with her older brother Su Beixing sitting on a bullock cart and her father Su Chuan at the driving position. Jiang Ning leaned out of the carriage and called, "Xiao Wei, where are you going?" "Ning's sister, what brings you here?" Su Wei was quite surprised to see Jiang Ning. "I came to see you and to ask if you have time to go hiking with me." Su Wei quickly replied, "Sure. We are just about to head to your family's construction site." Wang Xiuji then realized it was Ning girl. She thought the one sitting in the carriage was some beautiful young lady from the county. "You mischievous girl. How could you just leave like that?" Wei Wei and her brother said you've changed a lot, and I didn't believe them. But now, you really look like a different person. After being shocked by Jiang Ning's appearance, Wang Xiuji playfully patted her shoulder. "Hee, I was just busy with things and didn't have time," Jiang Ning said with a smile while touching her shoulder. "Mom, are we getting on the ox cart or not?" Su Beisheng was getting a bit impatient. Every time he went out with his mom and sister, they took forever. Su Chuan gave him a light pat. You brat, show some respect when talking to your mother. Su Beisheng immediately quieted down, lowering his head and not daring to complain anymore. Wang Xiuji waved her hand at the two. I won't take the ox cart. I'll ride with Ning girl in the carriage. I've never been in a carriage before. You two can go on your own. Their family had several people working at Jiang Ning's construction site, and knowing she was back, they figured they would check on their own land. It was a convenient route. The driver had already lowered the step, and Wang Xiuji and Su Wei climbed up together. Wow, this carriage is really spacious and comfortable. Where did you get it, Ning girl? Wang Xiuji exclaimed after sitting down. I rented it, Jiang Ning replied. Originally, Manager Zhao wanted to keep a carriage for her, but Jiang Ning thought having a horse at home would be too much trouble and she didn't need it often, so she declined. Anyway, it was easy to rent one when she needed it. Before she could finish her thought, Wang Xiuji playfully nudged her again, and Jiang Ning realized this was probably a tradition in the Su family. They liked to tease. You silly girl. You don't know how to manage money. How far can the county be? Why spend money renting a carriage? Mom, Ning's sister isn't short on money now, Su Wei said, feeling a bit speechless beside her mother. It wasn't entirely Wang Xiuji's fault. She had only heard from villagers that Jiang Ning's mother, Liu, was from a wealthy family and had recently reconnected with them, so naturally, they had money now. Even though they bought a large piece of land to build a house, wasn't it all just wasteland? Wang Xiuji thought it was a waste. With that money, wouldn't it be better to buy good farmland? 600 acres of wasteland would cost at least 5 or 600 taels. Buying 50 acres of good land to rent out would make her a landlord, which sounded much better. What do you know, girl? No matter how much money you have, you shouldn't spend it carelessly. Wang Xiuji glared at her daughter, who didn't know how to manage her life. Then she turned and asked in surprise, Hey, why is your hair still styled like a young girl's? At this moment, Su Wei also noticed that Jiang Ning hadn't styled her hair like a married woman. As someone with experience, Wang Xiuji suddenly had a thought. Ning, you haven't had your wedding night yet, have you? Jiang Ning felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. I knew it. Lu Xiucai can't be that obedient. It seems like he's just marrying a decoration. Wang Xiuji immediately felt sorry for Jiang Ning. No, Aunt. It's Huayan who said he wants to wait until after high school to get married officially. Jiang Ning quickly defended Lu Huayan. That's true. With your looks, if he doesn't like you, he must be blind. Even I find you charming. Jiang Ning thought that she had intentionally made herself look less attractive, but compared to before, it was indeed a huge difference. Aunt, please don't say that, or I might keep my distance from you. Ha ha ha, you know how to be shy. Mom, do you even see your daughter? Since you got in the carriage, you haven't looked at me once. Your eyes are glued to Sister Ning. If this keeps up, I might get jealous.
Su Wei cong lai.
What do you have to show? All you do is annoy me. Sigh. The girl is growing up and has too many thoughts. Wang Xiuji was worried. Thinking of her own matters, Su Wei lowered her head and fell silent. Jiang Ning also noticed that Su Wei was unusually quiet today and thought she would ask her later what was going on. As they chatted, the carriage soon arrived at the construction site in the west of the village. The site was bustling with activity. It was rare to see such a lively scene in the west of the village. Zhuang Fugue saw Jiang Ning and Wang Xiuji get off the carriage and hurried over. Hey, Ning girl, what brings you here today? This construction site is too chaotic for a young lady like you. Mainly because there were many men, and it wouldn't be appropriate if they saw something they shouldn't. Well, I'm here to check the land and see what might be good to plant up there. Zhuang Fugue was taken aback. What could be planted? It was all saline alkali land and rocky slopes. What could grow there? However, spring planting was just over and every household was out looking for work, so he couldn't say anything that might ruin a good opportunity. Especially since the wages given by Manager Zhao were quite high, he just wanted to get the house built as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Zhuang Fugue smiled and said, That's a good idea. But be careful. There are wild grasses and many insects on the mountains. If you're going up, you should take someone with you. Wang Xiuji said, Xiao Wei won't help today. You should accompany Ning up the mountain for a walk and come back for lunch later. She and the village chief's wife were working at the construction site and sometimes called their daughters to help. Since Ning wanted to go up the mountain, it was better to go together. All right, I'll remember Xiao Wei's payment, Zhuang Fugue said, knowing that accompanying the wealthy family was also work. He then led Jiang Ning and Su Wei toward the mountain, handing them sticks to clear the path. Early in the morning at Chen Ergong's house, they split into 3 groups. Old Lady Chen followed Chen Yu Zhen to the county. After a long journey, they arrived at the house where Li Qianyang used to live, next to the vegetable market, and found an old woman cleaning inside. An old woman carrying a loom came out, and Old Lady Chen quickly stepped aside. After the house had been damaged, Li Qianyang had compensated the landlord by selling the loom. Seeing them lingering at the door, the old woman came out. Old Lady Chen awkwardly approached and asked, Is Li Qianyang and her daughter living here? The old woman looked them up and down. Who are you? I am her mother-in-law. Before Old Lady Chen could finish, the old woman raised her broom and struck her, shouting, There's a sister-in-law from the Jiang family who often comes to extort money from Li's mother and daughter, making them suffer. And you old hag, sold them yesterday. What do you want now? I'll teach you a lesson, you heartless old woman. Old Lady Chen cried out in pain, covering her head and trying to escape. Chen Yugui stepped in to block her, but was afraid to hurt the old woman. Not knowing her identity, he didn't dare to act aggressively in the county. He could only shield his mother, but the broom hit him too, and they were both chased out of the alley. Neighbors came out to watch and pointed, expressing their outrage. Li's mother and daughter are so unfortunate. That Jiang sister-in-law is terrible, always asking for money. When she can't get it, she encourages the family to sell them. The family is also terrible, pushing a widow and her child into a fire pit. This family will eventually face retribution. Indeed, they are facing retribution. I heard Zhang's younger brother married a widow and has already stopped studying, ruining his future. Old Lady Chen was led away by Qin Yugui, but they understood one thing. Jiang Honghua had long known about Li Qianyang's situation and had been trying to extort money. When she couldn't get any, she finally told her family. The Qin family faced this trouble all because of Jiang Honghua. The two walked back with frowns. Qin Yugui complained, Mother, you always say Zhang's brother is promising and we should be nice to her. Look at the trouble she has caused us. Her brother doesn't even go to school. How can he be promising? Chen Laotai, with a bruised face, was out of breath and furious. How dare Jiang Honghua scheme against her? Let's go to Baisha village. I want to see what's going on with the Jiang family. How did they raise such a selfish daughter? She decided that if she didn't get compensation for the medical expenses from the Jiang family, she wouldn't be called Chen's son. Jiang Honghua, who had just reached the entrance of Baisha village, felt anxious, unsure if her mother-in-law had found out anything. But thinking of her own family gave her confidence. In the surrounding area, her family was quite well off. Even if her mother-in-law found out, what would it matter? They still depended on her brother to succeed. As she arrived, some villagers noticed her return and began to whisper, Hey, isn't that Jiang Honghua? It looks like her. Why is she back now? Maybe she heard that Ning girl got recognized and is doing well. It can't be because of her family being controlled by Widow Wang, right? She usually only comes back during holidays. She might not even know what's happening with her family. It's sad, really. One granddaughter sold off as a concubine, another driven away and not recognizing her family. A promising student forced to marry a widow, giving up on his studies to earn money at home. This is what happens when a family doesn't treat people well. Yeah, they brought this on themselves. Jiang Honghua felt dizzy. What were they saying? In the past, when she visited her family, everyone praised her, but now they were saying these things? Jiang Dae married Widow Wang and was stuck at home copying books to earn money. Because of this, her brother was respected in his in-laws' house, and even her sister-in-law and mother-in-law treated her well. The whole family relied on him to achieve success and bring honor, but now she was being told everything was lost. And her family was under Widow Wang's control? And the least favored Jiang Ning had recognized a noble relative? The most obedient Jiang Xiu sold off as a concubine to the county magistrate, taking revenge on her family? Thinking of the troubles from last night, it felt like the world was against her. Jiang Honghua couldn't take it anymore and fainted. When she woke up again, it was in her mother's bed. The village women had seen her faint and carried her back to her family home. "Flower, you're awake."
Mother, what happened to you?
Jiang Honghua looked at her already thin mother, who seemed even weaker, with many unhealed bruises on her face. Thinking about the news she had heard earlier, her eyes turned red. Is what the villagers said true? Jiang's mother was touched by her daughter's question, and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Oh, Flower, I've had a hard life." Jiang's mother tearfully recounted the events of the past few days. The more Jiang Honghua listened, the more worried she became. This family could not be controlled by outsiders, and her brother needed to continue his studies. Widow Wang was indeed short-sighted. Just because her husband had a title, she thought she could ruin his future. She had never seen such a foolish woman. She sat up, took Jiang's mother's hand, and asked, "Mother, let's go to the village chief and get back our rights." If they didn't, how would her mother support her in the future? "We did, but the village chief said this is a family matter and he can't interfere. We need to discuss it with Zuya," Jiang's mother replied, her voice trembling. Thinking about Jiang Ziyu's cruelty made her sob again. "Oh, Flower, I never expected Zuya to be so vicious. Her heart is rotten. The family treated her better than her two brothers, yet she grew up spoiled. Unlike that Jiang Ning, who was raised with harshness. In the end, it was Zuya who caused us so much suffering. We cared for her so much. Look at the harm she has done to us. She often brings people to beat us. Just look at the injuries on my face. They never fully healed. She wishes our whole family would be gone." After Jiang's mother cried enough, Jiang Honghua handed her a handkerchief. "Mother, did Ning really become successful?" "Yes, she bought 600 acres of land and is building a big house over in the west of the village. Many people are helping her." "Then why didn't you think of going to find Ning? After all, she is our family's eldest granddaughter, and even though she is married, she is still part of our family." As soon as Jiang Honghua finished speaking, Jiang's mother's face grew even more sorrowful. "Oh, Flower, if I had known earlier, if I had known she would be so successful, I would never have treated her that way." Then, Jiang's mother continued to explain how to deal with Jiang Ning. Jiang Honghua was left speechless. The family's current situation was entirely of their own making. "Mom, that Ning girl has been treated like a servant since she was little. Why can't you all get enough of it?" Jiang Honghua was extremely frustrated. The family could have been close to someone important and lived a better life, but now all of that was gone. Old Lady Jiang also regretted it, but what could she do? The situation had already happened. Jiang Ning and Su Wei were climbing the mountain with effort. The mountain was not high, probably only 300 to 400 meters, and there were plenty of flat, sunny spots. The two had often climbed this mountain when they were younger, so they were somewhat familiar with the path. Su Wei was curious about what Jiang Ning planned to do with the mountain. "Sister Ning, this land is full of weeds, and it would be hard to grow even fruit trees here." Jiang Ning knew this was true. The soil in the northwest had high salt and alkali content, making it difficult for many crops to survive, but grapes could thrive. "Yes, I bought some seeds from a merchant in the western regions. There's a fruit called grapes that is said to grow well in this kind of soil. I want to invite someone to try planting them." When they reached the top of the mountain, Jiang Ning looked down and saw people busy digging foundations and building walls, with a river visible in the distance. "Grapes? I've never heard of them. Are they tasty?" "They're delicious, sweet and sour. Once we grow them, you'll see." "Oh." Seeing Su Wei looking downcast with faint dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Ning asked, "What's wrong? You look unwell after not seeing you for a few days." "Brother Heng came by a few days ago and made my grandfather sick with anger. He didn't send that maid away." "Sister Ning, what should I do?" Su Wei said, unusually downhearted. Jiangning rarely saw her so dejected. What do you think? I've wanted to marry brother Hang since I was 10. I never thought another woman would come into the picture.
What do your family think?
In ancient times, marriage often depended on the elders' opinions. My parents are angry, but it seems they have accepted it. After all, Scholar Zhuang's concubine still lives in the village. We can't make a big deal out of one maid. My grandfather is sick, and I don't want to bother him with this. Are you unwilling? Su Wei couldn't help but hold Jiang Ning's hand. Sister Ning, if brother Heng truly cares for me, I wouldn't be afraid even if he had countless women around him. But I know his heart isn't with me. If he could follow the rules and have only me, I wouldn't mind living respectfully with him for a lifetime. Su Wei became more and more incoherent. But if he has feelings for another woman, Ning Jie, how should I handle it? I always feel like I am ruining his happiness, like I am an outsider. Do you like Qin Zihong? Jiang Ning asked. Su Wei shook her head. I don't like him anymore. Ever since I suspected he didn't like me, especially when I saw the way he looked at that maid, I lost my feelings for him. Jiang Ning thought about it too. They had grown up together, waiting to get married, so it didn't make sense that she didn't like him. Have you thought about breaking off the engagement? My family disagrees. Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. So you want to break off the engagement? In this era, if a woman mentioned breaking an engagement, it would be like the original owner, making a huge fuss. It's rare for someone like Su Wei, who has been engaged for many years, to be able to let go. Yes, if I hadn't seen you break off your engagement and end up doing well, I wouldn't dare to think like this. But knowing he doesn't truly care for me, and even has some resentment, scares me, Ning Jie. I've read many stories about ungrateful people, and I'm afraid that might happen to me. Su Wei became disheartened again. But my parents and brother disagree. They think our family has invested so much, and now that brother Hang is about to succeed, how can we just let someone else benefit? This matter involves not just my family but also the clan, and it's not that easy. The sunk cost is too great. No wonder the Su family can't let go. With the clan mentality of this era, if one person succeeds, it benefits everyone. Even if it's just a marriage connection, it's still a bond filled with gratitude. It's a strong relationship that can't be easily abandoned. Jiang Ning thought she should ask Lu Huayan how Su Wei's past life really was. If it wasn't good, they must break them apart no matter what. But for now, there was no need to overthink it. Maybe you don't have to do anything. Qin Zihong might find a way to break off the engagement himself. After all, the Jiang family isn't foolish. They wouldn't invest in Qin Zihong for no reason. That's not possible. Brother Heng swore he would never break off the engagement. Su Wei shook her head, which was also her worry. Unless her family took the initiative to break it off, it would be impossible. That does make things a bit complicated. Jiang Ning felt stuck. After all, it was a big family matter, and as an outsider, she shouldn't interfere easily. Su Wei was silent for a moment, then sighed. Forget it, Ning Jie. It's almost noon. Let's go eat. Okay. After climbing for so long, she was indeed hungry. Su Wei said enviously, Ning Jie, I really envy how carefree you are. Without parents, no one cares for you. Why would you envy me? Su Wei thought about Jiang Ning's situation and felt sorry for the child without a mother. Well, you've been through a lot, but things will get better from now on. Jiang Ning nodded. Yes, so don't worry too much at a young age. Who knows when life will improve? Feeling relieved, Su Wei smiled sincerely. What you said is true, Sister Ning. By the way, Sister Ning, I overheard something about Jiang Xiao. Oh, what is it? Jiang Ning asked curiously. I saw Widow Wang buying medicine from Dr. Jiang the other day. Dr. Jiang wanted to raise the price, but she said it was for Jiang Xiao and insisted he shouldn't raise it, or there would be trouble. They argued for a while and I heard something about shells and illusions. I don't know what that means. Shells? Illusions? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, could it be poppy shells? That sounds right, Su Wei recalled, and felt sure about it. Haha, Jiang Xiao is quite bold. Jiang Ning laughed, thinking that Jiang Xiao might not be very safe either, so she gave her an antidote pill. By the way, Keep this antidote pill with you just in case. If you accidentally get into trouble, especially with that Xianger, take it quickly. It could save your life. Sue carefully accepted it. Thank you, Sister Ning. She hoped she would never have to use it. Jiang Ning, however, was thinking that the time for Jiang County Magistrate's downfall should be approaching. At lunchtime, everyone at the construction site went to the dining shed to eat. They had meat every meal. It was like a heavenly life. Ning girl has really become beautiful now. Of course. She's not only pretty, but also kind. The wages she gives are really high. Yes, I heard that once the materials arrive, they will hire more people. Lu Xiaocai is really lucky. Who would have thought Ning girl would have such good fortune? Lu Xiaocai is not bad either. While everyone ate and chatted, many curious onlookers gathered around, excitedly discussing, it's a pity the Jiang family has no luck. They drove her away when she was doing well, and now she has succeeded, leaving them behind. That's right. They don't even have the courage to associate with her now. I heard the Liu family is in a bad situation. The Liu family deserves it. They traded a good young lady and mistreated her. This is karma. What are you all talking about? Zhuang Fugue saw the conversation going off track and quickly intervened. Finish your meals and get back to work. In a month or so, when the weather gets hot, it won't be this comfortable anymore.
Don't waste time.
Everyone scattered in a hurry. At that moment, Wang Xiuji noticed Jiang Ning and Sue coming this way and quickly called them over. You're back. I saved some food for you, and it's still warm. Thank you, Aunt. Yang Ning Site. Thanks, Mom. Jiang Honghua returned to Chenjiakin with many worries, constantly thinking about how to cover up her lies, while old lady Chen had already asked around about the situation of the Jiang family in Baisha village. At this moment, the whole family was waiting for her in the main house. As soon as Jiang Honghua entered, she was startled by the scene before her. She composed herself and smiled as she approached. Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, why is everyone here? Before she could finish her sentence, old lady Chen rushed forward and slapped her across the face, her expression full of anger as she scolded, You ungrateful girl. You have the nerve to deceive me. Just wait until I teach you a lesson for your lying ways. Jiang Honghua's lip bled from the slap, and her face quickly swelled up, showing the force of the. Mom, what do you mean? If you want to hit me, at least let me understand what's going on. Smack. Old lady Chen slapped her again, knocking Jiang Honghua to the ground. She angrily shouted, You think you can fool me again? Everyone knows about your antics in the county. You went to Finely to extort money, and when that didn't work, you revealed her whereabouts to us. You've caused our family so much trouble and pain. Chen Yufu initially felt sorry for his wife, but hearing his mother say this, he decided it was time to stop caring. She needed to be disciplined. Enough, Chen Ergong said coldly, staring at Jiang Honghua. Given the situation at home, hand over the money you have, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, I'll have the second son divorce you. Hearing this, Jiang Honghua turned pale and quickly knelt down, crying, Dad, I really didn't take any money. When my brother told me, I searched for a long time to find someone. This must be a scheme by Li and her family to make you blame me. Mom, I reported them. They resent me and are trying to frame me. You're really wronging me. The facts are right in front of you, and you still deny it. No wonder you're the sister of a scholar. So good with words. Mom, if she won't admit it, just go search her house, Chen Yuzhen said, having seen his wife suffer because of this sister-in-law before. Now that he had the chance and knew about the Jiang family's misdeeds, he was determined to help his wife get justice. You're right, I'll settle this with you later. With that, she walked towards the west wing. Jiang Honghua rushed over to stop her, while Ji quickly went to help her mother-in-law. The three of them rushed into Jiang Honghua's room. With Ji's help, Grandma Chen dug out more than 20 taels of silver from the winter clothes in the wardrobe, from under the bed, and from holes in the wall. Grandma Chen felt both excited and frustrated. She realized she had never saved this much money in her life. The most she had ever had was 10 taels from selling something, but that was taken away before she could even enjoy it. Seeing all the silver being taken out, Jiang Honghua felt faint and cried, "Mother, this is my dowry from my family. You can't take my wedding gifts." Grandma Chen was already angry, and hearing her shout made her grab Jiang Honghua's hair and slap her twice, spitting on her face. "Dowry? Just look at how stingy Grandma Jiang is. How could she give you so much? Don't think I don't know what's going on in your family. I'll tell you this. Today, we will not only find out what's happening in the county, but also what's going on in your village. With Jiangde ruined, don't think you can slack off at home. From now on, all the work will fall on you." The eldest daughter-in-law was honest, while Jiang was always sneaky. Ji watched as Sun lost her temper and thought about how she had always been the one getting hit. It was the first time she saw her sister-in-law being treated this way by her mother-in-law. A sense of satisfaction rose within her. Jiang Honghua raised her hand to wipe her tears, her sleeve hiding the intense hatred in her eyes. She had saved this money for her son's education, and now this old woman had taken it all away. How could she accept this? She grabbed Grandma Chen and pleaded, "Mother, the money is for Fei to go to school. You can't take it all." Chen Zifei and Chen Yu, frightened, cried along. Their mother was being hit, and their money was taken. How would they get the things they needed in the future? Chen Youfu felt dizzy. He never expected his wife had hidden so much money. Where did it come from? He knew that when Jiang Honghua first married, she brought 2 taels of dowry, which made her the envy of the village. He had never seen a family marry off a daughter with money. Of course, the Chen family was an exception. Grandma Chen kicked her away, saying, "The whole family will starve. What do you need school for? Just having food is good enough." She handed several bags of money to Chen Ergong, who felt mixed emotions looking at the silver. If it weren't for the robbery at home, they wouldn't have stolen the daughter-in-law's things. But this trouble was caused by Jiang, so she should take responsibility and provide the money to settle it. Otherwise, should they just watch their family starve? The old man closed his eyes and took a deep breath, thinking carefully. His second daughter-in-law was difficult to deal with, but he couldn't let his grandchildren feel disappointed. He said, "Let's wait until this tough time passes to discuss Xiao Fei's education. Jiang, don't blame us. Blame your own greed for causing trouble. Reflect on this, and everyone can go home." Jiang was indeed cunning. Chen Yuzhen snorted and took his wife and child back to their room. When Jiang Ning returned home from the village, it was already evening. Granny Zhou had prepared some noodles with sauce and a few cold dishes, which were quite tasty. After dinner, Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan were in the yard drinking tea. Lu Huayan made the tea, while Jiang Ning shared what happened with Su Wei that day. After finishing, Jiang Ning asked, "Was Chen Zihong a good match before?" "No, he passed the exam this year, but he failed the next spring." After returning, he married Xiao Wei, and later she tragically lost her life. Until Lu Huayan's death, Chen Zihong was still just a successful candidate. "What?" Jiang Ning interrupted angrily. "No wonder Xiao Wei didn't want to marry him. She must have sensed something. What should we do? The Su family doesn't agree to break off the engagement." Jiang Ning stood up anxiously, knowing there were many ways to cause harm. Either the marriage weakened her health, or it was done maliciously, considering Su Wei's condition. Jiang Ning suspected it was intentional. If something happened, it would just be bad luck for the Su family. Lu Huayan glanced at her, puzzled by her concern for others. But he explained, "There's no rush. Let's wait for Jiang Fengju to take action. Otherwise, the Su family won't agree to the cancellation. What if Xiao Wei is in danger? They might try to poison her. Just give her an antidote to take if she feels unwell. As long as she wasn't poisoned to death on the spot, he could save her. I've already given her the antidote." Jiang Ning recalled what Su Wei had told her today. "By the way, Jiang Xiao is making medicine with poppy husks for Jiang County Magistrate. As far as I know, that stuff is a drug and can be addictive. Should we take action against him?" Thinking about how the magistrate harmed women, she believed such a scoundrel didn't deserve to live. She had long wanted to deal with him. If the county magistrate's wife knew that Jiang Xiao was responsible for Jiang County Magistrate's death, it might serve 2 purposes at once. Of course, there's no time like the present. Let's do it tonight. Liu Huan fully supported Jiang Ning's decision and didn't want to delay any longer. What should we do? Jiang Ning asked excitedly. Liu Huan replied, just increase the dosage. He had plenty of poison. Finding something similar to poppy would be easy. Okay. While they were talking, Granny Zhou came in to report that a Miss Meng Kara was there to see them. Jiang Ning was surprised that Meng Kara had come to find her and quickly got up to greet her. Meng Kara, dressed in her usual red outfit, burst in like a firefox, her voice arriving before she did. Jiang Ning, have you heard? This year's Buddha bathing festival will be held at Qingshan Temple. I heard the scenery there is beautiful, and I haven't been yet. Let's go together. Jiang Ning invited her to sit on a stone bench. Qingshan Temple? How do you know about it? Meng Kara glanced at Liu Huan, nodded as a greeting, and then sat down. I heard it from my mother. Today, several heads of academies came to see my father, saying they want to organize a literary meeting at Qingshan Academy. I thought if Scholar Liu goes, you would definitely go too, and we could go together. Really? Jiang Ning looked at Liu Huan. Liu Huan shook his head. He hadn't received any news yet. Oh, don't look at him. I have first-hand information, Meng Kara said, glaring at Jiang Ning. She believed she was more reliable than him. They're going for academic purposes. What does that have to do with us? Jiang Ning teased her knowingly. Of course it matters. We can bring our families along. We ladies can go to the temple to pray. Especially with the autumn exams in August. Don't you want to pray for Scholar Liu? Meng Kara brought up Liu Huan, confident that Jiang Ning would want to wish him well. Then why would you go? Who are you praying for? Jiang Ning laughed at her. Meng Kara replied confidently, Of course I'm praying for my parents. Who else? Isn't your mother going? My mother hates the heat. She doesn't want to move. She just stays in the yard with her cat, listening to the maids sing. It's so boring, Meng Kara complained. She felt that the two maids were just there to entertain her mother, who spent more time with them than her father did. Jiang Ning hadn't expected the county magistrate's wife to be so leisurely. However, she definitely wanted to go to Qingshan Temple. For some reason, ever since she first heard the name, she had a strong desire to visit. It just felt a bit too coincidental, but maybe she was overthinking it. All right, let's go together, Jiang Ning decided. Meng Kara happily said great. They planned to leave the day after tomorrow and stay in the mountains for 2 days. We need to bring more supplies. I'll go prepare now. With that, she hurried off with her maid. Jiang Ning shook her head. This girl loves to have fun too much. Aren't you also looking forward to it? Liu Huan poured her some tea. Yes, let's ask Zhao Qian to send a carriage over when the time comes. I'll prepare more medicine, so don't worry. Liu Huan sensed Jiang Ning seemed a bit uneasy.
Okay.
Late at night, the Black Wind duo was on the move again. The county magistrate's residence was located in the back courtyard of the county office, next to the magistrate's house, and was a 2-courtyard home. At this moment, County Magistrate Jiang was in Jiang Xiu's room, enjoying food and drinks. After a few cups, he pulled Jiang Xiu into his arms, laughing, You little minx, the food and drink you prepare always makes me feel great. This tipsy feeling is just too wonderful. As he spoke, he began to get a bit too touchy. Jiang Xiu shyly replied, If the master likes it, then my efforts are not in vain. She swayed her waist, playfully responding to him. Jiang Ning and Liu Huan were on the rooftop, having just lifted a tile, and they witnessed this scene. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were playfully resisting each other, Liu Huan dropped a small white pill into the wine cup. The pill quickly dissolved in the liquid. Jiang Ning watched in surprise, wondering how Liu Huan managed to do that. Feeling pain from the magistrate's grip, Jiang Xiu lifted her cup and urged, Come, let me pour you another drink. As the magistrate accepted the drink, his hands were still wandering. He called out, Darling, I'm here. However, before anything else could happen, there was a loud bang, as the magistrate's head hit the table, foam coming from his mouth, and he quickly closed his eyes, becoming still. Master. Jiang Xiu pushed him, but he slid to the floor. Master. Jiang Xiu cried out in shock, seeing him lying there motionless. Trembling, She reached to check his breathing. There was
no breath.
Jiang Xiu was in shock, losing her balance and knocking over the table, spilling food everywhere. The maid outside heard the commotion, pushed the door open, and entered to find the panicked Jiang Xiu and the magistrate lying on the floor, eyes closed and foaming at the mouth. A thought flashed through my mind. Aunt Jiang has killed someone. A sharp scream pierced the night sky of the county magistrate's residence. Jiang Xiu was startled awake by the sound and quickly got up to run outside. However, Aunt He had already blocked her path with her maidservants. Catch her. Let's see what the master says. In a state of panic, Jiang Xiu kept backing away, but was still by the maidservants. One of the maids shouted, Aunt He, it's bad. The master. He has no breath. He hurried to the magistrate's side, reached out to check for breath, and found none. She didn't know how to feel, but she cried out, Master. Then she got up and headed to the Buddha hall to inform the lady. Soon, the whole residence was in an uproar. The magistrate's wife, who had been in the Buddha hall, came out. With a calm expression, she ordered someone to call for a doctor. After examining the body, the old doctor shook his head, saying it was a case of overdose, and there was nothing that could be done. The people in the house immediately began to wail loudly. He pointed at Jiang Xiu with a twisted expression and shouted, You wicked woman! I knew the master liked to visit your room. It turns out you poisoned him. You killed him. Oh, please don't let her get away with this. The magistrate's wife looked at Jiang Xiu and said flatly, Since you loved the master so much, you can accompany him in death. It was Jiang Xiu's first time seeing the magistrate's wife, and she never expected her first words would be about death.
She didn't want that.
No, please, madam. I didn't mean to.
I don't want to die.
Jiang Xiu pleaded. But the magistrate's wife ignored her and instructed Aunt He, hang the white banner, and announce the mourning. After saying that, she left. Aunt He was stunned. Aren't they going to report this to the authorities for an investigation? Is this how it ends? Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan took advantage of the chaos to collect valuables from the magistrate's residence, but left the magistrate's wife's private stash untouched. She was also a pitiful person, her life ruined by a scoundrel. In any case, all these assets would eventually be inherited by Jiang Fengju, and Jiang Ning didn't want to make it easy for him. The next day, news spread throughout the county that the magistrate had died in bed after being poisoned by his concubine. The scandal overshadowed even the news of the Liu family being attacked by bandits. People are always more interested in sensational stories. Of course, many felt a sense of relief. The magistrate, who had been a burden on the common people, was finally gone. Who wouldn't feel satisfied? Soon, County Magistrate Meng appointed a reliable scholar who was friendly with him to take over the magistrate's position. Jiang Ning woke up early and, as if nothing was wrong, took Granny Zhou out. The main purpose was to show her the old shop and to learn about the situation of Li Qionyang and her daughter. I heard that Li Qionyang was sick again. The doctor said her condition hadn't improved much. She had been holding on after being beaten by the butcher Zhang, and, now that things seemed stable, she finally collapsed from exhaustion. Liwar was both grateful and guilty. She hadn't done anything yet, but the girl had spent so much money on them. Don't think too much. Your mother relies on you now. We will be going on a long trip soon. If you need anything, go find Aunt Zhou on Academy Street. Understand? Jiang Ning said, with concern. I understand. Thank you, Mississippi. After leaving some money for them, Jiang Ning took Granny Zhou back home. Before they knew it, the day of departure arrived. Zhao Qian heard that the young lady was going out for a spring outing and prepared 2 carriages and 6 guards. Zhao San, Si Wu, Lu, Qi, and Ba all greeted Jiang Ning with fists clasped. Zhao San, Si Wu, Lu, Qi, Ba greets the young lady and the young master. This surprised Jiang Ning, and Lu Huayan said, All right, you all can get back to your duties.
Yes.
They obeyed and moved the 2 boxes Jiang Ning had prepared to the back of one carriage. Do we really need so many people? Jiang Ning asked. Lu Huayan nodded. It's better to have more people we trust. Although the county magistrate would also send guards, those would surely prioritize protecting Meng Keru. As they were about to set off, they saw the flashy Shen Yanzhou come over to greet them. "Brother Liu, come sit with me." "No need," Liu Huayan refused. He took Jiang Ning directly to their own carriage, and Shen Yanzhou rolled his eyes. "Forget your friends for beauty." Humph. The group left the city in a grand procession and encountered Meng Keru's convoy on the way, which included 3 carriages and a group of officials. At the meeting point, everyone got off their carriages to greet each other. Today, Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan wore matching canary yellow silk outfits, shining brightly in the sunlight. Meng Keru said, "Jiang Ning, I heard you are the young lady of Jinxiu Pavilion, is it true? You look really beautiful today." "Yes, it's true." "What's the story?" Meng Keru asked curiously, pulling Jiang Ning to sit in her carriage. "Come sit with me. Let's chat on the way." Jiang Ning couldn't refuse Meng Keru's warm invitation and agreed. Liu Huayan's face darkened. "Serves you right." Behind them, Shen Yanzhou saw the frowning Liu Huayan and felt a bit pleased. Liu Huayan glanced at him and said, "You're really useless. You can't even handle one woman."
You.
Chongqing quickly pulled his young master into the carriage, hoping he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of Miss Meng again. Many students had come this time, so they didn't stay long and set off one after another. As they approached the entrance of Qingshan Temple, the students got off the carriage. Not far ahead was the staircase leading to Qingshan Academy, where the carriage could only stop below, with someone assigned to watch over it. Liu Huayan got off and instructed Zhao San and the others to stay at the temple to protect Jiang Ning and not to follow him up the mountain. After giving his instructions, he climbed the steps with his classmates, and praises filled the air, especially from Zhuang Yunshu, who kept chatting in his ear. "Liu, have you been to Qingshan Academy before? This is my first time coming this far besides the county exams. Usually, I just stay nearby. Qingshan looks like a great place. I heard the students at Qingshan Academy are all well-educated, and the number of students who pass the imperial exam is not less than that of the provincial school." While speaking, Zhuang Yunshu looked at Liu Huayan. "Liu, your pale yellow robe looks really nice today, and the jade hairpin matches well with Qingshan." Liu Huayan helplessly glanced at Zhuang Yunshu. "Your outfit is nice too." Hearing this, Zhuang Yunshu grinned widely, "Right? My mother made this for me. I owe it to your family for building a house. My family is much better off now." Most of the students wore new clothes this time. Chen Zihong wore a set of blue clothes made by Xianger. After Xianger recovered, one day when he drank too much, they ended up together. He couldn't give her a title yet, but they were in a very close relationship, and he wanted to spend more time with her. If it weren't for not wanting to miss out on Jiang Ning, he really wouldn't want to travel far. He glanced at the calm Liu Huayan and wondered if he would still be so composed without Jiang Ning. The group continued up the mountain, and as they neared the summit, students from Qingshan Academy came out to welcome them. The students took their luggage to stay at Qingshan Academy, while their families were arranged to stay at the temple. The Buddha bathing festival had been going on for several days, and the county magistrate had sent word that the number of visitors was large, so they wouldn't be accepting ordinary worshippers for the next few days to avoid any incidents. Jiang Ning and Meng Keru were waiting in line to enter the temple when they heard a loud call, "Selling water. Come and take a look." Authentic Qingshan goddess tears, divine spring water, sweet and refreshing. It strengthens the body and wards off misfortune and illness. Drink the divine spring water for beauty. If it doesn't work, you don't pay. Don't miss this chance. Jiang Ning noticed that the benefits of this water sounded just like her own spirit spring water, and she wondered if it was true. She opened the carriage window to look outside. Not far away, she saw a round-faced girl about 12 years old, with her hair styled in 2 buns, wearing a blue cloth dress and carrying a basket. The girl was energetically calling out, her eyes darting around. When she saw Jiang Ning looking at her, she smiled and asked, "Miss, would you like to buy some water?" She stepped closer and raised her basket in a friendly manner. Jiang Ning, curious, asked, "How much is your water?" 5 coins for a bowl. "Let's have a pot," Jiang Ning said, handing over her teapot that was just emptied. "Okay." The girl quickly filled the teapot and handed it back. Jiangning took it and gave her 20 coins as the carriage continued on. Outside, the girl's voice rang out again. A beautiful and kind-hearted lady like you will surely get what you wish for. Meng Keru asked, do you believe what she said? Let's give it a try. It can't be harmful, Jiangning replied, pouring 2 cups and handing one to her. Give it a taste. Meng Keru took a sip. It seems quite nice, sweet with a hint of fragrance. It's probably infused with something. Jiangning thought it was good too, but it definitely wasn't spirit spring water. After the carriage left, the girl pulled something from around her neck and looked at it, her eyes lighting up. I found it. Her efforts had finally paid off. She had been waiting for this moment. Once they arrived at the temple, the welcoming monk greeted them and led them to the guest quarters to rest. Meng Keru requested that Jiangning and Li Rue be placed in the same courtyard with her. The other families chose their own quarters, and after resting for a while, someone brought them vegetarian meals, advising them to eat and rest, as it could get chilly on the mountain at night. It was still early, so Meng Keru brought out a card game, and the 3 of them played for a while until they grew tired and returned to their rooms to rest. As soon as Jiangning entered her room, she locked the door and went to wash up in her space, quickly falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, in the dense forest not far from the temple, several dark figures hid in the shadows, whispering to each other. Wow, there are so many guards here. Who is such an important person that they need this much security? We won't be able to use the smoke bomb. It's a wasted trip. What should we do now? What else can we do? Let's leave and wait for tomorrow when they go out to find an opportunity. The monkey said many girls are here this time, and we can enjoy ourselves then.
Hee.
Qingshan Temple is large and has many visitors, located halfway up a mountain with beautiful scenery and tall ancient trees. Several ancient trees surround the Great Buddha Hall, adding a sense of mystery as they shade the solemn building. Li Rue was already kneeling in front of the Buddha, praying and burning incense. Her brother, Li Yi, was preparing for the upcoming exams, so she was sincerely praying. When Jiangning arrived, she saw this scene. In the past, she didn't believe in these things, but now that she had traveled through time, it didn't matter whether she believed or not. She took the incense offered by the novice monk and imitated Li Rue's actions, praying for Lu Huayan's success in the exams and for their future, especially since their enemies were powerful and lurking in the shadows. Maybe praying would help? After praying, she didn't see Meng Keru appear, so Jiangning quietly asked Li Rue, "Where's Xiaoro?" "Still sleeping, let's wait a bit," Li Rue replied. At that moment, the novice monk came over to ask if they wanted to sign up, but Jiangning shook her head. She was afraid of drawing something bad and couldn't handle it, so she declined. Li Rue felt the same way. Meng Keru arrived late, quickly prayed, and then pulled Jiangning and the others to explore. "I had someone prepare food. Let's go to the moon viewing platform on the back mountain. I heard the view is beautiful. There's a spring called Goddess's Tears that flows like water from a goddess's eyes. It's the same water that girls sold yesterday. We can get some ourselves." Not far away, Zhang Fengfei watched coldly, curious to see how long they could be pleased. The county magistrate had died, and her brother was at home in mourning. She should have been there, but she didn't want to miss the chance to see them in trouble, so she followed them. Jiangning and her group slowly walked along a path to the waterfall, which wasn't large but cascaded down from the mountain into a pond by a pavilion. "Ah, so beautiful," Meng Keru exclaimed. Jiangning laughed. "Shouldn't we compose a poem here?" "I can't." Haha, the 3 uneducated friends laughed heartily. "What's so funny?"
Tell me.
A young man in white, Shen Yanzhou, suddenly appeared from nowhere, fanning himself in the breeze with an air of confidence. "You're not going to the Qingshan Academy, so what are you doing here?" Meng Keru said, speechless. "Of course, it's for you." But he didn't have the courage to say, "It's for the tears of the goddess, which bring many benefits." "Chongqing, go get a pot to brew some tea."
Yes.
Chongqing held back the urge to roll his eyes. Jiangning understood Shenyanzhou's feelings, so she took Li Rue to another side to give him a chance. Otherwise, he would keep running to his house and getting drunk. Shun Yanzhou was still looking for a topic when he heard the sound of arrows whistling through the air, several arrows shooting towards them. Everyone was shocked, and the guard shouted, "There are assassins! Protect the young master, young lady. Be careful." Shun Yanzhou jumped forward to shield Meng Keru. A guard immediately stood in front of Shun Yanzhou and was hit by several arrows, dying in an instant. The color drained from Meng Keru's face. She quickly pulled Shun Yanzhou away and drew her whip from her waist. She had practiced martial arts since childhood, but had never fought in real life. She was scared but tried to stay calm. At that moment, countless figures in black rushed out from the forest, making the situation even more dangerous and chaotic. Fortunately, both of their guards were numerous, so the attackers did not have a clear advantage. Zhao San and the others quickly appeared to protect Jiang Ning. Li Rui's guards also took her and her maid and prepared to retreat to the temple. On the way, they encountered Meng Keru's maid, Hong Yu, who was bringing food. Jiang Ning quickly pulled her away. She couldn't let her become a target. However, soon, many figures in green appeared, rushing toward them. Jiang Ning was startled. Two groups of people. Was heaven trying to take her life? Li Rui and her maid were crying in fear. Their guards were few and not very skilled, and they quickly got injured. Hong Yu had wanted to find Meng Keru, but now she didn't dare to act recklessly. She had learned some skills from Meng Keru, so she dropped the food box and pulled out her whip. Jiang Ning wanted to use poison, but there were too many people, and Lu Huaiyan's poison had no antidote, which would be disastrous if it harmed their own side. In the chaos, she kicked away a green-clad attacker. Zhao San and the others fought while retreating, but the numbers were too overwhelming. For everyone they killed, another took its place, and they couldn't keep up. Jiang Ning then realized these people were coming for her. She said to Li Rui, "You go to the temple. We'll split up." Li Rui nodded through her tears, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. She trembled all over. Hong Yu hurriedly pulled her toward the temple. "Zhao San, you all hold them off for them." She had space, poison, and it was better to be alone. If Zhao San and the others followed her, they would be in danger. Jiang Ning didn't want them to die for nothing. If one could survive, that would be enough. "No, miss, we swear to protect you at all costs." "Listen, they can't kill me." "Hurry and go," Jiang Ning urged, worried they wouldn't listen. However, even though Zhao Lu and Zhao Ba knew their miss was very capable and had the antidote given by her fiancé, they refused to obey. Zhao San killed another attacker in a green outfit and said, "Miss, you go ahead with them. We'll hold them off." The group had no choice but to continue fighting while retreating. Jiang Ning saw Li Rui and the others retreating towards a temple, while she quickly took a small path leading to the goddess's tier. The green-clothed attackers were indeed following her. Two of them jumped towards her, and seeing she couldn't outrun them, Jiang Ning rolled on the ground to avoid their blades and quickly took an antidote. The attacker who missed her immediately jumped up to chase her. Jiang Ning scattered the prepared powder, and two green-clothed attackers fell instantly. She quickly got up and continued to flee. She was alone, still learning martial arts, and had no choice but to run. "Chase her." The attackers behind her saw their companions drop dead and quickly spread out to pursue her. The narrow path could only fit one person, but the attackers leaped into the trees beside her. Even if Jiang Ning wanted to throw the powder, it was hard to hit them. Jiang Ning thought, "Come on, are they that slippery?" However, what was worse was that these people, fearing the poison, decided to shoot crossbows at her instead of getting close. Oh no! Jiang Ning was so scared that she ran as fast as she could, not caring about the path anymore. But after a few steps, she slipped.
"Ah!"
Jiang Ning screamed, rolling down. "Where is she?" The green-clothed attackers followed, but saw no one. Not only had she vanished, but the sound also disappeared. "Boss, she probably fell down." Jiang Ning didn't roll far before slipping into her space, but her hand was scratched by thorns, causing her pain. She quickly treated her wound and, seeing the attackers were gone, slowly descended down the mountain using her space. Once on the ground, she walked a few steps and saw two familiar faces. Meng Keru was on top of Shun Yanzhou, holding a whip. Jiang Ning felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She quickly approached to check the two people's breathing and found they were still alive. After examining their injuries, she noticed several knife wounds, with Shun Yanzhou's injuries being more severe. From their positions, it was clear that Shun was still protecting Meng Keru. Jiang Ning first gave each of them a healing pill and then took out some cloth and medicine to treat Meng Keru's wounds. Meng Keru soon woke up, likely due to the pain from her injuries. When she saw Jiang Ning, she hugged her tightly and began to cry. She had always lived a smooth life and had never faced such danger, almost thinking she would lose her life here. Meng Keru cried uncontrollably, her sobs coming in gasps. Jiang Ning, covered in tears and snot, thought to herself, if you keep crying like this, someone might get crushed under you. It was then that Meng Keru realized there was someone beneath her, and it was the even more disheveled Shun Yanzhou. Remembering how he had protected her, she felt guilty and quickly got up, unsure of what to do. Jiang Ning handed her the medicine and cloth, asking Meng Keru to help treat his wounds. She hadn't even seen Liu Huayan's body yet, so she didn't want to look at another man. Wait here. I'll see if there's a way out. Here's some insect repellent. Sprinkle a little on yourself, Jiang Ning said as she handed the medicine to Meng Keru, hoping they wouldn't be harmed by insects after escaping danger from bad people. Okay, Jiang Ning, thank you so much this time, Meng Keru replied. You thanked me too soon. We haven't escaped danger yet, Jiang Ning said as she hurried to find an exit. Escaping was truly exhausting. As she wandered through the mountains, she stumbled upon a cave and cleared out some mosquitoes inside. Jiang Ning took out a clay jar from her space, broke it open, and filled it with spring water to bring back to Meng Keru. I found some water. You two should drink it quickly, Jiang Ning said, handing the jar to Meng Keru. Meng Keru took it and drank eagerly. Just before finishing, she remembered the unfortunate Shun Yanzhou was still unconscious, so she saved a sip for him. This water is so good. I couldn't help myself, Meng Keru said a bit shyly to Jiang Ning. The amazing thing was that she suddenly felt her strength returning. It's fine. He's still unconscious, Jiang Ning replied. What should we do now? Meng Keru asked. I found a cave. Let's rest there for a bit. Those people will probably come looking for us soon, so it's better to hide for now, Jiang Ning said as she took back the jar. In the mountains, having containers for supplies was very important. Okay, you help me support him, and I'll carry him, Meng Keru said. Jiang Ning was really pleased with Meng Keru. She was neither weak nor overly dramatic, and she never relied on others when she could do things herself. The three of them didn't waste any more time. Meng Keru carried Shun Yanzhou and used her inner strength to follow Jiang Ning, afraid that the men in black would catch up. Just as they reached the shallow water's edge, Jiang Ning suddenly heard an unsettling noise in the distance. She said to Meng Keru, You wade through the water to the other side. The cave is in the bushes on the right side of the forest. I've already cleared it out, so just go in and remember to hide the entrance well. Can you handle it? Meng Keru, who had inner strength, naturally heard the noise too. I can manage, I'm pretty fast.
All right.
Without hesitation, Meng Keru waded through the water to the other side and then dashed into the dense forest. She needed to hide the person on her back first before helping Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning sopted, and changed direction to run. Boss, there's a noise over there. Chase them. Before long, several men of different builds appeared, blocking her path. They looked at Jiang Ning with wicked smiles and said, Boss, we really found this girl. Jiang Ning asked, Who are you? It seemed they were here for her. If you want to know who we are, just follow us and we'll tell you. Enough with the talk. Attack quickly. The leader ordered. The others immediately stopped smiling and charged at Jiang Ning. They knew she was strong and wouldn't underestimate her just because she was a girl. Especially someone who could escape from so many assassins was definitely not an easy target. Jiang Ning didn't waste words. When a thief's fist came at her, she quickly dodged and released a sleeping powder. Oh no! Before the thieves could react, they fell to the ground one after another. Jiang Ning snorted, crouched down, and searched their bodies. They had quite a bit of silver on them. Besides the silver, the leader also had a bandit badge and her portrait. Jiang Ning glanced at the badge, which read Qingshan Bandit. Since they were bandits, Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. She took out gloves and put them on. According to Lu Huayan, these were used by coroner assistants for examinations and were made of rubber, making them hard to find. This pair was sent by An Shiwen when he had someone examine a body last time, and Lu Huayan had given them to her. After putting on the gloves, Jiang Ning took out a porcelain bottle and a silver needle. She coated the needle with a drug and directly stabbed it into the thief's neck. These people only twitched a little before they died. Jiang Ning thought it was even easier than killing someone outright. Using a knife to kill is quite scary, but injecting poison is much simpler and has less psychological burden. Since they died peacefully, Jiang Ning didn't feel afraid of killing. Of course, after seeing so many gruesome deaths before, she was now quite calm. These bandits really got off easy. Jiang Ning put away the vial and gave the leader a dose of a muscle relaxant, then woke him up. When the bandit leader woke up, he felt weak all over and cautiously asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Ning squatted down and coldly replied, "I just want to ask where the portrait came from and who is trying to capture me so I can take my revenge." "You won't get anything from me," the bandit leader started to say, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach that spread throughout his body.
Ah!
"It hurts. It hurts so much." He screamed, but he had to endure it without even being able to roll around. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Ning realized that the muscle relaxant combined with poison was indeed more effective. She pointed to the other bandits' bodies nearby and said calmly, "Look how peacefully your men died, without any pain. If you answer my questions, I can give you a quick end too. I have your token, and I won't let Qingshanjai go, so why suffer? What do you say?" The bandit leader, sweating and screaming in pain, cried out even louder, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. He struggled to say it was the second in command. He got it from a manager at Qingfeng Agency. "I don't know anything else.
Please.
Give me a quick end." Qingfeng Agency? Isn't that owned by the Feng family? Did they get involved? But manager Zhao never mentioned it. After the escorts retreated, they had sent people to watch the Feng family, and Jiang Ning was sure they had no intention of acting. It seemed she needed to investigate further. With that thought, Jiang Ning gave the bandit leader a quick injection as he wished. She stood up, cleaned up some traces on the ground, and took a longer route before heading to the cave. Not long after Jiang Ning left, a group of men in black arrived and found the bodies scattered in the forest. They examined the scene, their eyes wide in shock. "Boss, these people all died from poison needles in their necks and didn't fight much. The worst off seems to have been poisoned too." A man in black looked at the twisted body of a bandit who was covered in tears and snot and seemed to have wet himself. He said with sympathy, "What a terrible sight. Be careful, everyone. Let's search along the waterway." The leader in black instructed. "Yes, those later arrivals in green seem to be from the Shui family. Should we report this to our master?"
Yes.
The men in black quickly turned and left, unsure if there were any hidden dangers nearby. After a long day, night fell. Jiang Ning encountered Meng Keru, who had come looking for her. Both were extremely tired. Back in the cave, Jiang Ning handed Meng Keru a jar of water and a few tomatoes. They were still avoiding the assassins and didn't dare to cook, fearing it would attract attention. Inside the cave, it was pleasantly cool. Luckily, it was early summer, and a small fire kept it from being too cold. "Is Shun Yanzhou still not awake?" Jiang Ning asked. Meng Keru shook her head. After eating 2 tomatoes, she leaned against the cave wall to rest. Jiang Ning sat by the fire, meditating. She could replenish her energy with the spring water, so she felt relatively good. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed outside, followed by heavy rain. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, likely due to the rain. The next morning, the rain stopped, and Shun Yanzhou woke up. He opened his eyes to see Jiang Ning sitting cross-legged and Meng Keru resting against the wall. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Are you both okay?" Hearing him, Meng Keru reached out to touch his forehead. Thankfully, he didn't have a fever. "Do you want some water?" "Yes." Shun Yanzhou looked at Meng Kero with bright eyes, surprised that she was showing concern for him. His injuries hadn't been in vain. Meng Kero glanced at him, supported his head, and fed him some water from the jar. Jiang Ning couldn't bear to watch. "Can you move?" Shun Yanzhou nodded, and after drinking the water, he seemed to feel much better. "I'm hungry," he said grumpily. Meng Kero handed him a tomato. He picked it up and took a bite. "What kind of fruit is this? It tastes so unique, both sour and sweet, and quite delicious." "It's picked by Jiang Ning," Meng Kero replied. "I just saw it in the forest, thought it tasted good, and brought it back," Jiang Ning said, making up a story. In the deep mountains, she wouldn't dare eat anything without knowing. She wasn't afraid of poisoning, just of an upset stomach. That would be a disaster. "If you like it, eat more. There are plenty more," Jiang Ning said, picking up one to eat herself. Meng Kero picked one up and, while eating, asked in confusion, "Why do those people want to kill us? It seems like they were prepared in advance." She couldn't understand. Her father shouldn't have offended anyone, right? "I'm sorry, I got you all into trouble," Shun Yanzhou said, looking downcast. Jiang Ning thought about how there were two groups trying to kill her and glanced at him nervously, thinking it was better for Shun Yanzhou to take the blame.
She was too small for this.
"Why do they want to kill you?" Meng Kero was shocked. Could it be the political enemies of Governor Shin? Jiang Ning remembered from Lu Huayan's stories that the Shun brothers had serious internal conflicts. "The people trying to kill me must have been sent by my half-brother Shin Yanjia. I don't know how they found out we were coming to Qingshan Temple. They set a trap in advance," Shun Yanzhou sighed. He had brought so many people and had no idea how they were doing now. Many of Meng's guards had also died, and he felt ashamed to face Meng Kero. "Your brother fights so fiercely that they actually resorted to swords?" Meng Kero was extremely shocked, thinking about her own family, which seemed to have two half-brothers. Would it be that scary in the future? She remembered that when she was young at her maternal grandparents' house, it wasn't like this. "It's all because my father favored his concubines over his wife. Otherwise, no family would have such a situation." "Rower, don't worry. I will only treat you well in the future and will never take a concubine." "Yank Nink. Is he confessing?" Meng Kero quickly interrupted him. "Humph, who wants you to treat me well? With your family's dangerous situation, who knows if you'll even live to marry and have children?" Jiang Ning, cough, it seems he really didn't make it in his past life. "I will ask my uncle for help. Don't worry," Shun Yanzhou said, his confidence wavering. Jiang Ning, sigh, your uncle's family isn't much help either. They were wiped out. My mother said, don't rely on others for everything, or you won't even know how you died, Meng Kero said with a pout.
You.
Jiang Ning thought Meng's mother made a good point, but seeing Shun Yanzhou's increasingly pale face, she decided not to discourage him further. So she changed the subject. Have you thought about who might have revealed your whereabouts to him? Or do you have a spy from Shun Yanzhou around you? Without thinking, Shun Yanzhou retorted, impossible. My people were all given to me by my uncle. Shun Yanzhou's reach isn't that long. Have you offended anyone at the academy? Yes. Zhang Fengju. He plotted against me last time, and I had someone break his legs. Jiang Ning nodded. It must be him. The Zhang family is no good. How could they just take a beating without retaliating? Shun Yanzhou pondered. Then I'll ask my uncle to help me investigate who Shun Yanzhou has been closely associated with. If there are any people from our academy, we will know. Do we even need to investigate? It's obviously Zhuang Yunqing. He went to the capital, so those two must be in cahoots. Jiang Ning was very certain. That makes some sense. Zhang Fengju and Zhuang Yunqing have always had a close relationship. In the backyard of the governor's residence, Shun Yanzhou woke up early to wait for news, sitting in his study. The maids came and went, bringing hot tea and pastries. Young master, there is news from Qingshan Temple. A beautiful maid served Shun Yanzhou a cup of tea, and just as he took a sip, another maid came to report. Oh, quickly tell me what happened. Shun Yanzhou asked anxiously, raising his voice. The second young master fell off a cliff, and his life or death is unknown. Miss Xue has also sent a team over and is currently searching the mountain, the maid replied hurriedly. Not hearing news of Shen Yanzhou's immediate demise, Shen Yanjie felt somewhat disappointed. After learning about Shen Yanjie's whereabouts from Zhuang Yunqing, he had begun to plan, thinking he would easily succeed this time. That kid has such good luck. However, he didn't expect Xue Qingling to send people as well. It seems Qingling has deep feelings for me. Although this woman is quite scheming, she knows I'm going after someone and secretly helps me out without letting me know. It must be a surprise. No wonder my mother said marrying her as my main wife would be very suitable. Xue Qingling, you're overthinking it. After pondering for a while, Shen Yanjie said, in that case, I should show my appreciation. Remember to send her a gift later. Yes, I'll prepare it right away, the maid said, bowing before leaving. Shen Yanjie pulled the maid who served him tea close and kissed her. The news was neither good nor bad, so he thought he would do something else to lighten the mood. At the Xue family, in the pavilion of Xue Qingling's courtyard, Lu Shuiying elegantly plucked the strings of a guqin, producing a cheerful melody. She had not returned to her own residence last night, wanting to personally wait for news of Jiang Ning's demise. Liana rushed over. Miss, Jiang Ning has fallen off a cliff and is missing. Useless. Xue Qingling's face darkened, and her eyes revealed a strong intent to kill. A mere Jiang Ning, with so many people sent by Xue Wei, could not be killed, and now she had escaped. I said we shouldn't underestimate her. She is now the prominent young lady of the Jinxiage and must have bodyguards with her. Lu Shuiying immediately lost interest in playing the piano. Since learning that Jiang Ning had become engaged, she felt relieved to have left Qingshui County early. Otherwise, with Jiang Ning's petty mindset, she would likely cause trouble for her like Meng Kara did from time to time. She is just someone who is temporarily recognized. How important can she be? Xue Qingling didn't believe that Jinxiage would hold Jiang Ning in high regard. Unfortunately, they couldn't find out who was behind Jinxiage. They only knew it was unwise to offend them. This was a lesson learned from the bloodshed of those who underestimated them, so everyone was cautious. But she had hired over 20 assassins, so there was no way they couldn't handle her. She only brought 6 bodyguards.
Liana replied softly.
Make sure Xue Wei kills her. She cannot be allowed to return alive, Xue Qingling ordered. Understood. As Liana left to carry out the order, Chuier excitedly approached with a decorative box. Miss, young Master Shin sent a set of headpieces for you. Would you like to take a look? Xue Qingling nodded. Yes, open it. Though she wasn't very interested, she wanted to see it just in case they discussed it next time, so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. Inside was a beautiful set of gemstone headpieces, and after a quick glance, she had them put away. Young Master Shen is truly kind to you, sending gifts so early, Lu Shuiying said with a hint of envy. This kind of scene only happened in her dreams, where after high school, Zhuang Yunqing would treat her with such care. Xue Qingling smirked. Humph, who knows which flashy woman picked these out? That man was probably still tangled up with some other woman. At that moment, young Master Shen, who was with a maid, suddenly shivered and lost his focus. Frustrated, he pushed the maid away. In the governor's residence, Madame Xie Wanqing was reviewing the accounts, and her expression was quite grim. Since last night, for some unknown reason, her eyelids had been twitching nonstop, making her feel uneasy. Madam, her trusted aide entered, calling out but remaining silent. Xie Wanqing immediately sensed something serious was happening, so she dismissed everyone in the room, leaving only her trusted maid. Something happened to the young master. His guard sent a message saying he was attacked at Qingshan Temple and fell off a cliff, and now he's missing. When Xie Wanqing heard this, her face turned pale, and she anxiously said, Quick, send someone to the Xie family and tell my brother to send more people to search. Zhou'er must be safe. The old woman hesitated for a moment and asked, Madam, should we inform the master? Xie Wanqing shook her head. No need. What good would it do to tell him? He would just blame Zhou'er for being useless. My brother is enough. Xie Wanqing's older brother is currently a deputy in Yongzhou. The Xie and Shin families have always been close, and their marriage strengthens that bond. However, before Shin Jifu got married, He was suddenly attacked and saved by a woman, so he secretly took her as a concubine. It was only after Xia Wanqing married in that she learned of this. She had hoped they could maintain a respectful relationship, but that concubine was very skilled and made it difficult for her to even meet the governor. Even when they did meet, it only added to her resentment, so she stopped trying. From then on, she only sought help from her brother. This caused a rift between her brother and Shen Jifu. They had been close friends since childhood, and he thought marrying his sister would bring happiness, but instead, he had pushed her into a difficult situation. It's hard to truly know someone. Now, they only maintained a facade of friendship. Xia Tongji felt guilty towards his sister, so whenever there was an issue, he would do his best to help. Moreover, Shen Yanzhou was also his nephew and his sister's only child, so he would never let him come to harm. Understood, the old woman replied, and left. Once she was gone, Xia Wanqing angrily smashed several pieces of porcelain. It must be that scoundrel Shen Yanjie again. The Wu family has never wanted to let her and Zhou go, and now they dare to openly send people to attack. Xia Wanqing rubbed her chest, feeling like she could hardly breathe. At Qingshan Temple, Zhao San wearily rubbed his forehead. When he saw Zhao Lu and the others arrive, his first question was, "Has the young lady been found yet?" Zhao Lu shook his head. No. Not only is there no news about our young lady, but neither the second young master Shin nor the county magistrate's daughter has been found. The young lady is too reckless. How could she just run off like that? By the time we are ready, it might be too late. It seems those people in green haven't left yet, so the young lady must be safe. Otherwise, they would have left already, Zhao Lu said confidently. Zhao Ba agreed. We also found a group of bandits who were poisoned. The poison is the same as what the young master used last time, so it must be the young lady's doing. Zhao Sen had a headache. If something happened to their cousin, they would all be in trouble. Zhao Ba, you run fast. Go to Qingshan Academy and inform the young master. This matter can't be hidden anymore. Perhaps the son-in-law will find a way to locate the young lady.
Yes.
Zhao Bafei also went out. We'll pair up and continue searching. Zhao Sand instructed the remaining people. Shen Yanzhou and the guards from the county magistrate were also anxiously searching everywhere, attacking anyone in black or green clothing, and the casualties on both sides were increasing. With Jiang Ming's good medicine and the spirit spring water, the three of them were in good shape, and both Jiang Ning and Meng Keru were eager to return to Qingshan Temple. Let's wait for someone to come find us, Shen Yanzhou said hesitantly. What if they send assassins? Meng Keru disagreed. Her mother always said to never sit idly by. At least the guards at Qingshan Temple would ensure safety. It seems someone is coming. Let's go outside and talk, Jiang Ning said, his hearing sharp. Okay. Shen Yanzhou felt nervous. Being trapped in the cave would be disastrous. The three of them left the cave and headed toward the nearby dense forest, looking for a place to hide and observe the situation. Jiang Ning handed each of them a pill. Antidote pills, take these first. He also gave them 2 bags of sleeping powder for protection, not daring to give them poison for fear of harming himself. Jiang Ning thought about asking Lu Huayan to make some ordinary poison instead. At least his own antidote pill should work, right? The three of them prepared in the shadows. With their limited fighting skills, they couldn't rely on brute force. They could only ambush. Boss, there's a cave here. Someone has been here. It looks like more than one person. Search. A few people in green clothing emerged from the cave and spread out to search the area carefully, not missing any bushes or trees. As the green-clothed individuals searched toward Jiang Ning's direction, he was surprised to find that the first ones to arrive were those who intended to harm him. What should we do? Shen Yanzhou was extremely scared. They had no guards with them. He tightly held Meng Keru's hand. Meng Keru couldn't shake him off and was quite annoyed. Jiang Ning filled a tomato with sleeping powder and threw it hard. Seeing this, Meng Keru copied him. Be careful. A green-clothed person swung their sword to cut through. However, a strange scent wafted out, and the green-clothed individuals noticed it and quickly held their breath and retreated. A few who couldn't escape in time fell to the ground. Ignoring them, the others quickly moved aside. Seeing them retreat, Jiang Ning and the others had no choice but to run deep into the forest. Jiang Ning ran while saying, "These people in green are here to kill me. I'll lead them away. You all go to Qingshan Temple." "No way. If we live together. If we die together." Meng Kara disagreed. She couldn't abandon her friends. "Listen, I have poison. They might not be able to handle me, but you all will be in danger if I can't fight properly," Jiang Ning said, handing her a bottle of antidote. Meng Kara hesitated, and Jiang Ning pushed her. "Hurry. Be careful." Meng Kara had no choice but to pull Shen Yanzhou and run in another direction. "Okay." As she spoke, Jiang Ning threw a tomato at the pursuers, filling the air with a pleasant aroma. Seeing another companion fall, the leader of the green-clad group was furious and gritted his teeth. Send the signal. He was determined to take down this troublesome woman today. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fireworks exploded in the sky. Target spotted. In a certain part of the forest, more than a dozen green-clad people rushed toward the signal. At the same time, other groups from different locations also headed in that direction. Jiang Ning didn't expect these people to be so ruthless. When she saw Meng Kara and the others running far away, none of the green-clad people chased after them. She was even more certain that their target was her. So, she kept throwing tomatoes. Even if the green-clad people didn't slice them, the tomatoes would burst on the ground and release a pleasant scent. Unfortunately, they seemed prepared and had antidotes, so only a few of them fell. Seeing it was about time, Jiang Ning ran in the opposite direction of Meng Kara. The green-clad people continued to chase her, occasionally getting hit by her tomato attacks. "Rower, where are we running to?" Shen Yanzhou panted heavily. "I don't know. We need to find a safe place to hide. I hope Jiang Ning will be okay." Meng Kara thought that if it weren't for him being a burden, she definitely wouldn't leave Jiang Ning alone. "Don't worry, her poison is very strong. Look at how badly we are hurt, and she hardly has any injuries. Maybe she is afraid we will slow her down?" Shen Yanzhou scoffed. He felt that Jiang Ning was quite extraordinary. He had seen her kick a coachman away with ease, showing her great strength. She was not an ordinary woman.
Let's hope so.
The green-clad people continued to pursue Jiang Ning relentlessly. The leader, Shuewei, shouted, "Use crossbows, no matter the cost." Yes. The green-clad people chased with all their might, but in the dense forest, the accuracy of the crossbows was low. After a few shots, they gave up. "Boss, does that woman have some kind of inner strength? No matter how she runs, she never seems tired." Jiang Ning in front snorted. She had energy supplements, so how could she be tired? But the thorns in the jungle made it hard for her to run. She was thinking about whether to use poison instead. Behind her, Shuewei's eyes glinted coldly. He was losing patience. He raised his hand, and a dart flew through the air. Jiang Ning didn't dare look back and relied on her instincts to dodge the dart, instinctively speeding up to avoid danger. Today it's either you die or I do." She flicked her fingers and threw a pouch of poisonous powder mixed with grapes. The powder spread, and soon several men in green fell down dead. Shuewei clearly sensed the difference in the powder. He stopped to observe and saw that all 5 of his darts had been dodged by her. He was furious. What was wrong with this woman? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More darts flew out. Jiang Ning dodged and barely avoided them, but she didn't notice the cliff ahead. She slipped and screamed as she fell off the edge. "Humph," Shuewei sneered. He had noticed the cliff earlier. He had used the darts to throw her off balance, and his plan had worked. Aiming. When Lu Huayan arrived, he saw this scene. It felt like a sharp knife stabbing his heart, and the pain spread throughout his body. Without hesitation, he charged toward the cliff like a bullet, leaping down. Even if he died, he wanted to die together with her, Lu Huayan thought. Shuewei squinted. How could Lu Huayan's legs heal so quickly? He remembered that it should take at least 3 months to recover. Meanwhile, Meng Kara and Shen Yanzhou were panting and collapsed on the ground, having just gone through a fierce battle with about 10 bodies of men in black around them. They hadn't expected that this little girl, despite her small size, had such good skills. If it weren't for her, they would have been done for. Where is she?
Suhi asked.
Meng Keru recognized her as the girl who sold water yesterday, just dressed differently. Her soft sword was still dripping blood, and her innocent, cute face was now flushed with anger. For some reason, she guessed that the girl was looking for Jiang Ning. No matter what, she had saved them in a critical moment, so she should be able to help Jiang Ning. Meng Kara pointed in a direction. She went that way. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl dashed into the forest like the wind. Miss, please don't get into any trouble. He frantically searched through the dense forest. Where someone had walked, there were always traces left behind. She followed the traces and quickly reached the edge of a cliff.
Then,
she witnessed a heartbreaking scene. Jiang Ning fell off the cliff, and a man jumped down without hesitation. Do you know how long she waited? Just when she found her, someone harmed her. Tears streamed down her face.
Ah!
He, in a frenzy, rushed towards Shui Wei and the others. How dare they hurt her lady? They would pay with their lives. Jiang Ning fell down the cliff, which was a steep drop with no visible bottom. Fortunately, there were no sharp objects around, nor any place to grab onto. But this was actually better for Jiang Ning. She wanted to enter her space just before hitting the ground. Before she could think much, she saw Liu Huan jump down after her. In just a few leaps, he tightly embraced Jiang Ning. The wind howled around them as they fell rapidly, without any support. Was Liu Huan really willing to risk his life for her? Looking at the worried expression on his face, Jiang Ning felt an unprecedented thrill in her heart, a joy she couldn't describe. She cupped Liu Huan's face and kissed him, while also pulling him into her space. Liu Huan was stunned because this kiss was not just a quick peck, it was deep and passionate. His heart raced as he let her take the lead. In that moment, Jiang Ning savored the feeling of someone willing to give their life for her. A man like this, she wanted to treat him well. After a long kiss, when Jiang Ning was ready to end it, Liu Huan instinctively leaned in, holding her head and not wanting to let her go. They chased each other, their breaths mingling, unable to part. After a while, they finally separated. Once their breathing calmed down, Liu Huan realized they were in danger, but this was clearly not the bottom of the cliff. It was a bedroom. He held Jiang Ning close, his hoarse voice whispering in her ear. Is this your cave?
Cave? What are you talking about?
Jiang Ning, lost in a soothing voice, only wanted to kiss him again. Don't fairies have their own caves? I told you I'm human, right? Did this man not believe her? Do people where you come from have their own caves? Liu Huan asked, a bit envious. No, this space is probably related to my birthmark. I only got it after I crossed over. Jiang Ning felt embarrassed to say that she initially thought it was a gift from her unkind parents, but she realized she might have overthought it. Birthmark? Yes, my time travel and your rebirth are both caused by the birthmark. Huan, we still have many secrets to explore. Jiang Ning actually felt uneasy about this unknown. Don't be afraid. One day the truth will come out, Liu Huan reassured her. Suddenly, Liu Huan lowered his head, his defined face brushing against her soft cheek, and he said with frustration, Am I useless? What's wrong? Every time I save you, it always seems unnecessary. You really don't need me to save you. Liu Huan felt quite upset. Jiang Ning smiled, realizing he thought he couldn't help her. Don't you know I have a special ability? Just jump with me. Are you silly? I forgot. When I saw you jump, I didn't think of anything else. I just wanted to be together, even if it meant danger. Liu Huan still felt shaken, not wanting to experience the pain of almost losing her again. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I really appreciate it. Jiang Ning looked at the man who had risked his life for her, feeling touched. It was the first time Liu Huan heard her say she liked him, and his heart fluttered. Looking at her beautiful red lips, he suddenly remembered the kiss and asked, Have you kissed anyone else? Jiang was taken aback. No, why? Then, how do you know how to kiss so well? He was surprised, not realizing it could be like that.
Can I kiss?
That just means I have a special talent, haha. Jiang couldn't help but laugh in his arms. She wouldn't mention that in her world, people had seen and experienced much more. If he didn't believe her, he could just look online. Seeing he was genuinely upset, Jiang quickly stopped laughing and explained seriously, in our world, everyone has to study, and teachers teach these things. For example, the differences between boys and girls, how children are born, and how girls should protect themselves. Liu Huan thought, what kind of nonsense are they teaching? As Jiang spoke, she wrapped her arms around his neck and looked into his sparkling eyes. So, how about another kiss? She thought he would refuse, but to her surprise, he seemed eager, showing no signs of anger. Men. The two enjoyed each other's company in their special space, while those searching for them were going crazy. After a long time, Jiang leaned against his neck and softly said, there are two groups of assassins. The men in black are here to kill Shenyanzhou. I heard it's his brother, who wants him dead. The other group in green is here to assassinate me, but I don't know who sent them. There's also a group of bandits from Qingshan village trying to capture me. They have my portrait and say a manager from the Qingfeng agency gave it to their second-in-command. I wonder who is behind this? No matter who it is, we can find out by asking at Qingshan village. Right? That's the plan. Liu Huan held Jiang close, gently playing with her hair, and sighed. The men in green were probably sent by Xue Qingling. I'm sorry you got caught up in this. Her? As expected from the daughter of a wealthy family, she's quite bold. Jiang guessed there should be 20 or 30 men in green, which seemed like a lot of trouble just to target one weak woman. Liu Huan was silent for a moment. It seems someone leaked our whereabouts. We'll investigate when we get back, and we need to look into the bandits as well. As for Xue Qingling, it seemed she hadn't suffered enough in her past life. He needed to find a way to make her life even more miserable. If Xue Qingling is close to Liu Shuiying, she probably got the information from Zhuang Yunqing. Jiang Fengju is Zhuang Yunqing's informant. Shen Yanzhou said he sent someone to break his legs. That must be Jiang Fengju's revenge. Jiang shared her thoughts about Shen Yanzhou with Liu Huan. Liu Huan narrowed his eyes. Since Jiang Fengju is so troublesome, we should deal with him properly. Agreed. After chatting a bit more, Jiang began to show Liu Huan around their surroundings. Everything amazed him, especially the bathroom and kitchen, which didn't exist in his world. The best part was the convenience. There was no need to start a fire, and hot and cold water was easily available. He also saw grapes and tomatoes, fruits he had never eaten before. Did you buy the mountain to grow these fruits?
Yes.
Aren't they delicious? I plan to pick some grapes to make jam and canned goods, and save the seeds to plant more. Grapes can also be used to make wine, and dried grapes are tasty too. But I only know a little about winemaking. I'm not sure if I could do it, Jiang admitted, having only seen the process a couple of times without actually trying it. Just tell me the basics, and we can hire a winemaker to help us. The methods are generally similar, but we common folks can't sell it privately. It's best to send it to the authorities. Liu Huan warned her in advance. Like salt, alcohol is regulated by the government. I'm aware, Jiang said, not feeling rushed about it. It's delicious, sweet and sour and juicy. Try it, Liu Huan said, peeling a grape and bringing it to Jiang lips. Jiang took a bite and playfully licked his finger. Liu Huan quickly pulled back his finger, surprised by her boldness. He felt he had no way to handle her. Jiang enjoyed teasing him, watching him blush. It was quite amusing. Here, let me feed you, she said, peeling another grape and bringing it to his lips. Liu Huan looked down at her smiling eyes and the smile on her lips. He noticed her delicate fingers and leaned down to mimic her, taking the grape from her hand. When her fingertip brushed against his lips, a tingling sensation ran through him. No wonder he reacted the way he did earlier. You're so bold. Liu Huan. Did you learn that wrong? Jiang withdrew her hand, feeling a bit awkward, and glanced outside, noticing a group of people approaching them. Jiang said, There's a group of people getting closer.
Who is it?
Lu Huan asked, surprised. It should be bandits.
Can you sense them?
Lu Huan shook his head, feeling nothing. Let me hold your hand and try.
Okay.
Outside, the first bandit angrily said, Boss, our men have been poisoned. We can't let that woman escape this time. Exactly, we should capture her first and then deal with her. Be quiet, their guards might be nearby. We don't want to attract them. Don't worry, they won't find the way down the cliff. Still, be careful. Understood, boss. But we've searched for a long time, and there's no trace at all. There should be some blood, at least. Could we be in the wrong place? Monkey, did you misjudge? Impossible, I saw it with my own eyes. It's right here, I know this mountain well. Monkey felt offended by the doubt. In the space, Jiangning asked Lu Huan, did you see that? I did. Can I use a silver needle to take them out? I don't know, you can try. Jiangning had never thrown anything out of the space before. So, Jiangning witnessed a silent battle. Lu Huan held a silver needle between his fingers, using his mind to control it, and shot it directly at the bandits. In an instant, there were no survivors in this one-sided slaughter. Jiangning, this is so discouraging. The two came out of the space and casually checked themselves, confirming that it was indeed the people from Qingshan village. Lu Huan didn't expect that even bandits would have their eyes on his wife. This was outrageous. They all deserved to go to. Lu Huan's expression darkened. Ning, I want to destroy Qingshan village. Right now? Shouldn't we gather more people? Jiangning also didn't want to hold back. Seriously, did they think they were easy targets? From what they said, it was clear they had done many terrible things, especially to women. No need, I can handle it alone. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Huan nodded. If it weren't for Jiangning having space abilities, he wouldn't have agreed, as he couldn't guarantee her safety. This cliff was rarely visited, and Jiangning and the others followed the bandits' path to search for Qingshan village. On the cliff, Shuiwei saw his men falling one by one, clearly no match for Su He and the others. He quickly threw down a smoke bomb, trying to escape alone. After all, with Jiangning falling off the cliff, even if she survived, she'd be severely injured. As for Lu Huan, if he died, so be it. He wasn't worthy of his lady. However, as he dropped the smoke bomb, Su He immediately unleashed her strongest sword strike, severing one of Shuiwei's arms. When the smoke cleared, Su He was lying on the cliff, crying. Zhao Ba looked at her, heartbroken, and asked curiously, "Do you know our lady?"
Who are you?
Su He sobbed, her round face covered in tears, showing how sad she was. "We are the lady's guards. Then you're useless. You let our lady fall off the cliff." Su He rolled her eyes at them and continued to cry. Zhao Ba. Zhao Sen stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. It was dark and bottomless. If someone fell from such a height without skills, it would be. His brow furrowed. He couldn't just stand by and watch. He quickly called Zhao Ba to borrow a rope from the temple. He moved fast and returned quickly. Seeing that Zhao Ba had brought back the rope, Zhao San instructed, "Let's lower the rope down the cliff to check the depth." "No need, I'll go down." Su He grabbed the rope, tied one end around her waist, and the other end to a big tree. "If the rope isn't long enough, you all better pull some more down." Without waiting for their response, she jumped off the cliff. Zhao San and the others had never seen such a brave girl, but fortunately, the rope was long enough, and soon it reached the bottom. The rope signaled as agreed, pulling 3 times before going slack. Seeing this, Zhao Ba and the others followed him down, and indeed, there was no danger at the bottom of the cliff. The threats had been dealt with by someone else. These people were killed by silver needles. It must be the work of the son-in-law. Does that mean both of them are safe? Zhao Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. Without news of Jiangning, everyone had been quite anxious. "Yes, there is a Qingshan stronghold ahead. Let's follow the traces," Zhao San ordered. However, as they walked, they did not see a single living person, only fresh corpses. Zhao San and the others felt a chill. The son-in-law is ruthless. He wouldn't be planning to take the young lady to wipe out the Qingshan stronghold alone, would he? After a short while, they encountered the earlier girl. Zhao Sen asked, "Miss, have you found anything?" Suhi shook her head, but felt relieved that all the dead were men. On Jiang Ning and Lu Huaiyan's side, they had been fighting their way through and finally reached the foot of the Qingshan stronghold by sunset, just as Zhao San and the others caught up. "Miss," a wailing voice rang out, and a small figure dashed toward Jiang Ning. Lu Huaiyan quickly pulled Jiang Ning back, worried she might get bumped into. Zhao San and the others followed closely behind, and seeing that neither the young lady nor the son-in-law had serious injuries, their anxious hearts finally settled. Jiang Ning looked at the small girl with 2 hair buns and bloodstains all over her, surprised. "How did you get here? Why do you call me, miss?" "Miss, I am Suhi, sent here to wait for you," she replied. "Wait for me?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. Suhi sniffed. "Yes, Lord Wuqing is my ancestral master. Originally, my teacher was supposed to wait for the little saintess, but unfortunately, my teacher passed away before she could. Before she died, she instructed me to guard this place." Jiang Ning's eyes flickered. She remembered that the person who helped Wu Xiyun escape was named Wu Qing. "Wu Qing, are you from Wu Pavilion?" Suhi shook her head. "I am not. I was found here by my teacher. She said she was under Lord Wu Qing's command, tasked with protecting the little saintess. If any other forces came looking for the little saintess, they were to be killed without mercy, even if they were from Wu Yu Pavilion. My teacher died 3 years ago at the hands of Wu Yu Pavilion." At this point, Suhi wiped her tears and continued, "Then my teacher told me to guard near Qingshan Temple and forbade me from seeking revenge. She only instructed me to wait for the young lady, protect her, and give her something." Suhi sniffed again and took out a small wooden clip from her pocket, handing it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took it and examined it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to open it. "What is this?" Suhi replied, "I don't know. This was left for you by Lord Wuqing. She said that as long as your blood drops on it, it will work." Jiang Ning, feeling uncertain, pricked his finger with a needle and let a drop of blood fall onto the small wooden clip. He watched as the blood soaked in, and the small wooden clip opened with a sound. Inside was a yellowed letter, with the words to the Holy Maiden written on the envelope. Jiang Ning carefully took out the letter and unfolded it to read closely. The content of the letter was similar to what Wu Xiyun had said. After Wu Xiyun left Wu Yue Pavilion, it was as if she had disappeared, and no one in the pavilion knew her whereabouts. 10 years later, with the birth of the little Holy Maiden, the pavilion master sensed her presence through spiritual energy fluctuations and sent many people to search for her. Despite Wu Qing's efforts to obstruct them, the location of the little Holy Maiden was eventually discovered by the Right Protector's people. By the time Wu Qing arrived with her team, it was too late. Wu Xiyun had already died during the struggle to escape, leaving only a baby girl behind. Everyone was helpless. After checking the birthmark on the baby, which had been burned away, they took the baby and Wu Xiyun back to the pavilion. Although Wu Qing suspected that the baby might not be the little Holy Maiden, she thought it might be what Xiyun had arranged, so she did not stop them. The Holy Maiden might not know that the energy of each generation of Holy Maidens is passed down through the birth of the little Holy Maiden. Once the little Holy Maiden is born, the mother loses her original energy. If Xiyun hadn't lost her energy, she would have been unmatched except by the pavilion master, and she wouldn't have perished so easily. 6 years later, when the little Holy Maiden had no energy to pass on, the people in the pavilion discovered her false identity and sent people to search again. However, the master was in seclusion, so they couldn't find the little Holy Maiden's true whereabouts. The false Holy Maiden, due to her impersonation, was sent to the teaching house to be trained as a courtesan, learning how to please men and serve Wu Yue Pavilion. She lived up to expectations and successfully mingled with the son of the Northern King by the age of 14. This girl was known in the pavilion as Pleasure, ruthless and cunning. The Holy Maiden should be cautious if they ever meet. Jiang Ning glanced at the date. This letter was written 20 years ago. It should have been addressed to the original owner's mother, and now it had fallen into his hands. Pleasure is actually Liu Chunqing's real daughter, who is now 34 years old. The Northern King's son from back then is probably the Northern King now. What role has Pleasure played over there? Jiangning finished reading the letter and handed it to Lu Huayan beside her. She then turned to Su He and curiously asked, "How did you know I was the person you were looking for?" Even though her blood could indeed open the small wooden box, she still wanted to know how Su He found her. "My master gave me this." Su He reached up and took a chain from around her neck, which held a crescent-shaped jade that emitted a faint glow. "My master said this is a spirit stone. It will shine when it encounters a saintess, but it won't glow otherwise." Jiangning was taken aback. A spirit stone? Isn't that a currency from novels about cultivation? Does such a thing really exist? "I see," Jiangning said as she handed the chain back to Su He. "Did your master mention if there are many of these spirit stones in the Wuyu Pavilion? If everyone had one, it would be too easy for the Wuyu Pavilion to find her. Her level of danger would increase significantly." Su He did not take the chain back and replied, "My master said there is only this one. It originally belonged to the previous saintess, who hid it before she left. Master Wu Qing took it out to give to my master to find you. Now it should return to its rightful owner, so I can't keep it." After hearing this, Jiangning stored the chain away, feeling it was safer with her. Once she was done, she looked at Su He again and asked, "How old are you? Are you sure you want to follow me?" "I'm 14, and I swear to follow and protect you, miss," Su He said with determination. She had been wandering alone for a long time and was finally able to find her miss, so she wanted to stay by her side. "All right, then you can follow me." Seeing Jiangning willing to accept her, Su He smiled widely. "Thank you for taking me in." Zhao San, noticing their conversation had ended, stepped forward and cupped his fists. "I have failed in my duty. Please punish me, miss." Jiangning smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with you. I'm perfectly fine, right? Besides, I left on my own, so you didn't do anything wrong." "Miss, are you going to Qingshanzhai?" Zhao San asked. "Yes, they have sent people to kill me multiple times. Do they think I'm easy to bully?" "Jiangning snortet coldly. "Then we will go together." Jiangning looked at Lu Huayan, wanting to hear his opinion. Lu Huayan nodded, "That's fine. Young master, I've heard there are over 100 bandits in that mountain stronghold. Should we come up with a plan?" Zhao San wondered how they could deal with so many bandits with just 9 people. Lu Huayan glanced at them and said, "No need. We can just fight our way through." Zhao San and the others felt uncertain, but they dared not ignore the young master's words. A group of people entered the bandits' territory. Lu Huayan waved his hand casually, and the bandits guarding the entrance fell silently to the ground. The lookout bandit saw this and widened his eyes, turning to run back to report, but Lu Huayan kicked a stone that hit him on the back of the head, and he fell straight down. Everyone was speechless.
Wow.
Is this even human? The son-in-law is truly terrifying. He kills without shedding blood. If you offend him, you probably won't even know how you died. "Let's go," Lu Huayan said, taking Jiangning's hand as they continued up the path, with the others following closely behind. In the back courtyard of the Qingshan bandit camp, second in command, "Our people haven't reported back. Could something have happened?" a bald bandit asked. The old man sitting in the main seat stroked his beard and replied, "That shouldn't be the case. Manager Feng said that woman is just strong and doesn't know martial arts. Maybe our people were killed by someone else." The bald bandit asked, "Should we send someone else to look for them?" "Let's wait a bit longer." "Where is the big boss now?" One of the bandit's subordinates suddenly said with a flattering smile, "He's picking women."
Do you want to go see?
The second-in-command nodded with a smile. "Sure, let's find someone to try out. I heard this batch is quite good."
Yes.
The two walked to another room in the back courtyard, which was completely sealed. In the dim light, there were at least 20 young girls, gagged, and they looked at the second-in-command and the bald man with fear in their eyes, as if they were facing demons. Some of the girls wore silk dresses, clearly from wealthy families, while others were dressed in patched clothes, the daughters of poorer families. All of them were quite pretty.
Ha ha ha.
"Second-in-command, you're here too." That girl inside is really young. Her skin is so smooth it looks like you could squeeze water from it, the big boss said, stepping out with a terrifying scarred face. Fix your belt. The second-in-command glanced at the scarred man with disdain. If he weren't afraid of losing, he wouldn't want this ugly guy to be the leader.
Hey.
Do you want to try too? I guarantee it will be amazing. Otherwise, I'll give her to someone else, the scarred man said just as the other bandits eagerly awaited the boss's words. The second-in-command had initially come to calm himself, but for some reason, he felt uneasy, all because of that annoying Jiang Ning. Once they catch her, he would make her pay. He looked at the other bound girls and casually asked, "What do you plan to do with these girls?" The scar-faced man laughed and said, "This batch of goods is pretty good. We plan to send them to the capital. We should get a good price." "Well, then let's not touch them. Just leave the one in the room," said the bandits eagerly waiting to sleep with the girl inside. She was the most beautiful one. "Boss, bad news. Our lookout has been poisoned. A group of people is coming our way." A panicked bandit rushed in. As soon as he finished speaking, the second-in-command felt a tightness in his chest. The scar-faced man angrily asked, "What did you say? How many are there?" 9 people, including 2 women, the bandit said, his legs shaking uncontrollably. They hadn't heard from the lookout for a quarter of an hour, and when they went down to check, they were almost scared out of their wits. All of them had been poisoned, without a sound. He ran back with a speed he had never experienced before. If it weren't for the distance, he might not have made it back. "Boss, what should we do? They're coming fast." The scar-faced man, looking furious, said, "Old 5, take 30 men and set up an ambush. I don't believe 9 people would dare to invade our Qingshan stronghold." "Yes." "Old 3, take 20 men through the side path and block these scoundrels on the mountain."
Yes.
The scar-faced man said fiercely, "The rest of you, grab your weapons. We're going out to meet them. What do they think our Qingshan stronghold is? I'll make sure they come with their lives and leave without them." At that moment, the scar-faced man was full of confidence, completely shedding his earlier lewd demeanor. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan led their people toward the stronghold. The mountain path was very rugged, but luckily, they were few in number and not moving too slowly. As they got closer to the stronghold, Jiang Ning distributed 2 antidotes and a vial of poison to each person. Lu Huayan looked at Jiang Ning and said, "I'll go in. You all wait here." If possible, he didn't want Jiang Ning to see him in a killing frenzy. "No, I'm going with you. I still need to ask that second-in-command some questions." Jiang Ning disagreed. After going through a wave of assassination attempts, death didn't scare her. She had killed before. Lu Huayan sighed. "All right, you all hide and ambush. If anyone tries to flank us, take them out." Zhao San and the others replied, "Understood. Let's go." Lu Huayan took Jiang Ning toward the stronghold. "Who dares to invade my Qingshan stronghold?
Come out."
In the front yard of the stronghold, the scar-faced man led the way, with the second-in-command by his side, surrounded by many bandits, while archers stood ready above. Just when the bandits were feeling confident, thinking victory was certain, Lu Huayan said nothing and drew his sword, attacking anyone in sight. With each swing, no one could withstand his strikes. Jiang Ning witnessed the power of the Wuyue sword technique enhanced by internal energy. Wherever the sword light flashed, no one survived. Dozens of bandits fell to the ground in an instant. It was faster and more lethal than poison. This sword technique is incredible. Jiang Ning felt excited, imagining a day when he could be that powerful. The archers in the distance forgot to shoot, mainly because the scene was too quiet and strange. The opponent's speed was so fast that they didn't know whether to shoot, fearing they might hit their own people. Jiang Ning was out of their range. While they hesitated, several silver needles shot out, leaving only the leader and a few others in the square. They were terrified, unsure whether to beg for mercy or fight to the death. Deep down, they knew they couldn't withstand even one attack from their opponent. They exchanged nervous glances, trembling inside. After cleaning his sword, Lu Huayan sheathed it and returned to Jiang Ning's side. Jiangning took a few steps forward, and when the scarred man and the second-in-command saw her face, they were shocked. How could it be her? If they had known such a powerful person was by her side, they wouldn't have dared to touch her. No wonder so many of their men had gone out and never returned. At that moment, they regretted it deeply. If they survived, they would never let the Qingfeng Bureau go. It was all their fault. Jiangning was unaware of the bandit leader's regrets. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, she asked, "Which one of you is the second-in-command?" The scarred man pointed to the side. "It's him." Jiangning looked at the oldest second-in-command. "You are the second-in-command. I heard you sent people to capture me?" Liu Huayan's handsome face also turned to him, his gaze icy. The second-in-command swallowed hard and quickly shifted the blame. "You're mistaken. It wasn't me who wanted to capture you. It was Manager Feng from the Qingfeng Bureau. He gave me your picture. It's really not my fault." "Manager Feng? How did he get my picture?" "I don't know. I heard it was given to him by a relative. Please spare us. We were all tricked by him." The second-in-command suddenly knelt down, begging for mercy. "What does Manager Feng look like? Describe him." "He has a mole on his chin and is very strong. He's easy to recognize." The second-in-command dared not hide anything and spoke quickly. "Ugh, so cowardly. Since you are no longer useful, you might as well be done for," Jiangning said. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Huayan raised his hand. The remaining people all fell down. If Liu Huayan hadn't been worried about getting her hands dirty and stopped her, Jiangning would have liked to give them a good beating. Their deaths were too easy for them. "Let's go to the storeroom," Liu Huayan reminded her. Jiangning's eyes lit up. This was another chance to make some money. The two quickly found a servant hiding in a corner and soon located the storeroom. With a thought, Jiangning stored 7 or 8 boxes in her space warehouse. Meanwhile, some bandits outside, sensing danger, had already slipped away. Those who returned obediently were all wiped out by Zhao San and the others outside. "Miss, we've taken care of those guys," Suhi said excitedly as she rushed over, followed closely by Zhao San and the others. "Good, Zhao San. Search each room carefully and gather all the valuables," Jiangning instructed. She had only taken from one storeroom and wanted to leave the rest for Zhao San and his group. There were likely many valuables in the private storerooms of the leaders, and they couldn't be missed. "Understood. Miss, there are many women here," Suhi shouted. She wasn't interested in valuables and approached when she saw so many people. When she kicked open the door, she found it was all women. She went forward to untie a few of them, and they helped each other free themselves, then supported each other while crying. They were finally saved and wouldn't be sold to a brothel. When the women saw Jiangning, they immediately rushed over and knelt down, bowing their heads. "Thank you, miss, for saving our lives." "Get up, it was nothing special. Most of the bandits are gone. What are your plans? Do you want me to take you to the authorities?" Jiangning couldn't guarantee that there weren't any escaped bandits nearby. Since she had saved them, she planned to take them to a safe place. The girls were unsure. Going to the authorities might help them contact their families, but would their families accept them after being captured by bandits? They felt uncertain. At that moment, one girl spoke up, "Mississippi, please take me in. I have lost my purity, and going back would mean death. I can serve you as a maid." She began to cry softly. Jiangning looked at the girl who spoke. She was quite beautiful, the most attractive among them. It was clear she came from a wealthy family, though her clothes were a bit disheveled. "What is your name?" Jiangning asked. "My name is Linwan. I am very skilled at needlework. I can make clothes and embroider. I can also." Linwan felt very shy and tried hard to promote herself. Jiangning thought about how she was going to open a fabric shop and needed help. If Linwan was willing to join her, that would be great. So she said, "All right, you don't need to sell yourself to me. I am opening a fabric shop and need workers.
I can hire you to help me.
I will provide food and lodging, and I will pay you. If you find a suitable match later, you can marry freely." This was similar to a work contract, but with more freedom than a traditional one. When the other girls heard Jiangning say this, they suddenly knelt down, saying, We won't go to the authorities anymore. We also want to work for you.
Please take us in.
The girls looked sad. They had been captured, and even if they were rescued, their families would not want them back. Poor families would sell them off quickly. Wealthier families might send them away to be servants or worse. If they followed Jiang Ning, they could take control of their own lives, earn their own money, and not be dependent on others. Thinking of this made many girls' eyes red with hope and excitement. Are you all sure you want to follow me? Jiang Ning asked. Yes, the 22 girls replied in unison. Jiang Ning was surprised by their quick response, showing how difficult life was for women in this world. Seeing their plight, she agreed. All right, it's getting dark now. Tomorrow morning you will come with us. Xiao He, you will help them. Yes, miss, Su He replied with a smile. Her young lady was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. When Jiang Ning and the girls came out of the room, the lanterns under the eaves were already lit. Lu Huayan was watching Zhao San and the others move things outside. Several boxes were already piled up in the square. When Zhao San saw Jiang Ning come out, he happily reported, Miss, we found over 1,000 taels of silver, 50 taels of gold, and a lot of food. We didn't find any jewelry, though. The servant said that every time they loot, the jewelry is immediately taken to the pawn shop for money, so they don't keep it. Otherwise, if they take too much at once, the pawn shop will lower the price. Looks like being a mountain bandit isn't easy these days. Thank you for your hard work. Later, everyone will receive 200 taels as a reward, Jiang Ning said. They had gathered a lot this time. She had collected about 5,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold, so she decided to share the wealth with everyone.
Yes.
Zhao San and the others were extremely happy. They didn't expect to make a big profit from their outing. They wondered when the young lady would go after the bandits again. They definitely wanted to follow her, as they had never seen anyone easily defeat over 100 mountain bandits before. But then again, poison is very expensive. It's something that money can't always buy, yet they used it so casually. If the government had this, no one would want to be a bandit anymore. After finishing their work, Jiang Ning gave 20 taels to the elderly, weak, and women, allowing them to take some food and return home after descending the mountain. Similarly, he also gave 20 taels to the young women, as having money brings peace of mind, which is only natural. Shun Yanzhou was taken away by his uncle. Meng Keru, worried about Jiang Ning, brought her guards to follow the rope left by Zhao San and the others down the cliff to find him. The guards, seeing the bodies of the bandits along the way, swallowed hard. Boss, could it be that the government is here to eliminate the bandits? It should be, Head Huang shook his head. If it were the government, they would have taken the heads as trophies, not left them here to waste. These could be exchanged for money and merit. Meng Keru examined the state of the bandits' bodies and pondered. Most of them were poisoned. It must have been my good sisters who did this. Let's go take a look. Yes, miss. Head Huang didn't believe a young lady could have such skills, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose the county magistrate's daughter. He told his men, everyone keep searching ahead, but be careful. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw piles of bandit bodies and a few familiar faces. Yes, Zhao San and the others had been searching for people together these past few days, so they were somewhat familiar. There was also a group of elderly, weak, and women gathering firewood to cover the bandit bodies, with plenty of oil nearby, likely to burn the bodies. Mississippi Head Huang hesitated. This is a chance for our lord to get promoted. What did he just see? This was indeed Qingshan village, with countless bodies. They had managed to wipe out over 100 bandits. This was a tremendous achievement. Before they could recover from the shock of the village's destruction, suddenly, a pretty young woman ran madly to a body, picked up a knife, and fiercely stabbed it into the bandit's lower body. She twisted the blade and forcefully dug out a piece of flesh, tossing it into the nearby fire. Head Huang and the others shivered. Wow, this woman was too ruthless. It seemed like the bandit would never be able to father children again. Meng Keru was stunned in place. Jiang Ning then saw Meng Keru and walked over with a smile, saying, Xiaorou, what brings you here? Lu Huayan just glanced at them and ignored them. Meng Kara snapped out of her shock and cleared her throat, saying, I saw that you hadn't returned, so I brought people to look for you. I'm glad you're okay. Did you do all of this? Jiang Ning nodded. Yes. I'm relieved you're fine. Where is Shen Yanzhou? He was seriously injured and had a fever. His uncle took him away. I heard his servant, Chongqing, is also badly hurt. This assassination scared several young ladies. Jiang Ning thought about it. Such unfortunate events are rare, especially in a peaceful place like this. Why did his uncle come? Did he report it to the authorities? Yes, it seems so. Shen Yanzhou's uncle, Xia Tongji, personally brought people to investigate. They said it was a professional assassin, but they haven't found the mastermind yet. They asked anyone with clues to come forward. Meng Kara replied. Jiang Ning pondered. Well, I don't have any clues, but everyone seems to know who the culprit is. It looks like revenge can only be taken secretly. Doing it openly is impossible. Meng Kara was surprised. What do you plan to do for revenge? Jiang Ning shook her head. I haven't figured it out yet. This isn't the time to discuss revenge. Coughing, Captain Huang couldn't help but speak up. Miss Jiang, do you plan to burn these bodies? Yes. They can't be left for too long. Captain Huang continued. Eliminating the bandits is a great achievement. Don't you want the credit? Jiang Ning shook her head. They didn't want to be famous. Could you let my county magistrate take the credit? If he gets this achievement, he might get promoted. The key is that he might also benefit from it, Captain Huang thought. Jiang Ning nodded. Sure. By giving away the credit, it seemed she could gain a favor in return, so why not agree? Meng Kara happily linked her arm with Jiang Ning and said, If my father gets promoted, I'll make sure he rewards you well. That sounds good. Thinking of the young ladies in the back courtyard, Jiang Ning asked, What about the young ladies who were captured?
They were supposed to come with me.
Should we send them to the county office first? Captain Huang quickly shook his head. No need. If you're willing to take them in, the office will be very happy. Otherwise, we would have to worry about where to place them. Since they willingly followed you, you just need to provide their contracts to the county office for the official seal. This bandit hideout seemed to have been stripped of all valuables, and the county office didn't want to take back any burdens. How are the officials usually arranged? Jiang Ning asked curiously. Those who are 15 or older are directly assigned to military households. Those under 15 are sent to a charity hall and will be assigned to military households once they turn 15. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, if a girl is not married by 17, the government will assign her to a military household for marriage. These girls will not be sold as servants, but the government won't support them for long, so they will be assigned to military households at the age of 15. It's really hard to be a woman in this world, Jiang Ning sighed. If she didn't have her space and skills, she would probably struggle too. Meng Kara nodded in agreement. As night fell, the maids cooked the remaining food in the village. After everyone had a good meal, they found places to rest. Jiang Ning took a moment to check her space and found it had grown more than twice its size, probably around 1,000 square feet. The bamboo house had turned into a proper brick house with 5 rooms, featuring carved railings and painted beams. There was a living room in the middle with a round dining table and chairs on the east side, and a training room inside. The west side had a tea room for drinking tea, and further in was the original bedroom. The storage room in the back was about 500 square feet, and the spiritual and medicinal fields had each expanded to 40 plots. Jiang Ning used her thoughts to plant ginseng and grapes, perfect for growing seedlings. After finishing all this, Jiang Ning closed her eyes to rest. Only by being well rested could she gather the energy to deal with those scoundrels. Feeling angry, she gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Ning asked Zhao San to send someone on horseback to bring the cart from the temple, taking people and supplies back to Qingshui County, while the 20 or so girls were sent to the shop in the west of the city. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan went straight back to Qingshan Temple with Meng Kara, while Captain Huang and the others stayed at the mountain village to handle follow-up matters. At the entrance of Qingshan Temple, Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning parted ways as he needed to return to the academy. After safely returning, Lu Huayan learned that Jiang Ning was also fine, which disappointed Feng Guanghao and the others. The only one happy was Zhuang Yunshu, who kept asking him questions, leaving Liu Huayan feeling both helpless and oddly touched. This was an experience he had never had in his previous life of solitude. When Jiang Ning and Meng Keru entered Qingshan Temple, the monks were chanting scriptures to bless the souls of those who had died in front of the Great Hero Hall. They quietly returned to their courtyard, where Shen Yanzhou was complaining to his uncle in the next courtyard. That Shen Yanjia is so ruthless, hiring so many assassins. Shen Yanzhou tugged at Xia Tongji's sleeve, persistent in his plea. Uncle, you must help me get revenge. Xia Tongji pulled his sleeve back and asked, You say Shen Yanjia did it. Do you have any evidence? No, but he only wants to harm me. There's no evidence. You're just talking nonsense. If you worked harder and your grades were better than his, would your father not value you as his legitimate son? Xia Tongji said, frustrated. And your mother worries about you all the time. Shen Yanzhou felt even worse upon hearing this, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Uncle, I'm already very sad. Why do you have to say that? Don't you care about me anymore?
Seek, Fine. I'll have someone keep an eye on that kid.
Just be careful, Xia Tongji said, feeling a headache coming on. Where did Shen Yanjia get his background? No matter how he investigated, he couldn't find out where his resources and connections came from all these years. Clearly, his mother, Mrs. Wu, came from a farming family. I understand about the guards who died. Uncle, please help me comfort their families. Although most of them had no family, Shen Yanzhou still felt sorry for them. Your uncle won't let their sacrifices be in vain. I've arranged for you to make up for the number of guards. Treat them well. I know, Uncle, you're the best to me. The assassination case was officially filed, and they said they would investigate thoroughly, asking everyone to go home and wait for news. Jiang Ning and the others packed their bags that afternoon and headed home. They probably wouldn't come back to Qingshan Temple again. Qingshan Temple suffered an undeserved disaster, and its incense offerings would be greatly affected for a long time. Sigh, what a pity. The assassination incident at Qingshan Temple passed without further danger. Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan left the group early to return to Qingshu County. They needed to find Manager Feng and clarify things before news of Qingshan Village's destruction spread, to avoid being silenced. When they got home, Granny Zhou and Li Tiniu had already moved the boxes brought back by Zhao San into the storeroom. After having dinner made by Granny Zhou, Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan slipped out. They headed towards the Qingfeng Agency, finding a secluded spot nearby to hide, planning to wait until dark to capture someone. The agency was busy, with a lot of commotion outside as they prepared for the next trip. A strong man with a mole on his chin watched the team leave and suddenly turned to leave. Hearing someone call him Manager Feng, Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan exchanged glances and said, That must be him. Let's follow him. Manager Feng was sneaky, making his way to the back door of the Feng family while avoiding people. It was a narrow alley, and Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan, seeing this, cleverly split up and went their separate ways. Feng, the manager, seemed to sense something was wrong. After walking for a while, he turned a corner and reached an exit. Just as he was about to step outside, a foot came out and kicked him in the chest. Feng was startled and quickly sidestepped. Once he steadied himself, he looked in shock at Jiang Ning at the alley's entrance. You're not hurt? He had heard that the students from the academy had returned and thought it was time to collect the remaining silver. He didn't expect to see someone unexpected. Before Jiang Ning could respond, he quickly reached out to grab her. But she caught his hand and twisted it sharply, breaking it. He gasped in pain and was about to scream when Jiang Ning struck the back of his neck. Feng felt as if his neck would snap, and he fainted from the pain. It was still light outside when Jiang Ning put him in a sack and stored him in a space. Liu Huayan walked over, and Jiang Ning asked, Shall we find a place to question him? Yes, since we're at the Feng family, let's go inside and find a spot.
Okay.
They entered a rundown courtyard of the Feng family, which was remote and desolate, with thick dust indicating no one had been there for a long time. Jiang Ning stepped inside, took the sack from her space, and threw it heavily on the ground before closing the door. The throw woke Feng up. Jiang Ning yanked the sack, and he tumbled out.
Ugh.
Feng gasped in pain, glaring coldly at the person in front of him. What do you want? What do you think we want? Tell me who ordered you to give my portrait to the bandits. If you confess, you'll suffer less. Jiang Ning said, crossing her arms and looking down at him.
I don't know anything.
Don't try to slander me, Feng stubbornly denied, thinking it was better to stay silent. He wasn't foolish. Should we give him some medicine? Jiang Ning asked Liu Huayan directly, ignoring him. Hearing this, Feng's expression changed, and he tried to escape. Jiang Ning kicked him, breaking his leg.
Ah!
Feng screamed as he fell. Honestly, you just don't know when to quit. Iang Ning scoffed. Liu Huayan glanced at Feng, casually opened his palm, and blew gently, letting the powder from his hand drift onto Feng. It landed on his head, face, nostrils, and even in his mouth.
What?
What kind of medicine did you give me? Feng asked nervously. Liu Huayan ignored him. After a while, seeing his expression and eyes becoming dazed, he knew it was almost time and said to Jiang Ning, You can ask him now. Is this some kind of hallucinogenic drug you just made? Iang Ning getlaimet. Liu Huayan nodded. Yes, it's a painful drug, but it takes too long. Hallucinogens are quicker for interrogation. The key was that he improved the hallucinogenic effect, leaving only the part that makes people obedient. Haha, you're amazing, Jiang Ning said happily. It turns out being able to make drugs is impressive. Seeing her happy, Liu Huayan smiled and said gently, All right, go ahead and ask. Okay. Jiang Ning turned to the dazed steward Feng and asked, Who sent you to harm me? Young Master Feng Er. What is Young Master Feng Er's full name? Feng Guanghao. Are there any others?
No.
Why does he want to harm me? He said you harmed the Liu family's cousins so badly that he wants to take revenge for the Liu family. Before Steward Feng could finish, a pill flew into his mouth, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough.
You.
Then his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. Well, at least let him finish his sentence. Let's go to the storeroom, Liu Huayan said, knowing how to regain Jiang Ning's attention. Sure enough, as soon as she heard storeroom, Jiang Ning snapped back to reality. Okay. The Feng family, being an old wealthy family in the county, had a large house. Jiang Ning thought Liu Huayan would take her flying over the rooftops. Usually, storerooms are located deep within the house for safety. But to her surprise, he was taking her room by room. Collecting. Yes, just collecting. Seeing a courtyard meant collecting. Seeing people meant shooting small stones. Even skipping the hallucinogenic drugs. It was smooth sailing. But he was too thorough in collecting, leaving no room for anyone to escape. Finally, they arrived at the storeroom. Looking at the treasures inside, Jiang Ning exclaimed, Wow, they really are wealthy. No wonder the old Feng family is so arrogant with the Liu family. It's all thanks to their family support. Unfortunately, after tonight, all of this would belong to her. After Jiang Ning collected everything in the storeroom, Liu Huayan led her toward the front yard, making sure to check even the secret room in the study. Where are we going now? Jiang Ning asked, her hands trembling with excitement. This haul was truly impressive, even more than what she had collected from the mountain stronghold and the Liu family combined. There were more than 10 boxes of gold and silver ingots, not to mention the rare treasures. She was getting rich again. Seeing Jiang Ning's sparkling eyes and excited expression, Liu Huayan couldn't help but laugh. She is such a little money lover. If she entered the treasury of the richest person in the city, she would probably faint from excitement. No, he must work hard to fill her space until she sees money as worthless. By then, her eyes would only shine with light for him. Right? He gathered his scattered thoughts and said softly, Let's go to the Lishan Academy. They had just searched the entire mansion and didn't see Feng Guanghao, who was clearly at the academy. Are we going to deal with Feng Guanghao now? Don't we need to plan first? Jiang Ning didn't expect Liu Huayan to be so eager this time. He usually advised her not to rush, but she was happy to take immediate revenge. So, Jiang Ning happily leaned against Liu Huayan, letting him carry her as they flew. The moonlight tonight was just right, not too bright and not too dark, perfect for their plans. The dormitories at the academy usually housed 8 people per room, but there were also 6-person and double rooms. Feng Guanghao was wealthy, so he naturally had a single room. Liu Huayan took Jiangning and easily avoided the patrolling guards, quickly flying into the dormitory area of Lishan Academy. Once Jiangning was steady on her feet, he let her go. They arrived at Feng Guanghao's dormitory door. Before Liu Huayan could speak, Jiangning handed him a dagger. She was quite familiar with using it to pry open doors. Liu Huayan glanced at her, took it, and opened the door to go inside. Feng Guanghao, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes at that moment. Who? Feng Guanghao asked in shock. He was still quite alert, but unfortunately, he encountered 2 who didn't play fair. Liu Huayan raised his hand and lightly pressed, sealing his acupoint, so he couldn't say a word. Ning, take him away, Liu Huayan said. Jiangning stored Feng Guanghao in a messy space and asked, Where are we going? To the front yard where the classes are held. No one is there at night, Liu Huayan replied. Okay. The 2 left the dormitory, and after Liu Huayan closed the door, he carried Jiangning into the night sky. He was very familiar with the layout of the academy, and after a few leaps, they reached the classroom. They casually entered a classroom, and Jiangning took Feng Guanghao out from the space, while Liu Huayan released his acupoint. Feng Guanghao woke up, saw Liu Huayan and Jiangning, and immediately screamed in fear, Liu Huayan, what are you going to do? Liu Huayan didn't speak. His gaze was fixed on the sharp blade of the dagger. Jiangning kicked him and asked, Tell me, besides you, who else dares to mess with my aunt? What did you say? I don't understand. Feng Guanghao tried to play dumb, looking away, not seeing the coffin, not shedding tears. Liu Huayan muttered to himself, suddenly turning the blade in his hand and cutting a piece of skin from Feng Guanghao's face. With his skin cut, Feng Guanghao covered the bleeding wound and shouted, You dare to hurt someone in the academy, Liu Huayan? Don't you want to pass the exams? He had already noticed that this was the classroom they usually used and no one was there at night. If it weren't for that, he would have called for help long ago. What should he do now? As Liu Huayan's dagger was about to strike him again, he said, If I tell you, will you let me go? Feng Guanghao was thinking of how to shift the blame. Liu Huayan didn't stop. The dagger slowly dragged down his face. Blood immediately seeped out, and pieces of flesh rolled under the blade. It hurt. It hurt so much. In extreme pain, Feng Guanghao finally gave in, tears streaming down his face as he said, I'll tell you. There's also Feng Qing. He was the mastermind, really. He usually feared pain, never having felt blood pouring down his face like this. Liu Huayan put away the knife and coldly asked, Are there any others? Of course, if you lie, I will cut off your entire face, and you will never be able to show your face to anyone again. For the first time, Jiangning realized how never showing your face was used in this way. No, it's just me and him. Feng Guanghao cried out in pain, wishing he had known Liu Huayan was this terrifying. He would never have dared to provoke them. But was there still time to regret now? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Huayan knocked him out with a swift strike. Aining, wait here. I'll go get him. Okay. Jiangning didn't know what Liu Huayan was planning, but she could feel that he had been holding back for a long time, and now his anger was finally unleashed. Soon, Feng Qing, who was asleep, was dragged over after being knocked out. When he saw the bloodied Feng Guanghao and Jiangning beside him, he immediately understood what had happened. Their involvement with the bandits had been discovered. So, he knelt in front of Liu Huayan, trying to explain Liu Huayan, it was all Feng Guanghao's idea. I didn't do anything. You can't wrong an innocent person. Feng Qing, you encouraged me to do this, so stop shifting the blame. Feng Guanghao, just awakened, quickly defended himself. If they were going down, they would go down together. If they were to survive, they would survive together. In short, why should he be the only one unlucky? You're something, Feng Guanghao. This is all you're doing. Feng Qing stood up, wanting to confront Feng Guanghao. He hoped to make enough noise for someone from the academy to notice them. He didn't want to die. However, Lu Huayan coldly grabbed the back of his collar, shoved a dagger into his hand, and ordered, "Kill Feng Guanghao by cutting the artery on the side of his neck." Being told to kill someone made Feng Qing so scared he nearly lost control. His knees buckled and he knelt down again, crying and begging, I can't kill anyone. Please let me go. I really haven't done anything. I can pay you. How much do you want? I can give you anything." He desperately bowed his head to Lu Huayan, but Lu Huayan remained expressionless and coldly said, "If you don't act, then I'll let him kill you." At first, when Feng Guanghao heard he was to be killed, he broke out in a cold sweat. Now being told to take action, he quickly replied, I can do it."
He would choose to live or die.
As he spoke, he tried to get up to grab the dagger, but Jiang Ning kicked him again, making him unable to move. It was clear that the mastermind was Feng. Feng Guanghao screamed in pain, feeling as if his leg was breaking, crying out in agony. Lu Huayan frowned, showing signs of impatience. "If you don't want to kill, then let's find another way to die." Feng Qing trembled at those words. What did that mean? Were they still going to die? He stood up shakily, wanting to escape. However, before he could move, Lu Huayan stuffed a pill into his mouth. Then, Lu Huayan pulled Jiang Ning out of the classroom and locked the door tightly. Soon, Feng Guanghao looked at Feng Qing in terror, his eyes turning red, revealing greed and desire, an expression Feng Guanghao knew all too well. He had seen that look many times when they mistreated other girls. "Don't, Feng Qing, wake up." Feng Guanghao moved back, trying to distance himself. Yet, heart-wrenching screams echoed from the classroom. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The sound was too chilling. Jiang Ning shivered involuntarily upon hearing it. Lu Huayan pulled her further away, stopping at the entrance of the classroom area, worried that the noise might attract attention. Unfortunately, even after the noise stopped, no one came. Jiang Ning curiously asked, "Are we just going to leave them like this?"
"Yes. What will happen to them?"
"I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." After a long time apart, Lu Huayan was slightly breathless, burying his head in her neck and whispering, "You're so beautiful. I couldn't help myself." Jiang Ning, I have 2 words for him. The two of them enjoyed each other's closeness for a while. After breakfast, when Jiang Ning was seeing Lu Huayan off, a panicked voice could be heard from a distance. "There's been a murder. Someone died at Lishan Academy." A student died in the classroom. A group of young people were running wildly down the street, shouting as they went. Lu Huayan turned to Jiang Ning and asked, "Do you want to go see?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning nodded. "Yes, let's go." How could they miss out on the excitement, especially since they had set up a plan and wanted to see how it unfolded? By the time Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan arrived, the entrance of Lishan Academy was already crowded with people, more lively than when the original owner had tried to stop a carriage. Zhuang Yinshu was also there, surrounded by students from Guanshan Academy. He spotted Lu Huayan and Jiang Ning and quickly rushed over to Lu Huayan, tugging at his sleeve and saying, "Feng Qing and Feng Guanghao are dead. They died during. Well, you wouldn't believe how bold they were. They actually died in the classroom, completely exposed. I heard that Feng Guanghao had serious injuries and there was a lot of blood. He must have suffered a lot before he died. Feng Qing, on the other hand, died from an overdose. How tragic." This morning, when the students went to the classroom, they were shocked by the scene and all ran out. The doorman reported it right away. Several officers came and first looked for Headmaster Liu, who nearly fainted from anger. He claimed it was a setup and demanded the authorities clear the academy's name. Right now, the coroner is examining the bodies. Captain Huang has sent someone to call the families of Feng and Feng over. Jiang Ning listened to Zhuang Yinshu chatter on and on, completely unaware of Lu Huayan's dark expression, finding it amusing instead. She wondered how the Feng and Feng families would feel upon discovering their valuables were stolen. They couldn't openly go to see the commotion in broad daylight. What a pity! Meanwhile, inside the Feng and Feng households, there were loud cries early in the morning. "It's all gone. Everything is gone. It must be the work of Jinxiu Pavilion. Only they have the ability to do this. We need to ask the county magistrate to help us, shouted the head of the Feng family. Jinxiu Pavilion. We're innocent. We really don't have that ability. Why would Jinxiu Pavilion do this? We haven't done anything to that girl, someone questioned. Sir, I think I heard that the second young master wanted to take revenge for his cousin. Could it be that he did something? A steward whispered. Foolish. Didn't I tell you not to act? Did you ignore my words? Since you know the situation is exposed, you should have silenced them. How could you let it be discovered? Mr. Feng spat blood in anger. The Feng family was in chaos, with everyone rushing around, handing over handkerchiefs and patting Mr. Feng's back to help him breathe. Mr. Feng urgently ordered, "Hurry and call a doctor." After the doctor arrived, Mr. Feng finally caught his breath. He then asked someone to quickly summon County Magistrate Meng. When Magistrate Meng arrived at the Feng residence, he was met with a tragic scene. The members of the Feng family were all sitting in shock, unwashed and unkempt, probably without even having eaten. The entire house was empty. All valuables were gone, leaving Magistrate Meng in shock. In just one night, the county's wealthiest family had fallen to this state. Mr. Feng looked disheveled, pale, with a trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Magistrate Meng, he suddenly grabbed his arm. Magistrate, you must help me find these thieves. Our entire fortune cannot just disappear like this. Magistrate Meng cleared his throat, wanting to say something but unsure where to start. He quickly instructed the constables to search the area thoroughly. The constables soon found a body in an abandoned courtyard. It was the steward from the Qingfeng agency. Aside from that, there were no other clues, leaving the constables at a loss for what to do. The key question was, who could have quietly moved so many valuables? Before they could reach any conclusions, another constable reported, Sir, Feng Guanghao and Feng Qing from Lishan Academy were found dead together in a classroom. Captain Huang wants the Feng and Feng families to send someone to identify the bodies. This news struck the Feng family like a bolt from the blue, causing them all to stand up in shock. It seemed like fate was against the Feng family. Not only had they lost their money, but also the life of their most talented young member. Mr. Feng couldn't handle the shock and spat blood again. Magistrate Meng felt a surge of anger. What was happening lately? He had just dealt with the bandit issue and thought he could earn a promotion, but now the last place he expected, Lishan Academy, was involved in a scandal and a murder. Under his watch, there had been multiple thefts, including one from the home of County Clerk Jiang, which remained unsolved. Today, both the Feng and Feng families had come to report incidents. To make matters worse, there were now reports of students engaging in inappropriate behavior in classrooms, even leading to death. How was Liu, the headmaster, educating the students? Thinking about his daughter being in danger at Qingshan Temple and feeling overwhelmed with worry these past few days, Meng County Magistrate truly felt that luck was not on his side. With tears in his eyes, he thought, as a county official, what could he do? He could only muster his courage and say, let's go take a look. After saying this, he took the Feng family with him to Li Mountain Academy. In the academy classroom, Feng Guanghao and Feng Qing were covered with white cloth and placed on stretchers after the coroner's examination. Mr. Feng and Mr. Feng entered to identify the bodies, and the parents of the two boys who followed them began to cry in grief. Mr. Feng's eyes were frighteningly red as he trembled and pointed at Headmaster Liu, accusing him. Headmaster Liu, what happened? I sent my child to your academy, and now he is gone. Is this how you protect your students? In his despair, Mr. Feng rushed at Headmaster Liu and started hitting him, prompting Liu's servants to quickly intervene. Liu touched his bleeding lip and said with deep sorrow, Mr. Feng, what good does it do to cause a scene here? You should consider whether your grandson had any enemies who might seek revenge. Don't forget, their deaths here will also greatly impact my academy. Mr. Feng thought for a moment and said to Mr. Feng, Father, I remember Qing said he wanted to take revenge for Rome. Do you think the enemy could be Jiangning? Meng County Magistrate coldly interjected, don't make baseless accusations without evidence. If his daughter found out her friend was being slandered, she would surely come to him in tears. These people had done wrong and were now facing consequences. What else could it be? Both Mr. Feng and Mr. Fong understood that this incident was definitely related to Jiang Ning. However, the servant who was with Feng Guanghao and Fong Qing also died, appearing to have collapsed suddenly without any symptoms, making it impossible to investigate further. Now, there were no witnesses to the deaths. Seeking revenge for his grandson through the law was impossible, and considering their home had been ransacked, other means were also out of the question. Realizing this, Mr. Feng said to Meng County Magistrate, "Sir, my grandson and the Fong boy were very close. There is no way he could have done this. Please make sure to find the culprit and bring them to justice." Mr. Fong nodded in agreement. Their families were close, and they understood the character of both boys. Even if they wanted to play around, they would never harm their own. Meng County Magistrate looked at the two grieving elders and spoke in a comforting tone. "Please accept my condolences. We will definitely conduct a thorough investigation into this case." "Is there any news from Liu Shanchong?" Meng County Magistrate asked Liu Shanchong, who was standing nearby with a gloomy face and saying nothing. Liu Shanchong cupped his hands and spoke with a hint of helplessness and indignation. "I also want to know the truth. The culprit behind this incident likely holds grudges, not only against my academy, but also against the Fong and Fong families. They have set up such a large scheme to harm us, so I ask you, sir, to investigate thoroughly. If there is anything we can assist with, the academy will do its best to cooperate." In fact, Liu Shanchong had his own suspicions. The only people they had conflicts with in this county were Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan. Moreover, if the poison on Liu Huayan's wall was so potent, it wouldn't be impossible for him to obtain some strong sedatives as well. However, while he knew Liu Huayan came from a hunting background and had some martial skills, how did he manage to sneak into the academy at night? Liu Shanchong believed the academy's defenses were quite strict, so it was strange that someone could harm them so quietly. Could it really be the work of Jinxiu Pavilion? Liu Shanchong thought of the Liu family members who had been ambushed by bandits. It was certainly a possibility. What should he do now? Would Jinxiu Pavilion target him next? No, he needed to think carefully about his next steps. After the Fong and Fong families had cried, the bodies were taken away. The academy's reputation was ruined, and many students and teachers took this opportunity to request transfers. Liu Shanchong's face darkened even more at this news, but he had no choice but to agree. Li Mountain Academy, was all his hard work over the years really going to be destroyed in an instant? The heads of other academies were smiling, having been suppressed for over 10 years, and finally seeing hope this autumn. With no excitement left to observe, students from various academies returned to their studies. After parting ways, Jiang Ning and Liu Huayan also went home to rest in good spirits. That night, looking at Liu Huayan, who was causing trouble again, Jiang Ning asked with confusion, "Why did you choose to deal with Liu Shanchong in 2 steps? We could have resolved it all yesterday." Liu Huayan replied, "I wanted to give him some hope first, then let him see what happens next. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting. If the person involved couldn't appreciate the good deed, it would feel pointless." Jiang Ning. Is this Liu Huayan's strange sense of humor? In the Liu family study, Liu Shanchong handed a letter to a guard. "Take this letter to the capital."
Yes.
Just as the guard was about to take the letter, a silver needle suddenly shot out, striking him in the forehead, and he fell to the ground, letting the letter slip from his hand. At that moment, Jiang Ning, who had just walked in, caught the letter as it fell. "Liu Shanchong, who is this letter for? Let me see. Oh, it's Shuang Yunqing, your secret disciple. You've really hidden him well, and you've even told him about our recent events. Wow, I didn't expect Liu Shanchong to care about us so much."
"You.
How did you get in?" Liu Shanchong said, watching Jiang Ning and feeling regretful. He wished he hadn't provoked this troublemaker. Jiang Ning replied with a half-smile, "Naturally, we flew in." "So, Feng Guanghao and Fong Qing were indeed killed by you?" "Yes, didn't you read the letter? You guessed it quite accurately." "Iank ningreplied lasili." Lu Shanchong didn't want to argue with Jiang Ning anymore and directly asked Lu Huayan, "What do you want?" "Didn't you already guess?" Lu Huayan snorted coldly.
You
"You want to harm your teacher? That's outrageous. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Lu Shanchong shouted, hoping the guards would hear him, though he doubted anyone was still alert in the house. "You're right, I really can't harm my teacher." Lu Shanchong looked relieved, but then Lu Huayan continued, "However, I can make you unable to speak or move, living in bed for a long time, fully aware."
You're
a monster." "Humph. I might be a bit better than you," Lu Huayan said, quickly inserting a silver needle into Lu Shanchong's forehead as his eyes widened in terror. After Lu Shanchong fainted, Lu Huayan said to Jiang Ning, "All right, let's clean this place up. They won't need it anymore." "Okay," Jiang Ning replied with a smile. After the two of them looted Lu's residence, they left. The next morning, when the steward of Lu's house woke up, he was shocked to find everything gone. He hurried to the storeroom, and sure enough, it was empty as well. Had they been robbed? Thinking about what happened at the academy yesterday, and the thefts at the Feng and Fong families, he quickly ran to the study. There, he found a guard dead in the study and his master unconscious on the floor. The steward nearly fainted. He quickly sent for a doctor, but the doctor was helpless and suggested they go to the city or the capital for treatment. With no other choice, the steward sold most of the household staff and took Lu Shanchong back to the city to find the young lady. As for the Li Mountain Academy, the deputy head would take over. Originally, this academy belonged to the deputy head, but Lu Shanchong had taken it over. Now it would return to its rightful owner. Lu Huayan went to the academy as usual today, while Jiang Ning headed to the house in the West Market. She planned to check on the girls at the shop. Since she brought them back, she needed to make sure they were settled. When Jiang Ning arrived at her shop, she saw a crowd gathered outside the neighboring Zhou's fabric shop. She squeezed in to take a look. To her surprise, an elderly woman was shouting angrily at someone inside Zhou's shop, with another woman, Jiang Honghua, occasionally chiming in. "Li Qianyang, you wicked woman, come out. Look at you, Li Qianyang, hiding here while we searched everywhere for you. Because you ran off with someone, our home was vandalized and all our money was stolen. We can barely make ends meet, and you're here living it up. If you don't come out, we'll start breaking things." "Zhou, the shopkeeper, don't think I don't know you're hiding that Li woman. Don't forget, she's my family's daughter-in-law, and we have every right to be here." Jiang Honghua was filled with resentment. Just a few days ago, she had finally convinced her mother-in-law to let her go out, using the excuse of visiting a favored concubine of the county magistrate so she could secretly bring her embroidery into the city to sell. Most of her private savings had come from her own embroidery work. She had planned to sell some items to buy gifts and gauge the magistrate's favor, but she never expected to see Li Qianyang dressed up and laughing with a shopkeeper in Zhou's fabric shop. Thinking about how her savings were gone while the culprit enjoyed herself made her furious. She had been avoiding confrontation, confirming that Li lived next door in the shop, and she suspected that this woman was being kept as a mistress, given how well she was living. Not daring to confront her for money as she had before, today she brought her mother-in-law and another woman to create a scene. No matter what, she couldn't let Li Qianyang have it easy. At least she needed to get some money to convince her father-in-law to support her son's education. Her brother was now incapacitated, so she would have to rely on her son in the future. She had to start planning. Today, Li Qianyang had brought several girls into Zhou's fabric shop to buy fabric, only to be caught by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Sun family. Seeing that these people were likely Li Qianyang's in-laws, the shopkeeper quickly opened the back door to let her hide inside. The more Jiang Honghua thought about it, the angrier she became. Why should she struggle to support her family, while Li Qianyang got to live a good life? The crowd asked what was happening, and Jiang Honghua exaggeratedly described Li Qianyang as a lowly and promiscuous woman, claiming that her entire family was suffering because of her. Jiang Ning saw this scene, and was both angry and amused. Where did this crazy dog come from? She walked into the fabric shop with a stern face, glaring at Jiang Honghua and the others. "Miss Jiang, you're here. Manager Zhou sighed in relief, having just been worried about how to inform her. Mississippi Lin Wan and the others rushed to greet Jiang Ning when they saw her arrive. They felt guilty for causing trouble for Aunt Li and the young lady just because they wanted to buy fabric for new clothes. "Who are you to meddle in our family's affairs?" Li said, noticing that although Jiang Ning looked decent, she was dressed in a simple cloth skirt and only wore a hairpin, assuming she was just a customer from Zhou's fabric shop and did not take her seriously. Jiang Honghua, however, lowered her head to avoid Jiang Ning's gaze, annoyed to keep running into this person. Since this person wouldn't benefit her, she didn't want to please her. "This is not just any business. Li Qianyang is now under my care. What do you want with her?" Jiang Ning crossed her arms and questioned from a higher position, taking advantage of her height in the argument.
Impossible.
"You didn't pay for her." Jiang Honghua shouted sharply. Smack. Jiang Ning stepped forward and slapped her. In the village, she had to consider her aunt's seniority and couldn't hit her, but in the county, who knew each other? "Who do you think you are?"
Her selling price is not for you. You.
"How dare you hit me? I'm your aunt." Jiang Honghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Smack. Jiang Ning slapped her again. "With a mouth like yours, you deserve it. What do you want?" "This is just a small taste of what you did to me in the past."
You still owe me for that.
Jiang Ning said with a half-smile. Thinking about how Jiang Honghua bullied the original owner during the holidays, even splashing cold water on her in the winter and pushing her into the pig pen, leaving her covered in mud, made Jiang Ning furious. She checked the special poison she had prepared for the Liu family and thought maybe Jiang Honghua could use a dose as well. People like her didn't deserve to live. Suffering for half a year would be enough, not a day more. Jiang Honghua shrank her neck and angrily pointed at Jiang Ning, shouting, You didn't pay my mother-in-law either."
Slap, slap.
Jiang Honghua's face was not only swollen but also marked with 2 bloody lines. This time, Jiang Ning used a silver needle to strike her twice, injecting poison as she coldly said, "Who allowed you to point at me?" "I got the money from Butcher Zhang. You can go ask him for it." "What, do you want to sell your hands again?" "While I'm in a good mood, you all need to leave now. If you cause any more trouble, I'll send your whole family to meet the king of the underworld." That rude person tried to hit her again, and Jiang Honghua covered her swollen face, which hurt like crazy, nearly making her spit blood from anger. The onlookers were stunned by this scene. Ji hid behind, too scared to move. Zhou and Lin Wan and the others felt very satisfied, thinking the young lady was impressive. Jiang Ning's disdainful attitude made Sun furious, and she shouted, "How dare you?" She was usually the bully, and seeing her daughter-in-law being hit like that felt like a slap to her own face. It was extremely embarrassing for her. "Do you think I wouldn't dare? With my current status, do you think you can mess with me? Now get out." Jiang Ning picked up a wooden ruler from the counter and waved it at Sun and the others. Sun screamed in fear, scrambling out of the crowd, running faster than a rabbit. In the chaos, Jiang Ning shot the silver needle directly into her backside, thinking that bad people shouldn't live too long to torment good ones. Jiang Ning happily made that decision. Jiang Honghua and Ji quickly followed her. On the way back, Sun pulled the needle out of her backside, not even realizing when she got stabbed. Furious, she grabbed Jiang Honghua and started hitting her, scolding, "You troublemaker, always causing a fuss without thinking about who you're messing with." Now that she was calmer, she remembered Jiang said that woman was her sister-in-law, which meant she was the one who had soared to success. Jiang Ning. Were they really someone they could provoke? Jiang was indeed a jinx. The troublemakers left, and the remaining onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement, dispersed. Li Qianyang walked out from behind, looking worried as she said to Jiang Ning, "Miss, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "No, it's not Aunt Li's fault. We asked her to take us out to buy cloth." Lin Wan tightly clutched her handkerchief, her fingertips turning white. She originally planned to embroider something for the girls to see, but she didn't expect this situation to happen. The trouble started because of her, and she couldn't let Aunt Li be wronged. The other girls nodded. They all knew how to sew and just wanted to create something, not expecting it to turn out like this. If the girl hadn't arrived in time, they couldn't imagine what might have happened. Jiangning patted Li Chunyang's hand and said, "It's okay. Your issue will be resolved sooner or later. Once it's resolved, you can live normally. You can't just stay locked up in the house forever. And you all, this place isn't a prison. You can come and go. Once this matter is over, don't take it to heart. Don't be afraid in the future. We won't cause trouble, but we won't back down either, understand?" "Yes, miss," the girls replied in unison. After calming Li Chunyang and the others, Jiangning turned to Manager Zhou and said, "Manager Zhou, how much did you lose?" "I'll compensate you." Manager Zhou smiled and said, "Oh, it's just a bit of time wasted. What do I need to be compensated for? They have bought quite a few things from me. This was actually his biggest sale in a while. All right, then I'll take them back for now." Jiangning led them back to the neighboring house, where the other girls came out as well. Jiangning asked with a smile, "Are you all comfortable staying here?" "We are comfortable," the girls replied. "That's good. If you need anything, just make a list and I'll send someone to buy it." Jiangning looked around and saw that the house had been cleaned up nicely by Li Chunyang and her mother. They were indeed experienced from running a restaurant.
"Thank you, miss."
"Don't thank me too soon. I'm here to sign a contract with you. As you can see, my fabric shop's machines haven't arrived yet, and it will be a while before we can open." Jiangning thought about the fabric she had in her space that they could use for now. She continued, "However, tomorrow I will send some fabric and tools over, and I will give you some patterns. You can use the patterns to make clothes and embroidery for me to see. The pay will be a minimum of 500 coins a month. When we start working, the pay will be adjusted based on the type of work, and those who do well can earn bonuses. There's no limit as long as you have the skills. You will have 3 days off each month, and Aunt Lee will arrange the schedule. But let me be clear, if anyone is lazy, tries to cheat, or stirs up trouble, they won't be welcome here. So think carefully about it. If you wish to stay, please sign the contract. All terms will be clearly stated, and it will be made official for the protection of both parties." Jiangning finished speaking, and the young women agreed to sign the contract without hesitation. Everything was going smoothly, and Jiangning felt happy. At that moment, a few young women became anxious and stood up to ask, "Miss, we are from the village. We can't read or do embroidery. Can we do other kinds of work?" Jiangning thought for a moment and replied, "Of course, you can do other work. However, during this time, you can learn embroidery from Lin Wan and the others, or learn to read from those who can. When we open for business, depending on how well you learn, you may continue your studies. If it turns out that learning is too difficult, we can make other arrangements later. Of course, the level of skill will affect your future job options. For example, those who can read and do accounts might become managers or quality inspectors. The pay will also depend on this. Whether you want to learn well and put in the effort is up to you." "Yes, we will study hard," the young women replied. With meals provided, a place to stay, and the chance to learn, these grateful young women were eager to comply. Jiangning nodded and waited for them to finish signing the contracts. Suddenly, she noticed someone was missing. "By the way, where's Xiao He?" "Miss Xiao, he went out shopping with Li Hua," Li Chunyang answered. Just then, Su He and Li Hua appeared, carrying many bags, including a large basket of cherries. Su He had received 200 taels of silver yesterday, and since it was her first time with so much money, she wanted to explore the county and shop extensively. Jiangning looked at her and smiled, shaking her head at the youthful spirit. Su He cheerfully handed Jiangning a few cherries, saying, "Miss, try these. They are so delicious." Jiangning accepted them, wiped them with a cloth, and took a bite. They were sweet and tangy, indeed tasty. As Su He busily called the other young women to join her in eating, Jiangning reminded her, "You need to take good care of them, okay?" "I understand, miss," Su He replied, munching on a cherry. After arranging matters for the young women, Jiangning went to the Jinxiu Pavilion to ask manager Zhao to help her register the contracts at the government office. She also planned to set aside 20 acres of land on the west side of her house in the village to build a textile and weaving workshop. Next to the workshop, she intended to build about 10 staff rooms and a cafeteria. Since Jinsho Pavilion was already in the fabric business, constructing these buildings was straightforward, and manager Zhao quickly arranged for the work to be done. Jiangning said goodbye to manager Zhao and returned to organize the fabrics, asking Li Tinyu to take them to the shop on West Street for Li Qianyang and the others. She also needed to sort out her belongings. She wished her storage space was bigger, as she had collected a lot of things in a messy way last night. She realized that the space did not expand like it did when she was in the mountain stronghold, suggesting that collecting items wouldn't make it grow. After a few changes in the space, Jiangning figured out a pattern. Dealing with a certain number of bad people would enlarge the space, while confronting Zhuang Yunqing and Lu Shuiying would yield valuable items, like cleansing pills and martial arts manuals. She wondered if they were the chosen ones of this world. If that were true, they seemed quite important and should not be easily eliminated. She planned to slowly wear them down and take away their luck. However, this was just Jiangning's guess. If she had to eliminate them, she would do it quickly. Jiangning spent the whole day organizing, filling the warehouse with valuable items, while the remaining furniture, clothing, bedding, rice, and flour were set aside. Under the cover of night, she asked Lu Huayan to take her to the slums on the outskirts of the city. They distributed the items to the poor families, leaving some silver coins for the neediest households. There were many poor people in the outskirts, and they finished delivering everything by morning. The two returned home just as dawn was breaking. Jiangning brought Lu Huayan into her space to wash up, but he stubbornly refused to go back to his own room to sleep. With no other choice, they lay down together on the big bed in the space. Luckily, they were both tired and soon fell asleep. Due to his biological clock, Lu Huayan woke up after a short while. He turned to his side, propping his head up with one hand, and gazed tenderly at Jiangning's sleeping face, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Having her sleep beside him, even without doing anything, filled him with a strong sense of satisfaction and affection. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Seeing her sleeping peacefully, he couldn't help but kiss her lips as well. Reluctantly, he got up, held her hand for a moment, and left the space. Jiangning remained unaware of this. While in the slums, the new day began with gasps of surprise and joyful laughter. Divine beings, we have encountered a divine manifestation. People knelt and bowed to the heavens upon seeing the sudden appearance of food, clothing, and silver in their homes. However, there are clever ones who think they might have encountered a noble thief helping the poor. After bowing in gratitude, they quickly gathered their belongings to avoid being discovered, which could harm their benefactor. After Jiangning got up and had a little something to eat, she returned to her space to paint. Painting requires focus. Otherwise, stopping and starting wastes materials and drains inspiration. By the end of April, her hard work paid off, and the double-sided embroidery book was finally completed. Just as she was feeling happy, Zhao Qian came over with news that the houses in the village were ready for the beams to be raised. "Miss, I had someone check the dates, and tomorrow is the only good day coming up. Should we have the son-in-law raise the beams? We can also prepare some celebratory drinks," Zhao Qian suggested. Jiangning thought for a moment. Lu Huayan had been working hard lately and didn't like crowds, so she didn't want to disturb him. She shook her head and said, "You handle this. Just buy some extra meat for the workers to enjoy and scatter some coins and peanuts. We won't attend. We can treat the village when we move." "All right, I'll take care of it," Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiangning took out the double-sided embroidery book. "This is the technique book for double-sided embroidery. Please find someone to publish it." Zhao Qian took the book and flipped through it, becoming more amazed at how detailed it was. Even the most ordinary embroiderers could probably learn from it. He excitedly said, "I'll arrange for it to be published as soon as possible." "Should we use Hua Zhao as the author name?" "That's fine," Jiangning replied. "By the way, have you heard from Cousin?" Zhao Qian responded, "The master is fine. He said there will be a surprise when you move, so don't worry." "Good, as long as he is well." As for the surprise, Jiangning thought it might be the machines she needed arriving in time. She also needed to start decorating the shop. She wondered how many finished products the girls had made during this time. Jiang Ning felt like she was forgetting something important. Zhao Qian then reminded her, "Miss, the houses in the village are almost ready, and you need to prepare your staff." "That's right." Jiang Ning realized what she had overlooked and smiled. "Yes, we need to arrange that. Do you have any recommendations, Zhao Manager?" "Yes, I've already asked the matchmaker to gather some people. If you want, I can have her bring them over for you to see." Zhao Qian quickly nodded. He wouldn't dare delay anything as master instructed, so he made arrangements right away. "All right, have her come over tomorrow morning." "Sure, I'll go take care of the beam-raising preparations now." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. We really appreciate all your help," Jiang Ning said, giving him a big red envelope. Although this wasn't his responsibility, he was so dedicated that she felt she needed to show her gratitude. After some polite refusal, Zhao Qian happily accepted it. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Ning started preparing dinner with Aunt Zhou. When Lu Huayan returned from school, he could smell the delicious food from the kitchen, along with the sound of laughter. He walked in to see Jiang Ning rolling up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms as she cooked. A strand of hair fell across her smiling face. He stood there, mesmerized, feeling a warm emotion filling his heart. Jiang Ning looked up and saw Lu Huayan enter, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You're back?" Lu Huayan smiled. "What are you cooking?" "It smells amazing. Stir-fried pork. Want to try some?" "No, do you need help?" Lu Huayan asked, washing his hands. "Not really, it's almost ready." Jiang Ning explained the remaining tasks to Aunt Zhou and decided to go wash her face. It was hot, and the kitchen was smoky. After cooking, she felt covered in grease, unlike modern kitchens with exhaust fans. She wouldn't have an appetite if she didn't freshen up first. As soon as Jiang Ning left the kitchen, Lu Huayan followed her outside. Aunt Zhou watched their backs and smiled. After their recent trip for studies, she noticed that the young master seemed to be getting closer to the young lady. Their feelings appeared to be growing stronger. The young master only had eyes for her, which was a wonderful thing. Lu Huayan followed Jiang Ning into the space, where she washed her face in front of him. After drying her hands and gathering her hair, she asked, "Tomorrow, the village is raising the roof on a new house. Do you want to go see?" Her rosy lips moved, looking as beautiful as a flower, and occasionally, her small tongue peeked out playfully. Lu Huayan suddenly swallowed hard, looking away as he declined. "No, I won't go." He didn't want to be a spectacle for others. Even though this was considered a respectable event in the village, after all, only new houses get raised. Most people would want to show off a little. Jiang Ning laughed. "I knew you wouldn't be interested in this, so I let Zhao Qian handle it." Lu Huayan stared at her smiling lips for a while before pulling her out of the bathroom. The atmosphere inside was too intimate, making him feel a bit uncontrollable. As they walked out of the bedroom, he changed the subject, saying, "The case at Lishan Academy is closed today." Jiang Ning was curious about why he had hurriedly pulled her along, but when she heard him mention Lishan Academy, her eyes lit up, and she asked eagerly, "How did it end?" The county magistrate couldn't find any other evidence, and he didn't want to leave it as an unsolved case for the sake of his reputation. With the coroner's investigation, it could only be classified as an accident resulting from the two being in a relationship. Lu Huayan replied with a cold smile. Nearly 1/3 of the students and teachers at Lishan Academy have left. Master Liu is seriously ill and has been taken to the city by the steward, while the academy is now under the care of the deputy head.
Huh.
Master Liu deserves it. What kind of nonsense was he teaching? He doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Jiang Ning couldn't help but comment. "By the way, did the Feng and Fong families agree?" Lu Huayan answered. "Both families have been causing a scene at the county office every day, but Magistrate Meng has given up. They have no leverage since they lost their wealth and are now busy selling off their properties to pay for their business debts. Among the 4 major families in Qingshui County, 3 have collapsed, leaving only the Jiang family. This situation has benefited those who had long been eyeing the properties of the fallen families, and now it seems like a reshuffling is happening." Seeing her so engrossed, Lu Huayan knew she enjoyed hearing this. It was worth the time he spent gathering information from Zhuang Yunshu. Jiang Ning asked, has Jiang Fangju made a move against Su Wei yet? Lu Huayan played with her hand and continued, it should be soon. The county official Jiang has died, and Jiang Xiu has been buried with him. The other concubines and servants have been dismissed by the official's wife, who has returned to her family with her dowry. Without support, Jiang Fangju's situation at the Jiang family is awkward. Chen Zihong is his only way out now. Isn't he worried that Chen Zihong won't be on his side? Jiang Ning wondered. Investing in potential stocks also carries risks. Didn't the Su family fail? Not worried. Chen Zihong is too poor. As long as he has the financial backing of the Jiang family, even if he doesn't make any progress after the imperial examination, he can still secure a position below the county magistrate. He can live comfortably as a local leader. Just look at the county official Jiang. Once he succeeded, everyone around him benefited. In the end, it's still too much money and poor character that caused the trouble, Lu Huayan concluded. Jiang Ning smiled, so we can take action against him now. Yes, let's eat first.
All right.
After dinner, the two of them sat in the courtyard drinking tea. Jiang Ning rested her chin on her hand, looking troubled. I wonder how things are going with Inshuan? I have everything ready, just waiting for the right moment. Lu Huayan noticed her impatience and poured her a cup of tea, saying, they should be arriving in the capital soon, so we should hear news shortly. At that moment, Inshuan had just returned to the capital. He and Fuxing took a longer route to finally reach the foot of the royal city. Although they faced some troubles along the way, they had enough people so they managed without serious issues. Once back in the capital, he didn't take much time to rest and went straight to the palace. After a brief announcement, Inshuan was invited into the study. When the emperor saw him, he dismissed everyone else. Emperor Wu Ling, now over 60, was considered quite old among emperors. He had a medium build and appeared somewhat plump. Sitting on the dragon throne, he naturally exuded an imposing presence, commanding respect without anger. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Inshuan knelt and performed a deep bow. The emperor smiled and said, get up. It seems the harsh winds of the north haven't worn you down. You look much better. Yes, thanks to your majesty, I found a divine doctor, and in half a year, I should be fully recovered. Inshuan replied, you just arrived in the capital today. Why not take some time to rest? Before you recover fully, you need to take care of yourself. Don't be like me when I was young and reckless, the emperor said disapprovingly. In his youth, he had been fond of martial arts and often visited military camps with Fu Yuanhui and others. Although he was physically strong, his injuries left him with lasting health issues. Your Majesty, I came here urgently because I have several important matters to discuss, Inshuan stated directly.
Oh.
In that case, please sit and speak, the emperor said, noticing the seriousness in his tone and granting him a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Inshuan sat down, Lu brought tea. Your Majesty, I found the granddaughter of the old witch doctor.
Oh.
The emperor raised an eyebrow. You mean Fu Yuanhui's wife? Yes. And what about his wife? She has passed away, and his daughter also died 3 years ago. Inshuan shared all the information he had gathered with the emperor. I see. It's fortunate to find the granddaughter, but it's a pity that Huaiyuan never got to see his sister seen. The martial spirit emperor has always been grateful to Wu Siyuan for everything she has done for the great Zhou. She was even his lifesaver once. So many years have passed. The duke must have some understanding of the situation, and Inshuan could only say. Upon hearing this, the martial spirit emperor sighed. Then can you bring her back? Let her come and see me properly another day. She said she is not ready to return to the capital yet, and as the little saintess of the Witch Moon Pavilion, it is not appropriate for others to know her whereabouts. Your Majesty, the Witch Moon Pavilion has not been destroyed. They are just hiding. Oh?
What do you mean by that?
The martial spirit emperor's expression became serious. He knew that the Witch Moon Pavilion was not so easily eliminated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed for over 1,000 years. He was just trying to do what he could. This has to do with the matter of being cursed among the officials. Inshuan detailed how he was schemed against by his second uncle, the betrayal by Xiao, and the incident of Lin Qin's poisoning and death. Unfortunately, Lin Qin is dead. Has your majesty given any instructions regarding my second uncle? He did not mention the involvement of the second prince. Now was a sensitive time for the struggle for the throne, and his identity as the prince's family was delicate. The martial spirit emperor thought, and Zixuan is with the second prince. Does the second prince know about the existence of the Witch Moon Pavilion? Remembering the fierce competition for the throne from years ago, this is the fate of all royal family members. Sigh. It's a headache. Perhaps it's best not to worry about it. The martial spirit emperor pondered. So, you were not poisoned but cursed. No wonder so many imperial physicians couldn't find the problem. Who is the divine doctor that helped you break the curse? Can we ask him to take a look at Jin Chen? Well, I promised the divine doctor not to reveal his identity. I will ask for his opinion the next time I see him. How is the young master doing now? And Shiwen asked, feeling guilty for forgetting about his partner. Originally, the poison in his body was balanced and stable. However, the physicians said that the poison might be getting out of control. This child is suffering too. The martial spirit emperor sighed. People think that he, the emperor, has control over Xiao Jinchen, but they do not know that the real threat to his life is his father, the northern king, who is not behaving like a proper person. I will go check on him in a moment, and Shiwen said. That's fine. The martial spirit emperor nodded. And Shiwen noticed that the emperor did not mention his second uncle's matter, which likely meant he wanted him to handle it himself. There was no solid evidence at the moment, so perhaps it was better not to alarm anyone for now. There is also a third matter, which is this blueprint. And Shiwen presented the document he had brought. The martial spirit emperor opened it, looking puzzled. What is this? Writing about spinning machines and weaving machines, their designs are quite strange. Your Majesty, and Shiwen stood up and said seriously, this is a drawing made by Jiang Ning. After improvements, it can increase the speed of weaving and spinning by 10 times. If it is introduced, the soldiers and people in the northern regions will no longer suffer from lack of clothing or freezing to death in winter. With the increase in cotton production, we can also expand cotton planting, making use of some unused fields, and providing the common people with more opportunities for livelihood. This is a significant benefit for the country and the people. Emperor Wu Ling looked closely and then asked, is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. You can ask the Ministry of Works to create the machines, and we will see the results, and Shiwen affirmed. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu Ling immediately said, Good. If it can truly improve the people's lives, I will reward you greatly. Someone, go summon the Minister of Works. He naturally valued this, as it could provide a better life for the people and improve his achievements after his reign. At Jiang Ning's home in Qingshui County, early the next morning, a matchmaker arrived with a long line of people. The matchmaker smiled at Jiang Ning and said, Hello, young lady. Shopkeeper Zhao informed me earlier. These 5 families have been approved by Master Zhao, and he asked me to bring them to you today. You can keep those you find suitable. After speaking, she signaled the families to stand in line. Jiang Ning looked at the group. Each family had 4 or 5 people, both young and old, and they all seemed capable of working. They all looked decent, with no one appearing unfit, clearly selected by shopkeeper Zhao. What kind of work have you done before? I need someone who can manage things, and it would be better if someone can read. They should also understand farming in the mountains. If you have any special skills, please let me know so I can see if I need them. After asking around, the Fong family, a couple with a pair of 11 or 12-year-old children, had previously done some minor management work. Their family was sold after their master's business failed. Jiang Ning thought the Fong family would be perfect for the shop on West Street, so she decided to make him the shopkeeper. There is also an elderly couple from the Qin family with their son, daughter-in-law, and a grandson, who had previously been farmers. Jiang Ning arranged for them to work on clearing wasteland in the village. The other 3 families were assigned to help in the new houses in the village, while one family was assigned to watch over the workshop next to the new house. All the people the matchmaker brought were kept, and she was so happy her eyes nearly disappeared in a smile. Jiangning also didn't expect that she could use all the people the matchmaker brought. After purchasing them, she followed the matchmaker to handle the official contracts. When they returned, they saw these people standing blankly in the yard, so they explained the household rules to them. Basically, they needed to be loyal, hardworking, and not cheat or do bad things. If they broke the rules, the consequences could be selling them again, or worse. Yes, we understand, they replied. Don't worry, we will work hard. After they expressed their loyalty, Jiangning took them to the shop on West Street. Once at the shop, Jiangning introduced the manager to the girls and asked Li Chunyang to take Li War to buy groceries, especially meat and vegetables. Since these people probably hadn't eaten well at the pawn shop, they would treat them to a good meal. When Suhi heard about going shopping, she eagerly followed along. Jiangning realized that this wild child needed some freedom. If she was kept too close, it might drive her crazy. All right, you all find a place to rest. After the meal, I'll take you to the village, Jiangning told the remaining people. Thank you very much, they replied. Lin Wan pointed them to the dining hall on the east side, which was empty and spacious enough for 20 people to rest. In the room on the east side of the main hall, the girls were busy with embroidery. When they saw Jiangning come in, they all stood up, but Jiangning quickly stopped them. She leaned in to look at their work. Most were sewing clothes, and some were making small embroidered pieces, all looking quite nice. When she saw the lady's portrait that Lin Wan was working on, she became excited. This piece was not provided by Jiangning, clearly made by Lin Wan herself. Wana, your embroidery skills are really good. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Wan replied without hesitation. Yes, if your embroidery is good, we can set up a display to sell them separately. If someone buys them, you'll get an extra 20% commission. Really? The other girls were delighted to hear this. Of course. The shop is about to be renovated, and once it opens, we will showcase your finished pieces, Jiangning said. That's wonderful. I want to create beautiful works. The skilled embroiderers felt motivated. However, many girls who were still struggling to learn looked anxious. Seeing this, Jiangning encouraged them, saying, It's okay if you can't learn right away. My village's textile and weaving workshops will be opening soon, and you can also work there. Really? Once the machine arrives, I will take you all back to the village, Li Chunyang returned, and those who could cook came to help. Soon, several tables of food were prepared, with men and women seated separately. After Jiangning had dinner with them, she took the others from the 4 families to buy a lot of daily necessities. The servant quarters in the village had already been built, but they were empty for now. After shopping, Jiangning hired 4 carts to take them back to the village. When they arrived at the house, the banquet for the villagers had already ended. Zhuang Fuguei and his wife, Li, were there, and Jiangning introduced them. Zhuang Fuguei sighed, saying that with so many servants bought, Ning girl was truly different now. Li smiled widely and immediately started chatting with the wives from the other families, warmly showing them around. Especially the separate housing for the servants, which were all independent small courtyards of about 200 square meters, with shared kitchens and dining areas. The beds were made of clay bricks, designed to be heated in winter, so they wouldn't feel cold. This was Jiangning's temporary idea, and she had Zhuang Fuguei and the others test it to ensure the smoke was vented outside before finishing the work. Many villagers envied them when the houses were built, as their conditions were much better than those of the other families in the village. Once the servants chose their rooms and settled in, Jiangning realized she hadn't seen Su Wei's family. She asked Zhuang Fuguei in surprise, "Uncle Li, where is Aunt Wang? She didn't come today?" "Well, you don't know? Her daughter had an accident a few days ago, and she's at home taking care of her," Zhuang Fuguei sighed. He hadn't expected the Su family to face such a situation. Jiangning's heart sank. It couldn't be that Jiang Fangju had done something, could it? She quickly said goodbye to Zhuang Fuguei and rushed to the Su family. When Jiangning saw Su Wei, she was half lying on the bed, her head wrapped in bandages, her face pale, and her lips colorless. Fortunately, Jiangning didn't see any signs of sadness on her. Instead, there was a hint of joy. Jiangning sighed in relief and asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" "I'm fine now. Luckily, I took the antidote you gave me." Dr. Li said if I hadn't taken the medicine first, it would have been too late. Sister Ning, please sit down. Su Wei happily invited Jiang Ning to sit on the stool by her bed. It's good that you're okay. Jiang Ning finally relaxed after worrying for so long. Knowing there would be danger and still letting things happen is, to be honest, a gamble. But without that, Su Wei's outcome would have been dire too. Thankfully, she was fine now. Well, Sister Ning, I've also died once. I really didn't expect that wicked Xiang'er would be so cruel. When she mentioned this, Su Wei couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. Jiang Ning handed her a handkerchief and asked, "How did she act? Is your family still refusing to break off the engagement?" Su Wei took the handkerchief, dabbed at her eyes, and said, "They broke it off. Yesterday, my grandfather personally went with the clan elders to the Chen family village to end the engagement. Chen Zihong returned 100 taels of silver, and from now on, the two families will have no more ties. My brother said they are building a new house, and they were quite willing to give money, which clearly shows they had been thinking about breaking the engagement for a while. Now my brother looks at me with guilt, saying we should have ended it sooner, so I wouldn't have to suffer this time." It turned out that a couple of days ago, Su Wei went to the county with Su Beishing to deliver goods and happened to run into Xiang'er, who was also delivering at that embroidery shop. Su Beishing usually waited at the door of the shop. When Xiang'er saw Su Wei enter, she stepped forward and softly said, "Sister, you're here for embroidery work too. I happen to have something about the young master that I want to discuss with you. I wonder if you would be willing to listen." Su Wei felt disgusted by her calling her sister, and didn't want to respond. But Xiang'er, growing more arrogant, loudly said, "Oh, sister, are you upset? I'm now the young master's person, just waiting for you to enter the door, so I can serve you tea." Su Wei was shocked that she would say something so shameless in public and pulled her to a corner of the shop, asking, "What do you want to say?" "The young master said you have no charm at all. A girl as tall as you, one would think he found a man." Xiang'er looked at Su Wei with mockery and whispered, "The young master also said that even if he married you, it would just be for show. If your family didn't cling to him, even if all the women in the world died, he wouldn't marry you." Su Wei was instantly furious and slapped Xiang'er, saying, "Shut up. How shameless. Even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't marry him." Xiang'er covered her face with one hand and used the handkerchief to hit Su Wei, screaming, "You shameless girl. How dare you hit me?" Su Wei was surprised that she had actually hit someone. Seeing Xiang'er making a scene and noticing that many people were watching, she didn't want to get into more trouble, so she pushed her away and turned to leave. Su Beishing saw his sister storming out, confused, and pulled her along. However, when Su Wei was halfway home, she suddenly felt sweaty all over, weak in her limbs, and dizzy. Su Beishing thought she had heat stroke and quickly carried her home. Once at home, Su Wei realized she was starting to spasm. She had always been healthy, so how could she have heat stroke? She suddenly remembered the detox pills Jiang Ning had given her. After encountering Xiang'er today, something went wrong. She trembled and asked her mother to give her the detox medicine. They then called for Dr. Li. While examining Su Wei's clothes, Dr. Li discovered that Xiang'er had sprinkled poison powder on her with a handkerchief. She had unknowingly inhaled quite a bit of it. The symptoms of this poison were very similar to heat stroke, so people usually treated it as such. By the time they realized the truth, it was often too late. Even if someone died from it, they would just think it was heat stroke, as many patients die from heat every year. Thanks to the detox pills she took earlier and the medicine Dr. Li prescribed afterward, Su Wei's condition gradually improved. After learning about this, Mr. Su no longer had any expectations for Chen Zihong and directly canceled the engagement. Jiang Ning felt a mix of emotions, surprised that Jiang Fengju could find such a sinister poison. It was finally time to deal with him, but she wondered how Lu Huayan planned to do it. When it came to killing, Jiang Ning admitted she lacked imagination. After comforting Su Wei, she headed home. Once home, Jiang Ning told Lu Huayan about the incident and Su Wei's experience in detail. Lu Huayan listened quietly while refilling her tea. "Have you figured out how to deal with him?" Jiang Ning asked. Lu Huayan nodded. Yes, I'm ready. Just wait a moment. He got up and brought out 2 large baskets, a big jar and a small jar from the side room. Put these away, they'll be useful tonight. Okay, what's inside? Jiang Ning asked curiously. This was the first time she had seen him prepare so many things for a plan. Rats, cockroaches, and army ants. Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt her hair stand on end. Those were her least favorite creatures. She had initially wanted to see, but decided against it to avoid ruining her eyes. You aren't planning to gross him out, are you? Jiang Ning was surprised by his dark sense of humor. Lu Huayan nodded. Yes, Zhang Fengju is just like these disgusting bugs. That's a fitting comparison. Jiang Ning agreed, quickly storing the jars and baskets away. At night, the 2 of them changed into dark clothes and quickly jumped onto the roof of Jiang Fengju's courtyard. There was no moon tonight, and they blended well with the night. As Lu Huayan moved a tile, he heard a voice from below. Miss Xiang'er is here. The young master is waiting for you inside, Tonga said, smiling at the long Miss Xiang'er at the door. Yes, I'm going in now, Xiang'er replied, adjusting her clothes and hair as she entered. Seeing Jiang Fengju lounging on a beauty couch, she spoke in a sweet voice. Young master, I'm back. You're back. Come here and let me see you, Jiang Fengju said, opening his eyes and sitting up, signaling her to sit beside him. His leg was not broken? Jiang Ning silently cursed. Shen Yanzhou is really useless. Xiang'er snuggled into Jiang Fengju's arms, her voice slightly charming. Yesterday, Chen Xiucai was rejected. I told him I would come back to see the young lady, and he agreed. Young master, when can I return to your side? Jiang Fengju playfully pinched her nose and asked with a smile. Oh, is he not good to you? He is good, but I don't want to be with him. I like you.
Xiang'er insisted, playfully pushing Jiang Fengju.
As they talked, they began to loosen their clothes. Jiang Ning watched the scene, feeling a bit annoyed. The Jiang family's nightlife is really lively. There's always this kind of drama. Lu Huayan threw some powder at the 2 inside, then took Jiang Ning's hand and entered the space, using his mind to send in prepared mice, cockroaches, and fire ants towards Jiang Fengju and Xiang'er. Where did these mice come from? There are cockroaches. Young master, help. The screams of the 2 echoed from inside as Jiang Fengju noticed many mice and cockroaches suddenly appearing in the room. Unable to bear it, he pushed Xiang'er away and tried to run outside. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, while Xiang'er had an extra piece of clothing. However, the bugs seemed to target them, relentlessly crawling and biting. Tonga heard the cries for help and hurried to find someone to assist. But these bugs seemed to have gained extraordinary strength and were very slippery. They couldn't be driven away easily. More importantly, Xiang'er and Jiang Fengju felt itchy and painful all over, not knowing why. They just kept scratching, and the situation was getting worse. Jiang Ning curiously asked, Is that it? I thought you would poison them. Lu Huayan replied, Well, the army ants will keep biting their bodies, eating and reproducing. They will only die after 3 days when there is nothing left to eat. Yank Nink. I didn't expect such a way to die. Will they harm others after they finish eating? Jiang Ning asked again. Lu Huayan shook his head. No, they will die after they finish eating. Did you poison Jiang Fengju? Lu Huayan continued to shake his head. No, I just used a powder similar to Wushir sand for the army ants. They will get excited and die. Jiang Ning, that's harsh. What should we do next? Collect from the warehouse and set fire. Lu Huayan was clear about his purpose. Okay, this is a separate courtyard, so the valuables were in the side room of Jiang Fengju's house. Jiang Ning quickly stored everything in the space. Then, under Lu Huayan's guidance, they went to the kitchen and collected a lot of food, oil, and firewood. At this time, the guards were busy catching bugs in the main house. Jiang Fengju noticed that the mice and cockroaches seemed to have targeted them, so he stopped running and decided to deal with them one by one. This made it easier for Jiang Ning and the others to start fires everywhere. Besides the main courtyard, other places were quickly engulfed in flames. Not good, there's a flood. There's a flood. Quick, put out the fire. The separate courtyard was suddenly in chaos, with servants rushing around trying to extinguish the fire. The flames spread quickly, and the city patrol noticed the fire and immediately alerted the firefighting team. A fire is no small matter, and everyone sprang into action. Neighbors nearby also rushed over with buckets and other tools to help. The commotion was so loud that the nearby Lishan Academy also saw the towering flames. Chun Zihong was initially lost in dreams of becoming the favored son-in-law of the Jiang family, but when he saw the fire was coming from Jiang Fengju's place, where his beloved was, he jumped up and rushed out without hesitation. The city's firefighting team quickly organized nearby people to help put out the fire. The fires in several side courtyards were the largest, while the path to the main courtyard remained untouched. Chun Zihong hurried to Jiang Fengju's home, heading straight for the main courtyard. When he arrived, the scene before him left him stunned. Jiang Fengju and Xiang'er were in disarray, covered in red spots, and constantly scratching themselves. Tonga had called a doctor, but after examining them, he was at a loss and thought it was toxins from the bites of mice and cockroaches, so he applied ointment to them. However, the ointment was completely useless. They were still in pain and itching. Chun Zihong felt mixed emotions upon seeing this scene. He originally thought Xiang'er admired him, but now it seemed she belonged not only to him but also to Jiang Fengju. He had given up a good marriage for such a person. Jiang Fengju and Xiang'er noticed Chun Zihong's arrival, but they were too consumed by their own suffering to pay attention to him. They were experiencing indescribable pain, feeling as if they were being bitten all over, itching. Beyond words. They could only scratch themselves, hoping to relieve some of the discomfort. Chun Zihong stumbled out, and when he reached the entrance, he was suddenly pushed and fell to the ground. He tried to get up, but for some reason he couldn't. His hands were trampled by the firefighters, one after another. Chun Zihong felt as if his fingers were about to break. He cried out and struggled to stand. When he finally got up, he moved his fingers and realized one was indeed broken. He didn't want to waste time and hurried to the nearest clinic. His hands were his lifeline. He couldn't let them be ruined like this. Lu Huayan and the others had mostly dispersed and were taking Jiang Ning to the Jiang family mansion. The Jiang family had experienced the same tragic fate as the other three major families. Their belongings were stolen, and even worse, their main house was burned down. Despite the servants' desperate attempts to put out the fire, nothing could be saved. By the time the fire brigade arrived, all that remained of the Jiang family was the tall outer walls. Jiang Ning and Lu Huayan returned to sleep soundly. That night, the Jiang family was filled with cries and sorrow. The Fong and Feng families were shocked to see this. It turned out they were somewhat lucky. At least they still had food to eat, a place to stay, and could live comfortably. But the Jiang family was now left with nothing but ruins. County Magistrate Meng was called to the scene again, and facing the burned-down mansion, he just wanted to escape.
Why?
He couldn't help but reflect on his efforts over the years, feeling he had done nothing wrong, yet why did such unresolved cases keep happening? Was he not doing well enough, or had these major families truly reached a point of public outrage? Old aristocratic families fell, new ones took their place, and the balance was reset. This would impact the county's economy for some time. Although wealth was originally held by these major families, the effect on the common people was not significant. But wouldn't the economy still rely on those wealthy individuals? County Magistrate Meng felt like crying without tears. What was the point of his promotion now? He still died an old man in this place.